In a lush, verdant forest, golden sunlight poured down through the canopy, forming shafts of light under the Tyndall effect, like a painting come to life. A faint winding path stretched into the distance, disappearing at the horizon. Gu Ning stood barefoot on the small path in pale green pajamas. She rubbed her eyes, unable to help herself, suspecting she was still trapped in it. She remembered very clearly that she had fallen asleep at home. How could she have awakened in the middle of a forest? The possibilities, being transported, being kidnapped, flashed through her mind and tangled together. Just as she was on guard and full of doubt, a broad, vivid green leaf, nearly twice the size of her palms, drifted down from above, at an unusually slow, unhurried speed, coming to float right before her eyes. Gu Ning instinctively reached out and caught it. When she focused her gaze, she saw that on the leaf was written in Chinese characters an announcement titled, Survival Road 1-0. The announcement began with a direct address to all survivors. It proclaimed that Survival Road 1-0 had been. It stated that version 1-0 of Survival Road had begun with 100,000 participants in this trial of life and death. Danger and opportunity would coexist, and those who endured to the very end would receive a surprising grand reward. The message urged them to strive to stay alive. The rules followed. The first declared that each person had only one life. Death on the survival road meant death in the real world. The second rule laid out the cycle of time. Here daytime ran from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, dusk from 6 to 8, and night from 8 until 6 the next day. The third and fourth rules explained that under normal circumstances roads and camps were safe. Yet one could not remain in the same camp for more than 24 hours in total. The next rules clarified that each road would host only a single survivor, that mist would appear at dusk, and that the farther one strayed from the road, the greater the danger would be. The announcement urged survivors to remember these rules. It added a gentle reminder there would be a 3-day novice period during which the resources along the roadside would be richer and the danger reduced by half. Each survivor's basic starter pack, the message said, had already been placed in their backpack and could be accessed through the survival interface. With that, Survival Road 1-0 officially began. After finishing the announcement, Gu Ning understood what had happened. She knew very well that in the face of something no human power could change, doubt or anger were useless. All she could do was face reality. And reality was simple: she was already here. All she could do now was follow the instructions on the leaf and strive to stay alive. The announcement had outlined the basic method: keep walking along the road and gather the resources by its sides to survive. Each road would have only one person on it, which meant that for now everything was essentially single player. She did not need to worry about threats from other people yet. For Gu Ning, that was at least one piece of good news. She was not good at socializing and had little experience with schemes or power struggles. The thought of being thrown into a large crowd made her almost shudder at the chaos that might ensue. As for the version number 1-0 and the hidden implications behind 100,000 participants, Gu Ning merely brushed the thoughts aside after a brief consideration. Those questions did not matter yet. What mattered was how to stay alive. After making sure she had read every word of the announcement clearly, she silently repeated the phrase "survival panel" in her mind. Immediately a screen of light appeared before her eyes. The interface was simple. On the left side, arranged from top to bottom, were tabs for personal information, backpack, tasks, and chat channel. She checked from top to bottom. The personal information displayed: name Gu Ning, identity survivor, talent none, skills none, distance traveled 0, status normal. There was no mention of attributes such as physique or mental strength. She tried tapping each item in turn, but found no further explanations. So she moved on to check the backpack. It consisted of 2 rows of 5 slots, 10 spaces in total. In the first slot lay the basic starter pack mentioned in the announcement. It could be selected and taken out or opened either by tapping as on a phone or through mental control. She chose to take it out. A green ring of light appeared around her about 1 meter in radius, within which she could place the item freely. Gu Ning chose to set it at her feet, and a white gift box materialized on the ground. The box was about the size of a common shoebox with a small latch on the side that was not locked. When she focused her attention on it, information appeared. Basic Survivor Pack White contains the most essential survival tools and a precious talent awakening potion. So talent had to be awakened to be obtained. Gu Ning opened the pack at once. Inside were numerous miniature spheres of light, which once taken out expanded to normal size. She counted as she took them out 8 types of items in total, including 3 portions of steamed buns and 3 portions of water. The descriptions read: a coarse linen shirt, white grade, made of linen and only able to cover the body. A pair of linen trousers, white grade, made of linen and uncomfortable to wear. A pair of straw shoes, white grade, woven from straw, only slightly better than going barefoot. There was also a simple stone axe, white grade, made from stone and branches and prone to breaking, and a simple stone pickaxe, white grade, likewise made from stone and branches, slightly better than hitting rocks with bare hands. There were steamed buns, white grade, very filling with a faint sweetness when eaten in hunger, each weighing 250 grams. Bottled water, white grade, clean drinking water, 500 milliliters per bottle. and the talent awakening potion purple grade, once consumed, it would offer a certain chance to awaken a talent. It was already bound to her, and could not be. Although some of the item descriptions sounded less than pleasant, Gu Ning still promptly changed into the dull gray linen shirt and trousers, and put on the After all, the shirt and trousers each came with 2 pockets on both sides, useful for carrying things. They were far better than the pocketless pajamas she had been wearing for comfort. The straw shoes were indeed a little rough on her feet, but, just as their description had said, they were still better than walking barefoot. Next, she picked up the talent awakening potion, and without hesitation began to drink it. She did not want to waste time worrying about whether she would awaken a talent, better to see the result directly. The glass vial, shaped like a test tube, held liquid in 7 shimmering colors. The wooden stopper popped off easily. Yet when she drank it, the taste was bitter. She had thought the vial itself might be useful later, but once she finished it vanished. Instead, a message popped up. You have consumed the talent awakening potion. Talent awakening in progress. It did not specify what. Gu Ning checked her personal interface again. The talent field now displayed awakening in progress. Clearly she had succeeded in triggering a talent. It simply had not fully awakened yet, and she did not know how long it would take. It was enough that the awakening had succeeded. The rest was a matter of waiting. She moved on to examine the next part of the interface. The task interface showed only one mission: reach a camp, not yet completed. The description read, arrive at any camp before tonight. The reward would be 1 copy of simple, grass hut construction craft. Camps. The rules had stated that one could not stay in the same camp for more than 24 hours, and that camps were safe. That meant she would have to reach a new camp at least once every day, so the number of camps had to be considerable. Perhaps they were like service areas on a highway spaced at intervals along. How far was she now from the first camp? The mission required her to arrive before night, that is before 2000 hours, so it probably was not too close. With so many survivors, would the first person to reach a camp receive some extra reward? And were the distances between camps fixed or random? A string of questions rose in Gu Ning's mind at once. As she pondered, she continued forward and opened the chat channel section of the interface. The display read, Survivor Zone 9, current time 0609. Camp channel not yet opened. Regional channel not yet opened. All of the chat channels were still locked. For now, it felt like she was playing completely alone. Gu Ning guessed that the camp channel would only unlock once she actually reached a camp, while the conditions for opening the regional channel remained a mystery to her. Since that was the case, she straightened up and began to tidy her things, preparing to set out on the road. She folded her discarded pajamas neatly, and to her surprise discovered that this set she had brought from reality now also showed item information. Cotton pajamas, green pajamas made of pure cotton. Wearing them while sleeping slightly enhances the body's recovery. The durability was 40 and the quality was marked in green with a special effect attached. It seemed that just like in the game, she knew the higher the quality of an item, the better its attributes. She did not yet know how much that slight bonus would matter, but it was clearly better than nothing. Gu Ning packed everything, including the announcement leaf, into her backpack. In an instant, 6 slots were occupied, leaving only 4 empty. Fortunately, identical items could stack, otherwise the backpack would be completely inadequate. As for the stacking limit, she assumed, following common game settings, that it would usually be 99. It was only a guess. After all, she did not possess that many items yet. A quick check of her talent still showed it in the process of awakening. Gu Ning chose not to wait any longer, dismissed the survival panel, and set off toward the front. The forest was not particularly dense, but rather open and spacious. Layers of deep and pale green were pleasing to the eye. It was early morning, a touch of mist still brushed the sky above, birds chirped in the distance, sunlight was bright, and a gentle breeze carried the scents of grass, leaves, and soil. The temperature was neither cold nor hot, perfectly comfortable. If not for her precarious situation, walking through such untouched nature on foot would have been truly soothing. The path between the trees was about the width of a single person, some stretches partially swallowed by low shrubs and tall grasses on either side. Overall, the road remained clearly traceable. The rules had stated that the path itself was safe, and Gu Ning saw no reason for the announcement to deceive survivors on that point. She focused her attention on the sides of the road, searching carefully for any resources. After only a few steps, she tested a few things, pulling up some grass and snapping a couple of twigs. None of them displayed any information, and she could not store them in her backpack. She concluded that usable resources were probably similar to the items from the survival starter pack. Things that carried clear item information and would not simply be found everywhere. Abandoning the useless attempts, she moved on, watching her surroundings closely. After walking a few hundred meters, Gu Ning finally spotted something that looked like a resource. Just a few meters to the left of the path stood a cluster of wild grass about half as tall as a person. At a glance, it looked no different from the other. The difference lay in the faint white glow on its leaves. It was not particularly obvious, but once she focused on it, she could clearly make it out. The rules had warned that danger could appear as soon as one stepped off the path, even though this patch of grass was very close to it. Cautious as ever, Gu Ning drew her simple stone axe. Holding the axe, she scanned the surroundings again, even tapping the ground and a nearby trunk a few times. Only after confirming that she could see no immediate danger did she carefully step toward the grass. As expected, this was a genuine resource. Hemp grass, quite a fibrous plant that grows everywhere, yet has many uses. Collectible. Unsure how to harvest it, she first tried grasping the base with her hand and pulling upward, but it did not budge at all. She tried digging around it using the simple stone pick to loosen the dark soil around the roots, circling the plant once, yet the hemp grass still would not come free. Clearly that was not the correct way to harvest it. Looking more closely at the hemp grass, Guning realized that the white glow was only present on the leaves above, while the stem near the ground showed none. So the actual resource lay only in the leaves above. She pulled just below the glowing portion, and this time successfully harvested hemp. Hemp, white, plain, ordinary hemp, one of the basic materials. Though the hemp grass had no thorns, it was tough and fibrous. Harvesting it still required enough force to break it cleanly. By the time she finished gathering all of it, a faint prickling had begun in her hands. Still, the harvest was considerable. She had collected 11 units of white quality. After confirming that she had not missed any of the glowing portions, Guning returned at once to the road, keeping her distance from any potentially dangerous area. She stowed everything in her backpack, which now occupied another slot. Only 3 empty slots remained. Feeling a little thirsty, Guning took out a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and drank a few mouthfuls. She did not dare drink much, not knowing how difficult water would be to obtain. She would have to use it sparingly. When she returned the open bottle to her backpack, Guning noticed that this partially used water now occupied an entirely separate slot. With only 2 empty slots left, it was already clear that her backpack space would soon be insufficient, but she could only think of a solution since she still had enough space for the moment, she tried to store everything in the backpack to avoid burdening herself with extra weight. She glanced at the chat channel's time 0632. The first time she had checked, it had read 0609, which meant she had probably woken up around 6 o'clock. Half an hour had passed, and she had walked only a few hundred meters and found a single resource. The efficiency was not impressive. A quick look at her personal interface showed that her talent was still in the awakening phase. She closed the survival panel and resolved not to stop again for a while. With no idea how far the first camp lay, Guning could only aim to reach it as soon as possible to leave herself more room for error. Now that she had seen her first resource, she had a basic sense of what to look for. As she continued along the road, Guning began actively searching for anything that carried a faint. Of course, she did not ignore everything else. So far, she had only found 1 hemp grass, and she could not be entirely sure that all resources would resemble it. This time, about 10 minutes passed without any new resource appearing. Guning began to wonder whether walking strictly along the safe road was too cautious, and whether she should venture a little deeper. Before all this, she had simply been a newly graduated university student still in her internship. She had never served in the military. She had never practiced martial arts. Her greatest daily exercise had been jogging 800 meters each morning with her dorm mates. When she saw someone walking a dog without a leash on the street, she would keep her distance. In any real fight, she would hardly stand a chance. Even if survival forced her to change, she would still have to respect basic principles and proceed step by step. This was only the beginning of the first day. Moreover, the announcement had stated that resources lay along the sides of the road, and that was unlikely to be a lie. If she had to delve deeper into the forest to find resources, there would be little point in creating the road at all. She had 3 days as a novice. Today, she could afford to be steady walking the road, and only venturing into the forest when she actually saw a resource. If her gains were poor today, she could choose to be more aggressive tomorrow. After persuading herself, Guning kept walking at a pace slightly slower than normal, while her eyes never stopped sweeping the surroundings. After roughly 5 minutes, she was delighted to see a pine tree shimmering with faint white light. Standing to the right of the road, it was a bit farther away, nearly 10 meters from the path. As always, Guning first watched and listened carefully for any disturbance. Seeing nothing unusual, she took out her simple stone axe and approached with care. Pine tree white, a common ordinary tree with a small chance of dropping edible pine nuts, requires an axe-type tool to harvest. The diameter of this pine tree is approximately the width of her 2 clenched fists side by side, standing 3 stories tall, with a white glow emanating from the part above her calves. Clearly the only part that can be harvested is the upper section. Guning had never chopped down a tree before, so she could only rely on the experience in her mind, assuming a horse stance, holding the axe with both hands, and striking the air a few times to test her skills. Feeling confident, she began the real work. On her first swing, she miscalculated and struck below the trunk, where there was no white glow. No gap appeared. She exerted too much force and her hands felt a bit uncomfortable from the impact. Guning decided not to swing a second time, taking time to reflect on her experience. First, she was too greedy. She wanted to harvest as much of the tree as possible, so she aimed her strike at the boundary of the white light. But clearly she lacked the control to hit her intended target accurately, resulting in a wasted swing. Second, she hadn't considered the details. Normally, she would know to use a towel when opening a can, as she had pajamas in her backpack that could wrap around the axe handle to reduce recoil, yet she hadn't taken them out. Collecting resources relied on her hands, and if she didn't protect herself properly, getting hurt would be troublesome. After summarizing her experience, she immediately began to make corrections. She took out her pajamas, wrapped them around the axe handle, and secured them with a tight knot. Holding the axe felt much more comfortable now. This time she wasn't greedy as she adjusted her target a little higher. With a forceful swing, a small gap immediately appeared with a thud. The result exceeded her expectations. Gu Ning was certain that in reality, if she swung the axe, it would be impossible to create such a noticeable gap. It seemed to truly be a game. This made things much easier. She raised the axe again, aimed at the gap, and swung down. After 3 strikes, her 4th swing fortuitously landed in the same spot, instantly creating a noticeably larger gap. Gu Ning attempted again, realizing that overlapping her strikes indeed increased the efficiency of chopping down the tree. She noted this and continued chopping. In just about 10 strikes, the pine tree fell with a crash, transforming into a pile of materials like in a game. Pine wood white wood of average quality, but very useful essential. Branches white, many trees produce these which can be used to make tools. Pine seed white requires soil for planting, growth period is 5 days. The pine wood is rectangular, about 1 meter long with height and width approximately equal, around 30 centimeters, and not lightweight. The branches are almost uniform in shape, about the thickness of 2 fingers and roughly 1 meter long. Judging by the size of the tree, the dimensions of the pine blocks are clearly inconsistent. This once again proved that this place truly has a game-like setting. Actually, this is a good thing. Gu Ning thought positively, as it allowed her to experience the wonders not found in reality. While her mind was racing, she quickly bent down to gather the materials on the ground, ultimately collecting 5 pieces of pine with 8 branches and 1 pine seed. There were just enough remaining slots in her backpack to fit the larger pieces of pine wood and branches. As for the pine seed, it was the size of a chicken egg. If it weren't for the obvious white glow, it would be very hard to find on the ground. This also reminded her that not all resources are large. Small items also require attention. Gu Ning checked the pockets of her burlap top to ensure they were sturdy enough not to leak, and then directly placed the pine seed in her pocket. However, there was bad news. The durability of her stone axe dropped from 30 to 17. She had been counting in her mind, while chopping, having struck 13 times in total. This meant that each swing consumed a bit of durability. If her skills were better, and she could control the landing point of each swing, the durability consumed would likely be even less. But this required gradual practice. She could not rush it. The remaining durability would probably only allow her to chop down 1 more tree. If she encountered a 3rd tree, she would be unable to collect resources. No wonder the item information stated that it could break easily if not careful. It was indeed quite fragile. She guessed that basic tools like the simple stone axe and simple stone pick would eventually be craftable by herself, just like the reward for completing the camp task, which was the crafting technique for a simple grass hut. Otherwise, the difficulty of survival would be too high. But the question is, when would she obtain the crafting techniques for these tools? If it were too late, it would mean wasting the richer resources available during the beginner period. Watching them go to waste without being able to collect them would be worse than having— Wait a moment. The durability of her burlap clothing wouldn't be the same, would it? Gu Ning quickly checked the item information of the clothes she was wearing, and indeed it was. The durability of the burlap 3-piece set she wore had now dropped from 30 to 28. It was certain that from the time she put it on until now, she had not done anything other than walking and collecting resources. While collecting hemp, she was empty-handed, but chopping the pine tree consumed the axe's durability. It was possible that collecting hemp consumed 1 point of durability, and chopping the pine tree consumed another 1 point. However, Gu Ning believed the greatest possibility was walking. She opened the survival panel to check her personal information: mileage 2 kilometers. Indeed, she had walked 2 kilometers. If her guess was correct, the durability of her clothing was calculated based on the distance walked, consuming 1 point of durability for every 1 kilometer. As long as she paid attention from now on, she could basically confirm whether it was correct. But if that were the case, crafting clothing would also be very important, especially shoes. Great, she was lacking everything. Gu Ning sighed helplessly, thinking more wouldn't help, so she decided to continue searching for items. She glanced around to ensure she hadn't overlooked any materials before raising her foot to return to the path. Just as she turned her head, a flash of green light flickered past. Deeper in the forest. Gu Ning stood still, looking into the depths of the forest, but there was no longer any green light. Could it have been a mistake? Unlikely. Although her vision was slightly nearsighted, she wouldn't see something that wasn't there. Without hesitating for long, Gu Ning took out her axe and walked in that direction. It was time to take a risk. Since she didn't know what kind of danger the rules referred to, Gu Ning moved forward cautiously, step by step. After a few steps, she saw the source of the green light, a patch of green leaves hanging on the branch like other leaves, looking no different except for the green glow. Gu Ning felt a surge of joy in her heart, but remained vigilant as she continued. However, she walked all the way to the base of the tree without encountering any danger, as if her caution was in vain. The leaves with the green glow weren't very high, as she could almost reach them with her hand. Yet Gu Ning didn't immediately try to pluck them. Instead, she carefully observed the branches and leaves around, missing not a single inch. This area had no danger, and that area seemed normal. Wait, what is that? Behind a large leaf, a small snake that almost blended in with the branch lay motionless. If it weren't for the distinct patterns on its body, it would have been hard to spot. One could imagine that if she reached out to pluck the leaves, and the snake suddenly lunged at her, she would hardly be able to react. Having spotted the snake, Gu Ning didn't feel relieved. Instead, she quietly changed to a position further away from the snake and continued to check her surroundings cautiously. Only after meticulously examining the area and finding no other abnormalities did she prepare to pluck the leaves. Gu Ning tried to concentrate and check the information about the snake, but there was no response. Thus the possibility of it being a venomous snake could not be. Moreover, this snake had been almost motionless since she discovered it positioned very close to the leaves, indicating that it was likely guarding them. If she reached out directly to pluck the leaves, she would definitely be attacked by the snake. She must first deal with the snake. Videos she had watched on catching snakes suggested that experienced individuals could catch them barehanded or cover them with clothing. She had pajamas she could use, but the branch where the snake was located was quite high. She could only knock the snake down and then cover it with her clothing before. Having experienced the incident of hacking the tree at an awkward angle, she truly doubted her accuracy. The snake was certainly more agile than her, and if she missed a step she could get bitten. If it were indeed a venomous snake, given her lack of resources, her chances of survival would be almost zero. After contemplating, Gu Ning still felt that the life or death of this snake was not important. The priority was to safely obtain the leaves. Gu Ning took a few steps back in the direction she came from and broke off 4 or 5 branches roughly the thickness of her fingers, each with leaves just right for her to hold. Then she pulled out some weeds and returned to the tree with the green leaves. She arranged the branches in a fan shape, filling the center with weeds, and barely managed to complete it. This was her weapon, a chaotic fan made of branches. Killing the snake was too dangerous. She decided to give up. Her original goal was to pick the leaves, so she only needed to distract it for a few seconds, making it unable to strike immediately, and then slip away. The fan of branches was messy, and using it to strike the snake would ensure that it could not immediately dart out. With that little bit of time, it was enough for her to get the leaves, and as long as she resolutely avoided any intimate contact with the snake, she could minimize the risk. After formulating her action plan, Gu Ning confirmed her escape route and raised her branch fan to begin. Things went even smoother than she had anticipated. She aimed the branch fan at the snake's position and struck, then threw it in the direction of the strike, like scattering flowers, continuing to disrupt the snake's movement. With her other hand, she swiftly plucked the leaves, then, without looking back, she ran at her fastest speed to the safety of the path. It was only at this point that she stopped to check if anything was following her. After waiting for a few minutes, there were no abnormalities. Whether it was due to the decrease in danger during the novice period or the mechanisms designed upon returning to the path, it would no longer attack. In any case, she was safe now. Gu Ning let out a sigh of relief before beginning to check the information about the leaves. Linen backpack, crafting method, green records, the crafting method for a linen backpack available for learning. Just when she was wondering how to make tools, here it was, a much-needed backpack. Gu Ning felt a surge of joy and immediately chose to learn. You have learned the linen backpack crafting method. Crafting function has been activated. The crafting function finally appeared. She immediately opened the survival panel and saw the crafting option appear at the bottom. Upon clicking it, there was only one linen backpack available for selection, but it was clicking further revealed the requirements for crafting a linen backpack: 1 linen, 1 hemp rope, with a time cost of 1 minute. She had neither of the materials, indicating that this was not something she could craft at the moment, leaving it for later. Closing the crafting page, Gu Ning couldn't help but check her talent again. It was still awakening. She truly had no idea how long it would take to complete the awakening. Murmuring to herself, she closed the survival panel and continued forward. However, with her experience from the leaves, Gu Ning also diverted some of her attention to her surroundings. Soon she spotted a stalk of hemp nearer to. This stalk of hemp was slightly larger than the first one she had discovered, with a few leaves shimmering in a mix of white and green. The item information was the same as the previous one, but the hemp harvested from these leaves had a green quality. Hemp green, a relatively rare quality hemp. In total, there were 4 leaves shimmering in white and green, and she harvested 2 green hemp, indicating that the dual-colored glow represented the quality of the harvested hemp falling between these two. Ultimately, she collected a total of 13 white hemp, 2 green hemp, and 2 white hemp seeds. Hemp seed white requires soil to plant, growth period 3 days. She placed the hemp seeds and pine seeds together in her pocket. The white and green hemp could not be stacked. Gu Ning checked the items stored in her backpack, decided to take out the announcement leaves, put the 2 green hemp inside, and stuffed the announcement leaves into her pocket. Back on the path, she felt somewhat thirsty. She took out a bottle of water and had a few sips, and just as she put the water back in her backpack, she prepared to. The long-awaited prompt finally appeared. You have successfully awakened the talent encyclopedia of all things. It finally came. Was the encyclopedia of all things the one used for collecting items in games? Gu Ning had some associations while immediately summoning the survival panel without wasting a second. Entering the personal information interface, Talent Awakening had now changed to Talent Encyclopedia of All Things, Level 0. Clicking on the Encyclopedia of All Things again, a page resembling a book popped up with the title Encyclopedia of All Things on the cover. Flipping to the first page, the content read Encyclopedia of All Things, Level 0, Unlock features, none, upgradable, current progress 0, 10. Flipping to the next page revealed a completely blank space. The encyclopedia should be for recording items. Gu Ning took out the hemp she currently had the most of, and tried it out, and indeed, she could now choose. After confirming the recording a few seconds later, a success message popped up. Information on hemp white has been successfully recorded. This time looking again, the blank page displayed an image identical to the hemp in her hand with a description below that matched exactly with that of hemp white, ordinary hemp, one of the basic materials. Recording does not consume materials. Gu Ning counted her existing types of materials and found she had enough for 10 types, allowing her to upgrade to level 1, so she began to record them respectively. This time she calculated the time and found that the time taken for recording was unrelated to size, but depended solely on quality. White quality items took about 5 seconds to record, while green quality ones took 30 seconds. Information on hemp green has been successfully recorded. Information on pine wood white has been successfully recorded. Information on branch white has been successfully recorded. Information on steam bun white has been successfully recorded. Information on bottled water white has been successfully recorded. Information on cotton pajamas green has been successfully recorded. Information on simple stone axe white has been successfully recorded. Information on simple stone pick white has been successfully recorded. Information on pine seed white has been successfully recorded. Talent Encyclopedia of All Things is upgradable. Do you want to upgrade? Of course, she would upgrade. Gu Ning immediately confirmed. Encyclopedia of All Things upgraded successfully. Do you want to check? Encyclopedia of All Things, Level 1, unlocked features, storage limit 1000, upgradable, current progress 0-100. Is it the storage she was thinking of? Gu Ning quickly flipped to the next page, which displayed the first recorded item, hemp white. At this moment, a 01000 label appeared in the upper left corner of the page. She continued flipping, and the same label appeared on the pages of other entries. After a simple trial, Gu Ning quickly mastered the storage method of the Compendium of All Things. First, after upgrading, the compendium, items in her backpack could be directly selected for storage. Items taken out could be scanned with the corresponding page of the compendium to store them. To retrieve items from the compendium, she could click on the number in front to select the quantity. This function was simply a timely boon. Previously, she had been worried about insufficient backpack space, but now it was no problem, it couldn't even be filled up. She recorded all the unrecorded items: white linen tunic, white linen pants, white linen shoes, and white hemp seeds, reaching a progress of 4,000. By the way, there was also the leaf with the announcement from when she first entered the game. She wondered if it could be recorded. Gu Ning took it out and tried, and indeed it worked. After recording it in the compendium, the leaf was named Survival Path 1. 0 announcement. She didn't know if it had any use, but gaining 1 point of progress for the compendium was not in vain. Now the progress had reached 5,100. Having recorded everything that could be recorded, Gu Ning transferred all unnecessary items into the compendium, leaving only a cotton pajama, a simple stone axe, a simple stone pick, and a bottle of water that was half drunk. Looking at the time, it was 0759. 2 hours had passed, and she had drunk a third of a bottle of water. If she couldn't find a water source today, she would definitely run out of water tomorrow. The water sources in the forest should be streams and lakes. She hoped to encounter them soon. Gu Ning made a wish to the heavens and continued forward. After walking for 2 hours, her feet were starting to hurt a bit. The fatigue in her body was manageable. After all, she had run 800 meters every day during university, and at just 21 years old, with good food and sleep, she was full of energy. This leisurely pace of walking was quite similar to when she was traveling, and she was adapting well. The foot pain was due to the hemp shoes. They were fine at first, but now they were starting to chafe. However, the road was uneven, and not wearing them would lead to greater injuries, so she could only continue wearing them. When the distance reached 3 kilometers, the durability of her hemp outfit decreased by 1 again, becoming 27. She discovered new resources too. Stone mine white, an ordinary large rock. Do not expect ores inside. Requires a pickaxe to collect. The 2 stone mines were merely a few meters apart, one large and one small, located less than 10 meters to the left of the road. As usual, Gu Ning carefully checked the surroundings, then took out her simple stone pick and cautiously walked up. Before collecting, she suddenly thought that her compendium was called the Compendium of All Things, and perhaps the stone mine could also be recorded. She tried it, and indeed it could. Compendium progress 1, 6,100. Learning from her previous experience of chopping trees, she first wrapped the handle of the pick with her pajama before. Then with each strike, she tried her best to aim at the cracks left behind. Although she still occasionally miscalculated the impact point, it did have some effect. After finishing both stone mines, the durability of her simple stone pick was down to 9 points. If she was lucky, she might be able to collect another stone mine. The resources dropped from the stone mines were only 2 types: stone and gravel. Stone white, the most common, stone hard in texture, one of the basic materials. Gravel white, round pebbles, oh perhaps they can be used to hit rabbits. She collected a total of 10 stones and 13 gravels, first opening the compendium to record them, then storing them all in the compendium. The progress of the compendium also reached 8,100. It seemed that leveling up the compendium was not particularly difficult. She wondered what the next function would be, hoping it would be even more powerful. After walking for another 20 minutes, the time was 8 to 8. Finally, a white glow appeared at the roadside, and Gu Ning was pleasantly surprised to find that this time it was a new resource, and it was edible. Raspberry bush white, a common berry bush found in forests. Be careful when picking, as it has thorns. Can be collected. Raspberry white, small red berries that many animals love to eat. Compendium progress to 10,100. She recorded it first before starting to collect. The half-percent-high bush was laden with red berries, but unfortunately, not all the berries glowed white. Carefully searching every corner, she finally collected 56 white quality raspberries. Despite the large quantity, each was only the size of a fingernail, totaling only a handful. Back on the road, Gu Ning couldn't help but take one and pop it into her mouth. It was sweet and sour, juicy and quite good. After a light taste, she resisted the urge to eat more and continued on her way. Unknowingly, the durability of her clothing dropped to 26, then to 25. During this time, she discovered another pine tree of similar size to the previous one, recorded its information in the compendium, and progressed reaching 11,100. She consumed 11 durability of the simple stone axe and obtained 6 pine wood and 6 branches. The axe was left with 5 durability. If she encountered another tree, she wouldn't be able to collect anymore. At 9:35, it had been 3.5 hours since she set off. Gu Ning's feet had developed several blisters from the hemp shoes, and her stomach was growling from hunger, while the campsite was still nowhere in sight. It was time to take a break, otherwise if this continued, she would be both exhausted and hungry, unable to concentrate, and might miss resources by the roadside. She stopped at a relatively empty spot on the road, using 4 pieces of pine wood to make a wide bench, 6 pieces of pine wood to make a table, and placed her pajama on the bench that looked quite decent. After setting it up, Gu Ning sat down, took off her shoes to relax her feet, then placed a bun and the remaining half bottle of water on the table, beginning to eat her first meal. Buns are a staple food in the north, and as a northerner, she had eaten many throughout her life. However, she had hardly ever experienced eating them dry, without any vegetables or sauce. At the very least, she needed to dip it in some sugar. Actually, raspberries should taste good with buns, but she was reluctant to do so. After all, after walking for so long, she had just discovered this food, and she was afraid that if she didn't ration it, she would run out soon. Speaking of which, although this bun was a bit cold, it was quite fresh, not dry, and after chewing a few more bites, she could really taste a hint of sweetness. The item information was quite honest. What had she eaten at this time yesterday? Alright, it was an egg pancake with 2 eggs, ham tenderloin, extra spicy, accompanied by a bag of fresh milk. For lunch, she ordered takeout yellow braised chicken, rice, a small portion, with slight spiciness, adding side dishes of potatoes and tofu skin with the gravy poured over the rice. Although it wasn't healthy, it was her favorite way to eat. Dinner was even better, except during special periods. She generally didn't restrict her diet, nor would she try to lose weight when she was well within a normal weight range. Recently, it was the season for delicious crayfish, and she had managed to get a discount coupon for a crayfish meal for 2. A serving of spicy crayfish skewers of 7 or 8 types, 2 bottles of beer, and a portion of fried instant noodles, going alone, made the portion seem too large, and unsurprisingly, she ended up stuffed. She packed the leftovers to take home, preparing to eat them tomorrow, which is today. Uncertain if she would ever have a day to return to enjoying food again, Gu Ning imagined delicacies as she finished the steamed bun with half a bottle of water. Unsurprisingly, the empty plastic bottle transformed into an item that could be recorded separately. Plastic bottle, a lightweight transparent container, 500 milliliters capacity. After resting for 10 minutes and massaging her legs, Gu Ning also discreetly resolved a physiological issue behind the table before packing up the pine wood and setting off again. She dared not touch the blisters on her feet. Having never had blisters before, she didn't know how to handle them, so she decided to leave them as they were and address them later at the camp. Fortunately, the blisters were small. They were uncomfortable while walking, but bearable. Remarkably, less than 10 minutes later, she heard the sound of flowing water. Considering the dangers in the forest, she did not follow the sound of the water directly, but continued along the path until she pinpointed the section of road where the sound was loudest, then cautiously stepped off the path and into the woods. Fearing the water source might be too far for her to find her way back to the path, she placed a piece of pine wood on the ground in the direction of the path every time she walked. Perhaps due to being a novice, the process of finding the water source was simpler than Gu Ning had imagined, and she encountered no significant dangers. After placing down 3 pieces of pine wood, a stream about a meter wide appeared before her, easily jumpable. The water looked clean and crisp. A faint white light surrounded it. Great. It was a collectible water resource. Gunning attempted to check the information about the stream, but she scooped a handful of stream water with both hands, and noticed it glowed faintly with white light, allowing her to check the item information. Stream water, white, naturally clean, safe to drink directly. It was drinkable without boiling. Excellent. Gunning recorded the stream water in the all-encompassing log, making her collection progress 13,100, and then immediately took out her empty plastic bottle to fill it, drinking to her heart's content. Previously worried about not having enough water, she had been rationing it, but in reality, she had been extremely thirsty for a long time. After finishing a bottle in one go and quenching her thirst, Gunning began to consider how to carry more stream water. The empty bottle needed to be filled, but at only 500 milliliters, it was too little. The maximum storage limit of the log was 1,000 items, but without a container, how could she store the water separately? When she recorded the stream water, she had scooped it with her hands, and it had been naturally successful, but what unit was this stream water recorded in? Gunning opened the stream water page in the all-encompassing log, and clicked every word, finally noticing that clicking 1,000 in the top left corner allowed her to choose the storage unit. She hadn't noticed this before, because she thought 1,000 was the storage limit and had never clicked it. In fact, it was clickable. When this page of the log had nothing stored, meaning the previous number was 0, selecting 1,000 allowed for unit modification, but once something was stored, the number would not be 0, and thus it could not be changed. For example, with hemp, she recorded 1 unit, and when storing it was also directly stored as 1, so the default storage unit was 1. To change the storage unit, she would need to remove all the stored hemp from the log, modify it, and then store it again. Realizing this, Gunning was overjoyed. This could be considered an unlimited warehouse. For someone like her who loved hoarding everything and hated throwing things away, this was a blessing from the heavens. However, upon further thought, this function could not be used recklessly. For instance, with wood she could change it to 10 or even 100 woods as 1 unit, but that meant she needed to gather 10 or 100 to store, and likewise when retrieving, she would need to take out 10 or 100 at once. If she filled all 1,000 units, that would be 500 liters of water, enough for some time, and with the lengthy retrieval process, Gunning was also worried about. She tried it out. When retrieving the stream water from the log, it was a one-time action, and she could only select 1 container, not splitting it into 2 bottles. 500 milliliters was exactly the capacity of a plastic bottle, ensuring no waste during retrieval. If she filled all 1,000 units, that would be 500 liters of water, enough for some time, and with the lengthy retrieval process, Gunning was also worried about encountering danger. She opened the stream water page in the all-encompassing log, aimed at the stream, selected storage, and soon the numbers began to fluctuate: 11,000, 41,000, 121,000. Gunning calculated that each 500 milliliters of water took 5 seconds to collect, stopping when the storage count reached 198. The white glow from the stream disappeared. Gunning tried to scoop up another handful of water. It was still clear and clean, but the glow and item information were gone. She understood now. The stream's water seemed endless, but the resources recognized by the survival panel were limited. Now, no matter how much water was present, it was like a texture in a game, uncollectible. She was curious about what would happen if she drank the stream water now, but she ultimately controlled herself. This path of survival had just begun, and following the rules was the wisest choice. There would be time to explore later when the cost of trial and error was less. 198,500 milliliters was 99 L of water, and accounting for the first bottle she drank, and the 500 milliliters she poured into the plastic bottle, it totaled exactly 100 L. This meant that the stream could yield a total of 100 L of collectible water resources. She wondered if all water sources had the same quantity. Gunning quietly noted this for future comparisons. Without lingering by the stream, she quickly followed the pieces of wood she had laid down back. Having spent about 20 minutes at the stream, it was now 1032. The sunlight had grown slightly stronger. Though still warm, Gunning quickened her. From her life experience, noon and mid-afternoon were when the sunlight was most intense. While the forest was not too hot, it was still uncomfortable, and if possible, she hoped to reach the camp sooner. Of course, even with a quicker pace, she had only shifted from walking slower than usual to a normal walking speed. After all, searching for resources could not be neglected. With the experience from earlier, she had basically confirmed that collectible resources would have a glow as a marker, so she no longer paid attention to other things, only focusing on the glowing items. 1048 hemp suit durability, 24 at distance 6 kilometers. She discovered a hemp plant white beside the road, and collected 12 pieces of hemp white and 1 piece of hemp seed white. 1111 hemp suit durability, 23 a distance 7 kilometers. Gunning finally found a new resource, a rabbit. When she spotted the rabbit, it was grazing over 10 meters to the right of the path, its pure white fur standing out, even without a glow. Gunning attempted to check the information on the rabbit, discovering that unlike the previous snake, this one had visible information. Rabbit white. A small rabbit pure white runs fast, cannot be caught. Requires bow or crossbow tools to collect. She clearly did not have such tools. However, with food so close, it was impossible for her to give up without trying. Before taking action, she first tried to record the rabbit's information in the log. Regardless of whether she could catch it, she wanted to increase her log progress. However, she was too far away. Gu Ning lightened her steps and crept closer like a thief. When she was about 10 meters away, a message popped up indicating successful recording. Log progress 14,100. With the progress of the illustrated guide in hand, she could now attempt to catch a rabbit. Gu Ning took out a piece of rock, recalling that the item description mentioned it could be used. Rock white, a round stone perhaps suitable for hitting rabbits. Indeed, she remembered correctly. Next, it was time to aim and throw. Bang, bang, bang. The result was evident. Someone who had never practiced throwing skills could not possibly hit a nimble rabbit even after she threw 3 pieces of rock. Startled, the rabbit quickly jumped into the forest, disappearing from sight. Gu Ning tried to chase a few steps, but saw not even a hare. The forest was dangerous and she dared not venture deeper, having to give up. However, she was not disheartened. After all, this was expected. Hitting one would be a pleasant surprise, but she needed to retrieve the rocks she had just thrown. She walked a few steps to the spot where the rabbit had been grazing, bent down and fiddled around a bit, only to discover a pleasant surprise. A wooden treasure chest the size of a tissue box. It glimmered with a greenish glow hidden in the center of the grass. Had she not deliberately searched for it, it would have been nearly impossible to spot while passing by. Could this be a coincidence? Or does this treasure chest have some connection to the rabbit? Gu Ning's heart was filled with doubt, but now was not the right time for deep contemplation. She set the question aside for the time being, happily picked up the small treasure chest, stored it in her backpack, and continued to look for her rocks. The rocks shone with a white light, and it didn't take long for her to find them. She hurried back to the path. The path was the safe place, and she kept this in mind at all times. She took out the treasure chest to check the item information. Raw wood treasure chest, green, fair quality, but it cannot yield items exceeding the treasure chest's quality. Can be opened first. She spent 30 seconds inputting the illustrated guide. Progress 15,100. Then Gu Ning directly opened the lid of the treasure chest. As the palm-sized lid flipped open, a bunch of white and green orbs sprang out, scattering on the ground around her. Quite scientifically improbable. Gu Ning picked them all up, checking their information and entering them into the guide. Hemp shoe crafting technique, green, records. The method for crafting hemp shoes can be learned. Pine wood, green, good quality wood, more solid and durable than ordinary wood. Chicken white, 500 g of fresh chicken, risky to eat raw. Hemp rope, white, a rope woven from hemp with numerous uses. Having collected everything, the illustrated guide progress increased by 4, reaching 19,100. Among them there were 3 pine wood, green, 2 chicken white, and 4 hemp rope, white, all stored in the guide. As for the hemp shoe crafting technique, green, she directly chose to learn it, requiring 3 units of hemp and taking 1 minute. This time the materials were sufficient. However, after opening the crafting interface, the crafting button was still gray. Having played several farming games, Gu Ning couldn't help but have a guess. Perhaps crafting with bare hands was not possible. She might need a tool like a workbench to craft. But now she had no relevant information, so she could only keep this in mind and observe slowly. After dealing with the items from the treasure chest, she noticed that the open raw wood treasure chest did not disappear like the original gift box, still emitting a faint glow. Upon checking the information again, it changed to raw wood storage box. Green, contains 10 slots, each capable of storing 99 identical items. With it, it was equivalent to doubling the slots in her backpack. Had she obtained it at the beginning, she would have been very delighted, but now she already had the illustrated guide, which served as an almost unlimited warehouse, making this storage box seem a bit redundant. However, being able to increase the illustrated guide progress by 1, reaching 20,100, was still quite good. Gu Ning experimented. The storage box could be placed in the backpack regardless of whether it contained items, but it would occupy 1 backpack slot. Furthermore, the slots of the storage box and the backpack wouldn't stack together. To retrieve items from the storage box, she had to take the storage box out. After storing the storage box in the illustrated guide, she noticed it was already 1120. Gu Ning took a few sips of water and set off again. At 1132, her hemp suit durability was at 22, and she had traveled 8 kilometers. She discovered a pine tree white again. However, her simple stone axe had only 4 durability left. Previously, each tree she cut down consumed over 10 durability, so it was certainly impossible to completely fell a tree. After some hesitation, she decided to preserve the axe's durability. Previously, when cutting down the pine trees, only knocking the tree down would yield materials scattered on the ground. Cutting halfway would likely yield nothing. It was better to keep the axe intact and eventually gather enough to cut down another tree. Just as Gu Ning was about to painfully give up on this pine tree, she suddenly thought that her illustrated guide could directly store even the creek's water, so could she also directly store this pine tree. The reason she hadn't thought of this before was that subconsciously she felt trees and stones were directly connected to the ground, instinctively thinking they weren't independent entities, and thus couldn't be stored while creek water being fluid could be stored. But perhaps it was actually possible. As soon as this thought emerged, she was immediately intrigued and called forth the illustrated guide to try. The result left her very disappointed. It was not possible. In fact, it made sense that the first time she gathered hemp she had attempted to dig it up by the roots, but was unsuccessful. Like hemp, the area near the base of the pine tree was not a collectible resource. If it could be stored under such conditions, it would deviate too much from the root. There was no choice but to give up on this pine tree resource. Gunning glanced at it reluctantly and walked away with a heavy heart. At 1146, she discovered a stone mine white. The simple stone pickaxe still had 10 durability. If luck was on her side, she could finish gathering, but if luck was against her, it would be quite awkward. Gunning considered comprehensively and felt the likelihood of successful gathering was still quite high. There were two reasons. First, she had several gathering experiences, and being careful, she wouldn't perform worse than the first time. Second, this stone mine was not large, similar in size to the smaller of the two she discovered last time. She clearly remembered that the larger one took 11 hits, and the smaller one took 9. As long as she performed as well as last time, there would be no problem. She wrapped the handle of the simple stone pickaxe with her cotton pajamas, stood in a suitable position, and swung the pickaxe. Clang clang. Each strike aimed to hit roughly the same spot. The 7th strike. The 8th strike. The entire stone mine was already riddled with cracks. Gunning smiled. Based on her previous experiences, one more hit would suffice. Clang, crack, she successfully gathered. The simple stone pickaxe had only 1 durability left, but it might still be useful. Gunning put it back in her backpack and picked up the materials on the ground. She had collected 4 stones white and 5 rocks white in total. Continuing on at 1205, her hemp suit durability was at 21, and she had traveled 9 kilometers. She discovered a raspberry bush white. This bush was even larger than the last one, yielding 82 raspberries white after gathering. It was already noon, and the sunlight was becoming stronger. She was walking at a slow pace, but she had started to sweat. Earlier she felt it was spring, but now it already seemed like summer. Not knowing how far away the campsite was, Gunning dared not stop. Generally, the hottest time in summer is between 2 and 3 p.m. She planned to keep going until 2 p.m. to rest and eat, avoiding the hottest part of the day, and then set off again at 3 p.m. At 1218, she discovered another stone mine white, but this time she would not hesitate and directly gave up. At 1231, after setting off around 610 and walking intermittently for over 6 hours, Gunning finally saw the shadow of the camp. From a distance it appeared there was a clearly defined open space. As she approached, the specific appearance came into view. It was a small patch of land devoid of any weeds, about 30 square meters, located to the right of the road connected to it. In the center there was a circle of stones forming a campfire with several buildings arranged in a fan shape around it. These included a rudimentary notice board, a wooden box the size of a bedside table, a stump stool, and a very simple rectangular table. This must be the campsite. As Gunning entered, the system prompt appeared again. Congratulations, survivor, you have arrived at the campsite. Task: arrival at the campsite completed. Rewards can be claimed. Current campsite is a beginner's campsite, free to stay. Other rules can be explored. Free stay at the beginner's campsite. In other words, staying at other campsites might require payment. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Gunning shook her head and began to investigate the functions of each building one by one. Campsite: campfire white. Once lit, it can provide light and warmth and ward off unknown creatures that come with the night. Campsite warehouse white, universal for all campsites with 20 slots of space. Each slot has a stacking limit of 99. Simple stump stool white. It is unclear who left behind this tree stump after cutting it down, but sitting on it can slightly accelerate the recovery of stamina. Simple workbench white, the most basic workbench capable of crafting only simple items. Beginner's exchange column. A surprise welfare for survivors will disappear after the beginner period ends. Gunning recorded the information while checking, and soon the progress of her encyclopedia increased by 5, reaching 25,100. She then sat on the stump stool, contemplating the implications behind this information. The campfire prompt indicated that it could ward off unknown creatures at night, meaning the campsite was not absolutely safe. Earlier she had wondered why the announcement stated that under normal circumstances the roads and campsites were safe. What exactly is a normal situation, and what is an abnormal situation? It was clear that the announcement and the campfire prompt had no issues. If even these were problematic, then this survival road could not be called a survival road, but a road to death. Thus one can draw the following conclusion. At the campsite, lighting the campfire at night is a normal situation, and the campsite should be safe then. If the campfire is not lit, it is probably an abnormal situation, and the campsite becomes unsafe. By analogy, on the road, daytime is a normal situation and safe, while nighttime becomes an abnormal situation and unsafe. This also aligns with the implicit information in the announcement that suggests one needs to spend the night at the campsite. However, the campsite needs fuel to ensure safety. Gunning tried using branches and pine wood. 1 branch white can burn for 1 hour. Would you like to add it? 1 pine wood white can burn for 2 hours. Would you like to add it? 1 pine wood green can burn for 4 hours. Would you like to add it? No. It wasn't dark yet, so adding fuel at this moment would undoubtedly be a waste. Gu Ning calculated briefly. Night is from 2000 to 600, a total of 10 hours. Thus, she would need 10 branches white or 5 pine woods white to ensure safety for the entire night. The green quality pine wood is rare, so she wouldn't use it as fuel. She currently had a total of 11 pine woods white and 14 branches white, which was sufficient, but she couldn't afford to stockpile materials for other. Staying at this campsite is indeed quite costly. However, if her speculation was correct, staying on the road at night would be quite dangerous. Compared to the materials spent, her life is still more important. It's better to spend what needs to be spent. Having made her decision, she continued to study the other facility. The campsite warehouse has 20 slots with a stacking limit of 99, and most importantly, it is universal for all campsites. This means that items that cannot fit in her backpack and are not needed immediately can be stored in the campsite warehouse to be retrieved at the next campsite, preventing them from filling her backpack and hindering resource collection. For those with insufficient backpack slots, this is a very useful facility. But for Gu Ning, it makes little difference. The stump stool provides a slight recovery effect on stamina. This effect is somewhat similar to the cotton pajamas she brought, but how significant the effect is remains unknown. After all, she does not feel anything while sitting. The simple workbench is that rudimentary rectangular table. It appears to be made entirely of wood, and the crafting techniques she has learned can be produced using the workbench. It can be considered quite important. Currently, the hemp shoes have been unlocked, and she can now craft them at the workbench. The last one is the exchange column, which is said to be a beginner's benefit and will disappear after the beginner period. Resources can be exchanged for crafting techniques, and there are currently 3 techniques available for exchange. Simple slingshot crafting technique green requires 10 stones. Simple stone axe crafting technique green requires 10 wood. Hemp fabric crafting technique green requires 10 hemp. Each one is very useful, and she wants them all. However, the resources required for the exchange are also considerable. Gu Ning did not make an immediate decision. She left the exchange column and sat down on the tree stump facing the warm sunlight, and opened the survival panel to claim the task reward for arriving at the campsite. Simple grass hut crafting technique records the method for crafting a simple grass hut available for learning. She decided to catalog it in the encyclopedia first before learning. Progress 1, reaching 26,100. You have learned the crafting technique for simple grass hut green. Clicking into the crafting interface, it shows that creating a simple grass hut requires 8 wood, 10 hemp, 3 hemp rope, taking 1 minute. Very well, another major consumer of materials. She closed the crafting interface and clicked into the chat channel. Survivor Zone 9, current time 1239. Campsite channel joinable. Regional channel not opened. Sure enough, as she had thought, the campsite channel could only be opened at the campsite. Gu Ning excitedly clicked into the campsite channel. A chat interface similar to online games popped up and messages flew by, quickly barely read. The upper right corner displayed the current number of people at the campsite, 4,688. At the bottom, there was an input box. She tried clicking it, and a prompt popped up: you can speak for free once every 30 seconds in the current channel. Would you like to set a nickname? Of course, who surfs the internet without a pseudonym? Setting her nickname to Under the Lemon Tree, Gu Ning tried to check the messages. Fortunately, just like in many games, clicking on any message would automatically pause the scrolling, allowing her to read them one by one at a leisurely pace. Going crazy. Besides the buns and water from the gift pack, I haven't found any other food along the way. Is everyone the same? Yang Pengfei. I'm Yang Pengfei from Jiang Province, Shiping City, Rangan District. Huangli, are you there? Don't want to be a beast of burden. I have been working overtime every day and finally bought a house. Why am I dragged into this broken game? Meow meow meow. Does anyone have a container to hold water? I found a small stream on the way, but without tools, all the water was wasted. Others have found streams too. It seems that water resources may not be scarce. If it weren't for the encyclopedia, she might have been one of those. Feeling relieved, she continued to scroll down. September. Are we really unable to leave? My mom is still waiting for me to come home. Don't underestimate the young. I successfully awakened my talent. Luyue, wait for me. I will make you regret it. Want to go home? What a terrible place. I'm exhausted from walking and haven't seen any resources. They say there are resources by the roadside, but there are none. Golden-haired Lion King, 1 pine, wood for 4 hemp. Honest trade. Add me if interested. Can trade. Upon seeing this message, Gu Ning hurriedly clicked on the nickname of a random person. Sure enough, options for private chat, adding friends, initiating a trade, and blocking appeared. She should have guessed it earlier. Gu Ning's spirits lifted. Now this is good. With so much water, how could she not trade for enough materials? First, she needed to assess the gaps before deciding what to exchange. The 3 types of manufacturing processes are definitely going to be exchanged, requiring 10 stones, 10 pieces of wood, and 10 fibers. To manufacture 1 simple grass shed, it requires 8 pieces of wood, 10 fibers, and 3 pieces of rope. The fuel for the campfire at night is tentatively set at 10 branches. In total, 10 stones, 18 pieces of wood, 20 fibers, 3 pieces of rope, and 10 branches are needed. She currently has 14 stones, 11 pieces of wood, 36 fibers, 2 pieces of rope, and 14 branches. She is short 7 pieces of wood and 1 piece of rope. The other materials are sufficient. After calculating, she realized she had quite a few materials collected. Guning thought for a moment and decided not to rush into trading. She would first exchange for the manufacturing processes to see what materials were needed. She approached the novice exchange area and selected to exchange. To her surprise, the materials stored in the universal catalog could not be directly deducted. They had to be transferred from the catalog to the backpack. Then she tried again with the materials in the camp warehouse, and this time it worked too. Does this mean that the universal catalog and the backpack in the survival panel have some differences? Guning pondered. Hiding these speculations in her heart, she continued with her unfinished operations. First, she recorded the 3 exchanged manufacturing processes in the catalog, increasing her progress by 3 to 29,100, and then learned them all. You have learned the fabric manufacturing process. You have learned the simple slingshot manufacturing process. You have learned the simple stone axe manufacturing process. Checking the manufacturing requirements, the fabric requires 3 fibers and takes 5 seconds to produce. The simple slingshot requires 3 branches and 1 piece of rope, taking 1 minute to manufacture. The simple stone axe requires 3 branches and 1 stone, also taking 1 minute. Currently, the manufacturing buttons for fabric, simple slingshot, and simple stone axe are all lit up ready for production. The finished products would sell better and also add progress to the catalog. She arrived at the simple workbench and began to manufacture one by one. First up was the fabric. After clicking manufacture, a miniature shadow of fabric appeared above the workbench and began to materialize at an astonishing speed. After 5 seconds, it was fully formed. Manufacturing complete. Guning reached out to pick it up. It wasn't heavy. When unfolded, it measured about 50 centimeters by 1 m, with a flaxen color, feeling slightly rough like the fabric clothes she was wearing. Fabric white, a cloth made of fibers, average quality, rough texture. Recorded catalog progress 1A, reaching 30,100. With the fabric ready, adding 1 piece of rope would allow her to make a fabric backpack. After spending 1 minute, the fabric backpack was successfully manufactured. Fabric backpack white contains 0.5 cubic meters of space, can reduce internal weight by 50. Durability 30. Recorded catalog progress 1A, reaching 31,100. Continuing to manufacture the simple slingshot. While waiting, Guning curiously checked the fabric backpack. It looked like a small, ethnic-style backpack about the size of a 10-inch tablet, with shoulder straps made of rope and a drawstring opening that only extended to the length of her palm at maximum. However, reaching inside, she could feel that the space inside was quite ample. This fabric backpack and the slots in the system backpack are 2 different types of storage spaces. If utilized properly, it could hold a lot of things. If she didn't have the universal catalog, it would be greatly needed. She could include manufacturing complete. The slingshot is ready. Guning reached out to pick it up. It was slightly larger than her palm, is shaped with a piece of rope tied in the middle, rudimentary, like the toys she made as a child. Simple slingshot white has some attack power, but not much. It's good enough to hit rabbits and wild chickens. Durability 30. Recorded catalog progress 1A, reaching 32,100. It doesn't provide ammunition, so is the crushed stone used in the slingshot. She took out a piece of crushed stone, pinched it, and placed it in the middle of the rope, pulling it back. A virtual circle suddenly appeared on the ground, not far away. Is this for assisting in aiming? Guning tentatively adjusted the position of the stone and found that it was indeed, but it was only a rough range, not particularly precise. Having this is already quite good, as she immediately felt much more relaxed. Next time she sees a rabbit, she can try it out for specific effects. Having made everything she could, it was time to find someone to trade with. She opened the camp chat, noticing the number of people in the upper right corner had changed to 6,211. Guning first browsed through the chat messages to check the current trading market. After a brief look, she felt that aside from a few higher prices, most seemed reasonable, with no one demanding exorbitant prices for minimal goods. It's only the first day. Everyone is in need of resources. Even if someone wanted to act like that, it depends on whether others have that many items. Wait, she saw a rather unsettling message. By Jahe, why is there a limit on the number of trades? Only 10 times. What can that accomplish? There's a limit on the number of trades. Is this for real? Guning was reluctant to believe it. This greatly affected her plans. However, before she could confirm with the person who sent the message, the refreshing messages below provided her with an answer. Give me a cup of pearl milk. Tea 10 times isn't too few. It's only the first day. How much can we trade? Call Dad quickly. Just trade more items at once. 10 times is enough. 10 stones can be exchanged for wood at a 1:1 ratio. It seems this message is likely true. With a limit of 10 times to maximize her benefits, she couldn't be careless with each trade. She needed to seriously consider what she needed the most right. First, she needed materials: wood, branches, and rope to manufacture tools and simple grass sheds. Second, other tools she didn't possess, like a simple stone pickaxe for mining. Third, items not recorded in the catalog. The level 1 storage function of the catalog is quite practical. If all goes well, upgrading to a level 2 catalog will unlock new functions. Regardless of what the new abilities are, upgrading early is certainly better. Fourth, manufacturing processes. Since there's a daily limit on trades, it's best for survivors to be self-sufficient. The more comprehensive the items they can manufacture themselves, the better. In fact, after all is said and done, the manufacturing processes should be the top priority for trading. A continuous production line and disposable items, it's clear how to choose. The problem is, if she could think of it, others are not foolish either. Gu Ning never overestimated her intelligence. For her, unless it was a manufacturing process she had already learned, her first choice would definitely be to learn it herself. Unless it was a desperate situation or an item of equal value, she would not trade. It's only the first day, and everyone has starter packs and novice exchange areas. It's still a resource-rich novice phase, so desperation is unlikely. Then it could only be valuable items for trading. Currently, water and storage boxes green can be considered relatively valuable, but whether she can trade for manufacturing processes is a matter of luck. She could give it a try, but should prioritize trading for essential items. After determining her trading priorities, she calculated her tradable items, and then opened the camp chat channel to edit and send her message. Under the lemon tree, selling water, clean and drinkable spring water containers required. Priority for trade is given to manufacturing tools and materials, and limited trading opportunities are available. As expected, there were requests for alms, some trying to take advantage without offering anything in return, and others bringing a single material. 3 pieces of pine wood and 2 branches for 500 milliliters of water. The amount is too small, and it would waste a trading opportunity, so she skipped it. After reviewing several messages, she finally found one worth trading. 9 pieces of wood, 3 hemp ropes, 5 rubble for 2 liters of water. I can craft a simple stone pickaxe, a wooden bucket, and a hemp shirt. Let's add each other as friends for future material exchanges. After all, if she could find water, so could others. If someone has a container, anyone could collect large amounts. The person messaging was named Xiao Lu Banbai. Without hesitation, she clicked to add as a friend, and the request was immediately accepted. Under the lemon tree, I can trade water, but I don't have a 2-liter container. I need you to provide one. A delicate girl in a full hemp outfit. It was Xiao Lu Banbai sitting on a stump. Upon seeing the message from across, she felt a hint of confusion. No container. How did the other party collect the water? But this isn't the main point. Getting the water is more important. She was an arts student majoring in dance with good stamina. When she reached the campsite, there were less than 1,000 people, and she found plenty of resources, even opening a white treasure chest. However, she had not found any water resources. She usually drank a lot, and the 3 bottles from the gift pack wouldn't last long. She definitely needed to trade for water. After a moment of hesitation, she chose another option. Xiao Lu Banbai gifted you a wooden bucket. Why would you like to accept it? Gu Ning was surprised. It turned out that after adding friends, one could gift items. Isn't this just a disguised trade? But it requires trust, so caution is necessary. As for Xiao Lu Banbai, whether she trusted people too easily or for another reason, she sent over the item without hesitation. Clearly, she wasn't afraid of being scammed. After observing for a bit, if she was truly reliable, they could collaborate with confidence in the future, saving trading opportunities. She chose to accept the bucket, and a small wooden bucket with a handle appeared before her. Wooden bucket, white capacity, 5L, ordinary quality, but very sturdy. It generally won't break. She quickly opened her catalog and received progress 1, now at 33,100 after retrieving 4 portions of spring water equaling exactly 2 liters. As for whether she could record the bucket filled with spring water again for another progress 1, that seemed impossible. Under the lemon tree, the water is ready. Let's trade together soon. Do you need a hemp backpack? It has 0.5 cubic meters of space. You give me materials, and I can help you process them, and then you can help me make 2 simple stone pickaxes. Xiao Lu Banbai, what materials do you need? Let me see if I have them. Under the lemon tree, 3 hemp, 1 hemp rope. Xiao Lu Banbai, I don't have any hemp left, but I have 1 green quality hemp rope. Can we trade this for the backpack? A green quality hemp rope. Although she wasn't sure how much the difference was compared to white quality, the potential to increase her catalog's progress was enough. Under the lemon tree, yes, what materials do you need to make the stone pickaxe? Do you have enough? Xiao Lu Banbai, to make 1 simple stone pickaxe you need 3 branches and 1 stone. I currently have 2, both fully durable, ready for me. Under the lemon tree, great, I will initiate the trade. The trade quickly completed, and at that moment Gu Ning received a notification. Current version campsite trades have no service fee, limited to 10 trades per person per day. Hemp rope, green, better quality than ordinary hemp rope, with a chance to produce items of the same quality. With the materials in hand, she first recorded the green quality hemp rope in her catalog, progress 1, now at 34. She then returned to the simple workbench with enough materials to craft a simple thatch shed, and she intended to make it immediately. She had sat under the direct sun for nearly an hour, feeling overheated. 1 minute later, after spending 8 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of hemp, and 3 hemp ropes, the simple thatch shed was completed. She reached out to pick up this mini structure and received 2 notifications: add to backpack and place immediately. It seemed that large buildings wouldn't revert to their normal size like the simple slingshot once acquired. A thoughtful design, otherwise one could accidentally get trapped underneath. Gu Ning first checked the item information and recorded it in her catalog progress 1, now at 35,100. Simple thatched, shed white, a temporary resting place that can block wind, rain, snow, and sun, but with average effectiveness. Durability 100. She then chose to place it immediately, and a virtual, translucent model appeared on the empty ground. After surveying the area, Gu Ning decided to place it next to the stump, rotating it to have the wall on the outside before confirming the placement. Without much noise, the simple thatch shed transformed into its normal size and settled there. Though it was called a thatch shed, the overall structure was wooden, resembling a rain shelter built against a wall in the countryside. The top had a wooden slope, not high, requiring one to bend slightly to enter. It was surrounded by wooden walls with 3 sides about 2 meters long on the long side and around 1 meter short. Under the lemon tree, 5L is too much, and the straw hat is not something I urgently need right now. Please add some other materials. Gu Ning was not very skilled at bargaining. Even a little more material would help. Sure enough, the other side added 2 pieces of hemp and 2 pieces of rubble. After confirming the agreement, she sent a list of things she could craft to see if she could make a larger trade. Not liking cilantro, he also had his eyes on the hemp backpack. However, the manufacturing techniques he possessed included a simple stone axe, a simple stone pick, and a hemp shirt. None of these were what Gu Ning urgently needed. So they agreed to exchange the raw materials plus 2 pieces of hemp. To craft 1 hemp backpack, 3 pieces of hemp and 1 piece of hemp rope were needed. She had plenty of hemp, but only 1 green rope, which could. After discussing, the two added each other as friends and sent the hemp rope and water container through gifting. It was still that familiar wooden bucket. Gu Ning felt a bit disappointed, thinking she could get another entry in her collection for free. After filling the water and crafting the hemp backpack, the trade was quickly completed. Once the items were in hand, she immediately took them out to inspect. Crafting technique: straw hat green records. The method of making a straw hat can be successfully recorded. Collection progress 136,100. Learning process requirements for crafting 3 pieces of hemp. Time, cost 1. She currently had 13 pieces of hemp, enough to craft 1 for herself to wear and also to progress her collection. She stood up and approached the workbench to start crafting. Straw hat white features a wide brim, generally used to block the sun and prevent sunburn. Durability 30. Collection progress 137,000. After putting away the straw hat and settling back into the grass shed, Gu Ning checked the few private messages left, finding no significance. The current time was 1355. It was a good time for a nap. She drank some water, laid down on the grass mat, closed her eyes, and soon, when she woke up, it was already 1442. Gu Ning felt she hadn't slept enough, but her empty stomach would not allow it. After so much fatigue, she had eaten a bun halfway, so it was strange not to feel hungry. Gu Ning counted her food: 2 buns white, 137 raspberries white, 2 portions of chicken white, and 184 servings of stream water white. Aside from having enough water to drink, the other food would be gone in a day if consumed freely. If she saved some, it could last. She took out a pine wood block to use as a small table, placed a bottle of water on it, and took out a bun with 10 raspberries, which would be her meal. Before eating, Gu Ning skillfully opened the survival panel's chat channel. Without a phone to scroll through, she used this as a substitute. She stuffed a raspberry into her mouth. The sweet and sour taste, accompanied by the unique fragrance of raspberries, was simply delicious. In reality, Gu Ning rarely ate raspberries. She preferred fruits with more flesh that she could bite into, like peaches and watermelons. Fruits like sugar, tangerines, blueberries, and raspberries felt too small, lacking in satisfaction. But given the current situation, having something to eat was already great. The bun paired with raspberries was much tastier than just having the bun dry. In less than 5 minutes, it was all gone. After downing half a bottle of water, her stomach finally stopped signaling hunger. Next, it was time to head back. Yes, Gu Ning did not intend to stay at the camp for the entire afternoon. She wanted to return to gather resources she had previously discovered but missed due to lack of tools. The survival announcements she had read several times did not mention anything about not being able to go back. It was still not yet 1500, with 5 hours remaining until 2000. She remembered that when she discovered that pine tree, the distance was 8 kilometers, and upon reaching the camp, it was 10 kilometers. This means the round-trip distance was 4 kilometers. With 5 hours to cover 4 kilometers, it was more than enough with a high margin for error. While brushing through the chat channel earlier, Gu Ning also saw the same thoughts. There were not only those returning, but also those preparing to walk forward a bit before coming back. As for those who continued forward directly to the second camp, she guessed there were some. With so many people, there would surely be those with strong stamina. If the distance between camps was fixed or not much different, then not to mention the second camp, those skilled in this could even reach the third or fourth. One could only say that in the face of survival, those with a strong survival instinct could accomplish anything. She was no different. Before setting off, Gu Ning went to the simple workbench and crafted a simple stone axe by consuming 3 branches and 1 stone. After crafting, only 2 branches were left. It was likely because branches could be used to make gathering tools, and after trading twice, she hadn't managed to acquire any. After putting away the simple stone axe and donning the straw hat, Gu Ning followed the method she saw in the chat channel, finding a few large leaves to pad inside her hemp shoes before leaving the camp. She had already traversed this path once. She planned to walk a bit faster to find that pine tree and then slowly make her way back. Perhaps she could discover some previously overlooked resources. I must say the person who suggested padding with leaves was quite talented. It was much more comfortable than walking barefoot in hemp shoes. After walking for about 10 minutes, a stone mine appeared before her, which was larger than what she had discovered before. The initial simple stone pick had only 1 durability left, as she was just about to use it up to see what would happen when it reached 0. With one swing, the entire pick shattered into pieces, leaving only a small segment of the handle in her hand. It seems it will break. Gu Ning calmly discarded the handle and took out a brand new simple stone pick, starting to strike. Ding ding dang, after a full 11 strikes, the stone mine finally cracked. After picking everything up, she obtained 7 stone ores white and 9 pieces of rubble white. Continuing on her way at 1548 with clothing durability at 18 and distance at 12 kilometers, a glowing pine tree appeared by the roadside. She had reached her destination. Gu Ning paused on the road to catch her breath and drank some water to moisten her throat. Only then did she take out the simple stone axe with 4 durability and approach to start chopping. The stone axe broke, so she switched to a new one. After consuming 5 points of durability from the new axe, the pine tree fell. She skillfully bent down to collect the materials and then discovered a pleasant surprise. Pine nuts, white, rich in oil with a thin shell and thick meat. Roasting them over a fire makes them even more delicious. First, she recorded it. Collection progress 138,100. The pine nuts were small, about the same size as quality pine nuts. In reality, if not for the glowing sphere surrounding them, they would have been hard to find. In the end, she harvested 24 pine nuts white, 5 pieces of pine wood white, and 10 branches white. Although it amounted to just a small, but having something was better than nothing. Gu Ning did not feel it was too little. After gathering from the pine tree, the known resources were exhausted, and she needed to search slowly for more. She broke off a long branch about the thickness of a finger from the tree, removed the excess parts around it, and used it as a tool to probe ahead, moving forward little by little. She was truly probing. She had to push aside the grass on both sides to see. She still remembered how she had discovered the wooden treasure chest in the center of the grass. Now it was 1557 with 4 hours remaining until 2000. In any case, she had plenty of time and planned to conduct a thorough search. Perhaps she would discover some hidden treasures. About 7 minutes later, she indeed made a new discovery. Beneath a large thicket, 3 light brown eggs were hidden along with a colorful feather, all emitting a faint white glow. There is food. There are new materials. Gu Ning joyfully picked them up to check the information. Wild chicken egg white, an egg laid by a wild chicken. It cannot hatch into a chick and is only suitable for consumption. Wild chicken feather white, a vividly colored feather, the purpose of which is unknown. Collected illustration progress 40,100. 3 wild chicken eggs are enough for a meal. It seems she might have missed quite a few items on her previous journey. After a moment of annoyance, Gu Ning was more careful as she set out again. However, her good luck seemed to have run out. After walking for a full hour, she found nothing. With her mind highly focused for so long, when she bent down again to check a dense patch of grass and found nothing, she couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy when she lifted her head. By reflex, she supported herself with a branch, stood still, and closed her eyes for a moment to recover. This approach was too energy-consuming, as she couldn't maintain it for long. Haste does not yield hot tofu. After all, she had already traversed this path once. There may be overlooked items, but there may also be none, so she decided to maintain a calm mindset and search slowly. Gu Ning continued to search diligently, but she no longer held expectations every time she looked and ended up disappointed. After 20 minutes, she finally saw the green glow once more. Strangely, this time the green glow came from a tree stump covered in mushrooms. Hidden between 2 tall trees and covered by waist-high weeds, it would have been impossible to discover without this thorough searching method. This resource was cleverly concealed, recalling the treasure chest in the center of the thicket and the wild chicken eggs at the bottom. Gu Ning couldn't help but mock inwardly. At the same time, she did not forget to check her surroundings for any danger. She tested the area with a branch, finding no abnormalities. It should be safe. She quickly reached for the tree stump, only to find it heavier than expected. She almost couldn't lift it with one hand. However, she confirmed that the stump was separate and not connected to the large tree, so she directly stored it in her backpack. Back on the path, Gu Ning eagerly opened her backpack to check the item information. Mushroom stump green, simply water it, and you can continuously harvest mushrooms. Each generation takes 24 hours. Durability 100. The moment she saw the description, she was filled with excitement. This is a stable source of food. It's incredibly useful. She hurriedly took the mushroom stump out of her backpack and placed it on the ground. The brown wood, less than 30 centimeters long, was wider at one end and narrower at the other, with 3 palm-sized golden umbrella mushrooms. Gu Ning did not recognize what type of mushroom it was, but it didn't matter. She would know once she harvested it. Chicken oil mushroom green delicious in flavor. Consuming it can slightly improve vision. Is it still of green quality? Eating it can improve vision. She was overjoyed, feeling invigorated and ready to walk another 10 kilometers. However, she must not forget to record it. Illustration progress 2, reaching 42,100. At this moment, Guning noticed that the durability of the mushroom stump had decreased from 100 to 99. She understood apparently harvesting a mushroom consumed a bit of durability. In total, she could harvest it 100 times. That's quite substantial. She organized her things and set off again, feeling uplifted enough to not even notice her fatigue. Before she knew it, another half hour had passed. Until she reached the camp again, she had no other discoveries. With the mushroom stump as a foundation, Guning felt no frustration. She opened the survival panel to check the time 1803. It was dusk. The survival announcement indicated that the mist would appear at dusk. She wasn't sure what the mist would be like, but she had a few guesses. First, a mist in the literal sense, similar to places that are enveloped in fog at dawn. If one were still on the road at this time, they might lose their way and inadvertently wander into the forest. Second, it could be a place akin to a dungeon. If that were the case, the possibilities would be endless. Monsters, challenges, resources, anything could happen. However, no matter which type it was encountering, it would reveal the truth. Guning swiftly approached the grass shed, skillfully opened the chat channel, and began browsing. At this moment, the upper right corner of the camp channel displayed a count of 9,836. Based on her previous estimation, there should be 1,000 people in a district, and most of them had already arrived at the camp. Many were calling for trades. She still had 8 trading opportunities left today, though not using them would be a waste. Adjusting into a comfortable position, Guning began searching for trading partners. Meng Dad changed water 3 hemp for half a bottle of water. No more work, it's dusk. Has anyone seen what the mist looks like? Coffee. Does anyone want fresh flowers? They smell great and are being sold cheap. 2 flowers for 1 wood. Fresh flowers. This was a resource she had never seen before, which could help her progress her illustration. Guning immediately clicked on the nickname Coffee and sent a private message. Under the lemon tree, I traded flowers, need water, hemp, cloth, hemp, backpack, simple slingshot. She tried her best to maximize the utility of each trade. She sent everything she could produce to any trading partner. Upon receiving the message, Coffee was taken aback. She had offered these flowers several times before with no interest, and now someone was actually responding. Unexpectedly, this time someone had taken an interest. After seeing the useful supplies, she felt compelled to cautiously reply. After receiving a positive response from Guning, she wasn't surprised and began communicating with the other party. Unknowingly, the sky grew darker. 1956. After concluding another trade, she paused this activity. Nightfall was imminent according to the rules. To avoid wasting materials, she did not plan to ignite the campfire early. So she needed to time it well, igniting the campfire precisely at 2000. By then, someone in the camp channel had already lit their campfire. It would light up automatically as long as fuel was added. There was no need for kindling or anything like that. 1958-1959. 1 white pine white can burn for 2 hours. Do you want to add it? 2000. Yes. The blazing flames erupted instantly. The dimly lit camp was immediately brightened. Guning, standing nearby, felt the warmth on her face. She sat down on a nearby tree stump, a sense of peace washing over her. At this moment, she began to look around. Everything appeared much the same as before. There was no ominous atmosphere as she had imagined. Was she timely in igniting the fire? Or does the danger of night not erupt immediately, but occur randomly? Guning couldn't tell. However, although she was curious, she wouldn't extinguish the campfire and risk her safety. A total of 9 new items have been added. They include 2 flowers, white 1 tinder leaf, white 1 soil, white 5 rolls of paper, white 1 wooden bowl, white 2 wooden chopsticks, white 1 cotton sock, white 5 blueberries white, and 1 branch green. With these, she now possesses 18 hemp, 11 pine, with 20 branches, 20 stones, 56 gravel, 5 hemp ropes, 3 hemp cloths, 2 flowers, 1 tinder leaf, 1 wild chicken feather, 1 soil, and 1 plastic bottle of white quality materials. The white quality food includes 1 steamed bun, 5 bottles of water, 24 pine, nuts, 5 blueberries, 127 raspberries, 165 creek water, 2 pieces of chicken, and 3 wild chicken eggs. There is only 1 type of green quality food, which is 3 chicken fat mushrooms. The green quality materials consist of 2 hemp, 3 pine, wood, 1 branch, and 1 hemp rope. The white seeds include 3 hemp seeds and 2 pine seeds. The white quality tools and equipment consist of 1 hemp cloth top, 1 hemp cloth pants, 1 hemp grass shoes, 1 straw hat, 1 cotton sock, 3 simple stone axes, 3 simple stone picks, 2 simple slingshots, 1 hemp cloth backpack, 1 wooden bucket, 1 wooden bowl, 2 wooden chopsticks, and 5 rolls of paper. The green quality props include 1 mushroom tree stump and 1 log storage box. Overall, she has gathered quite a lot. After thinking for a moment, she took out a piece of chicken. Raw meat cannot be eaten directly, so she prepared to try roasting it over the campfire, so it would be ready to eat if needed on the way. This piece of chicken is a whole chicken breast, quite large. She initially planned to roast it directly, but after some thought she worried that the outside would burn while the inside remained raw. She took out the stone axe using a piece of pine wood as a cutting board. After much effort she cut the meat into strips the width of a finger, wasting half a bottle of water to clean it, before hanging it on the long branch she had used to explore the path, suspending it over the campfire. One can only say that luckily this is chicken breast. The fire was strong, and soon the meat strips began to shrink and harden. Gu-ning had made cold chicken breast before and knew that chicken cooks quickly, but she was afraid the center wouldn't be cooked enough, and she would get diarrhea, so she roasted it a bit longer. After about 7 or 8 minutes, she took down the branch. The outer layer of the chicken strips was already charred, but thankfully, it wasn't burnt to a crisp, and was still edible. She broke one open, and the center had turned white. This is what chicken looks like when it's cooked. Checking the information, it was still the initial description, unchanged by her processing. It was impossible to gain another point of progress in the illustration. While it seems this isn't a loophole, Gu-ning felt disappointed as she placed the cooked chicken strips into her backpack. She stored 15 strips. The remaining broken piece would serve as her dinner for the day. Having traveled back and forth 4 kilometers and conducted a thorough search, the steamed bun she had for lunch had long been digested. At this moment her stomach wasn't growling at all, she was sustaining herself solely with water. Chicken with no seasoning can't be called tasty. However, perhaps due to the better quality of the ingredients, it tasted slightly better than expected with a faint fishy smell that was hardly noticeable. While eating, Gu-ning opened the chat channel to accompany her meal. Collecting cigarettes. Contact me if you have any high price paid selling water. 100 milliliters water for 5 materials, quite cheap. Exchanging 2 green quality hemp for water, minimum 1000 milliliters. I want clean drinkable water. Those causing trouble and wasting time will be directly blacklisted. She had 2 green hemp herself, and with 1 more she could try making hemp grass shoes. With 3 pieces of green quality, there is a high probability that what she produces will also be green quality, which may have special effects. If they are more comfortable to wear, that would be even better. Anyway, she had plenty of water, enough to use. She sent a private message, and it seemed that there were others negotiating as well, with the other party responding rather impatient. Give me an AK. I've said at least 1000 milliliters of water. If you can't provide it, don't waste my time under the lemon tree, okay? But you need to provide your own container. Add me as a friend and send the container over. Give me an AK. You really have it right. You're not just trying to trick me for a container under the lemon tree. How much is a container worth? If you have 2 empty plastic bottles, a direct trade is also fine. Under the lemon tree, you need a hemp cloth backpack. Dispelled the other party's doubts, Gu-ning skillfully sent over her crafting list to earn some processing fees. To her surprise, Give Me an AK had quite a lot of materials. In the end, she exchanged 5 L of water, 2 hemp cloth backpacks, and 3 simple slingshots for 2 green hemp, 20 pine, wood, 18 branches, 10 stones, 4 gravel, 6 hemp, and 6 hemp ropes. The quantity of this transaction matched several previous ones. After the exchange, Gu-ning couldn't help but ask her curiosity. Under the lemon tree, have you reached the second camp? So many materials. Give me an AK. Haha, yes, I'll quietly tell you there are surprises at the second camp. You'll know when you get there. Surprise. Why does it feel more like a trap? She pondered for a moment and decided to ask. Surprise. Why does it feel more like a trap? Give me an AK. That would be great. Actually, it's nothing. Starting from the second camp, staying overnight will cost you. Just give me 3 random materials. Indeed, it wasn't a surprise, but it was a trap. When she first arrived at the camp, the notice stated it was free, and she had been wondering if there would be charges later. However, she didn't expect they'd start charging from the second camp without even finishing the rookie period. 3 random materials, just give whatever you have. That was still acceptable. If they stipulated specific materials, that would truly be a hassle. After thanking, Gu-ning immediately went to the simple workbench. She took out 3 green hemp, selected hemp grass shoes, and began crafting. 1 minute later, a pair of grass shoes emitting a green glow was successfully crafted. Hemp grass shoes, green, good quality, comfortable, breathable, can slightly increase walking speed. Durability 100. The first thing was still to record it in the illustration. Progress 1, a reaching 52,100. Then she took off her shoes with durability 16 and replaced them with these green quality ones. They were lightweight and comfortable. It felt just like wearing slippers at home, not rough or abrasive at all. These green quality shoes were indeed different. Even though she hadn't experienced the effect of increased walking speed, yet Gu-ning felt it was worth it. If her hemp cloth clothes were also changed to green quality, she couldn't imagine how comfortable that would be. She made up her mind that tomorrow, in addition to exchanging for new items, she would also seek green quality materials. Ordinary materials would not be exchanged unless they were necessary for her use. 2042. It was getting late, and having used up her trading opportunities, there was no need to keep refreshing the chat channel. Gu-ning decided to. She added 4 pieces of pine wood to the campfire, which along with the previous piece would burn until 6:00 tomorrow. Nestling into the grass shed, she piled up 4 pieces of pine wood to block the side without walls. She was restless in her sleep, loving to roll around. This sleeping place was too narrow, and next to her was the campfire. Having something to shield her felt relatively safe. The cotton pajamas green had special effects that could improve body recovery efficiency, so she had to change into them. Having 5 pieces of hemp cloth, she laid 2 on the grass mat as a sheet. Then she folded 2 more to serve as pillows and covered her stomach. After some tidying up, Guning finally had everything set up. Closing her eyes, she could feel the breeze and hear the sound of the flames crackling mixed with the calls of unknown insects and birds. Fortunately, bugs couldn't enter the camp, otherwise she definitely wouldn't be able to peacefully sleep with the sound of insects as background noise. Just before falling into a deep sleep, this thought flashed through her mind. The next day, 547. Guning's first action upon waking was to check the time. As expected, it was just before 6:00. She had always been like this. As long as she told herself the night before that she must set out at 6:00, she would wake up early the next day unbothered by the absence of an alarm clock. The campfire was still burning, its flames as stable as they had been the night before. Guning put away the pine wood and burlap, changed into her burlap clothes, and checked her cotton pajamas, noticing that their durability had dropped to 38, losing 2 durability overnight. She couldn't figure out how this was calculated, so she just decided to remember it. The special effect of this green quality item was truly remarkable. Despite having walked so much yesterday, she woke up today without any significant soreness in her back or legs, nor did she feel particularly heavy. There was only a slight discomfort. She hoped to find a replacement before her pajamas were completely worn out. Looking at the simple grass hut, she noticed its durability had also dropped by 1 point, now at 99. If nothing unexpected happened, it could still be used for a long time, so Guning packed it away. Next, it was time for breakfast. Having only eaten a bit of chicken last night, her stomach was growling now. This meal could not be skipped. She took out her last steamed bun, half a bottle of water, 15 raspberries, and 2 cooked chicken strips, consuming them. When hungry, anything tastes delicious. 10 minutes later, everything was eaten clean. She felt comfortable. Guning clapped her hands and glanced at the time again, 6:02. The personal information interface showed no changes. The task interface had a new task. Explore the mist. Incomplete task description. Enter the mist at dusk today and come out alive. Reward, physical enhancement potion 1. The mist to come out alive. The danger level was evidently not low, but the task reward was a physical enhancement potion, clearly a good item. She had to make a bold move. Closing the survival panel, Guning conducted a final check of the camp. The campfire had automatically extinguished. Everything was tidied up. Picking up the long branch from yesterday, she set off. After walking a few hundred meters, she felt the effect of the green straw shoes. It seemed her body had become a bit lighter, and lifting her feet felt quite nimble. The shoes fit her perfectly, making the path seem easier to traverse. Guning vowed that she would definitely collect enough green quality materials before the durability of these shoes ran out. Just like the cotton pajamas, these 2 items provided only a slight enhancement, and she could hardly imagine what effects higher quality items would have. Oh right, tonight she would roast those 3 green quality chicken fat mushrooms to eat. She had originally planned to keep them as food reserves. However, now that she knew the effects of green quality items were so good, it was better to eat and enjoy them early. Her vision improved, making her collection efficiency even. Having made up her mind, Guning stopped overthinking and focused on exploring carefully with the long branch, just like the night before. A few minutes later, she found her first resource of the day, a white quality pine tree. Following the same procedure as yesterday, she observed, then chopped down the tree and finally gathered the materials. She obtained 5 pine wood white and 7 branches white. Continuing onward, at 6:08, Guning spotted the flowers she had exchanged yesterday on the right side of the path. Wildflower cluster, white. Do not pick the wildflowers by the roadside. The collection was recorded in the illustrated guide progress 1, bringing it to 53,100. Not all flowers glowed white, as she collected just 6 flowers with short stems, which varied in color, bright red, light pink, and bright yellow, though they all had the same shape, blooming perfectly with a pleasant fragrance. After storing them in the illustrated guide, she concentrated on searching for the faint but distinct glow. At 6:45, her clothing durability was 15, the durability of her straw shoes green was 99.8, and the distance traveled was 15 kilometers. Hard work pays off. In the center of a patch of weeds, she discovered a white quality log chest. Log chest, white, the most common ordinary chest with only a small chance of yielding green items. This chest looked twice as big as yesterday's green chest, and weighed a bit more. Guning first recorded it in the illustrated guide progress 1, bringing it to 54,100. Then she opened it to find a pile of white light orbs. 2 branches white, 1 burlap white, 2 cotton white, 2 meat buns white, and 1 soy milk white. In total, there were 8 items, including food and drink, which was quite decent. Among them, 3 had not been recorded before. After recording them, progress increased by 3, bringing it to 57,100. After storing the items, she checked the information of the chest and found that it had not transformed into a storage box like the green quality log chest, but instead had an option to decompose. Guning chose to decompose. She then received 2 pine wood boards. Pine wood board white. A board made from processed pine wood can be used to build a house. A house. She was extremely delighted. It turned out that the path of survival also included building houses. She had thought she would have to keep walking like. In an instant, Gu Ning felt she had a clearer goal. Previously her aim was to survive until the end. Now she added a more realistic goal to build her own house. She recorded the pine wood board's progress 1, bringing it to 58,000. With this new goal, she felt more motivated. At 659, she discovered a cluster of hemp grass white collecting 10 fibers white. So, she found a stone mine white with the durability of her simple stone pickaxe consumed by 10 points collecting 6 stones white and 7 gravel. At 733, she found a blueberry bush white recorded at progress 1, bringing it to 59,100. She collected 36 blue. At 804, she had traveled 16 kilometers. Again she discovered a pine tree which was of white quality but had a hint of green glow. Gu Ning cut it down carefully, consuming 12 durability, and obtained 5 pine wood white, 11 branches white, and 1 pine wood green. Compared to yesterday, it seemed there were more resources today. At 827, the rabbit she had seen yesterday finally appeared. She took out her simple slingshot and quietly approached. Feeling the distance was nearly right, she set the gravel in place and pulled back. A virtual targeting circle appeared next to the rabbit, and while it was at a distance, Gu Ning quickly adjusted back and forth. After about 10 seconds, the rabbit stood in the center of the circle. Without hesitation, she let go. Bang, she hit it. At the same time, a red heart appeared above the rabbit's head with a quarter missing. Gu Ning, who often played games, immediately understood. This was the health bar, or rather the life value. She needed to hit it 3 more times. Bang! This time, the rabbit started to run. She noticed that perhaps because it had already lost some health, the rabbit moved slowly despite its running. Wasn't it just a fixed target turning into a moving target? With the assistive targeting circle, it would be fine. Gu Ning tried again, predicting the movement, and released. Hit. Continuing, she aimed and shot. Missed. Again. After 3 attempts, the heart above the rabbit disappeared entirely. It died, dropping several white light orbs. Gu Ning stepped forward to collect them. For rabbit fur white, 2 rabbit meat white, 1 rabbit skin white. Recorded in the illustrated guide progress 3, bringing it to 62,100. After gathering the items dropped by the rabbit, she looked around and found only 2 gravel white. Considering she had hit the rabbit 4 times, Gu Ning reasonably guessed that the gravel used to hit the rabbit could not be recovered. The durability of the simple slingshot was at 24. This meant that hunting a single rabbit had consumed 6 durability and 4 gravel. The expenditure was considerable. Gu Ning currently lacks the crafting techniques related to rabbit fur and rabbit hair. However, from a practical standpoint, these 2 materials can also be used to make clothing and shoes particularly suitable for thick garments to wear in cold weather. If she wants to conserve a bit more, she should practice her aiming skills diligently. Strive to hit the target with every shot. Before leaving, she recalled discovering a green treasure chest in the middle of the grass where the rabbits were eating last time. She searched through the surrounding grass, leaving no patch untouched, not even the one across the road. Unfortunately, she found nothing. It seems that last time was likely just a coincidence. Gu Ning did not linger any longer and continued on her way. 844. Discovered 1 hemp grass white, harvested 12 hemp white and 1 hemp seed white. 857 distance, 17 kilometers. Another rabbit appeared under a tree nibbling on something. She applied her previous experience, only taking 1 empty shot, and then struck the rabbit's head to eliminate it. She harvested 3 rabbit fur white, 2 rabbit meat white, and 2 rabbit skin white. Then she discovered another resource, carrots. What the rabbit was eating was indeed that. Gu Ning was somewhat speechless. She had just said that finding the treasure chest was a coincidence, and now she had found carrots. Was this just to slap her in the face? Nevertheless, it didn't matter. She had already decided that whenever she encountered a rabbit or any other animal, she would thoroughly investigate the surrounding area. It was better to put in a bit more effort than to miss out. There were a total of 3 carrot plants with lush green leaves that were as long as her forearm, and their roots were orange with a bit exposed, while most were buried in the soil, all radiating a white glow. Carrot white, crisp and crunchy, it is the favorite food of rabbits. Recorded progress in the Encyclopedia 1, now at 63,000. Using a simple stone hoe, she scraped away some surrounding soil, grasped it firmly, and successfully pulled out an entire carrot. It was quite large, and she felt that this one would be enough to fill her up. She weighed it in her hand, satisfied, and continued to dig. Soon she gathered all 3 carrots. Gu Ning searched the nearby area, but found no other discoveries. Back on the path, she continued walking. 912. Discovered 1 raspberry bush white, collected 42 raspberries white. 935. Gu Ning gazed at the large tree on the left side of the road, filled with delight. Although it was a bit far away, she was sure. Hanging from it were apples. Most importantly, the entire tree was enveloped in a faint white glow. It was a resource that could be collected. She took a deep breath twice to calm her mind, holding a simple stone axe in one hand and a long branch in the other, observing tapping and cautiously approaching the apple tree. Fortunately, there was no danger. Apple tree white, a tree laden with fruit, sometimes inhabited by bees. Bees. Gu Ning was startled. Bees could sting. She cautiously circled around the thick apple tree and spotted a small beehive among the dense branches on the other side. It really was there. She crouched down, quickly summoned the encyclopedia, retrieved a piece of hemp cloth, and covered her head, before looking up again to observe carefully. After watching for a full 3 minutes, Gu Ning discovered that this beehive had no bees coming in or out. It seemed to be abandoned. However, for safety sake, she decided to test it. She took out the simple stone axe, wrapped her cotton cloth pajamas around it, struck a branch overhead, and immediately stepped back a few meters. Still there was no reaction. It seemed there really were no bees left. Gu Ning no longer probed. She first used the encyclopedia progress 1, now at 64,100. Then she began chopping down the tree. It's not that she didn't want to pick the apples first, it's just that this tree was too tall, and she needed to climb it to reach them. Although she had climbed trees as a child, she lacked any advanced climbing techniques. It was just that the tree had low branches, making it easier to climb. Rather than fussing about for half a day, it was more convenient and quicker to chop the tree down directly. This apple tree was twice as thick as a pine tree, and even though the notches she made were obvious, she wore out 2 simple stone axes. One was nearing the end of its durability, while the other was brand new. The remaining simple stone axe also consumed 2 points of durability before successfully gathering the materials, turning into a field of light orbs. Gu Ning decided that next time she would prepare more tools. Having only 3 of each was a bit too few. After nearly 2 minutes, all the light orbs were collected. In total, she obtained 12 apple with 16 apple branches, 1 apple seed, 71 apples, and 2 honey, all of white quality. Apple wood white, the wood of the apple tree sturdier and more durable than pine. Apple branch white, the branches of the apple tree carrying the scent of apple seed white, requires soil for planting, growth period of 10 days. Apple white crisp and juicy, richly fragrant and nutritious, 600 g. Honey white, a delicious treat, painstakingly brewed by bees, sweet and incredibly tasty, 500 g. Gu Ning was pleasantly surprised to find honey from the abandoned beehive and quickly returned to the path. Standing in a safe spot, she summoned the encyclopedia and began to record each item. Encyclopedia progress 5, now at 69,100. She felt that she was really close to leveling up. A smile spread across Gu Ning's face. Habitually glancing at the time, it was 1003. Collecting from this apple tree took half an hour. Doing the math, it had been 4 hours since she set out in the morning. It was time to take a break. She took out several pieces of apple wood and arranged them into a table and chairs like yesterday, removed her cotton socks and hemp shoes and sat down. The cotton socks were the ones she exchanged for water last night, not worn by anyone else, but obtained from the treasure chest with a durability of 30, which had now dropped. After obtaining the green quality hemp shoes, she had originally planned to save them for later. However, after a day of walking, her feet had developed several blisters. Even though the green quality hemp shoes no longer rubbed her feet, those blisters wouldn't heal immediately. So she decided to put on the cotton socks. When conditions allowed, there was no need to be overly harsh on herself. Enjoy when she could. Gu Ning took out an apple and took a big bite. Crunch. It was her favorite crisp texture. The taste was just right, 8 parts sweet and 2 parts sour, refreshing and rich in flavor. It was even tastier than apples in reality. In less than 10 minutes, she devoured the entire 600 g apple, leaving only a small. Gu Ning tried to see if the core could be stored in her backpack, but there was no item information available. Just as she was about to throw it away, she suddenly thought of the hemp backpack. The hemp backpack was different from the system backpack. It was tangible, could be opened manually, and perhaps it could hold it. She took out the only hemp backpack from the encyclopedia, untied the drawstring, and placed the core inside. There were no obstacles. It was feasible. She also pulled out some weeds from the side, which could likewise be stored inside. Gu Ning realized that this was the difference with the hemp backpack. She continued experimenting, obtaining the expected results. The hemp backpack filled with the apple core and weeds could not be stored in the system backpack, nor in the encyclopedia. Taking them out again was fine. No wonder this hemp backpack had straps. It turned out she really had to carry it herself. She didn't know if this setting was intentional or not, but as long as she continued on, she would find out sooner or later. Without lingering on it too much, Gu Ning discarded the fruit pits and weeds from her burlap backpack and packed it up. She planned to rest for half an hour before setting off. There were still about 10 minutes left. With nothing to do, she opened the survival panel to take a look. Personal information interface: name, Gu Ning, identity, survivor, talent, encyclopedia of all things, skill none, distance 17 kilometers, status normal. She could understand everything else, but this status puzzled her. Whether she was hungry, thirsty, or had injured her foot, it always remained normal. She couldn't make sense of it. Yesterday, someone in the camp channel mentioned that everyone seemed to be the same with no other status. Thinking of today's task, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the status only changes after entering the mist? If that were the case, she would need to pay close attention after entering the mist. She continued to rummage through her backpack, finding nothing of interest. The task interface showed no changes. The chat channel was all in an unopened state. Not wanting to look anymore, Gu Ning closed the survival panel and began to take in the scenery around her. The sky was a deep blue with only a few small white clouds drifting slowly. The sunlight was bright, filtering through the gaps in the leaves to create beams of clear light. The trees were lush and vibrant, their shades of green alive with energy. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of grass and trees, while the chirping of birds and insects was crisp and pleasant. This forest would undoubtedly be a paid tourist attraction in reality. Gu Ning had always loved nature. If there were no pressures of survival, living in such a place leisurely would make her absolutely thrilled. In fact, thinking back, wasn't she also working hard for a living in reality? She was an orphan, reportedly abandoned at the entrance of an orphanage shortly after birth. Before she could remember anything, she was adopted by her foster parents, who were already in their 40s. They had one son, but he died in a car accident before getting married, leaving behind a financial liability. They adopted her to take care of them in their old age. She found out about this in her first year of high school. When her foster father was diagnosed with cancer, she overheard them arguing outside the hospital room about whether to sell the house for treatment, and that's when she learned the truth. Her feelings and thoughts from that time were now quite vague, but she knew there was nothing wrong with them considering their own interests. Later the house was sold, and she began to attend classes while helping to care for her foster father. 2 years later his condition worsened, and he passed away. Her foster mother, devastated by the blow and in poor health, was taken away by her nearly unfamiliar relatives, reportedly back to their rural hometown. Gu Ning learned about this only after finishing her college entrance exams. Before that, she thought the relatives were just there to care for her during her exam prep, so they weren't bad people. To avoid affecting their adopted daughter's exam, they had deliberately concealed it for a while. She had some talent in her studies, although she was somewhat affected, she barely passed the threshold for a prestigious university. Then she applied to a university in a neighboring province, funding her tuition through student loans. Her foster mother's relatives even offered to pay for a year's tuition, which she declined. During university, her grades were good, and she earned some money through tutoring and part-time jobs during the summer and winter breaks, repaying her loans. She even sent money to her foster mother, but was refused, told to come back and show her gratitude after graduation and finding work, studying, tutoring, and looking for part-time work. She graduated quickly. At that time, her foster mother called, asking her to return, saying she had someone to introduce. Gu Ning directly refused. She had no plans to marry, regardless of her foster mother's intentions. She wasn't willing. She would repay her foster mother's kindness, but that didn't mean she had to do something she didn't want to. Then came the job search and internships. Before coming here, she had just completed her internship period, renting a place near the company, having moved in less than 10 days ago. In fact, she earned a decent amount of money and rarely imposed strict limitations on herself, enjoying life when it was time to enjoy. However, with no one to rely on, she couldn't truly relax. This place wasn't much different from reality. It was all about survival and a better life. Although the path of survival was dangerous, it currently seemed more like a selection process rather than a scheme to eliminate everyone. In reality, illnesses, accidents, and unexpected events could happen at any time. No one could guarantee they wouldn't happen to themselves throughout their lives. Moreover, the survival path was even more extraordinary. Who hasn't fantasized about such an extraordinary experience? After all, Gu Ning's favorite games were sandbox-style ones. She loved the process of collecting things bit by bit to build her own home, and then filling it. Now that she could experience it firsthand, even if it was dangerous, she felt a mix of fear and excitement. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted reality so quickly. Gu Ning smiled slightly as she gazed at the azure sky. Let the past remain in the past. If she could return, she would naturally do whatever was necessary. But for now, she needed to shed those psychological burdens and set off lightly. The world is so vast. Do I want to see it? Even if there are life-threatening dangers, living is good, but sometimes it isn't that important. That said, caution was still necessary when it was time to be cautious. After a sufficient rest, Gu Ning prepared to hit the road again. After a day and a half, she had become quite familiar with the glow of resources. Even with careful checks, her speed of progress had increased. 1044 distance, 18 kilometers. The sunlight was intense, so she took out a straw hat and put it on. 1051. She discovered a new resource: vines. Vines, white, often found alongside trees. Sometimes they can be used as ropes. This thing was wrapped around the tree, and there were quite a few of them, but only 4 glowed white, each about the thickness of a thumb, and could only be cut down with an axe. After successful collection, her encyclopedia progress reached 70,100. 1123 distance, 19 kilometers. Discovered 1 stone mine, white, collected 5 stones, white, and 7 gravel. 1139. At the top of a large tree, she discovered a wooden treasure chest, white. After careful observation, Gu Ning found no. Successfully retrieved it after propping it up with pine wood. Upon opening, amidst a pile of white orbs, a distinct green orb appeared. Wow, what luck! She remembered that the item information had mentioned that white quality treasure chests had a very low probability of containing green quality. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary green item, but a leaf recording a manufacturing process. Beef jerky manufacturing process. Green records the method of making beef jerky can be learned. Gu Ning decided to catalog it first, and then study it. Encyclopedia Progress 1, reaching 71,100. Manufacturing requires 2 pieces of meat 1 minute. Logically speaking, it should just require meat. She wondered what flavor the beef jerky made from the manufacturing process would have, as she hoped it would taste better than her own grilled version, or else producing 1 beef jerky from 2 pieces of meat seemed a bit unworthy. Next, she looked at the other orbs: 2 hemp, white, 1 hemp rope, white, 1 soil, white, 1 bottled water, white, 2 salt, white. Salt, white, ordinary sea salt. Its only advantage is that it contains no impurities. 100 g. Salt is an essential resource. Although it may not seem like much, if she eats it herself, it would last for over a month. Dismantling the empty wooden treasure chest, she obtained 2 pieces of pine planks. Very well, her future house has gained a bit more building material. Gu Ning continued on her journey with satisfaction. 1205 distance, 20 kilometers. If the distance between camps is 10 kilometers, then she has already walked 6 kilometers today. At this time yesterday, she was almost at the camp. However, today, she collected resources more carefully, and compared to before, she gained more. After careful calculations, it was all worth it. Moreover, yesterday she returned for the resources she missed, and today she searched more meticulously, so she had no intention of going back. At the base of the bushes, she discovered 2 wild chicken eggs. After taking the wild chicken eggs, she walked a few dozen meters forward and saw a colorful wild chicken pecking at something on the ground. It also made a clucking sound. Gu Ning lightened her footsteps and quietly approached it. In reality, whether it was a wild chicken or a rabbit, with her method of approach, they would have run away long before she got close. But the rules in the survival path are different. The previous rabbit had already proven that getting a little closer wouldn't startle it. Wild chicken, why don't be curious whether it is male or female, it can lay eggs regardless. Requires bow and crossbow tools to collect. Within a distance of less than 10 meters, she successfully recorded it in the Encyclopedia Progress 1, reaching 73,100. With the first step completed, it was time to take action. Gu Ning took out the simple slingshot, and Pebbles aimed adjusted her position according to the virtual reticle and shot. The wild chicken had the same health as the rabbit. She could only deplete a quarter of it with 1 hit. This time she wasted no durability at all, and took down the wild chicken in just 4 shots. She harvested 2 chicken legs white, 1 down white, 1 chicken meat white, and 3 wild chicken feathers white. Chicken leg white, a complete chicken leg with firm meat. 500 g down white, soft down feathers like clouds, very light. She recorded the chicken leg and down in the encyclopedia, gaining another 2 progress, reaching 75,100. For such little meat from an entire wild chicken, although Gu Ning had already accepted reality after her experience with the rabbit, she still felt somewhat unsatisfied at this moment. There was nothing she could do. She merely wasn't fond of rabbit meat, but absolutely loved chicken. Dishes like spicy chicken, honey glazed roasted chicken, braised chicken pieces, yellow braised chicken, roast chicken, fried chicken legs, and smoked chicken racks were all her favorites. Just wait, she would eventually eat these things on the survival path. Gu Ning silently vowed. Based on her previous encounter with the rabbit, she checked her surroundings again and found 2 wild chicken eggs white in the nearby grass. It seemed that this wild chicken liked to lay eggs randomly everywhere. Quite good, she hoped the next wild chicken would lay even more. She made a wish in her heart and happily continued forward. After walking for so long, she had already understood what the small increase in walking speed described by the straw shoes green meant. It wasn't like in games where there was a speed value that simply increased speed. Instead, it made the wearer more agile while walking with a lighter body and steadier footing. It was a comprehensive enhancement. It felt quite magical. Gu Ning was very curious about what the effects of higher level items would be. Perhaps she could even run on walls. In fact, the survival panel and encyclopedia were also quite miraculous. However, perhaps because there was no change in her physical condition, it didn't feel like she had truly gained any superpower, and it was even less impressive than the experience brought to her by the straw shoes green. With anticipation, she began searching again. 1238 distance, 21 kilometers. A uniquely golden ginkgo tree appeared by the roadside, drawing Gu Ning's attention. From yesterday until now, all the trees she had seen were either deep green or light green. This was the first time she had seen a ginkgo tree. From a distance on the road, she didn't see any glow around the tree that represented resources. But was this tree so special really just a random occurrence by the roadside? She felt it was unlikely. After considering for a minute, she made a decision and approached to take a look. Carefully making her way through the grass to the ginkgo tree, after circling around it, Gu Ning made a new discovery. High up in the ginkgo tree, a branch bore a fruit, which radiated a rich purple light. The moment she saw it clearly, her heart began to race. Purple. According to common game settings, in reality, it was 2 levels higher than green. Even if the survival path were different, it would definitely be a rare resource. It must be obtained. However, this fruit was positioned high and she couldn't reach it by hand. She could try the method of using wood to elevate herself that she currently had 32 pieces of pine wood white, 12 pieces of apple wood white, and 3 pieces of pine wood green, totaling 48, each measuring 1 meter long, with a cross-section of 3,030 centimeters. Since the ground was uneven when stacking higher, it needed to be in a pyramid shape for safety and ease of climbing. Gu Ning calculated that she needed to place 13 pieces in the bottom layer. She looked up at the position of the fruit, placing 1 piece of apple wood at the bottom as the center. Then she began to build. After stacking 8 layers, she had not used up all the wood, and based on the height it seemed she could almost reach the fruit if she stood on top. Gu Ning still remembered the snake from before, and did not dare to be careless. While climbing up, she carefully observed the surrounding branches, and nothing was found. This only made her more anxious. But the fruit was within reach, and it was impossible not to take it. She took out her simple stone axe, took a deep breath, and with the fastest speed reached out to pluck the fruit, then quickly ran down from the wooden platform. After coming down, hearing no movement behind her, Gu Ning turned back to look. Great, there were indeed no issues. She swiftly collected all the wood and ran back to the road. She could check her spoils now. Gu Ning took out the purple fruit that she had instantly stored in her backpack and examined it. Puppet manufacturing purple, a rare and precious skill fruit. Consuming it grants the puppet manufacturing skill. And the talent awakening potion purple grade, once consumed it would offer a certain chance to awaken a talent. It was already bound to her, and could not be. If it weren't for her desire to increase the progress in the encyclopedia, Gu Ning would have definitely not hesitated for a second, and would have tossed it straight into her mouth. Opening the encyclopedia, the recording took a full minute, and it still wasn't finished. She thought about the time difference when recording white and green items, and understood that purple items consumed even more time. Although she wanted to eat the skill fruit immediately after the recording was completed, her rationality held her back. Now it was 1302 distance, 21 kilometers. She had walked 14 kilometers yesterday, which meant she had traveled 7 kilometers so far today. She had to explore the mist by dusk, so it was best to rest for a while after reaching the camp to recover her stamina. Clearly she couldn't afford to waste time standing still to reach the camp sooner. Gu Ning suppressed her excitement, and as before searched carefully as she moved forward. 1320. Discovered 1 stone mine white, collected 6 stones and 6 rubble. 1332. After 30 minutes, the puppet manufacturing skill fruit was successfully recorded. Progress 1, reaching 76. Then without a second of hesitation, she directly stuffed the skill fruit into her mouth. Sensing no particular taste or texture, the skill fruit transformed into a breath of clear energy as it entered her mouth, rushing directly to her mind. You have learned the skill puppet making. Special attribute spirit has been unlocked. Congratulations, you are the 3rd survivor in this area to learn a skill, and you have received a reward, land deed blue 1. Congratulations, you are the 1st survivor in this area to unlock the special attribute spirit, and you have received a reward spirit 10. This was Gu Ning's first reaction. Then she began to check her recent gains one by one. Name: Gu Ning. Identity: survivor. Talent: compendium of all things. Skill: puppet making. Spirit: 18. Distance: 21 kilometers. Status: normal. First, she checked the skill by clicking on puppet making. Puppet making level 0. Skill quality: purple. Skill description: consumes spiritual power and materials to create controllable. At level 0, you can create puppet workbench. Grass puppet. Current experience: 0-10. Creating controllable puppets was pretty much however, she still needed to see how much material and spiritual power was required. Flipping to the manufacturing page, she indeed found 2 new crafting processes added here. The creation of the puppet workbench requires 10 wood, 5 iron ingots, 10 spirit, and takes 10 minutes. The creation of the grass puppet requires 5 hemp, 3 branches, 1 spirit, and takes 1 minute. After reading this, Gu Ning felt relatively relaxed, as she was not lacking in materials except for the iron ingots. As for the iron ingots, though she had not seen any so far with so many people in a district, as long as the price was high enough, she would eventually be able to trade for them. Closing the crafting page, she reopened her personal information. Spirit: 18. Because she was the first to unlock the spirit attribute, she was rewarded with spirit 10, meaning her initial spirit was 8 points. She wasn't sure whether this value was high or low among the many survivors, but since a puppet workbench required 10 spirit, without the additional 10 points from the reward, she wouldn't even be able to create the puppet workbench. From this perspective, 8 points were indeed not high. Perhaps the reason survivors were unable to unlock attributes was that their initial attributes were too low to meet the requirements. So the reason she could unlock the spirit attribute was that puppet making required spiritual power, and even if she didn't have enough, it was unlocked passively. Then, because she was the first, the system rewarded her with 10 spirit, allowing her to create the puppet workbench. Gu Ning was startled by her own, but if that were the case, then she was really quite lucky this time. Otherwise, who knows when the skill of puppet making would be able to take effect. Thanking the rewards from the survival road, she clasped her hands in gratitude. Regardless of whether her guess was correct, this first-place reward had helped her immensely. There was also a reward for being the third survivor in this area to learn a skill, which was a land deed blue. It was directly sent to her backpack. Taking it out, she found it to be a red maple leaf larger than her palm. Checking the information, land deed blue unlocks a 500 square meter home territory and grants one type of blue level resource. Can be used. She could now have her own home territory. Although she had expected it to some extent, receiving the home so soon still made her very excited. However, with surprises coming one after another today, Gu Ning quickly calmed down. Once she started recording in the compendium, she set off again without stopping. 1342. Discovered 1 hemp white, among which were several leaves with a mix of white and green, gathering 10 hemp white and 3 hemp green. Just after finishing the gathering and taking a few steps, she received a prompt that the land deed blue was successfully recorded. Compendium progress increased by 1, reaching 77,100. Thus, recording blue items in the compendium takes 10 minutes. Gu Ning noted this down, then immediately used the land deed. You have used the land deed blue and the home function has been unlocked. There was only this one prompt. She checked the survival panel and a home option appeared below the chat channel. Clicking on the home, she jumped to a new interface where in the center was a square patch of green grass with a very small pond in the lower right corner. The leftmost column displayed home information: home territory blue. Territory area 500 square meters. Territory height 10 meters. Territory buildings none. Territory resources dew spring blue 1. Enter home. Without hesitation, Gu Ning clicked on the enter home button. However, a prompt appeared stating that the survivor was not within a camp and could not enter the home. Again, it was the camp. She was speechless. It seemed that even with a home, the camp remained an essential part. Oh, and it also had a territory resource, the dew spring. She wanted to see what effect it had. Clicking to check this time, there were no issues. Dew spring blue, a spring formed from morning dew capable of producing 1L of life-infused dew each day. Life-infused. Could it be a healing effect? Gu Ning was a bit confused, but once she reached the camp, she would know what effect the dew had once she entered the home and took it out. For now, she should continue on her way. She unconsciously quickened her pace. But after not walking far, she realized she needed to correct herself. The home wouldn't run away. Collecting resources was the most important thing, and she couldn't let herself be distracted. 1357 distance, 22 kilometers. Discovered 1 stone mine white, gathering 6 stones white and 6 gravel white. 1420. Gu Ning felt hungry, and her body was quite tired. So she stopped, ate 5 pieces of chicken jerky she had cooked herself, 10 raspberries, and drank half a bottle of water. After eating, she rested for another 10 minutes, then put on her straw hat and continued on her way. To be honest, this straw hat was quite useful. Without it, and considering the trees occasionally blocking the sunlight on both sides of the road, it would have been impossible to walk under the sun. 1448. Discovered 1 blueberry bush white, gathering 50 blueberries white and 1 blueberry seed white. She had never gathered blueberry seeds before. After recording it in the compendium, progress increased by 1, reaching 78,100. 1505 distance, 23 kilometers. Discovered 1 pine tree white. After chopping it down, she obtained 7 pine wood white, 12 branches white, and 1 pine tree seed white. 1516. She also discovered a white quality wooden treasure chest. This chest was buried in the ground, but a corner was exposed, catching Gu Ning's eye with its white glow. Upon opening, she found 2 soil white, 2 iron ingots white, 3 chocolate bread white, and 1 bottle of water white. Iron ingots white, smelted from iron or using a furnace, needed in many places. Chocolate bread white, a wheat bread spread with chocolate, soft and delicious. Seeing the iron ingots inside, she felt as if she had effortlessly gained something. Creating a puppet workbench required 5 iron ingots, and now she had 2. As long as she traded for 3 more by night, she would have enough. Then she could create a grass puppet and see what effect it had. The chocolate bread was also great as it could be eaten directly, providing high calories and adding to her food reserves for the day. Moreover, both of these were new items she had not yet recorded, which added 2 progress to the compendium, reaching 80,100. Finally, she decomposed the empty treasure chest, obtaining 2 pine planks. 1545. Discovered 1 hemp white, gathering 12 hemp white. 1604 distance, 24 kilometers. Arrived at the second camp. Upon entering the camp, one must submit 3 random materials. Gu Ning had already learned this information from others during last night's transaction and chose to comply without surprise. Then a virtual arrow pointed towards the camp warehouse, and she immediately understood, taking out 3 pieces of rubble and placing them inside. After confirmation, the rubble in the camp warehouse vanished. Although Gu Ning had been thinking that she would soon be able to enter her homestead upon arriving, once she truly arrived at the camp, she was not in such a hurry and decided to first inspect this second camp. It had the same configuration as the novice camp: campfire camp warehouse, low stumps for seating, a simple workbench, and a novice exchange area. However, to her delight, the novice exchange area refreshed with 3 new crafting recipes. Crafting recipe for linen tunic green requires 10 linen to exchange. Crafting recipe for simple stone pickaxe green requires 10 stones to exchange. Crafting recipe for hemp rope. White requires 10 hemp to exchange. With sufficient materials, Gu Ning directly exchanged for them. The first thing was to record them in the illustrated guide, progressing 3 to 83,100. Then she learned and checked the manufacturing requirements. The linen tunic required 1 linen and took 1 minute to craft. The simple stone pickaxe required 3 branches and 1 stone, also taking 1 minute. The hemp rope required 2 hemp and took 5 seconds. Once she finished what needed to be done, she no longer hesitated and opened the survival panel, choosing to enter her homestead. Silently, she felt a flash before her eyes, and when she regained clarity, she found herself on a flat green meadow. You have entered your homestead territory. The rules of the homestead territory are as follows. 1. The homestead is a personal space for survivors, and no other survivor may enter without the owner's permission. 2. The homestead is not absolutely safe. Even when in the homestead, do not forget to light the campfire at night. 3. Without special items, you can only enter the homestead while within the camp. 4. The time and weather in the homestead align with the outside world. This means to some extent that the homestead and camp are indeed connected. After reading through the rules of the homestead word by word, Gu Ning drew a conclusion. The first rule was straightforward. It was currently a single-player state, and while there may be multiplayer in the future, as long as she did not allow it, others could not enter. The second rule indicated that even in the homestead, one should not forget to light the campfire at night. Clearly, the homestead is not a completely closed space. There are things outside that can be perceived, and the fourth rule indirectly corroborated this point, indicating that time and weather are the same, clearly aligning with the outside world. Adding the third rule, which states that one can only enter the homestead from the camp, it felt as if the homestead territory was an invisible house with its door opening inside the camp. This was already quite good. Although Gu Ning wanted an absolutely safe space, she also understood that this was not realistic. The road of survival is for the survivors. What kind of survival is there without danger? Wanting absolute safety is simply unrealistic. Pushing that slight disappointment aside, she happily began to observe this space. The air was fresh, a gentle breeze brushed her face, and above her was a blue sky with white clouds with the sun hanging high. Not far away was a small stone pond, which was the blue resource dew spring. Gu Ning walked over. The irregularly round pond was about the size of a well, seemingly carved from a single piece of blue stone. Though called a spring, there was no visible source, and the water surface was calm and clear. She took out a clean wooden bowl and scooped half a bowl of spring water. Dew spring water, blue, rich in vitality, can quickly restore stamina and heal injuries. This is great. This dew spring water is simply tailored for her current needs. She was exhausted and in urgent need of stamina, and the blisters on her feet had not healed, causing a faint pain. To test the effect, Gu Ning sipped it slowly. The first sip felt rather subtle. The second sip made her feel as if her body was replenished with energy, feeling invigorated. The third sip eradicated her fatigue, and her feet felt a slight itch. She immediately stopped drinking the spring water, took out a softwood log, placed the bowl of spring water on top, sat nearby, and took off her shoes and socks. She watched as new flesh quickly grew from the blisters on her soles, healing almost instantaneously. She poked it with her finger, and it did. This spring water's effects are astonishing, Gu Ning marveled. She hurried to collect her share for the day, ensuring she would not forget to do so every day. Oh right, she hadn't recorded it, yet first she needed to document it. The dew spring and dew spring water were successfully recorded, increasing the illustrated guide progress by 2 to 85,100. Next was to collect the spring water, which, like the previous stream water, had a storage unit of 500 milliliters, and she stored it directly in the illustrated guide. With a daily collection limit of 1 after drinking a few sips, the illustrated guide could only store one 500 milliliters portion, with the remaining 443 milliliters left in an empty plastic bottle. Then she would try to see if she could access the camp channel from within her homestead. She opened the chat channel and was able to enter the camp channel. Survivor Zone 9, 1629, camp population 7,885. Today I encountered all hemp. Is there anyone willing to trade wood with me? This game is infuriating. You entering the camp requires submitting 3 materials. Why not just steal them? I traded a linen tunic for linen pants. Am seriously in danger. When I was picking up treasure boxes, I encountered a poisonous spider bigger than my hand. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been bitten. Poisonous spider. Gu Ning's heart tightened as she reminded herself once more to be extremely cautious and not to let her guard down just because she hadn't encountered any danger all day. Now she needed to hurry and trade for iron ingots. Oh, just 3 more would allow her to craft a puppet workbench. She sent out everything she could craft along with some water, prioritizing trades for iron ingots and crafting recipes. Before long, private messages began pouring. She checked them one by one and soon found someone with iron ingots. 2 iron ingots for 2 bottles of water must be full. This price was quite high as she did not respond and continued to check other messages. Soon she saw another person with iron ingots. 3 iron ingots for 1 hemp backpack and 1 bottle of water. This was clearly a better deal. Gu Ning immediately replied inquiring if they would trade for anything else. Unfortunately, that person did not need anything else, and since iron ingots were more important, she ended up adding an empty plastic bottle to the trade. The creation of a puppet workbench requires 10 wood, 5 iron ingots, and 10 spiritual energy. After Gu Ning clicked on manufacture, she did not feel any consumption of spiritual energy. Checking her personal information, her spiritual value had dropped to 8. It really felt just like playing a game. Apart from the sensation from the straw sandals and the healing effect of the dew spring water, everything else seemed like a virtual game. I wonder what effect the physique enhancement potion obtained from exploring the mist today will have. Well, I hope it gives a real feeling of physical enhancement. The puppet workbench takes 10 minutes to manufacture. She directly sat on a nearby tree stump browsing transaction information while waiting. Can the expert sell me some of this water at a cheaper price? Meaningless skipped. The manufacturing technique for a wooden toilet, do you want it? Just exchange for 2 L of water. It's hard not to be tempted. Although she was the only one on this path, there were dangers in the woods. She could only use her main and secondary characters on safe roads or in camps. Even if there was soil to bury waste, having a toilet would still be more comfortable. 2 L of water isn't too much for her, and exchanging it for a manufacturing technique isn't a loss. Sure, do you need anything else like a burlap backpack or straw sandals? Does the burlap backpack increase the backpack slots? No, the burlap backpack has 0.5 cubic space, and you can put anything in it, even non-system resources. What is the durability of the backpack? Give me 2. How do I exchange? Full durability is 30. A manufacturing requires 5 pieces of hemp and 2 pieces of any other material. The trade was finalized, but she currently only had 1 completed burlap backpack and needed the puppet workbench to finish manufacturing. So the two became friends and agreed to trade later. Gu Ning continued to check transaction information sent by others. Soon 2 more trades were completed. Burlap backpacks could basically be sold every time. She raised the price a bit today, charging 3 pieces of any material as a processing fee for 1 backpack. All trades were agreed to be completed later. 10 minutes passed quickly. On the simple workbench, a much more exquisite workbench was fully formed. Puppet workbench, white, a relatively rare special workbench that can create puppets. Durability 100. She reached out and picked it up. The puppet workbench looked much more exquisite than the simple workbench. The smooth rectangular wooden surface had various small wooden and iron tools neatly arranged on the upper half, giving it a professional appearance. Like the simple straw shed, she could choose to store it in her backpack or place it immediately. She planned to put this workbench in her home, but first needed to catalog it, so she placed it nearby to start recording. The workbench then began to manufacture burlap backpacks. She first made 2 and traded with someone who had the wooden toilet manufacturing technique. Then she continued to manufacture and traded with 2 others. In total, she spent 5 L of water and 4 burlap backpacks to exchange for 1 wooden toilet manufacturing technique green, 1 wooden fishing rod white, 8 stones white, 7 gravel white, 30 hemp white, 2 hemp green, 2 scallions white, and 1 cilantro white. Wooden toilet manufacturing technique green documents the method for making a wooden toilet can be learned. Wooden fishing rod white, roughly made, but has the effect of never being empty. What is caught is uncertain. Durability 30 scallion white, pancakes wrapped with scallions, 1 bite, and you won't make a sound. Cilantro white smells fragrant to those who like it, but stinks to those who don't. A total of 4 new resources. The cataloging of the puppet workbench was successful. Progress 1, reaching 86,100. Gu Ning opened the crafting interface, selected the grass puppet, consumed 5 hemp, 3 branches, and 1 spiritual energy to start manufacturing. 1 minute quickly passed, and a deep green grass puppet was created. She picked it up. The tiny grass puppet immediately returned to its original size, about 60 centimeters tall, with no facial features, and its hands and feet made of branches. Checking the information. Grass puppet white, a puppet woven from grass and branches, more agile in lush areas. After blood recognition, it can be controlled with spiritual energy, consuming 1 spiritual energy per hour. Durability 30, this is practically a clone. Gu Ning already envisioned the scene of controlling the grass puppet to gather resources while staying in a safe place. So delightful. She was cataloging the grass puppet while pondering what to use for blood extraction. While walking, she was worried about getting hurt, and it was quite difficult to find a suitable tool. Let's try to find something sharp. Gu Ning circled around the camp and spotted a spiny weed. The grass puppet was cataloged. Progress 1, reaching 87,100. This will do. She pressed her finger against the spiny grass stalk, and her fingertip immediately felt a sting. With a firm squeeze, a few drops of blood oozed out. Quickly, she smeared it on the head of the grass puppet. After all, it didn't specify where to drop it, so she chose randomly. The blood immediately disappeared, and Gu Ning suddenly felt a strange sense of connection. She returned to the camp and sat on the tree stump. Then she concentrated her spirit along the connection. Suddenly, her vision shifted. Before her was a rough burlap outfit and a pair of long hands. This was her body. Gu Ning raised her current hand, made of brown branches, which felt quite hard, yet very flexible. She gently leapt, landing lightly on the ground. Looking back at her body, it sat quietly, without falling into an unconscious. It was a peculiar feeling. She could now simultaneously feel both her original body and the grass puppet. However, most of her spirit was focused on the grass puppet, while her original body could only perform the most basic actions like sitting, standing, and taking a few steps. Yet she could also sense that with just a thought she could return to her body. To prevent any unexpected situations, she decided to try returning to her. No issues at all. Great, now to try controlling the grass puppet. The grass figure on the ground quickly stood up again. Guning couldn't help but laugh. This is the kind of superpower that feels truly immersive. Looking back at her body sitting there in the camp with no darkness falling, it seemed very safe. Without hesitation, she left the camp and directly entered the forest bordering the path. Traveling through the grass and trees, she quickly felt the advantages of the grass puppet's body. Firstly, it was light and agile. Because of its small size, it could squeeze through any gap, and a simple jump could reach great heights, allowing for swift movement through the forest. Moreover, it felt no pain. Not that it was completely insensitive, but when the body was brushed against something, it only felt a slight contact rather than the pain that a human body would experience. Like when she encountered a snake while collecting green leaves yesterday, if she had the grass puppet, she wouldn't need any unnecessary movements. She could just pluck the leaves and leave without fear of being bitten. Guning happily played in the forest for half an hour and figured out the control range. About 100 meters around her body could be smoothly controlled. Beyond that range, it felt weak, like a poor connection. This is enough. She shouldn't need to go beyond 100 meters to search for resources. After enough fun, she returned to the camp to begin the next. Can the grass puppet collect resources? Guning had already tried outside. She could not summon the survival panel while controlling the grass puppet. She returned to her body and took out a simple stone axe from her backpack, placing it on the ground. Then she shifted her consciousness, controlling the grass puppet to touch the simple stone axe, trying to retrieve it into her backpack. In the next moment, the stone axe vanished. Guning returned to her body once more and opened her backpack, where the stone axe reappeared. Therefore, the grass puppet could only put items into the backpack, but could not take them out. This was much more convenient. However, she wondered if the grass puppet could cut down trees and mine stones. If it could, she would be completely safe. Right, she needed to make a cloth backpack for the grass puppet, filling it with tools. Regardless of whether the grass puppet could gather resources, it would be more convenient. Guning immediately approached the simple workbench and began crafting. She hadn't had the chance to catalog the 4 new resources she had exchanged for. Originally, she planned to catalog the grass puppet before continuing, but she had been completely distracted by it. Now that the excitement had worn off, she remembered what she needed to do earlier. Opening the comprehensive catalog, she completed the entries one by one, increasing her progress by 4, bringing it to 91 out of 100. The cloth backpack was completed and placed on the grass puppet, appearing surprisingly harmonious. Initially, she thought the backpack was a bit small, but it turned out to fit the grass puppet perfectly. She learned the crafting method for a wooden toilet, checked the manufacturing requirements. 3 pine wood, taking 1 minute. The materials were sufficient, and she could craft one. In the meantime, Guning tried to see if the puppet workbench could create other items, but the answer was negative. It seemed the puppet workbench could only create puppets. She had initially thought about placing the puppet workbench in her home, so she wouldn't have to use the simple workbench outside, but it seemed she was overly optimistic. The wooden toilet was quickly crafted in a natural wood color resembling a toilet from reality, complete with a wooden box that looked like a water tank. Could it flush? She felt a bit of anticipation and checked the information. Wooden toilet. White. A civilized person does not defecate indiscriminately. The tank can hold 200 L of domestic water. Durability 100 domestic water. Could it be that drinking water cannot be stored? However, while being able to hold 200 L of water was great, much better than the 5 L wooden bucket designated for water. Who has that much water now? Even if she had it, she wouldn't want to waste it on flushing a toilet. Weight. Domestic water. Guning recalled when she was by the creek. After collecting 100 L of clean creek water, the entire creek no longer displayed any item information, but that water was still real water and could be used to wash hands. At that time, she had even thought about taking a sip to see what would happen, but she had refrained out of caution. If that water is what is referred to as domestic water, then it makes sense. Unfortunately, she hadn't had a wooden toilet back then, and now that she was far away, she couldn't go back to experiment. She could only wait for the next water source. She cataloged the toilet, increasing her progress by 1, bringing it to 92 out of 100. And remembered, there was also jerky, which would add another to her progress. She opened the crafting page, selected 2 rabbit meats, and clicked to start crafting. Campfire not lit, unable to craft. Okay, she forgot that the simple workbench could only create certain items. It made sense that food crafting required a campfire. Guning glanced at the time, 1757. There was no rush. She would wait until tonight when the campfire was lit to craft. Unconsciously, dusk was approaching. She had initially thought about reaching the camp early, resting in her home before exploring the mist, but the grass puppet's excitement made her forget all about it. However, after drinking the dew spring water, her stamina had basically recovered, so she wasn't too tired. It was just that her stomach began to growl. Although she now had plenty of food with 70 apples alone enough for a meal, Gu Ning still planned not to eat too much in the evening. The survival journey had just begun, and no one knew what they would encounter in the future. It was best to conserve when possible and not waste resources. Moreover, she wasn't abstaining from food, she just planned to eat a bit less. Dinner was still roasted chicken strips, but she sprinkled a bit of the salt she obtained from today's treasure chest on top, which greatly improved the flavor. Just after finishing 2 chicken strips, dusk arrived. The sky was painted in splendid shades of orange and purple colors that even the best painter could not replicate. However, Gu Ning only glanced at it and had no time to appreciate it. A mass of gray mist quietly appeared outside the camp, towering nearly 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Is this the mist to explore today? She took a few sips of water, stood up, and walked closer to observe, of course, within the confines of the camp. The deep gray mist seemed to be confined within a certain range, swirling, yet unable to escape. Beyond that, nothing could be seen. Opening the camp chat channel, the speed of messages was unprecedentedly fast. It looks very dangerous. Do we really have to go in? Is there a brave soul who can go in and tell us what it's like inside? I'm willing to offer a material as thanks. Is there anyone selling weapons? I'll trade food for them. I'm not afraid. Ooh, I don't believe the newbie phase can be that dangerous. A bunch of cowards. You all can dawdle while I go in first. Looking to buy stamina-enhancing potions at a high price? Contact me if you have them. Everyone, don't worry. If you try reaching out to touch the mist, you will receive informational prompts. Finally, she saw a useful message. Gu Ning glanced at the nickname of the person who sent it, Cat King. If this information is accurate, perhaps she could get a discount during future trades. Moving a bit closer, she extended her right hand to touch the gray mist. Danger level: level 1 mist type, free exploration duration 1 hour, number of participants allowed 1. Will you enter the mist? Gu Ning mentally reviewed these pieces of information, finding them consistent with her previous guesses. The so-called mist was clearly reminiscent of a dungeon in a game. This was free exploration type, danger level 1, indicating that there must be other types and levels of mist. It resembled a dungeon even more. She looked over the contents of the chat channel again. Many like her had been prompted to touch the mist, and there were already people posting related information. Without exception, all the mist information was the same as what she had here. It seemed that the difficulty of the mist exploration task was uniform, as she just didn't know if the insides were also identical. Gu Ning transferred her spirit to the grass puppet and attempted to touch the mist with it, but there was no response. After hesitating for a moment, she directly controlled the grass puppet to rush into the mist. The result was that it quickly emerged from the other side. It seemed that only the survivor themselves could enter. Returning to her body, she reached out to touch it again, and the duration changed to 58 minutes. Clearly, regardless of whether she entered, the mist would naturally dissipate once the duration expired. She hurried to the simple workbench and began crafting a simple stone axe and a simple stone pick. She vividly remembered the heartache of seeing resources yesterday, but lacking the tools to gather them. No matter what the situation in the mist was, spending a bit of time preparing tools in advance was definitely not wrong. It was better than having none when needed. After spending 8 minutes, she crafted 5 simple stone axes, 2 simple stone picks, and 1 simple slingshot. With the one she already had, that would definitely be enough. Then Gu Ning hugged the grass puppet in her arms, wielding a simple stone axe as a weapon, and chose to enter. There was no spinning or disorientation. Everything was as before. Only the mist swirled more violently. She paused, wondering if she had to walk in herself. Trying to step forward into the mist, she instantly found herself unable to see anything, only surrounded by gray mist. Gu Ning stepped back a few paces, but remained enveloped by the mist. Indeed, she could not leave as she had to go in. Understanding this, she stopped experimenting and cautiously walked forward, and after less than 10 steps her vision brightened. This is a lush bamboo forest. Tall and upright bamboo shoots rise over 10 meters, their dense leaves creating a verdant oasis that refreshes the mind. At this moment, Gu Ning stood in a clearing within the bamboo forest. After a brief glance, she quickly turned back as the mist behind her appeared no different than great. There's no need to specifically search for the exit. First, let's see if I can enter and exit repeatedly. She reached into the mist, and a prompt duration of mist 48512 meters around the mist is a safe zone. Any mist can only be explored once, but cannot be re-entered after leaving. Leave now. It's impossible to just leave without any rewards. Gu Ning scanned the surrounding bamboo forest and quickly spotted a bamboo glowing with white light. After some thought, she shifted her focus to the grass puppet, controlling it to scout ahead. Even if she was just scouting first, it would be quicker and safer than directly going herself. Upon reaching the bamboo that emitted white light, Gu Ning first took out a simple stone axe from her burlap bag and struck it forcefully. A small notch immediately appeared. Wonderful, I can use the puppet's body to work. Next, I need to test the efficiency of the grass puppet to see if its tool durability is the same as mine. It's a pity that the puppet's body cannot be recorded in the illustrated guide. Otherwise, she could collect resources entirely through the puppet without moving herself. With a hint of regret, she returned to her body and quickly approached the bamboo to check the information. Bamboo white, a tall and sturdy bamboo that grows extremely fast. Recorded in the illustrated guide progress 1, reaching 93,100. Then she controlled the grass puppet to begin chopping. Bamboo is easier to cut than wood, and after the experiment it fell after a total of 7. The illustrated guide was about to level up. She didn't want to delay, so she switched back to her body collecting materials while recording. Bamboo pole white, a highly resilient material with a wide range of uses. Bamboo leaves white, fresh bamboo leaves with the aroma of bamboo. Bamboo shoots white, delicious encased ingredients, a favorite of certain animals. 1000 G bamboo worms, white larvae that grow inside bamboo, rich in protein. A total of 4 bamboo poles, 12 bamboo leaves, 1 bamboo shoot, and 3 bamboo worms were obtained. All 4 were new resources. After recording everything, progress 4, reaching 97,100. What a great place. Gunning looked around with anticipation, sensing that the resources here were definitely enough for the illustrated guide to level up to level 2. But which direction should she start from? There was no path here, and wandering too far might lead her to get lost. If time ran out and she hadn't exited, would she be automatically ejected or remain here, or even be erased? No one knows. The grass puppet could move freely within 100 meters of her body. As long as she left her body in the mist and used the grass puppet to explore, the grass puppet could move freely within 100 meters of her body. As long as she left her body in the mist and used the grass puppet to explore, she would definitely not lose her way. After exploring within 100 meters, if there still wasn't a clear marker, she would decide on her next step. Moreover, the 2 meters around the mist was a safe zone, so she didn't have to worry about her body's safety. Before setting off, Gunning took out a green quality storage box, transferring half a bottle of water-cooked chicken strips and other items that couldn't be stored in the illustrated guide from her system backpack, freeing up 10 slots for the grass puppet to use. With the preparations done, Gunning shifted her focus to the grass puppet and randomly chose a direction to start moving. The grass puppet was only 60 centimeters tall with a lower field of vision, but there were few tall grasses in the bamboo forest, mostly low-lying weeds, so it could see clearly. Within 2 minutes of setting off, she discovered a cluster of mushrooms in a pile of fallen leaves. Among them, only 2 emitted white light, which she collected and directly stored in her backpack. Then she shifted her focus back and recorded it in the illustrated guide. Bamboo mushroom white, a mushroom with a crisp texture and delightful. Progress 1, reaching 98,100. Continuing her search, she soon encountered another bamboo that could be harvested. This time there was no need to record it, as she could chop it directly. Using 8 durability points and swapping for a new stone axe, she stored the dropped resources directly in her backpack, planning to tally them later. To ensure a thorough search, the grass puppet was rotating around its body while searching. After expanding outward about 30 meters, she made another discovery. It was not just anything, it was a bamboo radiating green light. This definitely couldn't be chopped directly by the grass puppet. She immediately returned to her body and ran over. Bamboo green, a bamboo of comparatively high quality, a rare find. Recorded progress 1, a reaching 99,100. Picking up the simple stone axe, she swung hard, and after 10 strikes the bamboo fell, transforming into a glowing orb on the ground. Gunning eagerly picked up the green orb. Among the 5 green orbs there were 4 bamboo poles green and 1 bamboo shoot green. Bamboo pole green, a high-quality material perfect for making fishing rods. Bamboo shoot green, small in size, but with a unique flavor. Consuming it can slightly enhance physical resistance. 500 G2 new resources, enough for the illustrated guide to level up. She excitedly began recording. Recording green items takes 30 seconds. Taking advantage of the time, she picked up other white orbs, obtaining 2 bamboo poles white and 15 bamboo leaves white. Soon recording was successful. Progress 2, reaching 101,100. Click to upgrade. Upgrade successful. Illustrated guide, level 2. Functions: unlocked storage limit 100, positioning limit 100 meters, upgradable, current progress 11,000. Gunning immediately checked the new function, positioning. Upon clicking, a transparent virtual map popped up, circular in shape, without any terrain indicators, only various colored light spots and icons distributed in different locations. At the center was an icon resembling the illustrated guide, but shrunk down. Next to it was a simple green figure. She instantly recognized it as a mini version of the grass puppet. In addition, there were gray, white, and green light spots. Looking at their positions, the gray one represented the mist. The white and green ones likely represented resources of corresponding qualities. Seeing a white light spot not far away, Gunning eagerly wanted to verify it. She walked toward it while keeping the map open. On the map, as she moved, the book icon began to approach the white light spot. Before they completely overlapped, a bamboo glowing white appeared before, confirming the function of positioning. Gunning's lips curled upwards, her mood soaring, unable to calm down at all. With the grass puppet and positioning, it was truly a match made in heaven. In the future, she could keep her body in a safe place using the grass puppet to follow the map to collect resources. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. After the excitement, Guning picked up the simple stone axe and started chopping bamboo. After 7 strikes the bamboo broke. This efficiency was no different from that of the grass puppet. She could confidently let the grass puppet work. She picked up the materials on the ground and eagerly returned to the mist. On the map, the outermost white light spot, it seemed she exceeded the display range. No matter once she finishes collecting the displayed items around the mist, she could walk outward and re-establish the positioning. In any case, ensuring the safety of her body was the top priority. Returning to the misty area, Guning reached out and touched the interface, checking the remaining duration. Only 37 minutes left. She needed to hurry. Opening the navigation map, she shifted her consciousness into the grass puppet. The map did not vanish. Excellent. This would greatly increase efficiency. Unburdened by danger, Guning guided the grass puppet at full speed straight toward the glowing point's location. Within less than a minute, she arrived at the resource site and spotted a luminous white bamboo stalk. Thud, thud, thud. The bamboo toppled. She picked up the glowing orb and stored it in her inventory. No return was necessary. The faint remnant of awareness still lingering in her physical body was more than sufficient to read the map. Adjusting her direction, she dashed without pause toward the second white glowing point. Another bamboo stalk. Chopped down. Harvested. Within seconds, she stood before the next white glowing point. In roughly 10 minutes, the 6 remaining white glowing points on the map flickered out one by one, each fully collected. For yielded bamboo stalks, 2 bamboo fungi. Nothing new. The sole green glowing point lay farthest away, and Guning deliberately saved it for last. As she neared it, she noticed a clear, narrow path stretching into the distance. Guning felt elated. She had been uncertain which direction to take next. This path served as a reliable guide. Now finding the mist again would pose no difficulty. At the green glowing point stood yet another bamboo stalk, this one of green quality. The grass puppet swiftly gathered the resource. She then steered it onto the path, returned her consciousness to her own body, and hurried forward along the same route. She had already observed that this bamboo grove held almost no danger, so she wasted no time tapping or probing, sprinting straight through instead. Upon reaching the grass puppet's position, 2 additional white glowing points appeared near the map's edge. Guning did not rush to collect them. Cradling the puppet, she continued briskly down the path. More glowing points began appearing across the map, until at last a cluster erupted along its periphery, 1 striking blue point and 4 equally vivid green ones. What kind of place is this? Unbelievably rich. Instantly setting down the grass puppet, she encircled her body with pine logs for protection, opened the map, and sent the puppet racing toward the cluster. White glowing points en route were temporarily ignored. She would retrieve them on her return. 2 minutes later, she beheld a small bamboo courtyard. Weeds choked the courtyard. The bamboo fence leaned crookedly, broken and decayed. It appeared long abandoned. A flood of conjectures surged through Guning's mind, but she dismissed them without scrutiny. Time pressed, abundant resources awaited collection. Speculation could wait for leisure. She pushed open the door and stepped inside. Directly opposite, mounted on the wall, hung an object radiating soft green light, an inkwash painting depicting a bamboo grove beside a tranquil pond. Without pausing to examine it, the grass puppet leapt upward, and the instant it brushed the painting, absorbed it into the system inventory. Then Guning entered the left chamber. It was a bedroom, containing only a bed, a wardrobe, and a writing desk. Upon the desk rested a single book, thickly dusted. Yet it shimmered with green light. Guning snatched it up and stowed it away, then continued searching elsewhere. The map's lone blue glowing point lay here. Something valuable was certain to await. Finally, she shifted the wooden bed aside and discovered a small wooden box nestled within the gap beneath. The box bore no lock, its lid lifted easily. Inside lay a sleek, pitch-black crossbow, forearm length and weighty, enveloped in a faint azure luminescence. Guning thrilled. Such a blue-quality weapon was immensely useful. Yet time was critical. She examined it not at all, merely stowing it in her inventory before exiting the room and heading rightward. There the kitchen greeted her, with a starkly modern white double-door refrigerator. Had it not been for that refrigerator, Guning might never have guessed the courtyard originated from the modern era. The fridge itself was a green-tier resource, ready for collection. Wait, collection failed. Her 10-slot inventory was evidently full. Guning returned consciousness to her body, transferred items to the bestiary archive. Unregistered items went into storage, then immediately reactivated the puppet to resume gathering. A kitchen knife, Whitire, collected. An iron wok, Whitire, collected. A bundle of dried noodles, Whitire, collected. Lastly, she found a white-quality glass jar, after which all glowing points in the kitchen vanished. Beyond the courtyard lay several more glowing points. Exiting the house, she circled around to find 2 rectangular plots of land divided by a narrow footpath, overgrown with waist-high weeds clearly neglected. Along the edges lay tools. Upon inspection, 2 emitted white light, an iron spade and a sickle. She collected both immediately. The rest, a hoe, a rake, and 2 unfamiliar implements, had rotted wooden handles that snapped at a touch, only their iron components remained intact. Gu Ning stuffed them into the coarse linen pack slung across her back. Perhaps they'd prove useful later. Then, following the map's glowing indicators, she entered the right-hand thicket. The first point revealed a stunted corn plant, dwarfed with only 2 undersized ears glowing faintly white. The second was a green chili seedling, resembling a spiral-shaped variety, yielding 12 slender palm-length chilies and a single According to the map, 1 additional green-tier resource remained on this plot. Only when Gu Ning aligned herself precisely over the green glow did she discover it buried beneath her feet in irregular fist-sized black stone. Such small durable objects occupied no inventory slot, perfect for the linen pack. Proceeding to the left plot, she found 4 white glowing points, all rice plants. This had once been a paddy field. She harvested 4 bundles of rice stalks and 2 portions of seeds, completing the entire cluster. She shifted awareness back to her body and checked the time 1848. The mist appeared punctually at 1800, leaving her just 12 minutes. Subtracting travel time, mere minutes remained. Her pace quickened further, every second counted. By the time the grass puppet rejoined her side, 5 nearby glowing points had already vanished. 1853. 7 minutes remained. For safety's sake, all remaining resources had to be abandoned. Gu Ning made her decision without hesitation, swiftly gathered the pine logs, removed the puppet's pack, and slung it across her own shoulders, then folded the puppet into her linen pack. With clean, decisive motion, she sprinted back along the path. Soon the gray glowing mist reappeared on the map. Guided now, she took the shortest possible route. Upon arrival, 2 minutes remained before the mist dissipated. Gu Ning exhaled imperceptibly. Though her planning had been meticulous, life-or-death stakes had kept her breath taut. Without delay, she chose departure, then stepped directly into the mist. She had briefly considered bypassing the exit option entirely, entering the mist unselected to observe the consequence. But as the old saying warns, curiosity kills the cat. For safety's sake, she refrained from unnecessary risks. Just as when entering the mist, she emerged after walking about 10 steps within it. Then in an instant, light flooded her vision, and she stood beside the campsite. She turned around. The mist still lingered. It would likely dissipate only after its duration expired. Gu Ning paid it no mind and opened her quest panel. Exploring the mist completed. Quest description: enter the mist at dusk today and emerge alive. Reward: physical enhancement serum 1 claimable. She claimed the reward. Inside a transparent glass vial slightly longer than her fingers shimmered a pale golden liquid. Exquisitely, she examined its details. Physical enhancement serum blue upon ingestion enhances physical constitution. Effects vary by individual. Bound to user, non-transferable. Though deeply curious about its effects, now was not the time to consume it. First, she cataloged it in her bestiary. Cataloging a blue-tier item required 10 minutes. She would not waste those minutes idly. Instead, she entered her homestead to inventory all spoils acquired within the mist. She discovered that the hose and similar tools from her burlap sack had vanished. Were non-panel recognized resources prohibited from exiting the highly probable. Henceforth, collecting such items would be unnecessary. She mused, then resumed her inventory. Already cataloged and stored were 55 Mao bamboo stalks, white 174 Mao bamboo, leaves white 8 Mao bamboo shoots, white 14 bamboo insects, white 11 bamboo, fungi, white 9 Mao bamboo stalks green, and 1 Mao bamboo shoot green. 18 uncatalogued items remained. Mao bamboo leaves green, high-quality bamboo, leaves suitable for culinary or fodder use. Ink bamboo scroll green, a refined inkwash painting evoking serene elegance. When displayed in the homestead, modestly accelerates mental recovery. Miniature bamboo grove blueprint green enables construction of a territory resource, single-use consumable. Fine iron crossbow blue compact rapid firing and exceptionally penetrating, features assisted targeting. Generates 1 bolt per minute automatically. Refrigerator green equipped with both chilling and freezing functions, essential for crafting certain foods. Capacity 1000. Fine iron or green high grade, or suitable for smelting fine iron ingots. Iron kitchen knife, white though designated for cooking, it serves adequately for other cutting tasks. Iron wok white, an indispensable kitchen utensil for food preparation, virtually non-stick under normal use. Egg noodles white, dried noodles crafted solely from eggs, flour, and salt, preservative-free. Large glass jar white, a transparent glass vessel, formerly used for pickling vegetables. Iron spade white, a versatile tool ideal for digging soil. Iron sickle white, the bane of weeds, no more hand-pulling required. Corn white, highly satiating, reportedly edible raw. Hot pepper white, so pungent even insects avoid it. Hot pepper seeds white, require soil for cultivation, growth cycle 5 days. Rice panicle white, processed into rice, a staple grain. Rice seeds white, require soil for cultivation, growth cycle 5 days. Shirshan grass white, a medicinal herb renowned for clearing heat, detoxifying, promoting tissue regeneration, and staunching bleeding. Used whole in herbal preparations. Quantities varied: 3 mao bamboo leaves, green 2 corn, white 12 hot peppers, white 4 rice panicles, white 2 rice seeds, white. All others numbered exactly 1 each. This foray into the mist had yielded an exceptionally rich harvest. With preliminary sorting complete, Gu Ning placed all uncatalogued items into her storage chest, awaiting successful cataloging before further handling. At that moment, the physical enhancement serum's cataloging completed. Her progress advanced by 1, reaching 21000. Next, she initiated cataloging of the fine iron crossbow blue. Again, 10 minutes were required. Gu Ning decided to rest briefly. It was now 7:11 p.m. From 6:00 m. until now, 13 hours straight, she had scarcely paused. Even extraordinary gains could not fully offset the profound mental fatigue weighing upon her. Entering the simple thatched hut, she spotted the raspberries in her wooden bowl, untouched until now, and popped them straight into her mouth. She drank half a bottle of water, then collapsed onto the neatly laid straw mat. Utter comfort. She refused to think, letting her mind drift into perfect emptiness. In past years, whenever weariness or sorrow clouded her spirit, she'd retreat into this quiet, wordless stillness. Initially, chaotic thoughts would intrude uncontrollably, but gradually they ceased. Only when the fine iron crossbow's cataloging completed and a notification flashed did she return to awareness and begin cataloging the refrigerator. Green tier items required 30 seconds, white tier 5 seconds. Soon all were cataloged. Her total progress increased by 19, reaching 201,000. At last, Gu Ning had time to examine what intrigued her most: the fine iron crossbow. Though compact, its weight felt substantial in her palm, its sleek matte black finish exuding restrained lethality. Its description mentioned assisted targeting and autonomous bolt generation. Though unfamiliar with such devices, its rear structure resembled a pistol, featuring a grip and trigger. How to wield it was instantly intuitive. She pressed the trigger, nothing happened. Recalling firearms often possessed safety mechanisms, she searched and found a small cylindrical lever above the trigger, currently tilted leftward. It shifted smoothly when nudged. Understanding dawned. She slid it fully rightward, raised the crossbow, and aimed, whereupon a vivid red crosshair materialized on the distant grass. So this was assisted targeting, akin to a video game interface. Far more precise than her rudimentary slingshot. Yet grass made a poor target, accuracy remained unverifiable. She exited her homestead and stepped into the camp. Twilight dimmed the sky, yet visibility remained sufficient. She sighted a shallow indentation on a nearby tree trunk and fired. In a blur, a black bolt embedded itself deep into the bark. She approached and inspected. The bolt struck precisely where she'd aimed. Its shaft sank entirely into the wood. Even firm tugging failed to dislodge it, proof of immense force and penetration. The weapon's offensive power thoroughly satisfied her. Checking the quiver revealed only 4 bolts remaining, but its durability had dipped slightly to 999. Though she'd suspected it, confirmation arrived. Each shot consumed 1 point of durability, identical to her slingshot's cost. Gu Ning flipped the safety back on. No further testing. At 1 durability point per shot, experimentation was prohibitively costly, better reserved for decisive moments. 1 minute later, the quiver replenished to 5 bolts. A thought sparked. She glanced at the impact sight on the trunk. The black bolt had vanished, leaving only a small hole as testament to its fleeting presence. Thus, autonomous bolt generation meant retrieval, not creation. She sighed inwardly. Labeling it auto-retrieving bolts would have been far clearer. Yet generation and retrieval were fundamentally distinct. Generation produced pristine, flawless bolts regardless of prior condition. Retrieval risked damage or wear. Upon reflection, true generation was unequivocally superior. Having tested the steel short crossbow, Gu Ning stored it in the first slot of her system inventory for quick access. She then retrieved the blue tier physical enhancement. She would certainly consume it herself, but the question was whether to do so now. According to the item description, its effects varied from person to person, suggesting a dependence on individual constitution. What if she postponed drinking it, trained diligently for a while first, then consumed it? Might the enhancement effect be amplified? She also possessed several green tier consumables: chanterelle mushrooms, which sharpened vision, bamboo shoots, which fortified resistance. Would ingesting these before taking the elixir yield further synergistic benefits? And what about the dew-condensing spring water, a blue tier item imbued with vital essence? Might drinking some beforehand confer additional augmentation? Without first-hand experimentation, none of these questions had definitive answers. Yet she owned only a single dose, leaving no room for trial. She decided to consult others' experiences. Opening the camp chat channel, she quickly found relevant posts. Incredible. My strength surged dramatically, and even my 300-degree myopia vanished. Tell us more. How many times greater is your strength now, eh? I thought this mist would be perilous. Turns out it's pure blessing. I've already gathered countless valuable items. My strength barely increased, but I lost weight. My waist shrank an entire inch. The fat-burning effect is extraordinary. Aren't you all in agony? I endured excruciating pain for what felt like an eternity, though only 10 minutes had passed. I shouldn't have taken it yet. My body reeks. I desperately need a bath. Anyone willing to trade water at a fair price? I feel as light as a swallow. I can now leap 2 meters high. That paints a vivid picture. Thanks for the warning. I'll wait until I find a water source before drinking mine. As expected, no one mentioned her hypotheses. Yet Gu Ning did not believe she was the sole thinker. Others likely harbored similar doubts, but remained silent, uncertain themselves. Private experiments were undoubtedly underway, but like her participants could not verify whether training or supplementary items had truly exerted any measurable influence. Still, scanning the chat yielded useful insights post-consumption. Users experienced full body pain lasting approximately 10 minutes. The enhancement was holistic, though its manifestations differed per individual, akin to the novelistic process of purifying essence and refining marrow, expelling toxins, and leaving the body visibly soiled. Thus she resolved to delay consumption until encountering a water source. As for her conjectures, Gu Ning made her decision. She would eat what she had, drink what she could, train whenever possible, exhausting every feasible measure regardless of whether each action proved efficacious. She archived the physical enhancement elixir in her compendium, then withdrew a book, the Green-tier miniature bamboo grove blueprint discovered in the bedroom of the bamboo cottage. Unlike crafting schematics, this was a consumable item, non-transferable and non-learnable. Though the book opened, it contained only a single page. The left side displayed a colorful illustration of a bamboo grove, 10 slender stalks occupying 15 square meters, while the right listed required materials. It demanded 10 bamboo poles, 30 bamboo leaves, 3 bamboo shoots, and 5 units of soil. Construction time 30 minutes. Gu Ning noted the specification, not mozo bamboo poles, leaves, or shoots, but generic bamboo poles, leaves, and shoots. Thus alternative bamboo species could be substituted, and presumably varying bamboo types would yield distinct growth characteristics. She reviewed her inventory. Soil stood at 4 units, just one short of the requirement, while all other materials were sufficient. So soil served this purpose too. When she'd acquired her first unit of soil via trade, Gu Ning had attempted planting seeds within it, since seed description specified must be sown in soil. Alas, nothing happened. No sprouting, no response. Swapping for additional soil could wait. Consolidating trades after completing all research would prove far more efficient. Next, Gu Ning deployed a refrigerator, 2 meters tall, 1 meter wide, milky white, double-doored, with a temperature control dial on the left, presumably for chilling, and a freezer compartment on the right. It gleamed pristine, bearing no trace of prior use. By her current understanding, green-tier items conferred unique properties, yet its description merely cited a capacity of 1.0 liters, omitting any special function. Could sheer volume constitute its unique property? Perhaps white-tier refrigerators lacked such generous capacity, an explanation that helped. Yet where was the power cord? She scanned every angle, front, back, left, right, finding none. Only a square button positioned high on the right side resembled a switch. Its placement required tiptoeing to reach. Gu Ning pressed it, and heard a soft confirming chime. It appeared to activate instantly. Upon opening the door, a wave of cool air emanated from within. No external power source required, yet chilling commenced with astonishing speed. She couldn't help but marvel at its wonder. Its sole drawback might be durability. She switched it off, archived it in her compendium, and deferred usage, preserving its longevity until necessity arose. With all intriguing items thoroughly examined, only mundane materials and commonplace objects remained, already scrutinized upon acquisition, offering no further insight. Gu Ning opened her survival interface and checked the chat timestamp 1948. The sky had deepened into indigo, nightfall approached. She still had 9 trades remaining today, opportunities not to be squandered. Moreover, her own foray into the mist had yielded substantial rewards. 8 others likely had too. This was the ideal moment to trade. First, she scanned others' listings for items she desired. Selling water, not potable, but perfect for bathing. Large quantities available. What does your mist look like? Let's share our experiences. I'll begin. Mine is a tropical island, coconut palms and sunlit beaches. Anyone seeking sand will trade for drinkable water. Acquiring green tier and higher materials. Top prices guaranteed. Contact me privately if you have stock. I'm stunned. Your mists sound idyllic. Mine deposited me mid-slope on a barren rocky mountain. Only stones to gather, nothing else. Infuriating. This mist likely serves as a beginner's boon, nearly hazard-free. Yet complacency is unwise. Of future mists may prove far more treacherous. Trading straw hat crafting schematic for medicinal remedies, specifically those treating internal injuries. A straw hat schematic for medicine. Gu Ning recalled her dew-condensing spring water, described as healing, wondering whether it effectively treated internal wounds. She resolved to try. Success would grant both a highly practical schematic and empirical validation of the spring water's therapeutic scope, a dual victory. She transmitted the dew-condensing springs item details. Within 20 seconds a reply arrived, Fengxing, how many units will you offer? Have you tested its efficacy? Lemon tree shade, it healed superficial wounds almost instantly. Other injuries remain untested. Fengxing, you must understand. I cannot exchange manufacturing techniques without first verifying the effect. In Lemon Tree Under, here's a proposal. You may trade materials for 50 milliliters, first test its efficacy, and proceed with further transactions if it proves effective. She recalled drinking roughly 50 milliliters had fully resolved her blister. The same volume would certainly not completely heal internal injuries, but if effective it should yield noticeable results. Fengxing agreed. I'll offer 3 green tier pine logs. How does that sound? Guning deemed the offer acceptable, though dew condensation spring water was bloodier. 50 milliliters amounted to merely 2 sips, and exchanging it for 3 green tier pine logs was undoubtedly advantageous. She possessed only 4 green tier pine logs. Yet agreeing outright would appear overly eager, undermining the perceived rarity of the dew condensation spring water. Haggling was essential to uphold its value. Across the interface, Fengxing anxiously awaited Lemon Tree Under's reply. This was the sole blue tier healing item he'd received, the most promising chance at recovery, and thus he'd readily offered 3 green tier pine logs. Blessed with innate talent, he'd gathered numerous green tier materials within the Mistlands, including the bamboo hat crafting technique. Had he not been blinded by greed and clashed with a wild boar, he wouldn't have sustained such grievous wounds. No crafting technique, not even the finest, mattered more than his life. In Lemon Tree Under, that's insufficient. This is a blue tier medicinal agent. Add 8 white tier materials of any kind. Fengxing, we haven't confirmed its efficacy yet. 8 is excessive. 5 will suffice. In Lemon Tree Under agreed. Let's add each other as friends and complete the exchange via gifting. Transaction slots are limited. We must use them wisely. Lemon Tree Under, please send me a container first. I'll deliver the spring water before receiving your materials. And under ordinary circumstances, Guning would never initiate a transaction by sending goods first. This case differed. First, Fengxing was injured and urgently needed treatment. Even if the dew condensation spring water couldn't fully restore him, it would surely alleviate his condition. She had no fear he'd vanish after receiving it. Second, she herself had proposed the gifting method. If she now demanded he send materials first, it would seem deceitful. Third, the dew condensation spring water regenerated daily, up to 1 liter. So losing 50 milliliters bore negligible consequence, and the likelihood of forfeiture was exceedingly slim. Fengxing, very well. I'll send it directly. And what arrived was not merely a plastic bottle, but also 1 green tier pine log. Guning was pleased. He'd shown genuine consideration. She retrieved the plastic bottle containing dew condensation spring water, 443 milliliters in total, and carefully poured exactly 50 milliliters into the empty vessel. Without the real-time volume display appearing upon pouring, precision would have been nearly impossible. After gifting the 50 milliliters of dew condensation spring water to Fengxing, he immediately reciprocated with the agreed materials: 2 green tier pine logs and 5 white tier rubble stones. Rubble stones remained the most functionally limited material thus far, usable solely as ammunition for rudimentary slingshots, and were abundantly yielded during every stone mining session. Yet they served adequately as entry materials for the camp. Guning accepted them without hesitation, delightedly logging them into her compendium. She ceased scrolling through chat logs and instead watched the clock. 1957, then 1958. It was time to prepare the campfire. Night had deepened, yet the sky blazed with stars, and silver moonlight bathed the camp in crystalline clarity. She recalled the bamboo poles she'd acquired within the Mistlands. How long would they burn? Testing revealed identical combustion properties. White tier bamboo poles burned for 1 hour, green tier ones lasted 2. She hadn't yet tested applewood, so she did. Result: applewood matched pine wood. Apple branches matched generic branches. Burn durations were identical. The experiment took under 30 seconds. Upon completion, Guning ceased all other tasks and fixed her gaze on the clock, igniting the campfire precisely at the appointed moment. Excellent. Safety secured. She immediately added 5 pine logs to the fire, preempting future forgetfulness. Fengxing had yet to message, undoubtedly still assessing the spring water's effects. Gazing into the dancing flames, she opened the crafting interface, selected 2 rabbit meats, and initiated the drying process. A lit campfire must never go to waste. A translucent silhouette of dried rabbit meat hovered above the campfire. After 5 seconds, it solidified fully. Guning reached out, grasped it, and instantly inhaled its savory aroma. Dried rabbit meat, white rabbit meat, dehydrated over flame. Taste is unremarkable. And logged into compendium, progress advanced to 211,000. Drawn by its fragrance, she retrieved an unprocessed rabbit meat portion and compared sizes. The dried version was slightly smaller. 2 raw rabbit meats yielded 1 dried piece, indicating over half the mass had evaporated. In reality, beef shrank roughly 3/4 when made into jerky, though she knew little about rabbit. A 2-tin yield seemed generous. She was still hungry. Time to taste it. Stowing the raw meat away, she tore a slender strip from the dried portion and placed it in her mouth. A subtle saltiness mingled with rich umami, far from unpleasant. Remarkably, no salt had been added, yet the flavor emerged naturally. Gu Ning felt faint surprise, though reflection rendered it unsurprising. In farming simulation games, culinary perfection never required players to supply every ingredient or seasoning. After all, survival itself resembled a game, hardly extraordinary. Yet clearly processing meat into jerky was vastly more efficient than consuming it raw. Just as she prepared to craft another jerky batch using chicken, Feng Xing's message arrived in. Feng Xing, the spring water heals internal injuries. How much remains? I'll pay premium price. Premium price. Predictable. And Gu Ning wasn't startled. The spring water not only healed, but rapidly restored stamina. Even uninjured, she'd willingly pay dearly to stockpile it. She'd never intended to sell cheaply. Only high-value exchanges like crafting techniques or superior tier items would suffice. In Lemon Tree, under less than 400 milliliters remains available. What's your offer? Feng Xing bamboo hat crafting technique, green wooden double bed, green light blocking curtain, white, plus 3 green tier pine logs, 3 green tier branches, and 5 white tire hemp fibers. That price is exceptionally generous. Gu Ning remained level-headed, first inspecting each item's details in bamboo hat crafting technique, green, a scroll detailing bamboo hat construction, learnable. Wooden double bed, green, a sturdy wooden bed permitting unrestricted movement. Sleeping upon it marginally accelerates mental restoration. Durability 400. And light blocking curtain, white, a curtain woven from specialized fabric. Excellent light occlusion. Durability 100. In her estimation, the bamboo hat crafting technique warranted 150 milliliters. The wooden double bed enhancing mental recovery merited 100 milliliters. The light blocking curtain minimally useful, yet adding 1 point to her compendium justified 10 milliliters. The remaining materials collectively warranted 80 milliliters, totaling 340 milliliters. Her plastic bottle held 393 milliliters, leaving 53 milliliters after this exchange. In Lemon Tree, under I can provide 340 milliliters of spring water for these items. If agreeable, let's proceed with the trade. At another campsite, Feng Xing examined the items and found they could be exchanged for 340 milliliters of condensed dew water, a transaction that left him thoroughly satisfied. Aside from raw materials and craftsmanship, wooden double beds and light blocking curtains were not immediate necessities. Trading them for medicinal supplies was an exceptionally favorable deal. 340 milliliters, barring unforeseen complications, would suffice to heal his internal injuries, perhaps even leaving a surplus. That Ning Mengshu had brought forth such an item for trade implied she possessed more in reserve if future opportunities to acquire additional quantities would surely arise. Agreed. I've sent you the bottle. Would you like a storage item? A burlap backpack, white, offering 0.5 cubic meters of capacity and reducing carried weight by 50 inch. What materials are required for its construction? Do you have green tier ones? 5 hemp fibers. Should you possess 5 green tier hemp fibers, I can craft it for you. The processing fee is 2 pine planks. Previously, Gu Ning's processing fee had been set at 3 units of any material to lower the barrier to trade, but now that she had unlocked her homestead, she could construct buildings within it. Pine planks served as essential building materials, though their precise application remained unclear. Stockpiling them was undoubtedly. Thus, she revised the processing fee to 2 pine planks. A single white tire log chest yielded 2 such planks, and after 2 days, it was reasonable to assume no one had failed to open at least one chest. Should the other party truly lack them, accommodations could be discussed later. Understood. I've sent the green tier hemp. Gu Ning received the 5 green tier hemp fibers and immediately approached her rudimentary workbench to begin craft. Though the materials were not hers, the resulting green tier hemp cloth and burlap backpack were both unrecorded entries in her compendium, each granting effortless to progress. Naturally, she pursued the task with keen enthusiasm. Hemp cloth, green, soft and breathable fabric, ideal for garment making. Burlap backpack, green, offers 2 cubic meters of internal space and reduces carried weight by 75. Durability 120. Successfully recorded. The compendium progressed by 2, reaching 221,000. Finished. Initiate the trade, please. Per their agreement, the trade concluded smoothly. Gu Ning acquired 1 green tier straw hat, crafting manual, 1 green tier wooden double bed, 1 white tire light blocking curtain, 3 green tier pine planks, 3 green tier branches, 5 white tire hemp fibers, and 2 white tire pine planks. She stored all compendium-eligible items first, then retrieved the rest for registration. Her compendium advanced by 3, reaching 251,000. Next, she learned the straw hat crafting manual and reviewed its requirements. To her surprise, 2 material options appeared: 5 hemp grass stalks, or 3 bamboo poles, with a crafting time of 1 minute. What accounted for this anomaly? Was this manual fundamentally distinct from the others? Gu Ning reviewed all her currently acquired crafting manuals: rudimentary stone axe, rudimentary stone pickaxe, hemp grass sandals, hemp cloth backpack, dried meat, and straw hat. Wait. She suddenly grasped the pattern. Manuals whose names specified a material permitted only that material. E.g. hemp grass sandals could be crafted solely from hemp. Conversely, items like dried meat or straw hats, whose names omitted specific materials, required only certain categories of materials. Any meat sufficed for dried meat. Any meat regardless of type would do. The straw hat manual merely stipulated 2 permissible material types. By this logic, the branches in the rudimentary stone axe manual could likewise be substituted, say with apple branches. She tested the hypothesis, and indeed substitution proved viable. Thus, crafting manuals without named materials likely held greater versatility, and therefore higher intrinsic value. Gu Ning cheerfully noted this discovery. Though perhaps of limited practical utility, given the steep cost of most crafting manuals, the quiet satisfaction of uncovering such a rule herself was profoundly gratifying. Having completed her analysis, she resumed crafting straw hats. With ample materials on hand, she produced one of each variant, both for inspection and compendium registration. Soon 2 distinct straw hats lay before her, resembling those seen in period dramas, wide-brimmed conical hats akin to sun hats, yet more tightly woven, thicker, and larger in scale. Grass-woven straw hat, white woven from hemp grass, offers modest rain resistance. Durability, 30. Bamboo-woven straw hat, white woven from bamboo, robust and durable. Durability, 60. Upon registration, her compendium advanced by 2, reaching 271,000. Since these hats served primarily as rain protection, and rain was presently irrelevant, Gu Ning stored them directly in her compendium. She then began crafting dried meat using chicken jerky, white chicken roasted into lean, moisture-free jerky. Registration added 1, bringing her total to 281. Next, she crafted a rudimentary stone axe using apple branches, yet the result remained unchanged. She understood some material substitutions yielded identical outputs. This uniformity simplified inventory management. Backpack slots were severely limited, though it meant forfeiting potential compendium progress. At 2015, Gu Ning nibbled on cooked chicken strips while scanning the camp's chat channel. It was almost pitiful. She'd prepared 5 strips for dinner, yet had consumed only 2 before the mist descended. Subsequent exploration of the mist compendium registration, crafting, and trading had kept her relentlessly occupied, until her stomach growled, reminding her she'd eaten scarcely anything that evening. She retrieved more chicken strips and ate slowly. After scrolling through chat for several minutes, one message caught her attention. A small restaurant has opened. Fully automated oven, green, perfectly roast food. Ingredients must be supplied separately. Each processing cycle consumes 2 units of any material. Interested parties, please send a private message. She clicked private message and typed, Ning Mingshu, may I view the attributes of roasted items? Cola roasted chicken leg white. Simply click to inspect. Gu Ning instantly selected the item. Roasted chicken leg white, a flawlessly cooked chicken leg, golden brown, tender, and never underdone. Excellent. This was precisely what Ning Mingshu, would you consider selling your oven? I'll offer 15 liters of water, or any other resource you require. On the other side, the woman known as Cola flinched, instinctively poised to refuse, then hesitated. She did urgently need something. First, she would ask whether Gu Ning possessed it. Cola, I require an item that increases backpack slot capacity. Do you have one? Gu Ning's heart leapt. What perfect timing. The green tier log storage chest she'd obtained on day 1 still rested in her backpack. Used briefly during mist exploration, now emptied once more. Thanks to her compendium, her original storage cap of 1.0 had effectively become limitless through unit modification. Post-upgrade, it stood at 1.0, far beyond saturation. Retaining the chest offered only marginal convenience. Exchanging it for the oven represented an extraordinary gain. Ning Mingshu green tier log storage chest, 1 for own exchange. After brief deliberation, Cola agreed. Originally, Cola had envisioned using the oven for commissioned roasting, earning materials in return, but far fewer inquiries arrived than anticipated. Even those expressing interest balked upon learning trade was mandatory. With only 10 trades permitted daily, and other essential exchanges pending, dedicating slots to food processing was impractical. Better to convert the oven directly into the desperately needed storage chest. Her camp warehouse overflowed, and her backpack held but a single vacant slot. Without expanded capacity, tomorrow's resources would remain untouchable. Cola agreed. Let's proceed with the trade. It worked. Gu Ning couldn't suppress a faint smile. Yet, judging by Kayleigh's eagerness for a storage chest, she must have accumulated quite a collection, nearly outgrowing her current capacity. In and under the lemon tree burlap backpack white. Need it? And Kayleigh, yes. Within 3 minutes the trade was complete. Gu Ning exchanged an oak storage chest green for an automatic oven green, and additionally crafted 2 burlap backpacks white, earning processing fees, and 4 pine planks white. She retrieved the oven from her backpack and examined its attributes before adding it to her bestiary. Automatic oven green, a perfectly calibrated oven capable of flawlessly roasting food. Trust it, and it will never scorch. In durability 195. In like the refrigerator, it conferred no additional effects beyond those of the wooden king-size bed. Still, Gu Ning had already formed a hypothesis: flawless roasting might well be the defining trait of green-tier ovens. And in a comparison with a white-tier oven would soon confirm or refute it. 30 seconds later, her bestiary progress advanced by one, reaching 291,000. And now, she could begin processing. She laid out 2 pine planks side by side, then placed the oven atop them. And in the oven was matte black-gray in hue, roughly the size of a standard household model, with a transparent glass viewing window on its front, but only a single toggle switch on its right side, no dials for time or temperature adjustment. Opening the door revealed a pristine metal baking tray, and beside it a pair of oven-safe tongs. Setting the tongs aside, Gu Ning withdrew 3 chanterelle mushrooms green from her bestiary and arranged them neatly on the tray. After a moment's thought, she added 1 carrot. She closed the oven door and pressed the switch. And in the oven accommodates only one type of ingredient at a time. Please remove the others. And as expected, she murmured under her breath. Kayleigh had warned her during the trade that only 1 food item could be roasted per cycle. Though Gu Ning believed her, she opted for caution and tested it herself. Now that the result was confirmed, Gu Ning's understanding solidified. She removed the carrot and pressed the switch again. Within 2 minutes, a crisp chime sounded. The switch popped up automatically. The roasting was complete. She opened the oven door, and a rich, earthy aroma of wild mushrooms flooded the air. Using the tongs, she lifted the tray onto the adjacent pine plank. 3 golden chanterelles had shrunk and deepened to a lustrous amber brown, exquisitely tempting. Roasted chanterelle green, a perfectly roasted chanterelle mushroom. Consuming it grants a modest enhancement to visual acuity. And just as she'd suspected, it was a new entry eligible for bestiary progression. She registered it. Progress advanced by 1, reaching 301,000. Gu Ning struggled to contain her elation. Leveling her bestiary to tier 3 required cataloging 1,000 distinct items. A goal she'd accepted would demand patience and steady effort. Yet here, astonishingly, she discovered an oven capable of transforming ordinary food into new bestiary entries, doubling her acquisition rate. This method vastly outpaced the slow accumulation of crafting recipes and incremental production. Even if bestiary advancement still demanded time, it was undeniably accelerated. She fetched a wooden bowl and chopsticks, transferring the roasted chanterelles into the bowl. Then she retrieved a bamboo shoot green. In an unpeeled and immaculately clean, plump and palm length, it was ready for roasting asses. Only 1 green tier bamboo shoot existed. Its solitary presence on the tray struck her as oddly poignant. Suddenly an idea sparked. She retrieved a white-tier bamboo shoot and placed it beside the green one. Chanterelles and carrots were distinct ingredients. Roasting them together triggered rejection. But what if both were bamboo shoots, differing only in quality? Could they coexist within the oven? She pressed the switch. No warning appeared. The oven hummed to life. In evidently differing tiers of the same ingredient qualified as a... While waiting, she picked up her chopsticks, lifted 1 roasted chanterelle, and slipped it directly into her mouth. Its texture echoed that of shiitake, yet crisper, more tender, bursting with umami depth and an unmistakable delicate fragrance. Even unseasoned, it was profoundly delicious. Gu Ning devoured it in 3 swift bites, then reached for another. Drawing upon prior experience with physique-enhancing elixirs, she'd resolved not to hoard such effect-bearing foods. Consumption now meant immediate tangible strengthening. Within a minute, all 3 were gone. Setting down her chopsticks, she closed her eyes and focused inward, attuning herself to subtle physiological shifts. And almost immediately, a cool, soothing sensation bloomed behind her eyes. Instinctively, she shut her eyes tighter. And then, another chime. The coolness receded, fading like mist. When she opened them again, the world appeared sharper, clearer, more vividly defined. She'd had mild myopia, common among modern denizens perpetually scrolling screens. Though Gu Ning spent little time on her phone, her focus fixed on earning income. She still carried a slight refractive error, a mere 100 degrees, negligible enough to function unaided. Now, bathed in the firelight, she could discern the grain patterns etched into the distant novice exchange kiosk's wooden surface. An imprecise quantification eluded her without rigorous testing, but the improvement in clarity and range was undeniable. The sensation was exquisite. And without delay, Gu Ning swung open the oven door and withdrew the 2 bamboo shoots. She cataloged them both, then slid a single carrot onto the tray for roasting. And roasted bamboo shoot green, a perfectly roasted bamboo shoot. Consumption confers a slight boost to bodily resilience. In roasted bamboo shoot white, a roasted bamboo shoot, marginally more palatable than raw. Registration succeeded. Progress advanced by 2, reaching 321,000. She archived the white-tier variant, then lifted the green tier shoot with her chopsticks and resumed eating. The roasted bamboo shoot lacked the profound savor of the chanterelles, yet possessed a subtle, refreshing fragrance and a satisfying moist crunch. Though unseasoned, it remained pleasant, ideal for dishes like oil-braised bamboo shoots. Alas, her pantry held insufficient condiments. Upon finishing, Gu Ning sat motionless, eyes closed, sensing her body's response. And in this time warmth unfurled across her limbs, a gentle pervasive tide. Yet it vanished after barely 15 seconds, far briefer than the ocular coolness earlier. Perhaps portion size dictated duration. She'd consumed 3 chanterelles, yet only 1 bamboo shoot. Or perhaps whole body enhancement demanded greater energetic expenditure, hence its fleeting nature. Regardless of cause, the outcome mattered most. Reinforcement had occurred. Quantifying the exact degree of immune fortification proved impractical. So Gu Ning abandoned further inquiry, choosing instead to observe gradual changes over time. The carrot finished roasting. She replaced it with a wild egg. She had no intention of roasting every ingredient. Only 1 specimen per type, solely to advance her bestiary. Roasted fair, while functional, paled beside items crafted via formal recipes. Take jerky for instance, its inherent salinity emerged naturally during processing. In time she might acquire additional food crafting recipes. Better to conserve raw materials now than scramble for them later. She roasted 1 each of carrot white, wild egg white, chicken leg white, raspberry white, blueberry white, apple white, bamboo worm white, flower white, and pine nut white. Except for pine nuts, which she roasted entirely, as their description explicitly stated they required roasting for consumption. Rabbit meat, bamboo, fungus, scallions, and cilantro remained untouched. Rabbit was reserved for superior jerky, the rest she withheld. Not only due to potential palatability concerns, but also because they were rare, valuable reserves for future contingencies. When resources allowed, experimentation could resume. And in flowers, however, had been a spontaneous impulse, and surprisingly viable. She then attempted roasting bamboo leaves and tender foliage, both of which failed outright. She even tried roasting buns, soy milk, and chocolate bread, but received the prompt, not classified as an ingredient, roasting prohibited. And she longed to protest that in reality all were perfectly roastable, yet had no interlocutor to whom such an observation could be voiced. So she let it go. After this flurry of activity, her bestiary progress surged by 9, reaching 411,000. Regardless of the food, each roasting requires 2 minutes. While waiting for the ingredients to finish roasting, Gu Ning idly scrolled through the camp's chat channel. It seemed that everyone's expeditions into the mist had borne good results. There were far fewer people urgently buying water and food today, and more trading for other items. She also noticed someone else selling hemp backpacks at a considerably higher price than hers. Even so, Gu Ning had no intention of raising her price if she sold hemp backpacks only incidentally to gain a little extra material in a single trade. They were not her primary trading focus. If she raised the price and buyers balked, she would squander trading opportunities. Thus it was more economical for her to keep the price low and accumulate several modest sales. During that time she completed a trade. The other party, having used a constitution-enhancing elixir and become disgustingly dirty, wanted to wash, and exchanged water at a ratio of 6 pine wood to 1 stone. Gu Ning traded 10 500 milliliters portions, 5 liters of spring water in total, for 30 pine logs white and 30 stones white. She also sold a hemp backpack in passing and earned 2 pine planks white. That ratio was not the highest in the chat, but the single transaction's volume was substantial. Gu Ning felt she had not lost out. Once all the ingredients had finished roasting and were logged, she stowed the oven and the puppet workbench and returned to her homestead. Night had also fallen over the homestead, stars glittered, and the moonlight was pure and serene. Gu Ning lingered to admire it for a moment, then placed the puppet workbench on the opposite side of the simple grass shelter. Sitting on a pine log at the entrance of the crude shelter, she remembered something and opened the survival panel to check her mental points. They read 5. Her maximum mental points were 18. Constructing the puppet workbench had consumed 10. Crafting the straw puppet cost 1. And controlling the straw puppet drained 1 mental point per hour. She estimated she had been controlling it for roughly an hour and a half. This indicated that 1 point was deducted at the start of control and another after an hour. The straw puppet's durability had fallen from 30 to 29. If she guessed correctly, it too consumed 1 durability point per hour, but unlike mental points, similar to straw sandals and hemp garments, the item was used first and its durability deducted afterward. Next, she needed to pay attention to the recovery rate of her mental points to see how long it would take to fully replenish. The newly acquired ink bamboo diagram green and the wooden bed green could both increase mental recovery efficiency. However, to test their specific effects, she would have to use them separately. She decided to use neither tonight. Tomorrow she would hang the ink bamboo diagram, and the day after she would use the wooden bed, so she could roughly determine each one's effect. With the plan arranged, Gu Ning thought carefully to make sure she had not forgotten anything. Right. For the soil exchange, the micro bamboo grove blueprint still lacked 1. Beyond that, she only needed to replenish the tools and equipment required for tomorrow. Felling bamboo in the grove had almost used up all her crude stone axes, leaving only 1 with a durability of 3. She had to restock. Given today's consumption, she needed at least 5. Other tools had not been consumed, but to be safe, she topped up crude stone picks to 5 and added 1 more crude slingshot. 3 slingshots in total should suffice for tomorrow. Her straw sandals still had 89 durability, but the hemp shirt and hemp trousers were down to only 5 each. She had to craft another set, or the clothes would tear halfway through tomorrow's journey. She had the crafting recipe for the hemp shirt and could make it herself, but the hemp trousers required trading with someone. Gu Ning left the homestead once more and went to the camp's crude workbench. While crafting, she looked for someone to trade with and soon found a person who could make hemp trousers. The other's nickname was Xinyu Buxiang Fanshan, and they requested 2 branches as a processing fee. Branches could be used to make tools, so Gu Ning did not want to spend them. She sent over the recipes she could craft and proposed a reciprocal free processing once. Xinyu Buxiang Fanshan agreed immediately. However, the things she desired were 3: a hemp backpack, a straw hat, and a conical hat, while Gu Ning only needed her hemp trousers. Then Gu Ning had an idea and asked for 1 soil white as the processing fee for the other 2 items. Although the trade was small, she had acquired the missing pieces, which she considered satisfactory. Once all the tools and garments were crafted, she returned to her homestead. She took out the micro bamboo grove blueprint green and submitted the materials. A glowing spectral bamboo grove rose from the pages of the book, prompting that it could be reclaimed into her pack or placed. Gu Ning chose to place it, setting it on the far side of Ninglu Spring in the lower right corner of her homestead. After placement, the grove remained a phantom-like projection, slowly solidifying from one side. Construction had begun. It required 30 minutes in total. No longer watching the grove, she reopened the camp chat channel and posted a trade note. Water was no longer scarce. The item she offered was Ninglu Spring water. The spring regenerated daily, and she could not possibly use so much. On the second day of survival, blue quality items were not absent, but certainly rare, and with their stamina restoring and healing effects. Once she posted the information, private messages came pouring in. Gu Ning screened and bargained with each in turn, and her remaining 6 trade slots were quickly used up. 3 more trades were arranged for tomorrow night. Tallying her gains, 450 milliliters of spring water and a processed hemp backpack exchanged for 1 fireplace, crafting recipe green 1 raft, crafting recipe green 2 soils, green 3 stones, green 3 hemp, green 5 branches, green 5 gravel, white 5 hemp, white 1 milk soap, white 2 sands white, and 8 pine planks. 6 of these were items she had not yet logged. Recording them all increased her progress by 6, bringing it to 471,000. She learned the 2 crafting recipes and checked their material requirements. The fireplace required 6 stones and 1 minute to craft. The raft required 10 wood and 1 minute. She had the materials, but Gu Ning was so sleepy she could hardly keep her eyes open. She decided it could wait until tomorrow. She did not even glance at the newly built micro bamboo grove or change into pajamas. She only remembered to set a reminder to rise at 6:00, then flopped onto the grass mat and fell asleep. She slept very soundly and woke at 6:08. Sitting up, she felt a momentary daze before remembering that she had been chosen by the survival path and entered. It had to be said that having a homestead, a private domain outsiders could not enter, made her sleep far more securely than on the first day. Part of it was also that she had worked harder the previous day. When one is tired, one sleeps deeper. Perhaps because she had eaten green quality chicken oil mushrooms and bamboo shoots the night before, she did not feel hungry at all. Since she was not hungry, she skipped the meal. Gu Ning remembered the unfinished tasks from last night and went to the micro bamboo grove. The grove was indeed small, its verdant hue refreshing to the eye. The bamboo stalks were not as stout and towering as those seen in the mist yesterday. Each was only as thick as 2 index fingers and stood less than 3 meters tall. Gu Ning focused intently on the information displayed before her. Miniature Mozo bamboo grove, white and ordinary grove of Mozo bamboo, generating 1 bamboo stalk daily. She had long suspected that this miniature bamboo grove was likewise a resource node, much like the dew collecting spring, capable of yielding a specific resource each day, perhaps bamboo poles, leaves, or shoots. She hadn't anticipated it would produce an entire bamboo stalk outright, a truly exceptional return on investment. She had briefly considered constructing it with green tier materials, but their scarcity rendered the idea impractical. Unlike pine wood, easily found beside forest trails, bamboo was far less accessible. Gathering alternative green tier materials might take days, even weeks. Rather than wait indefinitely, building it immediately proved the wiser course. Still, should she acquire another territory resource blueprint in the future, she resolved to attempt construction using green tier materials. Within the grove, the Mozo bamboo shimmered faintly with white light, immediately catching Gu Ning's eye. Yet she chose not to harvest it just yet. Since the resource regenerated daily, collecting it at the next campsite would be perfectly sufficient. Morning temperatures were ideal for trekking. No trivial matter warranted rushing at this hour. Collecting dew water from the spring, however, was unquestionably vital. Gu Ning approached the azure stone pool of the dew-collecting spring and activated her compendium to gather. In moments, the dew water quantity increased to 2 units. She wondered what today's task might be, only to find her task interface blank, devoid of any newly generated assignments. Was this the system's subtle acknowledgement of her final day in the novice phase, a quiet invitation to rest? No matter. If no task appeared, none would be pursued. She checked her mental stamina 10 points, up from 6 the previous night, meaning 4 points had restored overnight. Having fallen asleep around 10 o'clock, she calculated her recovery rate at roughly 1 point per 2 hours. A painfully slow pace. Tonight she would test the ink bamboo scroll green to gauge its effect. These thoughts flickered through her mind in an instant. Then, having surveyed her homestead once more to confirm all was secure, she set out for the campsite. The campsite held nothing she'd left behind. She stepped into the adjacent woods to attend to personal needs, an unavoidable concession as her wooden toilet remained unusable without water. After washing her hands thoroughly, she summoned her grass puppet and fitted it with a hemp cloth backpack containing 2 basic stone axes, 1 basic stone pickaxe, 1 basic slingshot, and 10 shards of gravel. She packed sparingly, adding only 1 extra axe nearing exhaustion. Though the backpack reduced carried weight by 50%, overloading it still induced noticeable strain. Then, opening the compendium's location map, Gu Ning began her journey. No longer burdened by scanning roadside flora for resources, she needed only glance occasionally at the map for glowing markers. Leaving her body light, her spirit unburdened, even allowing her to savor the surrounding scenery with genuine delight. Exhilarating. This was precisely the forest trek she'd always imagined. Soon the first white marker gleamed on her map. She ignored it, pressing forward, waiting until the marker drew nearest before harvesting. When she reached the point closest to the white marker on the map, she scanned the surroundings and realized without the map's guidance, she would never have spotted it. It lay nearly 20 meters off the trail. 20 meters meant little in open terrain, but here within the dense forest, intervening trees, underbrush, and thickets obscured nearly all sight lines. She must have missed countless resources before. Yet such oversights were inevitable, and likely universal among other survivors. What mattered now was certainty. Henceforth, no resource within a 100-meter radius, 200 meters in diameter, would escape her notice. Focusing her awareness upon the grass puppet, she sent it sprinting deep into the forest. 20 meters vanished in a breath. Beneath a towering tree stood a single mozo bamboo shoot radiating soft white light. As the puppet harvested, it deposited the yield directly into the system inventory, 13 units of hemp fiber. The task was complete. Returning to the trail took barely a minute. It unfolded exactly as she'd envisioned. With quiet satisfaction, Gu Ning recentered herself in her own body and resumed her trek. When her odometer advanced from 25 to 27 kilometers, the time read 722 m. She had gathered resources from 10 markers, 8 white tire, and 2 green tier. The white tire yields comprised 3 hemp grass white, 2 pine trees white, 2 stone deposits white, and 1 copper deposit white. From the copper deposit white, she obtained 4 copper or white and 10 gravel white. The 2 green tier resources were 1 hemp grass green and 1 raspberry thicket green. Harvesting the hemp grass green yielded 7 hemp green and 5 hemp white. The raspberry thicket green yielded 38 raspberry green, 15 raspberry white, and 1 raspberry seed green. For immobile resources, she dispatched the grass puppet ahead to scout and gather, ultimately advancing her compendium progress by 7 entries, reaching 541,000. Though her haul was substantial, fatigue eluded her. Nearly all labor had been performed by the grass puppet. She paused only because hunger. With these resources secured, she felt confident unless the roadside offered absolutely no edible provision, sustenance would never again be scarce. And if scarcity posed no threat, there was no virtue in enduring hunger. Thus she decided, after long anticipation, to finally consume the steamed pork bun she'd reserved. Arranging pine logs into a rustic table and stools, she placed her chopsticks and bowl neatly. And there, nestled within the wooden bowl, sat a plump palm-sized bun, snow white and inviting. Steam rose in delicate wisps, aroma bloomed rich and irresistible. Gu Ning inhaled deeply, lifted the bun with her chopsticks, and took a single bite. Juice gushed forth instantly. She swiftly slurped it up. It was exquisite, irresistible beyond measure. She wasn't exaggerating, the bun was genuinely extraordinary. The dough tender and airy, the skin thin, yet supple, the filling pure, minced pork utterly free of gaminess. Each bite delivered satisfying texture, perfect Fatolian ratio, profoundly savory and fresh. Bite after bite, she devoured it without lifting her gaze, utterly fulfilled. When the last morsel vanished, she still craved more. Glancing at the compendium, she saw 1 bun remained. Wrestling with temptation before at last exercising restraint. Yet her mouth still ached for flavor. She browsed her compendium and inventory, retrieving several strips of cooked chicken, 1 roasted raspberry, and 1 roasted blueberry. The moment chicken touched her tongue, her longing for the pork bun intensified. She hoped upcoming white tire treasure chests would yield more buns. Roasted raspberries and blueberries proved disappointingly bland, far inferior to their fresh counterparts. She finished the remainder, quietly drank some water, wiped her utensils with damp toilet paper, tidied her belongings, and set forth once more. At 8:04 m, her odometer read 30 kilometers. Her hemp cloth tunic and trousers both registered 0 durability. Unlike tools, which shattered and vanished at 0 durability, clothing merely displayed a notification: hemp cloth tunic durability, depleted, will vanish in 10 minutes. Hemp cloth trousers durability depleted, will vanish in 10 minutes. This feature deserved high praise. Gu Ning erected a simple pinologue enclosure and changed into fresh garments. Though no one watched, comfort and dignity were worth the small. Once dressed, she continued onward. At 1023 a.m., she reached the third campsite, arriving significantly earlier than on previous days. Her harvest this time was unprecedented in abundance. Upon arriving at the camp, Gu Ning first submitted 3 gravel stones as the entrance fee. She then approached the novice exchange counter to inspect today's newly refreshed crafting schematics. There were 3 schematics available: linen pants, crafting schematic green, requiring 10 flax, and toilet paper, crafting schematic green, also requiring 10 flax. Stone knife, crafting schematic green, requiring 10 stones. Without hesitation, she exchanged for all 3, archived them, and learned them immediately. Her encyclopedia progress increased by 3 points, reaching 75 out of 1000. Indeed, her progress had already reached 75. Such rapid advancement was only possible given the abundance of discoveries along her journey. Beyond the first 2 kilometers, which yielded 10 resource nodes, the remaining 8 kilometers revealed 39 additional resource nodes. 33 were white. Among them 6 were wooden chests, white, which she left unopened and directly archived into her. 8 represented newly discovered resources: 1 iron ore, white; 1 birch tree, white; 1 cotton plant, white; 2 tomato plants, white; and 3 lettuce plants, white. From these she gathered 4 iron ores, white; 10 gravel stones, white; 6 birch logs, white; 9 birch branches, white; 1 birch seed, white; 5 cotton bolls, white; 11 tomatoes, white; and 3 lettuces, white. 19 were previously recorded resources: 4 flax grasses, white; 3 pine trees, white; 2 stone deposits, white; 1 raspberry bush, white; 1 blueberry bush, white; 1 copper or white; 2 rabbits, white; 2 carrots, white; 2 wild eggs, white; and 1 wild chicken feather, white. 5 were green. 1 was a wooden chest, green, which she likewise left unopened and archived directly. 3 were new resources: 1 ginger plant, green; 1 wild chicken, green; and 1 stone deposit, green. Harvesting yielded 2 chicken thighs, green; 1 down feather, green; 1 wild chicken feather, white; 3 stones, green; 2 gravel stones, green; 2 stones, white; and 5 gravel stones, white. 1 was a previously recorded resource, a pine tree, green. A single blue node appeared, a flax grass, blue, from which she harvested 5 flax, blue, and 6 flax, white. Archiving all these resources added 18 points to her encyclopedia progress, bringing it to 72 out of 100. Combined with the 3 newly acquired crafting schematics, the total precisely reached 75 out of 100. After mastering the schematics, Gu Ning reviewed their production requirements. Linen pants required 1 linen cloth and 1 minute of crafting time, a fact she already knew. Toilet paper required 1 log, but produced 3 units per craft, taking 1 minute. A stone knife required 2 stones and 1 minute of crafting time. Of these 3 items, the stone knife was the only one she had not yet encountered. She decided to craft one to examine its form. She approached the makeshift workbench and initiated crafting. Shortly thereafter, a stone knife lay completed before her, roughly the size of a fruit knife, its blade meticulously sharpened. Stone knife, white, a tool for processing game. Handle with care, it is fragile. Durability, 30. Processing game. Gu Ning paused, puzzled. Hadn't materials from rabbits and wild chickens automatically dropped upon slaying? What further processing could possibly be needed? Then it struck her. Could this knife be intended for creatures like the serpent she'd encountered on day 1? That serpent had displayed no information panel nor emitted white light. Even if slain, it would likely yield no automatic loot. Manual processing would thus be entirely logical. Yet if her hypothesis held true, did this imply that non-luminescent entities might also be consumable? Or was she overthinking? For now, its purpose eluded her, not because it lacked utility, but simply because necessity had not yet arisen. Gu Ning shook her head, exhaling softly. She resolved not to speculate further. Clarity would come when the moment demanded it. She first archived the stone knife into her encyclopedia, advancing her progress by 1 point to 76 out of 1000. Then tucking the knife away, she began crafting tools. It was only 1027 a.m., still hours before dusk, and though weary, she felt far from exhausted. As today marked the final day of the novice period, with resource yields enhanced, lingering idly in camp would be an unforgivable waste. Once she had replenished her crude stone axe and crude stone pickaxe, she prepared to depart once more. If feasible, she even planned to reach a 3rd camp by nightfall, 2 camps beyond her current location. With dew condensation spring water to restore stamina, Gu Ning believed she could accomplish it. While tools crafted, she ate some raspberries and blueberries, drank water, and relieved herself. Within 10 minutes, all preparations were complete. Just before departing, she recalled something and opened the camp channel to check its population count. 697. This likely reflected the number of novices who like her had reached today's first camp. On the final day of the novice period, it was improbable anyone remained behind. As she moved to close the interface, the number shifted to 696. A single person departed. With the camp's absolute safety, death was impossible. The only plausible explanation was that someone else like herself had resumed their journey. Clearly everyone was pushing hard. A surge of urgency swept over Gu Ning. She swiftly donned her straw hat and set off again. The air grew steadily warmer. Though no thermometer displayed temperature, Gu Ning sensed the rising heat unmistakably. To avoid trekking beneath the midday sun, she quickened her pace. A white node appeared. She dispatched her straw puppet to investigate flaxgrass white. Another white node revealed a stone deposit white. A green node, a wooden chest green. Excellent. She'd archive it and open it all together tonight. Thus she continued harvesting. At 1210 p.m., her odometer read 40 kilometers. Gu Ning was growing fatigued, yet knowing peak heat would arrive around 2 p.m., she resolved to walk one more hour, though she paused for 5 minutes. During the pause, she sipped twice from her dew condensation spring water to restore stamina and nibbled a dried rabbit jerky. The spring water proved remarkably effective. Upon resuming her journey, she felt invigorated anew. 1256 p.m. The gentle murmur of flowing water echoed once more in her ears. Water. She was thrilled. Not merely for hydration, but because water meant she could finally consume the physical enhancement elixir. Last night, while browsing others' chat messages, she'd wondered what the experience would feel like. Later, after personally testing the effects of green-tier food, her anticipation for the blue-tier elixir had only intensified. Now at last the opportune moment had arrived. Her excitement was irresistible. Yet before the sound of water swelled to its loudest, the green node on her map had already been reached. This node lay approximately 70 meters off the path, near the map's outer edge. Gu Ning immediately dispatched her straw puppet to collect it. Upon arrival, however, she discovered the node hovered above the center of a small stream. A glowing green vortex uncannily resembling a fishing spot. Her straw puppet could not retrieve item information. Only she could approach and observe directly. Faced with such a unique resource, Gu Ning would certainly not overlook it. Before setting out, she'd cautiously maneuvered the straw puppet back and forth twice to scan for danger. Only after confirming absolute safety did she venture forward. At the stream's bank, she immediately inspected the node. Fishing Spot Green, a unique resource node capable of yielding fish and other unexpected treasures. Available fishing attempts 10. It truly was a fishing spot. After the initial surprise, Gu Ning felt grateful that she had previously exchanged her fishing rod with someone else. Otherwise, even discovering this spot wouldn't have allowed her to fish. She recalled that person had the craft to make fishing rods, so she could find him at the camp tonight to exchange for 2 spares. She tried using the atlas to record the fishing spot, and it worked. Soon the progress increased by 1, reaching 77 out of 1,000. Then Gu Ning cupped some creek water to examine its details. Creek water, white, naturally pure, safe to drink directly. It was the same as what she had encountered before. After pondering briefly, she took out her wooden fishing rod, placed it into the grass puppet's backpack, and returned to the... She had no intention to fish herself, nor to collect creek water at the moment. The fishing spot allowed a total of 10 catches, but she was unsure how long one fishing attempt would take. Since this place was deep within the forest, lingering it was safer to let the grass puppet handle the fishing. The same reasoning applied to collecting creek water. She planned to find a spot closer to the path later. However, since she had found a water source, she could begin taking the physique enhancement elixir. Suddenly Gu Ning's expression shifted as an idea struck her. If she took the physique enhancement elixir and then transferred her spirit to the grass puppet, wouldn't she avoid most of the pain? But would doing so affect the elixir's efficacy? Naturally, it would be ideal if it had no impact. If it did, that would be a significant loss. In the end, she decided against it. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, enduring the pain herself, was better than compromising the enhancement's effect. Others could endure it as she could too. Casting aside shortcuts, she shifted her spirit to the grass puppet. Holding the fishing rod, she gently flicked it, casting the line into the fish. Gu Ning had never fished before. This was her first time. Logically, she should have studied it a bit. But the wooden fishing rod was so simple. Just a wooden pole of fixed-length hemp line and a small wooden hook. A quick glance told her exactly how to... After about 2 minutes, just as she considered whether to add bait, the rod suddenly dipped. The line jerked violently. She quickly lifted the rod with force, successfully pulling a fish shimmering with white light above the water. The fish was small, similar in size to those commonly... Upon contact, the fish was stored in her system backpack. She cast again. After about 3 minutes, another catch came. A white quality fish of the same species, but slightly larger. It too was stored in the system backpack. Gu Ning kept casting. One was a white quality fish of a different species, small in size. A green quality large freshwater prawn, lively and wriggling, longer than a palm. A white quality fish of a new species. A green quality pine wood piece. A white quality raw wood treasure box. Midway her backpack became full as she returned to record and store items in the atlas. Progress increased by 4, reaching 81 out of 1,000. A white quality fish of a familiar species. A white quality freshwater prawn. On her last cast, she caught a green quality white fruit. She picked it up with some disbelief. The fruit was about the size of a ping-pong ball with a smooth, intact surface. She truly didn't understand how the wooden hook managed to, but it wasn't surprising. The fish, prawns, pine wood, and treasure box she caught earlier were all intact as well. After storing the fruit, she looked back at the fishing spot. After using all 10 fishing attempts, the whirlpool in the creek silently vanished. She packed away the wooden fishing rod and followed the creek downstream toward the path, intending to find the spot closest to the road for easier water collection and cleaning after taking the physique enhancement elixir. Not far ahead, the creek veered deeper into the forest. It seemed the corner was the most suitable spot. She left the grass puppet there and returned to her own body. The first thing was naturally to check the backpack. The fish had been recorded and directly stored in the atlas. She had previously recorded green quality freshwater prawns. Now she recorded and stored the white quality ones. Progress increased by 1, reaching 82 out of 1,000. She examined the white fruit. Logging green, an ordinary skill fruit that grants the logging skill upon consumption. It was yet another skill fruit, and a fundamental skill like logging at that. Gunning had thought skills were all special abilities like puppet creation, but logging was one too. Presumably having the skill would make logging more effective. The atlas recorded it. All progress increased by 1 to 83 out of 1,000. Then she consumed the skill fruit. You have learned the logging skill. She checked the skill details. Logging level 0 skill quality green skill description increases efficiency and yield when felling trees. Level 0 bonus non-experience 0-10. The description matched her expectations closely, but there was no bonus yet. She needed to reach level 1 to see the actual effect. She wondered whether experience was gained per chop or per felled tree. She could only test it when she encountered trees. Now it was time to collect creek water. Gunning walked tens of meters along the path, checked the positioning map to confirm the grass puppet was at the shortest distance, and then transferred her spirit to it. After scouting to ensure safety, she personally approached the creek. Each unit was still 500 milliliters. To collect faster, she opened the atlas to store directly while using a wooden bucket to gather water. The water in the wooden bucket could be stored in the atlas with just a thought, making the process extremely efficient. In less than 3 minutes, all the creek water was collected. No more could be gathered. Still 100 liters. It seemed the maximum collection volume per water source was likely 100 liters, though she planned to observe further in case other places differed. Without rushing back to the path to take the physique enhancement elixir, Gu Ning stood still and took out a wooden toilet. She wanted to determine if domestic water was truly water without a white glow. Opening the wooden lid of the toilet's water tank, a prompt appeared: domestic water detected, collect. She confirmed immediately. The next moment, a water column formed from the creek into the tank, continuously pouring water inside. Gu Ning instantly felt delighted. She had planned to fill the bucket herself, but now it was fully automated, requiring no effort. 1L, E2L, 5L. The toilet tank could hold up to 200 liters, but filling it would take some time. Unwilling to waste time waiting, she tested whether her presence affected collection. Finding no impact, she returned alone to the path. She planned to use the physique enhancement elixir during this time. Based on others' experiences, it took 10 minutes to take effect, was painful and messy. To keep her clothes clean, Gu Ning built a small roofless hut on the path using pine wood measuring 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Then she cut some roadside weeds with an iron sickle to lay on the ground, covering them with hemp cloth to prevent dirt if she writhed in pain. Next, she removed her shirt, pants, and shoes, completing preparations. Before taking the elixir, Gu Ning drank 500 milliliters of the dew spring water she had collected that morning in one gulp. Though unsure if it would enhance the effect, she did what she could and left the rest to fate. The spring water was renewable, so wasting some was no concern. She checked the time: 1344. Opening the bottle cap, tilting her head back, the pale golden liquid flowed into her mouth. As Gu Ning counted to 10, her entire body began to ache. Initially it was mild, but it quickly intensified. It was difficult to describe the kind of pain she was experiencing. She soon found herself unable to stand and curled up on the ground, covered with weeds and burlap. It seemed like a long time had passed, yet it felt like only a brief moment. A cool current spread throughout her body, and the pain began to gradually. Gu Ning, somewhat puzzled, endured the pain and sat up. She opened her survival panel and discovered that only 2 minutes had passed. She remembered that people in the chat channel had mentioned that the entire process of the potion taking effect was painful, with no claims of a gradual easing. Could it be the effect of the Linglu spring water? There was no other explanation. It's great, at least it wasn't a waste. However, since it could alleviate pain, it might also have an enhancement effect. Perhaps she should drink more. Taking out another 500 milliliters of Linglu spring water, she began to gulp it down. She found herself unable to drink any more after consuming half. Her stomach was already full. Not wanting to force it, she put the bottle away and continued to endure the pain. It was unclear whether it was the result of drinking more spring water or if the spring water was inherently effective, but as time went on the pain Gu Ning felt became lighter. When there were 3 minutes left until the end, she felt completely pain-free, and instead a refreshing current swirled throughout her body, making her feel extremely comfortable. 1355. The refreshing current throughout her body vanished, and everything came to an end. She assessed her physical condition as she felt energized and in excellent shape. However, she was quite dirty. It was as if she had rolled in the dirt after coming out of the water. She also smelled bad. Gu Ning lifted her arm to smell it, and waved her hand in discomfort. It was time to wash up. The clothes she had taken off earlier could not be worn now, otherwise it would be a waste. She draped the 2 burlap pieces she had laid on the ground over her body, and after collecting the pine, ran barefoot towards the creek. The clothes she had taken off earlier could not be worn now, otherwise it would be a waste. She draped the 2 burlap pieces she had laid on the ground over her body, and after collecting the pine, ran barefoot towards the creek. The creek water was a bit cool, but the sun overhead was intense, and Gu Ning quickly adapted. Although this creek was only 2 meters wide, the middle part had a bit of depth reaching just above her lower abdomen. In the water, she removed her underwear and walked a little downstream using the milk soap she had exchanged earlier to wash herself, wringing it out and hanging it in the direct sunlight. She also washed her cotton socks and burlap shoes, which she had been wearing since yesterday morning. Although they looked quite clean, she still decided to give them a wash. Given the current temperature, they would likely dry soon. The burlap she had draped on herself was also simply washed. One piece was used as a towel, while the other served as a scrubbing tool. After finishing the necessary washing, Gu Ning walked upstream a few steps to start cleaning the dirt off her body. The burlap was coarse, making it quite suitable for scrubbing. After 2 rounds with the milk soap, she was finally clean. This was the first bath she had taken since entering the survival path. It was also the hottest part of the day, and being in the water felt incredibly refreshing and pleasant. However, this creek was in the forest and wasn't as absolutely safe as the road, so she couldn't fully relax. After washing up, she got out. Her underwear, cotton socks, and burlap shoes were completely dry. After drying off, Gu Ning took out her burlap top and pants. Although these hadn't been washed, they were only changed today and were still clean enough to wear. She decided not to wear the cotton socks and would store them in her inventory. She had worn them yesterday due to the blisters on her feet. Now it was noon, and the weather was hot, so it was cooler without them. Having tidied herself up, Gu Ning wasted no time in storing away the wooden toilet. She carried the grass puppet and headed back to the road. At this moment, she finally felt inclined to examine the changes in her body. No, not examine, but summarize. From the more than 40 minutes of washing and the back and forth, she had truly experienced the changes in her body. Firstly, she was faster and more agile. Her reflexes had significantly improved, allowing her to respond and adjust almost immediately to uneven ground and protruding branches. Her eyesight had also improved. The leaves she could only see vaguely before now had become extremely clear in outline. Her sense of smell and hearing had also heightened. Previously, she could only smell the scent of grass and wood in the air and hear the calls of birds and insects. Now she could clearly distinguish the earthy scent within the air of grass and wood, along with the fragrance of certain plants and the smell of decaying branches. She could hear the chirping of birds coming from different directions, the buzzing of insects both near and far, and the rustling of leaves as the wind blew through. Just as described in some cultivation novels, the whole world felt clearer and more vivid. At the same time, her strength had increased significantly, which was particularly noticeable when washing the burlap. It was much easier to scrub, and after wringing out the water, the burlap was almost as dry as if it had been spun in a washing machine, not dripping at all. As for her skin, previous small blemishes and spots had vanished. Her skin was already on the fair side, but it wasn't impervious to tanning. Previously, due to a busy work life, she hadn't taken good care of it, leading to sun exposure. Now it had regained its fair and tender appearance, feeling smooth and delicate, almost akin to jade. Gu Ning was not a professional and couldn't precisely determine how much her physique had improved, but that didn't matter. It was already a done deal, and knowing wouldn't change anything. At this moment, she simply felt that her entire being was filled with vitality, invigorated, and in an exceptionally good state. This was different from her state after drinking the Linglu spring water. Although her body had recovered, her spirit would still feel fatigued. But this time, even her spirit felt fully restored, as if she had just woken up from a good sleep, feeling exceptionally light. Wait, her spirit. She opened her survival panel and saw that her spirit value in the personal information interface had surprisingly risen to 18. It had returned to full capacity. She hadn't expected such a benefit. While she didn't know if this was due to the Linglu spring water, after all, the vast majority of people didn't possess the spirit value attribute and couldn't provide a reference. But Gu Ning was certain that others did not feel as revitalized as she did after consuming physique enhancement potions. That was enough. As long as she confirmed that the spring water was effective in the future, she could continue to take similar potions together regardless of the effect, since she could regenerate. While lost in thought, her stomach suddenly growled. She almost forgot that the chat channel had mentioned feeling very hungry after consuming potions. It was only now that she felt hungry perhaps, because the spring water had replenished some energy. What should she eat? Today she had already eaten meat buns and rabbit jerky, and there was also a chocolate bread that she hadn't touched as she decided to eat that for this meal. Taking out a chocolate long bread wrapped in oil paper, she took a big bite. The taste of the bread was quite good with a layer of chocolate on the outside and a chocolate cream filling inside. The ingredients were genuine and fresh, though it would cost at least a dozen yuan in reality. While eating bread, Gu Ning casually checked the time 1452. The distance was 42 kilometers. It was getting late. According to the plan, there were still 13 kilometers to reach today's third campsite. To save some time, she chose to eat while walking. After finishing one chocolate bread, she still felt a bit hungry, so Gu Ning took out the baked apple. Whether in the illustrated guide or the system backpack, whatever you put in is what you get out, so the baked apple was still warm. To avoid burning her hands and getting sticky, she picked a few leaves to use as a cushion while eating. Compared to the previously baked raspberries and blueberries, the taste of the baked apple was acceptable, but Gu Ning still preferred fresh apples. However, her habit of eating was to finish the less tasty items first, then enjoy the delicious ones, making the later experience more enjoyable. Of course, this habit only applied when she was eating alone. When dining with others, or at a buffet, she naturally prioritized her favorite food. After finishing the baked apple, Gu Ning wiped her mouth and hands and focused on her journey. She soon spotted a white light point, which was 1 hemp grass white yielding 11 hemp white and 1 hemp seed white. Another white light point, which was 1 flower bush white, yielded 5 flowers white. Yet another white light point, this time 1 pine tree white. Great, she could try out the newly acquired lumberjack skill. She excitedly took out her simple stone axe and began chopping. After a single chop, she opened the survival panel to check her lumberjack skill, which showed 0-10 experience. After chopping 2 more times, the experience was still 0-10. Continuing to chop the tree, when the pine tree fell, the experience changed to 110. It seemed that chopping down 1 tree increased her experience by 1 point. Next, she would try controlling the grass puppet to chop trees and see if that would also increase her experience. If it did, it would be a complete breeze. After collecting the materials dropped by the pine tree, Gu Ning kept moving. White light, 0.1 stone mine white. Green light, 0.1 hemp grass green. White light, 0.1 birch tree white. Finally, another tree appeared. She hurriedly controlled the grass puppet to start chopping. After consuming 14 durability points of the simple stone axe, the birch tree fell. Picking up the materials and returning to the path, she checked her lumberjack skill, and the experience had changed to 210. Great, the grass puppet could also increase experience. This meant she no longer needed to chop trees herself to level up her skill greatly, improving her safety. Gu Ning immediately felt a lot more relaxed. 1546. Distance, 45 kilometers. She had arrived at today's second campsite. She submitted 3 pieces of rubble as the entry fee for checking the novice exchange section. It hadn't refreshed. It still looked like the previous campsite's items were yet to be exchanged. Just as mentioned in the chat channel, it refreshed once a day, not at every campsite. This meant that the novice period benefits in the exchange section allowed each person to exchange for 9 crafting recipes. If she guessed correctly, 5 of those should be fixed, including the simple stone axe, simple stone pickaxe, hemp tunic, hemp pants, and hemp shoes. These are the most basic supplies needed for survival and are also the novice set included in the novice gift package. She had already collected them. During trading last night, many people were only missing 1 type, and today they should be able to gather everything. The other 4 types were more random, but they were likely basic living supplies like hemp ropes, wooden barrels, and wooden bowls. That made sense. Casually glancing around, Gu Ning approached the simple workbench to replenish the tools she had used. During the waiting time, she drank water while pondering. The 3 kilometers of this journey took less time than the same distance before. However, she did not rush, as she maintained the comfortable pace she had established over the past 2 days. The increase in speed was naturally due to her enhanced physique. At this rate, reaching today's third campsite before 2000 was definitely, and this enhancement was something everyone experienced. Even if each person's physique varied, the effect of the increase was different. She believed that today, aside from the foolish, no one would remain at the first campsite. At the very least, everyone would progress to the second. Those with strong stamina like her were likely to challenge all 3 campsites. As for going beyond that, it seemed improbable. This was not merely about walking, it also required searching for resources on both sides. Unless someone was both physically strong and could locate resources like her, moving faster wouldn't be of much use. Moreover, today was the last day of the novice period, with resources being richer and dangers lower. One could imagine that people's harvests would not be small. With a stronger physique and increased harvests, what did this imply? It was quite clear. It meant that after the novice period, the difficulty of survival would definitely increase. Otherwise, why would such generous benefits be given? After all, this path is called the path of survival, not a tourist route. Since entering the path of survival, the only danger Gu Ning had experienced was encountering a snake while picking leaves on the first day. Aside from that, she hadn't discovered any other threats. She had indeed been very cautious. But could her caution alone ensure absolute safety in the forest as a novice? How could that be possible? The peace she had enjoyed these past few days must be greatly related to the reduced danger during the novice period. She even suspected that the snake she encountered on the first day was a danger warning that everyone would inevitably face, as long as they paid a little attention, they could all notice it. The ones who truly lost their lives were only a very few who were too careless. The vast majority were still living well. With such a high survival rate, what could it still be called survival? Thus Gu Ning was certain that once the novice period ended, the difficulty would undoubtedly increase considerably. However, with the abilities she currently possessed, as long as she continued to stay cautious and did not recklessly pursue rankings, she had a high probability of survival. Moreover, she had collected quite a lot today, and once she counted everything in the evening, she would be better prepared for tomorrow's challenges. In her thoughts, all the tools had been successfully crafted. Gu Ning no longer lingered, leaving the campsite to continue her journey. White light point, green light point, white light point. She repeatedly controlled the grass puppet to collect resources, and even discovered a new resource that wasn't entirely new. The reason she said this was that she had only obtained it through trading and opening treasure chests before. She had never gathered it herself. This new resource was soil. Located under a large tree, a white light circle encircled a basin-sized patch of black soil, which was covered with weeds. At first glance, one might think the grass was a resource. It was her first time collecting soil. Initially, she tried to dig with her hands, but that didn't work. Then she remembered the iron shovel she had picked up earlier, so she returned to the path to grab the shovel and went to dig again, succeeding on the first try. Indeed, expertise matters, even tools are the same. Gu Ning applied this knowledge and decided to try using a sickle to harvest hemp, next time wondering if there would be any difference, as sickles were designed for cutting weeds. Then she found that there was indeed a difference. When she previously collected with her hands, hemp seeds sometimes appeared and sometimes didn't. But using the sickle, she always obtained hemp seeds. Thinking about the other hemp she had gathered today, she felt quite at a loss. However, on second thought, she considered herself lucky for discovering it early, otherwise she would have lost out even more. 1837. At dusk. Distance, 55 kilometers. The third campsite for today has arrived. Still, it costs 3 pieces of gravel to enter the campsite. Upon entering the campsite, Gu Ning went straight back to her home. The home looked just as it did when she left. The clear Ninglu spring reflected the azure stone. In the small bamboo grove, the bamboo joints stood tall, and the leaves were lush green. A brown tree stump lying on the ground had already sprouted pale yellow mushrooms. There was also a simple thatched hut, which, though sparsely furnished, had already given her a sense of familiarity after 2 days, as if she had returned to her little nest feeling very affectionate. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face as she skillfully kicked off her hemp shoes, lying down on the straw mat, closing her eyes to rest quietly for a while. After about 10 minutes, Gu Ning reluctantly turned over, opening the survival panel to check. First, she viewed her personal information interface. Previously full spiritual value decreased from 18 to 16, as 2 points were consumed while controlling the grass puppet. The puppet manufacturing skill requires 10 experience points to level up from level 0 to level 1. Yesterday, creating the puppet workbench and the grass puppet each granted 1 point, totaling 2 points. She needed to create 8 more grass puppets. Currently, both materials and spiritual value are sufficient to level up and see what changes occur at level 1. However, there was one thing she was quite conflicted about. Should she create a green quality grass puppet? Today she collected quite a bit of green quality hemp and branches, enough to create one, but the problem is grass puppets have a slower durability decline. Throughout today, she only consumed 4 points of durability, and considering the 1 point consumed yesterday, there are still 25 points of durability left. It shouldn't be a problem for another 5 or 6 days. A green quality grass puppet would definitely have higher durability. If she consumes so many materials to create the grass puppet, it will not be used immediately, which would purely waste resources. What if she sold it? A thought emerged in Gu Ning's mind. But others probably haven't unlocked their spiritual attributes yet. Can they even use grass? Moreover, is it really appropriate to expose her skills? Although people are currently in a single-player state, no one can predict how things will develop in the future. She remembered that while exploring the mist yesterday, there was a piece of information stating number of enterable people 1. Perhaps there might be some mist that can be entered by multiple people simultaneously. At that time, it wouldn't be hard to guess what might happen. Of course, maybe these speculations won't come true. She might be overthinking. Nevertheless, no matter what, the necessary preparations must be made. She thought for a moment and decided to upgrade the puppet manufacturing skill first, and then determine her future plans based on the effects of the upgrade. Moreover, whether to sell or not, she needs to test if others can use the grass puppet. Resolute in her decision, Gu Ning immediately took action. She first created 1 grass puppet at the puppet workbench, then continued to create while opening the friend list in the chat channel to find a testing subject. Due to it being dusk, most of the friends she had added were online. She checked the previous chat records one by one, trying to find a suitable candidate. Suddenly, a message from a friend came through. Bambi, hello, I would like to trade for 2 hemp backpacks. Bambi, wooden barrels, hemp ropes, hemp cloth, fish baskets, wooden fishing rods. These are the items I can create. If you need them, we can process for each other. Fish baskets, wooden fishing rods. Guning was quite interested. However, she decided not to rush into a trade. She flipped back through the chat records and remembered. This Bambi was the first person to trade with her, and also the first to propose mutual processing and to give her something. What a coincidence. Just when she was looking for a suitable person to test the grass puppet, they sent her a message. Although their previous exchanges were brief from the small matters of processing and gifting, it was clear that Bambi was organized and not overly calculative, making her an absolutely suitable candidate. Under the lemon tree, sure, what materials do you need for the fish basket? Bambi, 5 pieces of hemp or 3 bamboo poles. I don't have bamboo poles, so you need to provide them. Under the lemon tree, I'll bring 1 of each material and also need 1 wooden fishing rod. Under the lemon tree, I've sent you the bamboo poles. Bambi, alright, please wait a moment. Under the lemon tree grass puppet, click to view detailed information. Do you need it? Bambi, yes. How do I exchange for this? In another campsite, Bambi stood beside a simple workbench, feeling excited upon seeing the grass puppet's information. She immediately made up her mind that as long as she could afford it, she must buy one. Even though she had good physical strength from years of dancing, her body was agile, and she had taken physique enhancement potions, she was just a novice in the world. Even if she didn't encounter any crises during the beginner phase, she wouldn't confidently think she could always be safe. Survival is not that easy. The grass puppet is simply a doppelganger. Having it would make exploration much safer. Now that she encountered it, she would trade for it, even at a high price. If they could further establish a long-term cooperation with Under the Lemon Tree, that would be even better. Under the Lemon Tree, this thing is a bit special. You should try if you can use it first. Bambi, sure, I would like to give it a try. Bambi, do you need me to send some materials to you as collateral? Seeing this message, Guning couldn't help but smile. If the grass puppet can be used, a normal person's thinking would be to build a good relationship with her for future trades. Why would they need collateral? If the grass puppet cannot be used by others, then it would be useless to Bambi. And used items would definitely not require collateral. After all, they still needed to trade other items. This shows that Bambi's offer of collateral was merely due to her strong desire for the grass puppet. Under the lemon tree, no need for collateral. I'll send it to you. You can try using it first. If it works, we can discuss the trade. Bambi, okay, I received it. Is it alright to drop blood from any part? Under the lemon tree, anywhere is fine. After dropping it, you will feel a sense of connection. Do you feel it? This time the other side did not reply immediately, and Guning had a faint guess. Before long, a reply came. Bambi, how amazing. After I dropped the blood, I felt connected to the grass puppet. When I focused, I was directly in its body, controlling it, as if it were another body. It wasn't difficult at all. Under the lemon tree, that's good. The grass puppet will consume spiritual energy. A 1 point of durability can last for 1 hour. You can keep an eye on it yourself. Bambi, thank you for the reminder. I will be careful. Bambi, the grass puppet is very useful, and its value must be high. I wonder what your pricing is. Pricing. Guning actually hadn't thought it through yet. The role of grass puppets is beyond doubt. However, anything placed on the trading table ultimately has its price, just like the dew spring water Guning traded yesterday. Even if it is something that can save a life, no one would trade everything they have unless it is absolutely necessary. She understands this and is not planning to demand an exorbitant price. After all, the materials needed to create a grass puppet are quite simple. The only limitation is her mental energy. Guning is unsure whether to focus on crafting techniques or high-quality materials, or perhaps something she has never encountered before. Isn't it a bit excessive to ask for everything? The trading partner might not have all of it anyway. Forget it. Don't think too much, just ask directly. Let's complete this deal first. After upgrading the puppet manufacturing, I can decide whether to continue selling grass puppets. Lemon tree, do you have any crafting techniques I can learn? I will prioritize exchanging for crafting techniques. Little Bambi, sorry, I don't have any. I learned it as soon as I got it. Lemon tree, then I'll take green materials or items above green quality, at least 10 green materials. If the items are particularly useful, I can offer a slight discount. While replying to Little Bambi, she walked from her home to the camp, starting to craft a burlap backpack. Little Bambi, mini fish pond blueprint green. Is this okay? I got it from the fog. Another blueprint. This time for a fish pond. She just discovered a fishing spot today and caught a few fish. Guning couldn't help but exclaim. What a coincidence. However, considering the crafting techniques possessed by Little Bambi, one can guess that she must have gone to a place with water and fish, so it's not surprising to obtain a related blueprint. Thinking of the usefulness of the mini bamboo forest, Guning clicked to view it with great anticipation. Mini fish pond blueprint green. This blueprint can be used to construct a territorial resource, a one-time item. Aside from the different name, the item information is identical to that of the mini bamboo forest blueprint. As for the materials needed for construction, she can only check once she gets them. However, even if she can't manufacture it now, she will be able to do so in the future. She definitely won't complain about having too many territorial resources. Lemon tree, this item is indeed quite valuable, but unfortunately I can't use it right now. Besides it, you can just add 3 random green materials. Little Bambi being able to deduct 7 green materials is already quite good, thank you, big shot. Little Bambi, I have crafted everything, let's trade now. Lemon Tree, okay. The trade was quickly completed. Gu-Ning received 1 wooden fishing rod, white 1 grass woven fish basket, white 1 bamboo woven fish basket, white 1 mini fish pond blueprint green 3 hemp green, and 10 hemp white. Of course, she also provided the materials needed to craft the fishing rod and fish baskets. Taking out the mini fish pond blueprint, she recorded it, while checking its. Though this blueprint is called a diagram, it is essentially a book. When opened, the left page shows a circular fish pond scene, and the right page lists the manufacturing requirement. Construction requires 10 stones, 60 L of water, 6 fish, and 4 water plants. She already had enough stones and water. As for the fish, she flipped through her collection. She has 2 black fish white, 1 carp white, and 2 bass white, totaling 5 fish, but she still needs 1 more. Additionally, she has 2 green shrimp, 1 of white quality and 1 of green quality. She wonders if shrimp can substitute for fish. Both fish and shrimp are aquatic creatures, and fishing can catch both, indicating their essence is the same. Moreover, if the effect of the mini fish pond is similar to that of the mini bamboo forest, then the kind of fish used to construct the pond might randomly determine the types of fish generated in the future. If she can use green shrimp to build the pond, she might generate shrimp in the future. Eating a mix of fish and shrimp is certainly much happier than just eating. In that instant, Gu-Ning tried submitting the green shrimp. The result was negative. It seems she was too optimistic. So now she is short 1 fish. Lastly, she also needs 4 water plants, which she doesn't have. She wonders if little Bambi has these materials. Based on her experience with the mini bamboo forest, the blueprints and required construction materials are likely to be found together. She should ask. Lemon Tree, I've checked the materials needed for the mini fish pond, and I haven't seen the fish and water plants before. Do you have them? Little Bambi, no, to be honest, when I found this blueprint I did see fish in the pond, but the fog was about to end, and I ran out of time. Little Bambi, as for the water plants, they should be there, but I didn't have time to collect them. Lemon Tree understood. I experienced the same thing. I found resources, but ran out of time. After a brief farewell, Gu-Ning sighed. In fact, this outcome is not surprising. Green materials are indeed rare, but there are still channels for continuous acquisition. Blueprints are one-time special items. If little Bambi had construction materials, she wouldn't have so readily sold the blueprint. After realizing this, she put away the blueprint and took out the 2 fish baskets to record them separately. Grass woven fish basket white, a fish basket woven from hemp, not very sturdy, can be placed in water to catch small fish and shrimp. Durability 30 bamboo woven fish basket white, a fish basket made from bamboo, quite sturdy and won't be damaged even if a big fish accidentally gets. Durability 60. With these 2 fish baskets, she can try placing them in a creek next time to see what she can catch. Gu-Ning stored them with adding the previously recorded mini fish pond blueprint. The collection progress increased by 3A, reaching 891,000. Yes, the progress of the collection has slowed down. She originally thought that the remaining journey of over 10 kilometers would yield more unseen resources, but in fact most resources were already. Only 3 new discoveries, all of green quality, were made. Abandoned bird nest green, a nest left by unknown birds. Placing food that birds like inside has a certain probability of attracting birds and receiving their gifts, but please note birds only come when there are no people around. Durability 100 Sanchi green, a type of herb that has a rapid hemostatic effect and can reduce swelling. Hemp seeds green, high quality seeds that require soil to plant with a growth period of 6 days. The abandoned bird nest, needless to say, is like a mushroom stump, allowing for continuous resource collection and is quite precious. Gu-Ning plans to place it in the camp before going to bed, as that should count as an unoccupied state. The Sanchi, like the stone pine grass she discovered in the fog, is a healing herb. However, since she has dew spring water, she won't be using it for now, so she'll keep. She has 2 green hemp seeds which, like other seeds, cannot be planted, so she stored them as well. Besides these 3 items, she also collected 4 green light points and 41 white light points along the way. The 4 green light points consist of 2 hemp green, 1 stone, or green, 1 wooden box green, and 1 soil green. Hemp seeds green are obtained by harvesting hemp green with a sickle. The 41 white light points consist of 5 hemp white, 4 pine trees white, 2 stone, ors white, 1 copper, or white, 1 iron, or white, 1 white birch white, 2 raspberry bushes white, 1 blueberry bush white, 2 wild chickens white, 5 wild chicken eggs white, 2 wild chicken feathers white, 2 rabbits white, 3 carrots white, 1 tomato plant white, 2 ginger white, 2 soil white, and 5 white treasure boxes white. Although the progress in the encyclopedia did not increase much, she had gathered quite a few materials. Furthermore, there were still 13 white wooden treasure chests and 3 green wooden treasure chests in the encyclopedia that had yet to be opened. Once opened, she would undoubtedly obtain some new supplies. However, these were merely thoughts that Gu-Ning had as she allowed her imagination to wander. Opening treasure chests was a matter for later. Right now, upgrading skills was far more important. Returning to her home, she found that the puppet workbench had already manufactured 1 grass puppet. She stored it away and continued to click on the manufacture button. While waiting, she harvested the new mushrooms sprouting from the mushroom stump nearby. This time, it wasn't the golden chanterelle. Instead, it was a small mushroom with a creamy yellow top and a white stalk. Small yellow mushroom, white, a small mushroom that doesn't grow large with an exquisite flavor. The quality had turned white. Gunning felt a bit disappointed, but quickly got over it. The mushroom stump was merely a green quality item. Just like how the materials harvested from green quality hemp or pine trees were not always green quality, it was unrealistic to expect every mushroom to be of. Her attention returned to the mushrooms. This small yellow mushroom truly lived up to its name. It was indeed very small, with a cap only the size of a fingernail, and the stalk was as thin as that of a golden needle mushroom, growing densely together. In the midst of harvesting, she also produced another grass puppet, then proceeded to manufacture the next one. In total, she obtained 38 portions of small yellow mushrooms, with 3 to 4 small mushrooms in each portion. After recording, the encyclopedia progress increased by 1, reaching 901,000. Subsequently, the mushroom stump reverted to a state of lacking water. Gunning pondered for a moment, took out the leftover dew spring water, and an empty plastic bottle, carefully poured 10 milliliters into the bottle, then added some water before watering the stump. Indeed, while it was previously said that expecting to harvest green quality mushrooms every time was unrealistic, she still wanted to conduct an experiment to see if watering the mushroom stump with diluted dew spring water would yield better quality mushrooms. However, dew spring water was quite precious and shouldn't be wasted. If the experiments yielded no results after a few tries, she would abandon the idea. After watering the grass puppet, had manufactured another one. Currently, her puppet manufacturing skill had gained 6 experience points, and she needed to produce 4 more. After clicking on manufacture again, Gunning took a simple stone axe and went to the miniature bamboo grove. The bamboo, glowing with white light, was easy to spot and fell after 6 strikes. She harvested 4 bamboo poles white, 10 bamboo leaves white, and 2 bamboo worms white. She was a bit surprised to see the bamboo worms. The materials needed for building the miniature bamboo grove did not include bamboo worms, as she thought they would not appear again. However, this was quite fortuitous. Although bamboo worms were also a type of food, it was impossible for her to eat them. It was better to trade them with others. However, before she had the chance to deal with them, she obtained an abandoned bird's nest. She knew that birds like to eat insects. Using bamboo worms to attract birds was the most suitable use. She had been worried about what to use once the bamboo worms were finished, but now it was fine, as the bamboo grove would continue to produce. Even if it wasn't every day, it would be enough. After collecting the bamboo, the grass puppet had manufactured another one. Gunning immediately stored it away, then left her home and arrived at the simple workbench. She remembered that she had traded for 2 manufacturing recipes last night, which were the raft and the fireplace, and she had not yet produced the finished products, so it was just the right time to manufacture them. The fireplace required 6 stones, and the raft required 10 pieces of wood, and she had plenty of materials. She decided to make the fireplace first. After clicking to start manufacturing, she returned home. After waiting for several seconds, the grass puppet was completed. Just 2 more were needed, so she continued manufacturing. Then she returned to the camp, stored the completed fireplace, and began manufacturing the raft. Next, she returned to her home again to check the fireplace and record it in the encyclopedia. Fireplace white, a fireplace made of stone that can be placed in a house for warmth or used to cook food. Next, she returned to her home again to check the fireplace and record it in the encyclopedia. Fireplace white, a fireplace made of stone that can be placed. Then she would store it for now, waiting to place it once the house was built. The fireplace was recorded, and the progress increased by 1, reaching 911,000. The grass puppet had manufactured another one. Just 1 more, and she could upgrade her skill. Gunning had already decided that she wanted to create a green quality one this time. Green items generally possess special attributes, and she was very curious about what special effect the grass puppet would have. She submitted 5 hemp green and 3 branches green, and the puppet workbench began its work once more. After that, she went to the camp to collect the manufactured raft, checked it, and recorded it. Fortunately, this time, it was the last trip back and forth, otherwise Gunning would have directly moved the puppet workbench outside. Raft white, a basic water transport tool that is likely to capsize in rough waters. Durability 100. After recording, the encyclopedia progress increased by 1, reaching 921,000. She stored the raft, and although she didn't know when it would be useful, it was always better to prepare in advance than to scramble for it later. This was also why she accepted every manufacturing recipe without hesitation. Soon the last grass puppet was completed. Gunning immediately opened the survival panel to check her skills in puppet manufacturing. Puppet manufacturing, level 0, skill quality, purple. Skill description: consumes mental energy and materials to create controllable puppets. Level 0, can manufacture puppet workbench. Grass puppet experience 1010, can upgrade. She clicked to upgrade. Skill upgrade successful. She checked her skills again. Puppet manufacturing level 1A skill quality purple skill description consumes mental energy and materials to create controllable puppets. Level 1 can manufacture puppet workbench grass puppet wooden puppet stone puppet experience 0-100 Gu Ning felt pleasantly surprised to see that 2 new types of puppets had been added at once and quickly checked their manufacturing requirements. The wooden puppet requires 6 pieces of wood 2 mental energy and takes 1 minute to create. The stone puppet requires 6 stones 2 mental energy and also takes 1 minute. Compared to the grass puppet, the wooden puppet and stone puppet required 2 fewer materials in total, but the mental energy consumption increased by 1. She wondered what differences there were in the abilities of these puppets. She could make one of each to see. Thankfully, her mental energy had fully recovered after taking the physical enhancement potion in the afternoon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enough even to upgrade her skills, let alone create new puppets. She was also not ready to experience what it felt like to have her mental energy completely depleted. Currently, she still had 8 points of mental energy, which was sufficient. On the puppet workbench, there was still a green quality grass puppet. Gu Ning picked it up, checked its information, and recorded it. Grass puppet green, a delicately crafted grass puppet that is more agile in areas with lush vegetation. After blood recognition, it can be controlled with mental energy, consuming 1 mental energy every 3 hours. Durability 120 every 3 hours, it consumes 1 mental energy. She remembered that the white quality one consumed 1 mental energy per hour. This meant that for the same duration of control, the mental energy consumption was reduced by 1/3. This meant she could save more mental energy for manufacturing puppets and upgrading her skills. According to her experience from the previous night, without any enhancements, mental energy recovers 1 point every 2 hours. Sleeping for 8 hours would only recover 4 points. Today she had traveled 30 kilometers, consuming 2 points of mental energy to control the grass puppet. Excluding the special case of instant full recovery under normal circumstances, she could only have 2 points left for manufacturing puppets. If she controlled the green quality puppet, the maximum mental energy consumption would be 1 point, allowing her to use the remaining 3 points for manufacturing. Moreover, the green quality grass puppet had a durability of 120, which was 4 times that of the white one. It was important to note that regardless of the quality, manufacturing one puppet would consume 1 point of mental energy. Thus, it was equivalent to saving 3 points of mental energy in a roundabout way. All in all, it was quite cost-effective. After a simple calculation, the grass puppet green has been successfully recorded. Collection progress 1, reaching 931,000. Gu Ning stored away the grass puppet green and began to create a wooden puppet, a white quality one. This was a practical consideration. Although the green quality puppet was more cost-effective and useful, 1 grass puppet green would suffice for her for a while. Any more would be a waste of resources. Moreover, the functions of the 2 new puppets were still unclear. She decided to create one of each to observe their effects before determining whether to manufacture the green quality ones. While waiting, she opened the skill interface again. Upgrading the puppet manufacturing skill to level 2 required 100 experience points. Calculating based on gaining 1 experience point for manufacturing 1 grass puppet, she would need to consume 100 spirit points. According to previous calculations, using the grass puppet green would leave her with 3 spirit points per day. Dividing 100 by 3 means she could level up again in 34 days. That's quite a long time. She recalled that the bamboo painting green and the wooden double bed green both had effects that accelerated spirit recovery. Initially, she planned to use them separately for a night to test their recovery effects. But now it seemed better to use them all at once. After all, knowing each one's recovery effects wouldn't be very useful, recovering more spirit points was more important. Very well, it's decided. However, the bamboo painting needs to be hung up, and placing the double bed in the open grass seems a bit odd. Should she build a house to live in? But she hasn't unlocked any related crafting techniques yet, so she can only build a makeshift coffin house using wood. It doesn't matter when playing a game, but actually living there. Better not. Gu Ning shook her head, abandoning that idea. She planned to check during the evening trade if she could exchange for the house building technique and bedding. If not, then it would have to be open air. After all, she was the only one in her home, so it didn't matter. While thinking, the wooden puppet was already completed. She reached for the glowing sphere and received a prompt for storage or placement. It seemed this puppet would be larger. Choosing to place it, a wooden automaton much taller than her appeared on the grass. It had a head, limbs, and a torso with ball-shaped joints. The hands and feet were carved with 5 fingers, and its face featured extremely simple facial features polished to a smooth finish. It resembled a puppet from an animated series. She checked its information and recorded it. Wooden puppet white. A puppet made of wood requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master, can autonomously execute some simple operations based on commands, and is agile in action. Durability 100, can it act autonomously based on commands. This means it doesn't consume spirit points and can be used freely. Gu Ning felt pleasant. She initially thought it would require her control, like the grass puppet, just made of different materials. She didn't expect it to have a different function. What about the stone puppet? Is it of the same type? She quickly began manufacturing the stone puppet, while also recording the wooden puppet. Then she searched for a tool to draw blood, but found nothing more suitable than the thorny weeds she had chosen before. Alright, then she would look for thorny plants near the camp later. Soon the stone puppet was also completed. Its appearance was similar to the wooden puppet, but it was made entirely of stone and looked sturdier overall. She recorded it first, and then checked its information. Stone puppet white. A puppet made of stone requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master can autonomously execute some simple operations based on commands, and has excellent load-bearing capacity. Durability 100. Like the wooden puppet, it can act autonomously. However, she was unsure to what extent. The difference between the two was that the wooden puppet was agile, while the stone puppet had excellent load-bearing capabilities. After a brief wait, the recording was completed, and the collection progress increased by a total of 2, reaching 951,000. Gu Ning then stored both puppets and left her home. Thorny plants were quite common in the forest, and she quickly found some near the camp. She carefully pricked her hand and squeezed out 2 drops of blood, applying one to the wooden puppet and the other to the stone puppet. Instantly, a connection similar to that of the grass puppet was established. Suddenly she understood. Aside from allowing the puppets to act autonomously, she could also control the wooden and stone puppets, just like the grass puppet. Similarly, controlling them would also consume spirit points. As for whether the consumption was the same as the grass puppet white, she couldn't tell. Now she only had 4 spirit points left. Naturally, Gu Ning wouldn't waste her spirit points at this moment, and began experimenting with various commands. Walking, defending, attacking that tree. Pulling a certain type of grass, catching bugs in the forest. Running at full speed using tools, etc. 1924. After experimenting for about 10 minutes, she roughly understood the capabilities of the puppets. Firstly, in terms of understanding and execution capabilities, the wooden and stone puppets were identical. There was no distinction of one being smarter or dumber than the other. Secondly, the puppets possessed a certain level of common sense. Basic actions such as walking, moving forward, turning left, turning right, and squatting did not require detailed descriptions. They could execute commands flawlessly. Actions like chopping trees, pulling grass, and digging soil posed no problem either. However, the commands needed to be precise. For example, if she instructed the puppet to pull grass, simply saying pull grass would cause the puppet to start with the nearest grass, pulling and tossing it away, ignoring the roots buried in the soil. Once the surface part was pulled up, it would consider it finished. In simple terms, it was chaotic pulling. However, it wouldn't pull bushes or touch trees. If given a more detailed instruction to uproot all grass within a certain range, it would use its wooden hands to dig up the soil and uproot the roots. It wouldn't pull anything outside of the specified range. To be even more precise, if she gave it a specific grass to pull, it could do so, as long as there was an identical one nearby. In simple terms, it was chaotic pulling. However, it wouldn't pull bushes or touch trees. If given a more detailed instruction to uproot all grass, for instance, if instructed to gather the pulled grass and tie it up, it could pile the grass together, but the act of tying was beyond its understanding. When unable to perform a task, it would remain still, appearing somewhat cute and clueless. Additionally, the puppets could use tools as stone axes, stone picks, iron shovels, and sickles were all within their capabilities. Moreover, because they were in the camp, they could directly access the camp's warehouse for storage and retrieval as long as she granted them permission. Lastly, the puppets also possessed a certain level of combat capability. Since there were no suitable targets for attack, Gu Ning decided to have the wooden puppet and stone puppet attack each other for testing. Although she didn't provide weapons to prevent damage, the two puppets still engaged fiercely. She didn't know much about this aspect and couldn't discern any particular techniques. After all, she had lived in a peaceful land and rarely encountered fighting. Even if she did, it ended quickly, leaving no opportunity to gain insight. She had watched plenty of fighting scenes in movies and TV shows, but the question was who learns combat experience from dramas. It was all about how cool. Thus, after confirming that the puppets were stronger in combat than herself, Gu Ning directly called a halt. She would wait to test their combat capabilities against a real opponent equipped with weapons. In conclusion, the intelligence level of the puppets was somewhat better than expected. However, at present, she felt their usefulness was limited. Why does it seem like it has little use? Because the roads and camps are relatively safe at the moment. While there may be dangers when gathering resources in the forest, having a grass puppet means there's nothing to worry about. Wood puppets and stone puppets can certainly replace grass puppets for resource collection. However, Gu Ning has just crafted a green quality grass puppet that reduces mental consumption, so she naturally wouldn't discard it. Leaving it at home to help with cutting bamboo or gathering mushrooms is certainly feasible. Yet she could handle such trivial tasks herself in no time, making it seem like overkill to find a helper. If the resources in her home become so abundant that she can't manage alone, then using puppets for assistance would not be too late. Moreover, cutting trees herself would also increase her lumbering experience. If she doesn't control the puppets and lets them cut on their own, it's uncertain how effective they will be. Thus, she genuinely doesn't know where to use these two new puppets at the moment. Speaking of which, after obtaining the lumbering skill from the fishing point, Gu Ning encountered a total of 9 trees and gained 9 experience points. Just one more tree would allow her to upgrade the skill, yet she can't seem to find any. Previously, she had wondered if cutting bamboo would also increase experience. However, her focus was taken by the puppet crafting skill, and she didn't pay attention. Now remembering, she hurried to check. At the same time, Guning opened the survival panel. Lumbering level 0 skill quality green skill description higher efficiency when cutting trees yielding more rewards. Level 0 bonus none experience 1010 upgradable 10 experience points. She can upgrade it. She couldn't help but feel delighted. Very good. In the future, the miniature bamboo forest will consistently provide 1 experience point daily, speeding up the upgrade process a bit more. Confirm upgrade. Skill upgrade successful. Lumbering level 1 skill quality green skill description higher efficiency when cutting trees yielding more rewards. Level 1 bonus 10 chance of critical hit, while lumbering critical hit multiplier 200, experience 0 100, 810 a 200 critical hit multiplier. Guning tried clicking to view, but found no additional explanatory information. From the skill description, it can be inferred that this critical hit effect likely pertains to both lumbering efficiency and drop rates. In other words, 1 chop yields the effect of 2 and the dropped materials double. The double drops seem to be more useful. However, the 10 critical hit rate feels a bit low. Perhaps continuing to upgrade will increase the probability. Closing the skill interface, Guning glanced at the camp chat channel, noting it was 1931, and there were 9,812 people. That's just under 200 fewer. Excluding those who might not have reached the camp, yet the mortality rate is quite low. However, due to the inability to access the chat channel while on the road, the causes of death for those individuals remain unclear, leaving only speculation. Tomorrow marks the end of the novice period. She wondered what changes might occur then. Hopefully more people will survive. She sighed softly, then opened the Encyclopedia of All Things. With a thought, the encyclopedia automatically flipped to the entry page for the raw wood treasure chest white. This was a new ability she discovered. There was no need to flip through pages one by one, as simply thinking about it would take her directly to the desired page. Now that the encyclopedia has recorded more items, this function is quite convenient. Today she collected a total of 13 raw wood treasure chests white and 3 raw wood treasure chests green, and she took them all out. Indeed, Guning was preparing to open the treasure chests. Even though she wasn't typically superstitious, opening so many blind boxes at once made her involuntarily wash her hands and say a little prayer to the heavens. With the preparations complete, she took a deep breath and began to open the boxes one by one. She started with the white quality ones. Soon, all 13 white treasure chests were opened. 3 of the chests revealed green orbs, each containing 1. Only one was a new resource she hadn't seen before. Glass green high-quality glass can be smelted in a furnace. The remaining 2 contained 1 soil green and 1 pine wood green. Next, she counted the other items. For food, she had 20 items, including 3 tea eggs, white 2 meat buns, white 2 egg pancakes, white 2 strawberry cakes, white 2 meat sandwiches, white 2 green bean ice cakes, white 2 spicy crab crisps, white 1 chicken leg burger, white 1 youtiao, white 1 8 treasure porridge, can white 1 luncheon meat, can white, and 1 floss rice ball white. Except for the meat buns, the other 11 types were all new to her. For drinks, she had 18 items, including 15 bottled water, white 1 cola white, 1 orange juice white, and 1 lemonade white. Aside from the water, the other 3 were all new to her. Moreover, the resources she had never seen before included 2 clay white, 2 marble white, 2 glass, white 1 cotton cloth, white 1 copper ingot, white 1 silver ingot, white 1 copper scissors, white 1 plastic slippers, white 1 towel white, and 1 cotton quilt white. The resources she had previously encountered totaled 62 items, including pine, wood, stone, iron, or etc. So she won't list them all. Finally, she broke down the 13 treasure chests into 26 pine wood planks white. As she recorded and counted, she added a total of 25 points to the encyclopedia, reaching 120,1000. She had already surpassed 1/10. Initially, she thought progress towards 1,000 would be slow, but now it seems she might be able to upgrade again within a month. After storing all the resources, Guning turned her attention to the raw wood treasure chest green. This time she chose to open one for counting. The result of the first chest surprised her. Among the 3 green orbs, in addition to 2 hemp green, there was also a level 1 house design blueprint. Level 1 house design blueprint green can be used to build a level 1 house in the home territory, a one-time item. Finally, she can build a house. Holding the blueprint, she recorded it and quickly opened it to check. From the left side of the diagram, it can be seen that this is a single-story wooden house with a sloped roof marked with a total area of 50 square meters and a height of 4 meters divided into 2 spaces, one large at 30 square meters and one small at 20 square meters. The materials needed for construction are 100 planks and 100 stone bricks. As for the planks, Guning tried using pine wood planks, however, she had yet to see stone bricks. Nevertheless, if she follows the logic used for planks, they should be made from stone, likely involving a corresponding manufacturing process. As for planks, there should be more than just the breakdown of treasure chests as a means of obtaining them. There may also be a manufacturing process. During trading later, she could try to acquire some and see if anyone contacts her. Setting the blueprint aside, she continued to count the other white orbs in this treasure chest. 2 braised beef noodles, white 2 bottled water, white 1 buckwheat pillow, white 1 soybean seed, white 1 thermos cup white. 4 new items, adding up to 5 with the house design blueprint, contributed 5 points to the encyclopedia's progress, bringing it to 12510. So exhilarating. She eagerly continued to open the treasure chests. The second box contained 2 green orbs. One was an iron ingot green, and the other was a simple stone axe manufacturing recipe green. She had already learned the simple stone axe manufacturing recipe, and according to her previous speculation, everyone should have learned it by now. As Guning picked up the leaves intending to store them in the encyclopedia, she noticed that the simple stone axe manufacturing recipe was still in a learnable state. The manufacturing recipe can actually be learned repeatedly. What would the result be if I learned it once more? At the moment this question arose, Guning swiftly learned the crafting technique for the simple stone axe. Then a new prompt popped up. You have repeatedly learned the crafting technique for the simple stone axe. Materials needed to craft a simple stone axe. 1. Did the material consumption decrease by 1? She immediately opened the crafting page to check, discovering that now it only required 2 branches and 1 stone to craft a stone axe. It's worth noting that the simple stone axe consumes the most materials among all tools, as she needs to replenish several every day. This effect is quite impressive. Guning nodded in satisfaction and continued to count the other resources in the treasure chest. She saw iron ingots green for the first time and decided to collect them. The other 8 white orbs included 2 bottles of water, white 2 honey-glazed roasted chickens, white 1 dressing mirror, white 1 peanut oil, white 1 soil white, and 1 pinewood white. Seeing the steaming honey-glazed roasted chicken, she instantly decided it would be her dinner. Initially, she had been quite frugal with food, trying to eat a little less at night, just enough to prevent her stomach from grumbling. However, today she had gathered plenty of food, enough to last a month. In this case, she could indulge herself. After completing the collection of new resources, her collection progress increased by 4, reaching 1291000. Only 1 treasure chest remained. I hope it contains a crafting technique for stone bricks. May the heavens bless me. She prayed once more before opening the treasure chest. There were 3 green orbs. 1 was hemp cloth green. 1 was an ice jasmine potted plant green. The last was a juice crafting technique green. As expected, I am not some lucky sovereign who can make wishes come true. Guning felt disheartened for a moment, then accepted the reality. It's fine if I can't get it from the chest, I can always trade for it later. She first recorded the juice crafting technique and checked the iced jasmine potted plant. She was familiar with jasmine flowers, having raised them before, but this iced jasmine was something she had never heard of. It must be a unique item found along the path of survival. Iced jasmine potted plant green, a mutated jasmine flower in a pot with a light fragrance. Its buds can be harvested once a day. Durability 400. The buds can be harvested. Guning looked at the potted plant, which had a thriving jasmine flower blooming in a white pot, and uniquely its petals were ice blue. The fragrance was faint, even resembling the scent of ice and snow. Iced jasmine truly lived up to its name. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several unopened buds emitting a soft green glow. These are the harvestable buds. She carefully plucked all of them, ending up with a total of 5. Each bud was the size of a pinky nail. Check the information. Ice jasmine bud green, a bud from the ice jasmine possessing a hint of icy essence. Consuming it can maintain a cool state for 12 hours. Maintain a cool state. Guning immediately thought of the scorching hot weather in certain novels that could cause people to overheat. Regardless of whether it happens in the path of survival, the question is when. As long as there is this possibility, these buds must be stored properly. As for testing the effect, it can wait. He'll save that for when the weather gets warmer. After storing the buds, she checked the information on the iced jasmine potted plant again. Its durability had decreased from 400 to 399. Just like the mushroom stump, collecting it once reduces its durability slightly. In that case, I want stored. I'll place it outside to let it grow. I can collect and store more buds to ensure I have enough when needed. Moreover, Guning liked to keep a few pots of greenery where she lived, and this iced jasmine grew well, with a pleasant fragrance making it nice to look at. After handling the potted plant, she learned the juice crafting technique. Upon checking the crafting requirements, she found it needed 2 fruits, and took 2 fruits. She immediately thought of raspberries and blueberries, wondering how much juice she could make with these 2. Guning submitted 2 raspberries and clicked to craft. While waiting, she counted the remaining white orbs. 2 bottles of water, white 2 braised pork ribs, white 1 wooden spear, white 1 pinewood white, and 1 hemp rope white. Seeing the tempting braised pork ribs, she felt a stir in her heart. However, after some thought, she decided against it. This dish would taste better with rice, and without rice it was more appropriate to eat the honey-glazed roasted chicken first. The wooden spear was a weapon measuring 1.2 meters long. Guning had a fine iron crossbow, and decided not to use it herself, equipping it to the puppet standing beside her. At this point, the juice had been crafted. She picked it up from the simple workbench for inspection. A small wooden cup roughly the size of a can of Wangzai milk accompanied by a wooden straw contained red juice, with some fruit pulp fragments visible. Check the information. Raspberry juice, white juice made from raspberries, sweet and sour 100 milliliters. With only 2 raspberries as raw materials, she had 100 milliliters of juice. This processing was quite profitable. Gu Ning hurriedly submitted 2 blueberries to craft juice again, then began to record the raspberry juice. After completing the recording, she happily took a sip. It was indeed sweet and sour, even better than in reality. Thinking that this juice was made from 2 raspberries made it taste even better. Had I known there would be such a benefit, I wouldn't have eaten a single raspberry before. What a pity. But it's fine. I will not waste any raspberries or blueberries. No need to save it. In less than 20 seconds, the 100 milliliters of raspberry juice was already gone. Then her hand was empty, and the wooden cup and straw disappeared. As for the blueberry juice, after recording it, she stored it away. Including the other items recorded from this treasure chest, her collection progress increased by 7, reaching 136,1000. Changed at 100 ml. As expected. Now what kind of juice would be produced by combining raspberries and blueberries? She submitted one of each and began crafting. As for the blueberry juice, after recording it, she stored it away. Including the other items recorded from this treasure chest, her collection progress increased by 7, reaching 136,1000. After 1 minute, the juice was crafted again. Checking the information, she found mixed juice, white, a mixed juice made from various fruits with a rich fruit flavor, 100 milliliters. So it's mixed juice. By this logic, if I were to use chicken and rabbit meat to craft jerky, I should end up with mixed jerky. Great, I can add to the collection progress again. After recording the mixed juice, the progress increased by 1, reaching 137,1000. Flipping through the collection, the only remaining fruit was the apple. Tomatoes in reality are both fruits and vegetables, but I wonder how they are classed. I tried submitting one, but it didn't work. It seems that in the path of survival, tomatoes are considered vegetables. Then I'll craft some apple juice. An apple is larger than a fist, so it shouldn't yield only 100 milliliters, otherwise that would be too much of a loss. However, if it truly only yields 100 milliliters, I'll consider this a contribution to the collection progress, and will never craft it again. 1 minute quickly passed. Gu Ning reached out to touch the orb of light, and the seemingly tiny wooden cup instantly enlarged. This quantity clearly would not. Check the information. Apple juice, white juice made from apples, rich in apple flavor, 1L. 1L, which is 1000 milliliters. This amount is certainly not small in reality. However, compared to raspberries and blueberries, exchanging 2 large apples that can each serve as a meal for just 1L of juice seems less worthwhile. It seems that the most cost-effective options are raspberry juice and blueberry juice. These 2 types of fruit are also the ones she has the most stock of. There are 314 raspberries white and 151 blueberries white. Once everything is produced, she can get over 200 servings of juice. She stored the apple juice, and her progress in the encyclopedia increased by 1, reaching 138,1000. With the joy of having harvested resources in Survival Road, Gu Ning tirelessly continued her production. Unfortunately, the simple workbench does not have the capability for bulk manufacturing, requiring her to constantly collect and then produce again. She should first produce all the raspberries and blueberries into juice before thinking about how to trade. She did not want to sell them separately, as communicating with too many people would inevitably waste. She should first produce all the raspberries and blueberries into juice before thinking about how to trade. She did not want to sell them separately, as communicating with too many people would inevitably waste a lot of time and effort. Manufacturing is already troublesome enough. If trading is equally troublesome, she might as well not sell at all. Wait a moment, can the puppet be used for manufacturing? When she previously tested the puppet's abilities, they could use the camp warehouse. However, she had not yet tried whether they could use the simple workbench. The main issue was that when controlling the grass puppet, she could not use the survival panel and could only store items in her backpack. She subconsciously thought that the wooden and stone puppets would be the same. She hurriedly tried it out. Gu Ning instructed the wooden puppet to come to the simple workbench and stored some raspberries in the camp warehouse. Then she ordered the wooden puppet to use the simple workbench and the raspberries in the camp warehouse to produce raspberry juice. As soon as the wooden puppet touched the simple workbench, a prompt popped up in front of her. Your puppet is attempting to use the simple workbench. Would you like to grant permission? It really could, and she agreed to grant permission with a mix of surprise and delight. Once the permission was granted, the wooden puppet began to manufacture raspberry juice. Upon completing 1 serving, it immediately picked it up and then stopped its actions. Gu Ning further refined her instructions. She instructed the puppet to store the produced raspberry juice in the camp warehouse, and then continue to produce juice with the fruits from the camp warehouse until they were all used up. As soon as this instruction was given, the wooden puppet immediately sprang into action. Since the wooden puppet could directly store items in the camp warehouse, it did not need to move, just like when she manufactured herself, continuously collecting and remanufacturing. Finally, she did not have to stay by the simple workbench anymore. She stored all the raspberries and blueberries in the camp warehouse, stretching her arm. Checking the time, it was almost 2000. After browsing the chat channel for a few minutes, and precisely timing the lighting of the campfire, Gu Ning began her dinner. As usual, she set up a few pine wood pieces as a table. She opened the encyclopedia to take out a serving of honey-glazed roasted chicken. Instantly, a fragrant and slightly sweet aroma wafted out. Unlike the previous unwrapped meat bun, it came with a white porcelain plate. The whole chicken was presented in an enticing golden color with a crispy and shiny skin sprinkled with some white sesame seeds, promising an excellent taste. Such a delicious chicken would be a waste not to pair it with a drink. She generously took out a cup of blueberry juice and placed it on the table. After washing her hands, she directly started to dig in. The first bite was of course her favorite chicken wing. The wing tip was already crispy, and even the bones could be chewed through. It was incredibly delicious. Gu Ning happily gnawed on the chicken wing, while her mind flickered, opening the chat channel. At this time, people were all in the camp talking about all sorts of things, giving her a sense of the joy of surfing the internet. She had to admit that the food in Survival Road tasted great. The chicken meat had no fishy smell at all, it was tender and juicy. Even the chicken breast, which usually lacked flavor in reality, was exceptionally well marinated. After finishing over a pound of roasted chicken and draining the blueberry juice, she still felt unsatisfied. She suspected that her appetite had increased after enhancing her physique, otherwise this portion should have been enough. However, even if her appetite had indeed increased, it didn't matter. Given her current progress, she should not have to worry about going hungry. Once the roasted chicken was finished, the plate disappeared like the wooden cup that held the juice. Her hands were greasy. She took out a milk soap to wash her hands clean, and then Gu Ning began to look for trading partners. The first was someone she had arranged yesterday to exchange for dew spring water. There were 3 people all wanting to exchange for green materials. It was 50 milliliters of spring water for 3 green materials and 5 white materials. Among the green materials, anything except crushed stones would do. After 3 transactions, she collected a total of 5 hemp green 2 pine, wood green 2 stones green 7 hemp white, and 8 stones white. Then Gu Ning began to publish trading information. Still using the most attractive dew spring water as her main offer, she added water juice, burlap bags, hats, and so on in exchange for the fish water plants, wooden planks, stone bricks, and corresponding manufacturing techniques she needed the most. As for the grass puppet, she was still a bit uncertain, so she temporarily did not trade it. After sending the message several times, private chat messages started coming in. The first person wanted to exchange pine wood boards for dew spring water and asked how many he had. He only had 4. Gu Ning indicated it could not be exchanged if at least green quality materials were needed as a base for the exchange. The next person also wanted to trade pine wood boards and was likewise refused. The one after that. This person immediately sent item in water hyacinth white, a water plant with a strong reproductive ability. Its leaves are edible. Mandarin fish white, an edible freshwater fish, few bones, and much meat, extremely delicious. These were exactly what Gu Ning needed the most. She immediately replied, Ning Ming Shu Xia, how many do you have, and what do you want in exchange? Air Force is not possible. I have 2 water hyacinths and 3 fish. How much of that blue quality spring water can I get in exchange? I still need 1 fish and 4 water plants to manufacture the fish pond. This person had 2 water hyacinths and 3 fish, just enough to have a shortage of water plants and an excess of fish. However, being able to exchange for something useful was already good. After some bargaining, she exchanged for 40 milliliters of spring water and a burlap bag. The spring water was indeed a blue quality item, but fish were also necessary food for survival, so the price could not be low. Gu Ning did not feel she lost out on this exchange. Once the items were in hand, she immediately stored them. The progress in her encyclopedia increased by 2, reaching 140,1000. She continued to check her private messages. After skipping a few useless messages, she saw a useful one. This survivor had the stone brick manufacturing technique, but had already used it. He sent a message saying he could help her process it, but the processing fee would be 1 bottle of dew spring water, which is 500 milliliters, and he also wanted to know what she needed the stone bricks for. Gu Ning felt that this price was a bit high. Not to mention that she currently did not have 500 milliliters of spring water. Even if she did, it would be impossible to agree just like that. Trying to negotiate, the other party directly replied with seller's market and refused to negotiate. She paused for a moment, gave up on communication, and continued to check the next private message. Stone bricks were merely basic materials used for building houses. It was clear that they could not be scarce resources. If the price were reasonable, she would naturally be willing to exchange. But if it were this situation, she could only say that building houses was not that urgent. An hour passed by unknowingly. During this time, 4 transactions were completed. One transaction involved exchanging 20 milliliters of dew spring water blue and 1 grass-woven straw hat white for 10 pine boards white, 6 stone bricks white, and 5 hemp white. Another transaction was made using 4 raspberry juices white in exchange for 4 stone bricks. Yet another was made with 20 milliliters of dew spring water for 12 pine boards white and 2 iron ingots white. In one transaction, 25 milliliters of dew spring water blue, 1 hemp backpack white, and 1 stone knife white were exchanged for 8 pine boards white, 3 lotus flowers white, 7 hemp white, and 4 stones white. Only the stone bricks and lotus flowers were new resources. Lotus flower white, an aquatic plant standing tall and fragrant. After recording the progress in the encyclopedia increased by 2, reaching 142,1000. As soon as she obtained the lotus flowers, Gu Ning submitted a design for a miniature fish pond, which could be used for aquatic plants. She immediately entered her home to start crafting the miniature fish pond. As for her earlier idea of constructing a design using all green materials for the miniature bamboo forest, the difficulty was simply too high. If she were to pursue it, the design would likely gather dust, as she chose to strategically abandon it. By submitting 10 stones white, 60 L of creek water white, 2 black fish white, 1 carp white, 2 bass white, 1 perch white, 2 water hyacinths white, and 2 lotus flowers white, the construction of the 12 square meter miniature fish pond could commence. Gu Ning placed it near the bamboo forest. She had tested the miniature bamboo forest previously. It was not fixed in place and could be freely adjusted. Therefore, there was no need to worry about layout. She could just place it anywhere. The fish pond construction would take 30 minutes. Gu Ning had 2 transactions left, so she settled into the grass shed and began browsing the chat channel. She had already dealt with the private messages generated from her earlier transaction postings, but she still needed many more stone bricks. Unless someone with crafting skills came along, it would be impossible to gather enough in a short time. With that in mind, she decided not to rush. She would accumulate resources slowly. Thus, this time, she didn't post transaction information, but instead scrolled through others' listings. With no other entertainment activities, the chat channel refreshed rapidly, and the number of people who saw her messages was actually quite small. There were many others posting their transaction information. However, basic materials, food, water, and daily necessities appeared frequently, but items of green quality and above were almost non-existent. Gu Ning also exchanged 1 raspberry juice white for 1 plastic basin white. She didn't spend any transaction attempts, as this was a gift trade initiated by a friend, and the other party sent the goods first. After recording the progress in the encyclopedia increased by 1, reaching 143,1000. She then noticed a toothbrush that the other party offered in a gift trade, but they wouldn't send the goods first. Having not brushed her teeth for several days, she thought to herself that it was just 1 raspberry juice, and even if she were scammed, the loss would be minimal, so she agreed. In the end, she was scammed. The other party deleted her as a friend and pretended nothing happened. Although she had anticipated this outcome, Gu Ning still felt unhappy. She reflected on it afterward. Perhaps now that she had more resources, she was less concerned about small things which led her to be scammed. But ultimately, it was a matter of not being cautious enough. Regardless, such mistakes must not occur again in the future. After scrolling through nearly 20 minutes of chat information, Gu Ning finally saw a green quality item, and it was a large one. Rosewood desk green, a solidly constructed and exquisitely crafted solid wood desk. Using it for study grants a slight increase. Durability 400. Study. Having graduated just over a month ago, she felt this term was somewhat alien to her. She wondered what she could still study using a desk in the survival path. When she inquired about the price, the other party wanted to exchange it for a log storage box. She happened to have one. Earlier, she had opened 3 log treasure chests green and obtained 3 log storage boxes green. However, storage boxes were currently scarce resources, and exchanging one for a desk that had limited utility was clearly unbalanced in value. After some haggling, the transaction was completed. Gu Ning exchanged 1 log storage box green and 2 hemp backpacks white for the other parties, 1 rosewood desk green, 1 notebook white, 6 pine boards white, and 10 hemp white. After recording the progress in the encyclopedia increased by 2, reaching 145,1000. This desk was over 2 meters long with a height at her thigh supported by solid wooden boards, giving it a substantial appearance. Gu Ning placed it at the side of her simple grass shed. She then positioned the iced jasmine potted plant at the corner of the desk and placed the notebook on top. From now on, this would serve as her dining table. As for the slight comprehension increase during study, she would deal with that when the time came. With a durability of 400, she wasn't worried about wasting a bit. Perhaps in a few days, she would acquire another table to replace it directly. However, now that she had a table, she also needed to find a chair. She opened the chat channel to continue searching for a target. This time she was fortunate and quickly encountered a survivor who had the crafting skill for wooden chairs. The other party was processing orders, charging 1 pine wood as a processing fee for each chair, with the manufacturing materials being 2 pine woods. He had no transaction attempts left and could only offer gift trades, but he could send the goods first. Gu Ning naturally had no objections. She prepared to exchange for 2 chairs, 1 for sitting and 1 as a backup, which could also hold a plastic basin for convenience when washing up. The transaction was carried out in 2 parts, going smoothly without any incidents. After recording the wooden chairs, the progress in the encyclopedia increased by 1, reaching 146,1000. Then she continued scrolling through chat messages. At 2146, she used her last transaction attempt. This time she exchanged one hemp backpack white for one summer quilt white. To regain more stamina, she planned to sleep on the wooden double bed tonight. Having more blankets would naturally be more comfortable. After recording the progress in the encyclopedia increased by 1, reaching 147,1000. Gu Ning then began to arrange her cozy nook for the night. She first packed away the simple grass shed and its contents, took out the wooden double bed, and placed it back in its original position. She then placed the back of the simple grass shed against the head of the double bed, serving as a wall. The desk was also moved, positioned horizontally beside the bed for easy access. The wooden chairs were placed on the other side of the desk. The cotton quilt, being a winter quilt, was large and thick, laid on the bed as a mattress, and the newly acquired cotton cloth was used as a bedsheet with a buckwheat pillow. The summer quilt, being thin, was of little use as a cushion, and it didn't make her hot when covered, just perfectly replacing the hemp cloth she previously used. Once everything was arranged, she smiled with satisfaction. She then thought about lying down. However, recalling the clothes and shoes she was wearing, Gu Ning abandoned this tempting idea and sat down on the chair. She didn't have much of a cleanliness obsession, but when conditions allowed, she was accustomed to washing up and changing into pajamas and slippers before getting into bed, as that made sleep much more comfortable. Having sat for less than 20 seconds, she remembered something. 30 minutes had passed, and the miniature fish pond should have already been constructed. The moment she thought of it, Gu Ning immediately got up and went to the fish pond. Before her was a round water pool with 2 lotus flowers and some aquatic plants growing in it, shimmering under the moonlight, occasionally creating ripples on the water surface. Check the information. The micro fish pond white is a common fish pond that randomly generates a fish or a piece of aquatic grass each day. The effect is similar to what was expected. Gu Ning discovered that the resource-type buildings created from the design drawings are all permanent and have no durability. Unlike items like mushroom stumps, they do not have a chance to produce green quality items. However, in the long run, even white quality resources are quite valuable. With this micro fish pond, she now has a stable food source, so even if the resources available on the road decrease, she won't starve. Of course, the value of mushroom stumps is also significant. Perhaps due to being newly constructed, the fish pond did not refresh any collectible resources at that moment. Gu Ning directly recorded the micro fish pond, increasing her collection progress by 1, reaching 148,1000. She arrived at the campsite. The wooden puppet was still diligently making juice. She checked the campsite storage and found that there were already 104 bottles of raspberry juice made. She transferred these raspberry juices to her collection, checked her tool inventory, and placed some branches, stones, and hemp ropes back in the campsite storage, instructing the wooden puppet to finish making this batch of juice before crafting a simple stone axe, simple stone pickaxe, and simple slingshot, and to continue making juice after all were completed. Looking at the time, it was 2157. According to her habit of sleeping for 8 hours a day, sleeping from now until 6 a.m. tomorrow would be just right. However, Gu Ning wanted to do one more thing. Since the first night, she had been curious about what dangers might be outside the campsite at night. But she firmly decided not to put herself in danger out of curiosity. While waiting for the campsite bonfire to be lit, she suddenly thought of the wooden puppet and the stone puppet. Using puppets to explore the forest at night would be perfect. Their activity range, like that of the grass puppet, is also centered around Gu Ning within a radius of 100 meters. The location map in her collection is also within this range. Even if the puppets go out, she can see their positions. However, the map only displays collectible resource light spots, so other dangers will not be shown. This means that whatever the puppets encounter outside is beyond her prediction. It's possible they might return empty-handed or even be damaged. Moreover, the intelligence of the puppets is limited, as she could not ascertain how they would react if they really encountered strange occurrences or dangers. The loss of a puppet is not actually significant, but she feared it might attract danger to herself. Since the puppets were under her control, what if something powerful in the darkness targeted her? Whether it was being overly cautious or having a vivid imagination based on this concern, Gu Ning thought of this method, but buried it deep in her heart. However, after finishing all her tasks, she still decided to give it a try. During the novice period, dangers are reduced by 50, so the darkness should be no exception. She understood herself, as soon as this thought arose, even if she suppressed it now, she would eventually convince herself to act on it later. Since that was the case, it would be better to choose the best timing directly. Setting aside those excessive worries based on her experiences over the past 3 days, as long as she stayed in the campsite with a bonfire, it shouldn't be, as she feared with monsters charging in. Having made her decision, Gu Ning immediately called over the wooden puppet and the stone puppet, arranging their weaponry. Each shouldered a burlap backpack. The wooden puppet was equipped with a wooden spear, while the stone puppet received an iron vegetable knife. Then she gave the 2 puppets the instruction to walk around the campsite first. This distance was within her sight, and after a while of anxiety, after the puppets stopped, Gu Ning issued another command for them to walk a bit further out, continuing to circle the campsite, attacking any living creatures that actively approached and returning to the campsite afterward. Still nothing happened. Beyond that was an area she could not see clearly. Gu Ning refined her instructions again, watching the puppets go out while opening the location map. The markers for the two puppets were very clear. She could see them circling at a steady pace, then returning safely to the campsite. Continuing to expand outward. Still nothing happened. After repeating this several times, the two puppets on the location map finally showed different reactions. At this point, the puppets were already over 60 meters away from the campsite. As they moved, they suddenly stopped and began to move slightly. Gu Ning was closely monitoring the map and immediately noticed. Her heart raced. Did they encounter something? In less than a few seconds, a terrifying roar came from afar, startling her and making her body shiver. It wasn't that she was cowardly, or rather the feeling of thunder striking from the ground in the darkness was too terrifying. Then Gu Ning quickly calmed herself. Based on the noise, they might have encountered some fierce beast, but she didn't know if the two puppets could handle it. The markers on the map continued to move. She couldn't tell if they were fleeing or fighting. Although she commanded them to flee if they couldn't win, how much the puppets could understand was uncertain, as she had never verified it before. After anxiously waiting for more than a minute, the two puppets started running even farther away. Just as they were about to run out of the map, they stopped. Gu Ning was bewildered. What was going on? Before she could speculate, a green light spot appeared on the map, shimmering briefly before disappearing. Then the two puppets moved again, clearly heading back to the campsite. So did the puppets defeat that fierce beast and come back with its dropped items. There was no other plausible explanation. She was overjoyed in her heart, fixating on the two icons on the map that were drawing closer. Soon the two puppets entered the campsite. Gu Ning immediately stood up from the low stump and watched as the two puppets came to a halt. Then the wooden puppet took out a black treasure chest from its burlap backpack. Under the firelight, she could clearly see the dark bloodstains on the two. She fell silent for a moment. Gu Ning had seen blood before. During her adoptive father's hospitalization, she frequently visited the hospital and had seen numerous patients. But those had nothing to do with her. Even though she was very sad about her adoptive father's passing, it felt different from what she was experiencing at this moment. She had seen the map and heard the roar, but it did not feel real. But now, seeing these bloodstains, she truly realized that this was a path of survival. Previously, Gu Ning had killed rabbits and wild chickens. However, those experiences felt like playing a game with auxiliary light circles, heart-shaped health bars, disappearing corpses, and drop materials, all of which made her feel no real sense of adaptation. She accepted them naturally. The bloodstains on the puppets made her realize that this was truly not a game, no matter how much it appeared to be. Gu Ning took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She did not feel she had done anything wrong. Rather, the bloodstains made her acutely aware of her current predicament. Yet she believed she could persevere until the end. Casting aside the chaotic emotions, Gu Ning crouched down to examine the black treasure chest. Square in shape, it was similar in size and style to a white-quality wooden chest, feeling icy to the touch, akin to some kind of stone. Check information. Monster chest green. A chest dropped after defeating monsters in the darkness with a chance to yield special items. Indeed, it was a drop from killing monsters. First, she recorded it. Collection progress 1, reaching 149,1000. Then she opened the chest, which contained several glowing orbs. Gu Ning counted 3 white orbs and 4 green orbs. This was the first time the green orbs in a treasure chest outnumbered the white ones. It seemed that the saying higher risks yield greater rewards applied here as well. Casually sighing, she picked up the orbs to examine them one by one. Beast skin white, a piece of specially treated beast skin, strong. Beast meat white, a piece of specially treated beast meat, safe for consumption. 1 kilogram beast meat green, high quality beast meat that has been specially treated, containing some energy. A long-term consumption can slowly enhance physical constitution, not to be eaten raw. 1 kilogram beast bone club green, a weapon made from beast bones, not light in weight, with a certain probability of causing dizziness upon striking the head. Durability 300. Antidote green, consuming it can relieve poisoning and slightly increase the body's resistance to toxins. Among the 7 orbs, there were 5 new materials, with 2 beast skins white and 2 beast meats green. After recording everything, collection progress 5, reaching 154,1000. After taking out all the orbs, the black empty chest still did not disappear. Check information. It showed that it could be decomposed. Gu Ning directly chose to decompose it, obtaining 1 black underworld stone green. Black underworld stone green, a special material that only appears in darkness, extremely hard, possessing excellent shielding and isolation. She immediately associated it with the repelling effect of a bonfire. There seemed to be some commonality between the two. However, the information she had was too scant. It was impossible to make a judgment based solely on speculation. Gu Ning had no choice but to store it first. Collection progress 1, reaching 155,1000. She also directly stored the beast skin, beast meat, and antidote. The beast bone club was directly given to the wooden puppet, replacing the wooden spear. She noticed the wooden spear's durability had decreased a bit, now at 29. Looking at the puppets, the wooden puppet, stone puppet, and iron vegetable knife had each also lost a bit of durability. This battle consumed quite a bit of durability. However, the gains were also substantial. Furthermore, the 100-meter area had yet to be fully explored. Gu Ning instructed the puppets to continue exploring while she sat down to open the positioning map. It seemed that the battle had stirred something. Not even 50 meters out, the two puppets began to move in a certain direction. In less than a minute, another green orb flashed by, and then the puppets returned to the camp. It was still a monster chest green. Upon opening, it contained 4 white orbs and 2 green orbs. The 4 white orbs comprised 1 beast skin white, 1 beast meat white, and 2 beast bone. Beast bone white, a piece of specially treated beast bone, quite sturdy. The 2 green orbs were 1 beast meat green and 1 beast blood green. Can be consumed directly to quickly restore stamina and can also be used as a material to create other items. After recording these 2 new items, collection progressed to reaching 157,1000. Decomposing the chest yielded another black underworld stone green. Gu Ning then sent out the puppets to explore once more. This time they walked all the way to the edge of the map without any changes occurring. By the time the 2 puppets returned to the camp, it was already 1046. She instructed the wooden puppet to continue making juice and took out the abandoned bird's nest green, placing it at the edge of the camp, adding 1 roasted bamboo worm as bait before returning home. After washing up and tidying herself, she changed into her pajamas and prepared for bed. Just as she lay down, Gu Ning remembered that she hadn't hung the ink bamboo painting, so she got up to hang it properly. In less than a minute of lying down, she entered a deep sleep state. Gu Ning felt that she had slept very soundly, but upon waking up refreshed and seeing the time, she was shocked. It was only 5:52, not even 6:00. To think if she hadn't gotten at least 8 hours of sleep the previous night, she would have definitely felt sluggish and out of sorts the entire day. Could it be that taking the body enhancement potion changed this? If not for this reason, it could only be due to the wooden double bed and the restorative effects of the ink bamboo painting. After a night's sleep, her spirit had risen to 9. Calculating, it took about 7 hours to recover 5 points, which was an improvement of 1 point compared to the previous 8 hours recovering only 4 points. This effect was already quite good. Gu Ning's standards were not high, every little bit helped. Feeling refreshed, she got up to wash and headed to the dew spring to fetch spring water. However, she found that the spring water had yet to refresh. Thinking about the difference between yesterday and today, she instantly understood that the daily refresh time for territory resources was exactly 6:00. To verify, she checked the miniature bamboo forest, miniature fish pond, and mushroom stump. They too had no resources available for collection at this time. 6:00. The territory resources had indeed refreshed as she anticipated, with only the mushroom stump yet to grow mushrooms. But Gu Ning could not afford to worry about that now, because the survival panel suddenly popped up. An announcement letter appeared. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully passing the beginner survival path 1. 1 is now live with 99072 participants in the current version. The changes in this version are as follows. 1. New map feature allowing survivors to check their location at any time. 2. New weather forecast feature allowing survivors to check the weather for the next 3 days at any time. 3. New camp trading feature allowing survivors to trade through the camp trading channel. 4. Resource spawn rates beside the roads have returned to normal, and the danger levels have also reverted to normal. This version will last for 30 days. Keep striving to survive. Survivors. After reading all the information, Gu Ning sighed in relief. After all, it was already known that resources and danger levels would return to normal. Aside from that, everything else was new features beneficial for survival. No bad news is good news. She opened the survival panel and immediately noticed a small map appeared in the upper right corner, which could be enlarged with a click. The map was quite rudimentary. It only displayed her avatar and the outlines of the camp and roads with no terrain or topography shown. Just as the announcement stated, it was only for determining her location, ensuring she wouldn't get lost and fail to return to the road or camp. The weather forecast feature was at the very top of the map. Currently, it indicated it was day 1 of survival, 19 degrees Celsius clear. Gu Ning felt she had struck gold, as it also came with a calendar function. Clicking would reveal detailed information. Today clear, 1835 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow clear, 2038 degrees Celsius. The day after tomorrow clear, 2440 degrees Celsius. Upon seeing the forecasted temperature changes for the next 3 days, Gu Ning instantly became alert. If this trend continues, it is highly likely that it will evolve into a disastrous heat wave. Thinking further, if such disastrous weather is indeed the reason for the enhanced weather forecasting features, then the emergence of various extreme climatic disasters is a foregone conclusion. She opened the camp chat channel, and as expected, people were already discussing it. The temperature rose to 40 degrees in just 3 days. The increase is too rapid. 40 degrees is nothing. Last year in Chongqing we exceeded 40 degrees, fearing it might go even higher. What's the point of discussing? A bunch of fools, the smart ones, already set out early in the morning when the temperature was lower. Indeed, although this person speaks harshly, they are quite right in their reminder. However, Gu Ning still needed to check the newly added trading features before leaving. The trading feature is located below the chat channel with only one entry point for camp trading. Upon clicking, there are two interfaces to switch between personal trade and trading market. In the personal trade section, there is one slot available to list items with no transaction fees. She did not rush to list anything, but first checked the market conditions. Surprisingly, a considerable number of quick-thinking survivors were already selling items with the version update having been less than 3 minutes. There were tools and clothing available at reasonable prices, generally just 1 or 2 materials above the base manufacturing costs. Many were also trading water and food. Gu Ning immediately thought about what she should sell. She collected 1 liter of Dew spring water from today, and after confirming it was fine, left her home. In the camp, the wooden puppet stood quietly in front of the simple workbench. Opening the camp storage, she found 47 portions of raspberry juice white and 73 portions of blueberry juice white. The raspberries had just run out while there was still 1 blueberry left. Adding the 104 portions in her collection book, she had a total of 151 portions of raspberry juice white. She listed 100 portions at a 1:1 exchange rate for stone bricks. Afterward, Gu Ning checked the task interface and found that new tasks had refreshed. Cross the forest, incomplete task description, exit the forest area within 7 days. Reward land, deed, white 1A land, deed as a reward. This means that as long as the task is completed, everyone can have their own homestead. But she already has a homestead. Can the land deed still be used? Or could it be that the land deed, like manufacturing techniques, can be reused? If so, it would be quite nice to either increase the area of her homestead or its height. The task requires crossing the forest within 7 days, but it didn't specify how far she needs to go, so she could only try to cover more ground each day. Gu Ning closed the survival panel and went to the edge of the camp to check the abandoned bird's nest she had placed last night. She noticed that the roasted bamboo insects had vanished, replaced by 2 blue feathers. She picked them up to examine. Feather white, a feather that a bird unintentionally dropped, can be used to craft some items. Another material that was currently useless. First she recorded it, then stored it away. Collection progress 1, reaching 158,1000. After putting away the abandoned bird's nest and the wooden puppet, Gu Ning prepared to set off. Before leaving, she glanced around again to confirm that nothing was left behind in the camp. When she looked at the exchange bar, she found that it was no longer empty. Approaching to take a look, she saw a line of text. The next camp is located in the forest area 13 kilometers from the current camp. It even indicated the distance to the next camp and its area. It coincided perfectly with the task that had just refreshed today. Not bad, very considerate. Gu Ning praised it, and with a spark of inspiration, she checked the information in the exchange bar again. As expected, it was no longer called the Novice Exchange Bar, but had been renamed Camp Bulletin Board White, an information board of little use, occasionally refreshing some special tasks. Whether it is useful or not doesn't matter, being able to record it in the collection book again is excellent. Progress successfully 1, reaching 159,1000. This time there really isn't much to do. She opened the positioning map and set off. 616. Gu Ning discovered the first white light point. After finding a suitable spot, she loaded the cloth backpack onto the grass puppet and, taking her tools, shifted her focus. Once inside the forest, she immediately noticed the differences. Although she had heard the sounds of birds and insects for the past few days, she had hardly seen these small animals in the forest, as though there was a distance separating them. However, at this moment, not far into her walk, she saw birds fluttering their wings in the trees, as well as hopping little insects. It was as if the forest from a few days ago was dead, while the current forest was alive. Recalling the antidote she obtained from the monster chest last night, Gu Ning's mood became slightly heavy. From now on, she must be more cautious. Decided. In the future, she would not personally go to collect new resources deep in the forest unless they were right by the roadside. While thinking this, she arrived at the location of the white light point. It was 1 hemp grass white. After harvesting it with a sickle, she immediately returned to the path, without stopping. Continuing forward, within 3 minutes, a white light point appeared on the map. This time, it was 1 raspberry bush white. With the juice crafting technique, the value of raspberries and blueberries had skyrocketed, making Gu Ning. She was also a bit more cautious while collecting. In total, she collected 63 raspberries white and 1 raspberry seed white. 651 distance, 52 kilometers. Gu Ning felt hungry. However, from departure until now, she had only collected resources from 5 white light points, which was nearly half of what she gathered yesterday. Although she had anticipated a decrease in resources, she did not expect it to drop this much. Therefore, she did not stop to eat as she had previously, but instead took out a meat bun, slowing down to eat while walking. The delicious meat bun filled her stomach, and the slight disappointment in her heart was quickly dispelled. Her appetite had indeed increased a bit. 1 meat bun only satisfied her hunger momentarily, and she ate another along with 2 cups of raspberry juice before feeling about 70% full. After filling her stomach, Gu Ning maintained a slow walking pace for another 10 minutes, feeling she had digested enough before returning to her normal pace. 706. A pine tree appeared not far ahead. This was the first tree she encountered today. Finally, she could test the benefits of her upgraded lumberjack skill. Gu Ning focused intently as she controlled the grass puppet to chop. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. On the 4th strike, the crack suddenly widened significantly, clearly indicating a critical hit. In total, she chopped 7 times with only 1 critical hit. She obtained 5 pine wood white and 8 branches white, which clearly did not trigger a drop critical hit. After all, there was only a 10 critical hit rate. Triggering it once on a tree was already good enough. Gu Ning was not discouraged. She knew that as long as she continued to upgrade her skills, the bonuses would naturally improve. Back on the path, she continued forward to collect light points. White, 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 white. Stone mine white, hemp grass white, pine tree white, wild chicken white. The temperatures slowly rose with the passage of time. 743 distance, 61 kilometers. When Gu Ning once again controlled the grass puppet to venture deep into the forest to gather resources, she spotted a leopard the height of an adult. The yellow and black leopard was hiding behind a dense thicket, and when she noticed it, they were only a few meters apart. To say that if she had been in her own body at that moment, her heart would have stopped for a few seconds is no exaggeration. Fortunately, it showed little interest in the non-flesh grass puppet and left silently after just a few seconds of staring. Once she regained her composure, Gu Ning felt her legs weaken. Facing a large wild beast in person is a completely different experience from observing it in a zoo. The aura is entirely different. She then quickened her pace, and after collecting the resources, ran back onto the path without stopping for a moment. It seemed to tell her that today was different from the past. After encountering the leopard, snakes, spiders, ants, and various insects began to appear. Gu Ning killed an ant and a caterpillar, but nothing. She suspected that only large animals would drop treasure chests and wanted to try to kill one. Thus, she took out her fine iron short crossbow blue and stuffed it into the grass puppet's backpack, preparing to use it when she encountered suitable prey. 832 distance, 64 kilometers. Discovered a jujube tree. 948 distance, 68 kilometers. Gu Ning reached the first campsite of the day, and the temperature had already risen to 29 degrees. Over the 13 kilometers journey, she encountered a total of 33 light spots, 29 white, and 4 green. Among the new resources she had not seen before, there were 6 types: 1 rabbit, green, 1 copper, or green, 1 potato plant, white, 1 jujube tree, white, 1 faint glow moss white, and 1 yam white. The collected items included 1 rabbit fur green, 2 rabbit meat green, 1 rabbit skin green, 3 rabbit fur white, 1 rabbit skin white, 3 copper ores green, 2 copper ores white, 4 gravel green, 5 gravel white, 6 potatoes white, 10 jujube wood white, 13 jujube branches white, 125 jujubes white, 1 faint glow moss, and 1 yam white. After all items were recorded, she added 10 progress points, reaching 169,1000. The remaining items were resources already recorded in the encyclopedia, including 1 wooden treasure chest green, 1 hemp straw green, 3 wooden treasure chests white, 4 hemp straws white, 4 stone ores white, 3 pine trees white, 3 raspberry bushes white, 2 iron ores white, 2 wild chickens white, 2 wild chicken eggs white, 1 copper or white, 1 white birch tree white, 1 blueberry bush white, 1 rabbit white, and 1 wild chicken feather white. By the time she arrived, Gu Ning had already changed into a new set of linen clothes on the road, and the durability of her white hat was down to 2 points. Therefore, after paying 3 gravel to enter the campsite, she immediately went to the simple workbench and submitted 3 hemp green to make a new hat. She then opened the trading channel to see if her raspberry juice had sold. The answer was yes, as she sold a total of 24 units. At this time, everyone should be on their way, so no matter how much was sold, it was normal. She extracted the 24 white bricks she received and transferred them to the Universal Encyclopedia, then checked the information for the next campsite at the notice board. The next campsite is located in the forest area 15 kilometers from the current campsite. The distance increased by 2 kilometers. If the distance to the next campsite continues to increase, she might only be able to reach 2 campsites today. Should she increase her speed? Gu Ning pondered while drinking water. Currently, she was moving at a normal walking pace, and even if she walked continuously, it wouldn't feel too strenuous. Originally, she thought the distance between campsites was 10 kilometers, and at this speed, she could easily cover 3 campsites during the day. The rewards weren't insignificant, and it was fairly easy. However, with the change in distance between campsites, that plan seemed a bit unfeasible. But what if she switched to running? She wouldn't need to sprint. Even running at a slow pace like during morning jogs would be much faster than her current pace. At first, she might feel uncomfortable, but with her improved physique and the recovery effects of the dew spring water, she should be able to adapt after a few days. Her short-term goal wasn't high, as she just needed to reach 3 campsites each day. The road to survival is unknown how long it will take to reach the end. To persist until the end, mere caution is not enough. She needs to constantly gain other advantages. So it's settled. While the temperature is still relatively normal, she decided to start running from this campsite. Gu Ning resolutely made her decision. Returning to the simple workbench, the hat was already made. She took out the hat and submitted one linen white to begin making a linen top. The one she changed into earlier was a spare, and she wanted to have another set as a backup. Checking the information on the hat. Green had a hat made from high-quality materials that not only provides excellent sun protection, but also has a faint cooling effect. Durability 100. This effect was not far from what she had expected. Recorded in the Encyclopedia Progress 1, reaching 170-1000. Wearing the green hat on her head, a wave of coolness instantly surged through her head. Gu Ning experienced it for a minute before taking the hat off. At 29 degrees, using this hat felt like a waste. It would be more appropriate when the temperature rises further. Thus she put on the hat with only 2 durability left, and after the linen pants were completed, she made another white quality hat. After all items were crafted, Gu Ning took out the plastic bottle containing dew spring water, took a small sip, and hurriedly set off on her journey again. This time she started to jog. The path in the forest appeared flat, but in reality it was uneven with small pits, stones, and weeds everywhere. Gu Ning initially felt a bit uncomfortable, but she quickly realized that it was easier than she had anticipated. With good eyesight, quick body reflexes, and the effects of her grass shoes green, after half an hour of running, she was no longer affected by the uneven ground. 1037 distance, 71 kilometers. The temperature rose to 31 degrees, and Gu Ning, who was running, had already started to... She no longer hesitated and decisively put on the green hat. 1115 distance, 73 kilometers. The temperature reached the highest point of the day, 35 degrees. From a tree, she obtained the crafting recipe for 1 wooden bucket green. She recorded and learned it. Progress in the Encyclopedia 1, reaching 171-1000. 1240 distance, 78 kilometers. She had already covered 10 kilometers of the 15 kilometers distance to the next campsite. Even with the cooling hat, after running all this way, Gu Ning was drenched in sweat and felt both tired and hungry. She decided to stop and rest for a while. Finding a shaded area, she took out a wooden chair and plopped down. Then Gu Ning took out a piece of linen, poured a bit of water into the wooden bucket, and after wiping her body 3 times, she finally felt cool and stopped sweating. After wiping the hat, as well, she packed everything up, used pine wood to set up a table, and began to have lunch. She had already decided what to eat on the way. 1 meat floss rice ball, 1 chicken leg burger, 1 tea egg, 1 mung bean ice cake, and 2 cups of blueberry juice. The rice ball was cold, and the mung bean ice cake was frozen, just perfect for a hot day. If that wasn't enough, she would add 1 apple. Gu Ning had a general interest in rice balls and would never take the initiative to buy them. However, after several days without rice, she felt a bit nostalgic and picked up the first rice ball. The rice ball was made of pure white rice resembling the shape of a zongzi, but slightly smaller than a fist, filled with crushed seaweed, meat floss, cucumber, and sesame. It had a sweet and sour flavor, making it quite rich in taste. The second item she ate was a chicken leg burger. The bread was fluffy with a hint of milk fragrance, and the fried chicken leg was slightly spicy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The lettuce was fresh and delicious, and the salad dressing tasted even better than in reality. Paired with blueberry juice, it was tastier than KFC. The tea egg was incredibly flavorful with the tea and marinade perfectly blended, and the egg yolk was delicate, not at all overwhelming. After finishing, Gu Ning couldn't help but lick the remaining marinade off her fingers. After eating these savory foods, she drank some water to cleanse the taste in her mouth before picking up a piece of green bean ice cake. Taking a light bite, it was cool and smooth with just the right amount of sweetness. The flavor of the green beans was pure and rich, making it extremely delicious. As someone who loved to eat, every time she enjoyed these tasty foods, she often felt that entering a survival scenario wouldn't be so bad. Of course, there were many delicious foods in reality, but sometimes they inevitably came with various technologies and harsh experiences. As an ordinary citizen, it was too difficult to find completely natural and healthy food. Although she didn't know where the food from these treasure chests came from in terms of taste, Gu Ning was willing to believe that they were natural. 1 serving of ice cake contained 6 pieces served on a small white plate. After eating 3 pieces, she was reluctant to continue, so she stored the rest away and took out an apple to munch on. After finishing the big apple, Gu Ning finally felt about 70% full. Looking at the time, it was 1258. At this point, she still had 5 kilometers left to the next campsite. If the distance to the next campsite is still 15 kilometers, that totals a journey of 20 kilometers. Based on her earlier running speed, she could cover about 4 kilometers in an hour. So 20 kilometers would take 5 hours. Nightfall would arrive at 2000, leaving her with 7 hours, which was plenty of time. However, there were 2 issues. Firstly, the distance to the next campsite might not necessarily be 15 kilometers. Secondly, the mist would appear at dusk from 1800 to 2000. If she didn't want to miss it, it would be best to reach the campsite before 1800. As for the possibility of mist not appearing today, Gu Ning dared not gamble. She had a deep understanding of Murphy's Law. The more one fears something, the more likely. Once she had this thought, the mist was likely to come in the opposite direction. How could it come in the opposite direction? If she arrived at the campsite on time, before 1800 the mist would not appear. If she didn't arrive before 1800 and got there at 1840 the mist would likely appear, lasting for an hour, forcing her to exit as soon as she entered. In short, Gu Ning did not trust her luck. Instead, she preferred to make a thorough plan. Even if she failed, it would only be one of the outcomes she anticipated. Therefore, to reach the campsite before 1800, she needed to continue moving forward. Once she reached the next campsite, she would know the distance to the one after that and make a new plan accordingly. With her plan set, Gu Ning immediately packed her things, resolved a hygiene issue, and set off wearing a straw hat under the blazing sun. After running for less than 5 minutes, she began to sweat again. She dampened a cloth and hung it around her neck to wipe away the sweat. She had considered trying a frozen jasmine bud green to see its effects. However, since the journey and time were already past the halfway point, it wouldn't be so hot after another 3 or 4 hours. The effect of the frozen jasmine bud lasted for 12 hours, making it a bit wasteful to use it now. Thus, after some contemplation, the frugal Gu Ning decided not to use it for now. White light spots, white light spots, white light spots. After covering 5 kilometers, she collected 12 light points. Adding to the previous 10 kilometers journey, she had a total of 37 light points, including 31 white light points, 5 green light points, and 1 blue light point. At 1411, she reached a distance of 83 kilometers. She arrived at the second campsite of the day. After submitting 3 pieces of rubble to the campsite, she rushed to the bulletin board to check information about the next campsite. The next campsite was located in a forest area 12 kilometers from the current campsite. Gu Ning's heart leapt with joy. Great. That was 3 kilometers less than the previously anticipated 15 kilometers. In that case, she could spare half an hour to rest. Once inside her home, Gu Ning followed her previous method, wiping her body several times with a damp cloth, feeling that the sweating had stopped before changing into a new hemp top and pants. The clothes she changed out of were already soaked with sweat. Since she had just washed after enhancing her physique yesterday, even if they were wet with sweat, they didn't smell. Gu Ning was not a germaphobe and didn't waste water to wash them, just draping them over the wooden chair to dry. Then she took out the sugar salt water she had mixed and began to sip it slowly. After sweating profusely, it's necessary to drink sugar salt water to replenish lost fluids and salts to prevent dehydration. She was well aware of this knowledge. So on the road, she mixed salt and honey into a bottle of sugar salt water, taking a couple of sips every time she stopped. After drinking water, Gu Ning wanted to take a nap. However, the survival panel only displayed the time and did not have an alarm function. Although she usually woke up automatically after half an hour of napping, she couldn't guarantee that in her current exhausted state. After thinking for a moment, she took out the wooden puppet. She wanted to see if the wooden puppet could act as an alarm clock. First was the experiment. She commanded the wooden puppet to grab her feet gently after 30 seconds and slowly pull her body. Then she sat down in the makeshift grass shed, waiting for the puppet's action. When the 30 seconds were up, the wooden puppet indeed came over, gripping her feet as instructed and preparing to pull. Confirming that it was feasible was enough. Gu Ning certainly wouldn't let the puppet actually pull her away, quickly ordering it to stop. She set the time to 25 minutes and gave the wooden puppet a new command. Next, she took a buckwheat pillow from the double bed, slipped into the makeshift grass shed with a roof, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. After 25 minutes, when the wooden puppet's cold hands grasped Gu Ning's feet, she jolted awake. After stopping the puppet from continuing its actions, she lay there and opened the campsite's trading interface. Seeing that all 76 remaining raspberry juices had been sold out, she immediately extracted them and transferred them to her catalog. Then she listed 30 servings of blueberry juice again, this time for a 1-1 exchange for wooden planks. Those who had wooden planks were far more numerous than those with stone bricks. This meant she could definitely build a level 1 house by tonight. The thought of finally having a house made Gu Ning unable to contain her joy. However, just having a house wasn't enough, it needed to be fully furnished to be comfortable. She then thought to herself and happily browsed the trading market. Perhaps because people had not yet started their homes, there were quite a few items for sale related to furniture and daily necessities. Flipping through a few pages, she spotted 2 pieces of furniture that could be useful. One was a jellyfish lamp, white quality, durability 98, priced at 6 branches. The other was a wooden shovel, white quality, durability 100, priced at 1 pine wood. Both items were reasonably priced, and Gu Ning made the exchange immediately. After recording the jellyfish lamp and the wooden shovel, the progress of the collection reached 174,1000. I remember that when Gu Ning departed from the last campsite, the progress was 170. This means that over the 15 kilometers distance, the progress increased by only 2. She suspected that the variety of resources in the forest had been nearly fully collected, as she encountered only familiar items along the way. Only 1 wooden bucket manufacturing technique green and 1 raw wood treasure chest blue contributed to the progress increase of 2. In the remaining days within the forest area, if she wanted to increase the progress on the collection further, it would likely have to be through opening treasure chests, exploring the mist, and trading in the market. Indeed, within just a few minutes, she gained 2 points of progress. Unfortunately, although she wanted to continue browsing the trading market, her set 30-minute break time had already ended, and Gu Ning had to set off for the next campsite. 1442. She changed into the clothes that had been soaked with sweat, and then dried, put on her straw hat, hung up the damp burlap, and left her home without any 1545 distance, 87 kilometers. During this time, she noticed 8 white light spots and 1 green light spot. No new resources were found. Moreover, due to the high temperature, she did not encounter any large animals, and various insects and small animals were also quite inactive. If she did not have the grass puppet, traveling and collecting supplies at this time would actually be relatively safer. Feeling a significant depletion of stamina, she stopped to eat a piece of chicken jerky and took 2 sips of dew spring water. 1650 distance, 91. The temperature dropped slightly to 33 degrees. During this time, she discovered 10 white light spots. No new resources were found. She also encountered a small stream. In order to collect stream water, Gu Ning summoned the stone puppet and the wooden puppet to protect her. Then she overturned her previous decision not to enter the forest, preparing to let the puppets protect her when encountering new resources in the future. This approach significantly improved her safety. Even if she might get hurt, she had healing items, so the probability of life-threatening situations with staying in a safe position is indeed nice, but true growth comes from adversity. Although Gu Ning did not want to gamble with her own life, she also did not want to live in hiding forever. Puppets are ultimately external objects. No matter how useful they are, relying solely on them is insufficient. If one day the puppets are no longer usable, she must still have the ability to face danger herself. Now is the perfect time for training. 1755 distance, 95 kilometers. She arrived at the last campsite of the day. During this time, she discovered 8 white light spots and 2 green light spots. There was one new resource, a cluster of flowers green. The location was relatively far from the road, so Gu Ning still summoned the stone puppet and the wooden puppet for protection before heading to collect, obtaining 3 flowers green, 2 flowers white, and 1 flower seed white. The progress of the collection increased by 3, reaching 177, 1000. She still needed to submit 3 pieces of rubble to enter the campsite. Gu Ning first glanced at the information on the campsite bulletin board. The next campsite is located in the forest area 15 kilometers from the current campsite. Counting carefully, the distances between each campsite today were 13 kilometers, 15 kilometers, and 12 kilometers. Including this 15 kilometers as forecasted, it can be temporarily assumed that the distance between campsites is between 1015 km. At her current speed, advancing 3 campsites a day is still a bit challenging. If the distance between campsites increases further, it is very likely that she will not be able to complete this goal. She needs to find a way to increase her speed. After committing this matter to memory, Gu Ning released the wooden puppet. Next, she stored the raspberries and blueberries she had collected today into the campsite warehouse for juice production. Opening the trading interface on the survival panel, she found that all 30 servings of blueberry juice had indeed sold out. With these 30 pine wood boards, she had enough with 100 wooden boards and 100 stone bricks, and even had some extra. She hurriedly entered her home, took out the level 1 house design blueprint, and began construction. The house occupies 50 square meters, and Gu Ning placed it slightly further back. The construction time was still 30 minutes. Having completed the house she had been longing for, the fatigue from her journey suddenly surged up. She felt like she didn't want to move at all, only wanting to lie on the bed. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible yet. The mist would randomly appear at twilight, and she needed to stay in the campsite to avoid missing it. However, lying on the bed was inconvenient. The simple grass shed was perfectly fine. Gu Ning set up the grass shed in the campsite, and without laying down burlap, simply sprawled on the grass mat. Comfortable. So comfortable. After emptying her mind for more than 10 minutes, she finally felt like doing something else. The first task was naturally to list her goods. There was only 1 trading window, and leaving it empty would be a waste. There were still 51 servings of raspberry juice, and she listed them all, with 1 serving of juice exchanged for 10 raspberries. 100 milliliters of juice and 10 raspberries. It was obvious which one to choose. Those who bought them would definitely feel they had made a profit. However, by turning 2 into 10, Gu Ning earned even more. After all, the trading market was anonymous, so even if others knew the raw materials were only 2 and accused her of being a profiteer, she wouldn't be afraid. In fact, if the price were a bit higher, she wouldn't worry about them not selling, but it's just that when she said it, she found the trading rules did not allow it. The maximum. After discovering this, she tried it with other items, and the result had the same restrictions. For finished products like the simple stone axe, the highest price was roughly 5 times the raw materials. The minimum price was 1 of any material. As for materials, the highest exchange was also 1.5. Other exchanges had no restrictions. For example, the jellyfish lamp she had exchanged before was at a ratio of 1:6. Of course, it might still follow this principle. It's just that Gu Ning did not know the manufacturing materials of the jellyfish lamp, so she couldn't determine. After conducting her own experiments, she also checked the campsite chat channel, where very few people were talking. Someone mentioned that someone had discovered it and posted it in the afternoon. In any case, it was confirmed that the trading market did not allow arbitrary high prices. Although she couldn't set a high price, Gu Ning felt that this was all. After listing the raspberry juice, she browsed the trading market. The house was about to be completed, and she still lacked quite a few pieces of furniture. One wooden tea table, white, durability 100. Rectangular with rounded corners, white, and looking clean, requiring 2 burlap bags to exchange. One 4-leaf clover table, white, durability 99. A small square table in the shape of a 4-leaf clover, not big, and light green, requiring 4 pine wood to exchange. One anti-slip mat, white, durability 100. Light gray, with the words "Welcome Home" printed on it, requiring 1 simple slingshot to exchange. 2 rectangular porcelain plates, white, durability 100. White with bamboo leaf patterns printed around the edge, requiring 6 hemp to exchange. 10 pairs of wooden chopsticks, white, durability 100. An original wood color the same as the one she exchanged before, requiring 1 pine wood to exchange. 1 fabric stool, white, durability 100. A small square stool wrapped in light yellow cloth, filled with cotton, perfect for resting on the way, requiring 3 pine wood to exchange. While trading and collecting it quickly reached 1830. At the appointed time, Gu Ning immediately entered her home to check on her house. Construction was still about 10 seconds away, and under her watchful gaze this single-story wooden house solidified completely. She immediately checked the information and recorded it. Level 1 house, white, a common house with stone brick foundations and wooden panels as the main structure. Durability 1000, and it can be repaired with corresponding materials after damage. Can be upgraded. Upgradable. Upon seeing these 3 words, Gu Ning immediately clicked on it. Materials required for a level 2 house: 100 wooden boards, 100 stone bricks, 10 metal ingots, 10 glass. The materials needed for upgrading to level 2 only increased by 10 metal ingots and 10 glass compared to building a level 1 house. Just as she was about to check how many of these materials she had, the data collection was completed. Including the furniture she traded earlier, the progress of her catalog increased by 6, reaching 183,1000. She opened the catalog to check. She had 2 pieces of white glass and 1 piece of green glass. As for metal ingots, both copper ingots and iron ingots would suffice. She had 1 copper ingot and 4 iron ingots, all of white quality. There was also 1 green quality iron ingot. She had some copper ore and iron ore, but they needed to be processed in a furnace. She wondered if there was anyone selling. It would be great if the trading market had a search function allowing her to directly search for what she wanted rather than having to slowly browse through like in a soup. However, even without a furnace, it shouldn't be too difficult to exchange juice for these materials. Thinking of juice, Gu Ning checked her personal trading interface. 51 portions of raspberry juice had turned into 510 raspberries. As she expected, it sold quite well. Unfortunately, manufacturing it was too slow. If it weren't for the wooden puppet helping her, she would be exhausted from making it herself. Gu Ning quickly calculated. 510 raspberries could produce 255 portions of raspberry juice. Currently, there were 14 pine boards left and 10 stone bricks remaining. The missing parts could still be exchanged for juice at a 1:1 ratio, totaling 176 portions of juice. She could also have an extra 79 portions of juice. Exchanging metal ingots and glass at a 3:1 ratio would be completely sufficient. In total, it would take 4 hours and 15 minutes to produce. The time was now 1835. This meant that, not counting her own inventory, just from the raspberries she earned in this short, while if the wooden puppets continued to produce until 2250, it would be nearly enough for her to exchange for the materials to upgrade to level 2. If she included her inventory, the time would be even shorter. With this thought in mind, Gu Ning immediately listed 30 portions of the remaining 40 blueberry juices at a 3:1 exchange for glass. Compared to metal ingots, glass was relatively scarce and might take a longer time, so she decided to prioritize exchanging for them. After listing the juice, she went to the campsite. The campsite warehouse already had 29 portions of raspberry juice ready. There were 372 unused raspberries and 171 blueberries. Adding in the 1 portion currently being produced, she could have 301 portions of juice when everything was done, which would take 5 hours. To ensure the wooden puppets could keep producing throughout the night, Gu Ning needed to trade for another batch of raspberries. She didn't need many, just another 500 would be more than enough. After calculating the juice situation, she turned and entered her home. She hadn't really looked at the house yet. The level 1 house was overall rectangular with a single sloped roof, and there were no steps at the entrance. From the front, the wooden door was positioned slightly to the left with a small wooden louver window on each side. The entire structure had a natural wood color that looked. Inside, there were 2 spaces divided by wooden walls with doorways, but no installed doors. The outer area was slightly larger, while the inner area was smaller and currently empty, with only a neat wooden floor. Don't be fooled by its 50 square meters. It felt much more spacious than the place she rented. Moreover, everything was brand new, with no dust whatsoever. Gu Ning was extremely satisfied and eager to set it up immediately, but thinking that she might gather the materials to upgrade to level 2 tonight, she suppressed her restless heart. The area would likely increase after the upgrade, so it was better to wait and get everything done in one go. Stepping out of the house, she opened the trading interface to take. In just a few minutes, she had already exchanged for 2 pieces of glass white. She quickly retrieved them, and then manufactured a stone puppet at the puppet workstation. With the grass puppet green, she had only consumed 1 point of mental energy throughout the day. She still had 8 points left. Saving 4 points as a backup, she could use the remaining 4 points to create puppets. Gunning prepared to create another wooden puppet and a stone puppet. During yesterday's manufacturing, she discovered that creating 1 grass puppet earned 1 experience point, while creating 1 wooden puppet or stone puppet earned 2 experience points. The mental energy consumption was equal. Therefore, it didn't matter what kind of puppet she made regarding upgrading speed. With that, she would keep 1 wooden puppet to produce juice, while the other 3 puppets would be safer during exploration at night. Then Gunning went to the miniature bamboo forest and chopped down the 1 bamboo she generated today. She successfully harvested 6 white bamboo poles, 12 white bamboo, leaves 1 white bamboo shoot, and 1 white bamboo worm. Next, she looked at the miniature fish pond. 2 pinkish-white lotus flowers and verdant water hyacinths occupied parts of the water surface, but clearly the resources that refreshed today were not them, but rather the fish. Gunning stood by the stone-lined pond and crouched down to carefully search for fish in the pond. The clear pond water couldn't conceal anything. Soon she found a large fish radiating a white light. How should she catch it? By fishing. Let's give it a try. Before fishing, she retrieved the manufactured stone puppet and arranged for another wooden puppet to be made. Then Gunning took out the fabric stool she had just traded, sat down, and cast her wooden fishing rod into the pond. Glancing at the time, it was 1842. Soon there was a commotion on the water surface. She immediately reeled in her line to find a black fish as long as her arm. Not bad, as she used to enjoy black fish and boiled fish dishes because of their tender meat and fewer bones. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to process fish, and her cooking seasonings were incomplete. Only peanut oil, salt, and honey. Otherwise, braised black fish would have been great. After storing the fish, Gunning checked the time again, and it was 1844. It took 2 minutes, which was quite fast. Small mushrooms had already grown on the mushroom stump, another new variety, but they were still growing and couldn't be collected. She remembered that she had collected them around 7 o'clock yesterday. It was a tool. Collecting it once would reduce its durability by 1 point. Unlike the bamboo forest, which wasted a collection opportunity, if not harvested for a day, Gunning didn't try to time her collection precisely. She directly packed up the wooden puppet on the workstation and left her home. There was still no mist appearing around the campsite. However, before 2000, it was still dusk, so it was impossible to let her guard down. Returning to the simple grass shed, she chose a comfortable position and continued to look at the trading interface. In just a few short minutes, she had exchanged for another 2 pieces of glass white. Gunning regretted that there weren't enough trading windows, otherwise she would have listed the grass puppets as well, which would surely exchange for high-quality resources. Previously, she hesitated to sell the grass puppets out of fear of becoming well-known. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble, and a tall tree catches the wind. If a multiplayer mode were opened in the future, those with good items would easily attract attention. But now, with the ability to trade anonymously, Gunning naturally wanted to bring out the grass puppets to exchange for other good items. Unfortunately, there was only 1 trading window, so she could only exchange for the most needed items. The grass puppets would have to wait until after she exchanged for the materials to be listed. After retrieving 2 portions of glass, Gunning lined up the treasure chests she had collected today and began to open them. 3 camps, a distance of 40 kilometers, collected a total of 11 wooden treasure chests. 8 of them were white quality and 2 were green quality. 1 was blue quality. Gunning continued as she did yesterday, starting with the white quality chests. Among the 8 chests, she opened 3 green. They were 1 soil green, 1 branch green, and 1 stone brick green. This was the first time she opened a stone brick by herself, and she was surprised it was green quality right from the start. There were 71 white orbs. Among the food items, there were 11 in total: 2 steamed buns, white, 2 red bean buns, white, 2 5-nut mooncakes, white, 1 pancake, white, 1 original flavor potato chips, white, 1 fruit candy, white, 1 sausage, white, and 1 strawberry cream biscuit, white. Except for the steamed buns, the other 7 were all new resources obtained for the first time. There were 10 drink items, including 9 bottled water, white, and 1 lemon soda, white. The lemon soda was obtained for the first time. Among the remaining 50 orbs, 6 were new materials: 1 mug, white, 1 bath towel, white, 1 rose essential oil soap, white, 1 cooling patch, white, 1 toothbrush, white, and 1 mint toothpaste, white. The other 44 were materials. After everything was recorded in the inventory, the progress increased by 15, reaching 198,1000. After breaking down the 8 white treasure chests, she obtained 16 pine boards. Then Gunning began to open the green quality wooden treasure chests one by one. The first chest had 2 green orbs and 8 white orbs. The green orbs contained 1 copper ingot green and 1 red bean cake green. These were all unrecorded materials. Moreover, what surprised her the most was the red bean cake green. Red bean cake green, a dessert made primarily from red beans and flour, sweet and delicious, granting 24 hours of toxin immunity when consumed. Toxin immunity, even if temporary, would be extremely useful in critical moments. Coupled with yesterday's detoxification potion, Gu Ning suspected that she would encounter toxic environments everywhere in the future. This type of material was considered a trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not sell it. After recording it in her inventory, she stored it away. Inventory progress 2, reaching 2001000. The 8 white orbs were 2 bottled water white, 2 soil white, 2 iron ingots white, 1 birchwood white, and 1 cooling patch white. Cooling patch white, a patch that feels cool on the skin. The effect lasts for 4 hours. Seeing the cooling patch appear again, Gu Ning became even more certain of her speculation about future high temperatures. Thinking that she only had the iced jasmine bud and the cooling patch to cope with high temperatures, and there weren't many, she felt a bit anxious. But anxiety was of no use. Collecting resources was the most important thing. Gu Ning quickly calmed down and continued to open the chests. The second chest contained 3 green orbs and 7 white orbs. The green orbs were 2 pine wood green and 1 board manufacturing technique green. Upon seeing the board manufacturing technique, she perked up and immediately recorded and learned it. Inventory progress 1, reaching 2011000. The manufacturing requirement for boards is 2 pieces of wood with a time consumption of 5 seconds. With the previous ones plus the ones obtained from breaking down the treasure chests, she now had 30 pine boards. This meant that the 70 missing boards could be manufactured in just 6 minutes. Gu Ning immediately transferred enough pine wood to the camp warehouse so that the wooden puppet could start manufacturing the boards. Then she continued to check the other 7 white orbs. 2 beef burgers white, 2 bottled water white, 2 branches white, and 1 towel white. Only 1 new item. Inventory progress 1, reaching 2021000. After collecting these items, Gu Ning looked at the last one, which was also the first blue quality treasure chest she had obtained. Wooden treasure chest blue, a relatively rare and high quality treasure chest. Although it is impossible to obtain items exceeding the chest quality, there will definitely be 1 blue quality item inside. Can be opened. She hoped to find something good. After a quick prayer, she opened the box. 1 blue orb and 2 green orbs appeared. There were 7 white orbs. Gu Ning picked up the blue orb first. Was this a piece of land? She checked the item information. Farmland blue, an extremely fertile piece of land that can plant seeds of blue quality and below. Planting white quality seeds reduces growth time by 50 and increases yield by 50. Planting green quality seeds reduces growth time by 25 and increases yield by 25. Planting blue quality seeds has no bonuses. Durability 1000. After reading all the information, she immediately grasped one piece of information: seeds need to be planted in corresponding quality farmland, otherwise they either cannot grow or will yield less. So should she use this blue quality farmland now? After a deep thought, Gu Ning made her decision. She would use it immediately. The farmland has a durability of 1000, meaning it can be planted once and will lose a bit of durability. In total, it can be planted 1000 times. Taking the currently fastest growing hemp seed white as an example, it originally required 3 days to mature, but after reducing the time by 50, it would take 1.5 days. Planting 1000 times would need 1500 days. A year has 365 days, which means it would take over 4 years. By then, who knows what it would become. Therefore, keeping it would be meaningless. She should use it directly. However, she needed to record it first. Recording blue quality items takes 10 minutes, so Gu Ning recorded while checking the other orbs. The 2 green orbs were 1 hemp fabric green and 1 cotton fabric manufacturing technique green. She obtained another manufacturing technique which, although not needed right now, still made her quite happy. Looking at the remaining 7 white orbs, they contained 1 fruit cake white, 2 bottled water white, 2 pine wood white, 1 hemp rope white, and 1. There were 2 new items among them. The shower head was quite interesting. Shower head white, a shower head that can automatically dispense water and adjust temperature, not for drinking. Durability 100. As soon as Gu Ning saw the description of the item information, she tried it out. It was clearly a bare shower head, but just by turning the button on top, water could spray out. When adjusted to hot water, it wouldn't burn her hands, which was thinking about how she could finally take a nice bath in the house today. She was extremely happy. After taking out everything from the treasure chest, she checked the information on the empty chest. Wooden storage box blue contains 50 slots. Each slot can store up to 99 identical items. As the amount of resources increased, the items that could not be stored in the inventory also increased. Gu Ning needed to keep her 10 system backpack slots as empty as possible for storing resources while manipulating the grass puppet. Those partially consumed water, dew, spring water, half-eaten food, and commonly used tools and clothes all needed to be stored in the storage box. Though 10 slots were sufficient, each occupied 1 system backpack slot, while with the 50 slots, only 1 slot would be used, making it clearly much more convenient. Leaving unrecorded items outside to wait for inclusion, Gu Ning opened the trading interface once again. In this short time, she had successfully completed 4 more transactions. Adding the previous ones, it was just enough for 10 portions of glass. She immediately chose to take down the remaining 6 portions of blueberry juice and restocked 30 portions of raspberry juice, exchanging them at a rate of 3:1 for copper ingots or iron ingots. Having just opened a box, she obtained 1 copper ingot and 2 iron ingots. Now she only needed 2 more metal ingots to have a total of 10. However, once used, she would have none left, so it's fine to exchange a bit more. Checking the camp storage, 70 pine boards had been completely manufactured. The wooden puppet was making juice. Transferring the pine boards out, Gu Ning sat down on a stump and took out a bottle of water to drink. As she drank, she suddenly felt like laughing. Then she burst into laughter, amused at her own industrious nature. Since her foster father fell ill during high school, she had been busy with various tasks, working and studying tirelessly for her living expenses and tuition. After finally graduating and paying off her loans, she could take a breather, but then she entered the path of survival. Now it was even better. Whether on the road or in the camp, she was constantly working, and every time she wanted to rest for a bit, she had to time herself, fearing even a minute's waste. She truly was born to be a workhorse. However, there was nothing wrong with that. Gu Ning had always been able to look at things this way. At least everything she did now was for her. It could be considered a transformation from working for others to starting her own venture. After a brief moment of random thoughts, she completed the collection of the farmland blue. She spent less than a minute prioritizing the collection of 3 items of white and green quality. The progress in the illustrated guide increased by 4, reaching 206-1000. Afterwards, she learned the cotton fabric manufacturing technique green. It took 3 cotton to create 1 piece of cotton fabric, consuming 5 seconds. Cotton fabric had already been recorded previously, so there was no rush to manufacture it. She could wait until it was needed. The remaining 1 wooden storage box blue had not been recorded. It would take a long time, so it was left to be recorded last. Then she entered her home to place the farmland blue. Although it was called farmland, in reality 1 piece only occupied 1 square meter, similar to the fields in real farming games. Gu Ning placed it in another direction of the miniature bamboo forest. As for what to plant first, it was naturally rice. Previously she had obtained 4 rice ears and 2 rice seeds in the mist, and since she had enough food, she had not processed the rice ears. Now was just the right time to plant them, and she would process them all together once they matured. Rice takes 5 days to grow, and with the time cut in half, it would only take 2.5 days, which was quite fast. During her first planting, Gu Ning was unsure if it was automatic or manual, so she tried placing the rice seeds in the farmland. The next second, a prompt immediately popped up. Do you want to plant rice seeds? She selected yes. After confirming, the rice seeds disappeared, and a tender sprout the size of a pinky finger emerged from the farmland. Focusing, she could check its status. 595958 until maturity, currently in a state of water deficiency. Seeing the water deficiency, Gu Ning immediately took out some stream water to irrigate the farmland. While watering, she also checked the status. After pouring in 1 liter of stream water, the status finally changed to normal growth. She wondered if rice required more water than other seeds, or if all seeds needed this much water. A question arose in her mind. Gu Ning felt this issue was worth recording. Although she currently had enough water, there was no guarantee she wouldn't run out in the future, nor that others wouldn't. If different seeds require different amounts of water to grow, then the value of certain seeds that require a lot of water compared to those that need little water would obviously differ in various environments. She needed to pay special attention during trades to avoid being taken advantage of. Remembering this matter, she exited her home. Opening the trading market, she had successfully exchanged for 3 metal ingots, including 2 copper ingots and 1 iron ingot. After extraction, Gu Ning initially wanted to switch to collecting stone bricks, but after checking the juice stock, she decided to wait a bit longer. Constantly taking items up and down was quite troublesome. It was better to wait until the juice was sufficient for a single stock. Opening the chat channel to check the time, it was 1901. The number of people online was 9,522. She remembered it was over 9,800 when she checked last night. This meant that nearly 300 people had died today alone, which was double the total deaths during the 3 days of the novice period. Gu Ning's mood instantly sank. Since learning about her background, she had grown accustomed to being busy alone and didn't like communicating with others, but that didn't mean she could ignore But in this situation, what could she do? The power of an individual was too insignificant. Perhaps she was developing well among all the survivors, but wanting to save others was nearly impossible. Without the ability to respond to crises, even if outsiders could help for a moment, it wouldn't last forever. Moreover, Gu Ning couldn't guarantee her own survival, so expecting her to act as a savior for everyone was impossible. However, as someone who grew up in a peaceful country, even if she understood this clearly, she still couldn't help but feel a bit down. She felt the same way when witnessing tragic events in reality. She knew that during such times, seeing the warmth of the world was the most effective way to alleviate her feelings. Although there was no warmth of the world in the path of survival, there was a chat channel. Gu Ning entered the camp chat and began scrolling through the messages. After walking through 2 camps, she found a treasure chest. and it was white, which was disappointing. Is there anyone who wants a wooden toilet? It can store 200 L of water and can automatically pump water when it encounters a water source who has cigarettes. I'll trade water for them today. I encountered a snake thicker than my arm, almost got me. Does anyone have a better weapon? While so many people have passed through 2 camps, is it really this competitive? Missing the novice period today, the supplies are clearly much less. So bored. Is there any beautiful girl willing to add me as a friend to chat? I'm 1.8 meters tall and have a 6-pack. I want to eat hot pot. Is there anyone selling hot pot? I'll trade a cream cake for it. When everyone goes into the forest, it's best to take a stick and knock around a bit to scout the way before entering. After scrolling for about 10 minutes, Gu Ning's mood completely lifted and she switched to the trading interface. During this time, the wooden storage box blue successfully recorded. Illustrated guide progress 1, reaching 207,1000. In personal trades, all 7 groups of raspberry juice were successfully traded, yielding 4 iron ingots and 3 copper ingots. She took out the items and the trading window became empty. The juice wasn't enough for 90 portions. Gu Ning thought for a moment and decided to list the grass puppet first. She had a total of 6 and used grass puppets white, which were unlikely to be used again in the future, so she listed them all. The trading conditions could be set for combinations, and she still set it to exchange for manufacturing techniques or high-quality material items. 1 grass puppet could be exchanged for 1 manufacturing technique at a 1:1 ratio. The exchange for green materials was at a 1:1 ratio for 1 grass puppet. Green items were at a 3:1 ratio for 1 grass puppet. Blue items were at a 1:1 ratio for 1 grass puppet. Compared to the previous trade with the little deer, this time the price was a bit higher. Since it was set for broad categories, there might be repeated manufacturing techniques, gravel, and less useful supplies. However, the cost of grass puppets was low and the most valuable aspect was the 1 spiritual energy consumed, but this couldn't be factored into the price, so at this ratio, no matter what she exchanged for, she wouldn't incur a loss. After setting up the grass puppet, Gu Ning was about to continue exploring the trading market when she suddenly recalled that many new ingredients had yet to be cooked in the oven. So she built a table from wood, took out the fully automatic oven green, and placed it on top. Then she retrieved 2 rectangular porcelain plates, placing ingredients into one of them. 1 rabbit meat white, 1 red date white, 1 chicken white, 1 leek white, 1 corn white, 1 chili white, 1 ginger white, 1 tomato white, 1 lettuce white, 1 potato white, and 1 small mushroom white. In total there were 11 ingredients. For those with quantities exceeding 1, she roasted 1 each, while the ones with only 1 were left unroasted. After arranging the ingredients, Gu Ning took out the stone puppet and instructed it to roast them one by one. The roasted ingredients were placed on another porcelain plate. Watching the stone puppet begin its task, she remembered the mushroom stump, realizing the mushrooms on it must have grown. Upon returning home, she found it was indeed ready for harvesting. Strength mushroom green, average taste can slightly increase strength when it was of green quality, totaling 3 mushrooms. She was unsure if this quality would be affected by the dew spring water, but after harvesting the strength mushrooms, Gu Ning immediately mixed in some dew spring water to water them. Recorded progress in the Encyclopedia 1, a reaching 208,1000. Arriving at the camp, she saw that the stone puppet had just finished roasting the rabbit meat, so she instructed it to pause and placed the 3 strength mushrooms into the oven. Perhaps due to the game-like nature of the survival road, items in their initial state were extremely clean, including the ingredients, which required no water. Soon the strength mushrooms were ready. Gu Ning scooped the mushrooms into a wooden bowl, allowing the puppet to continue roasting the other ingredients. The introduction indicated that the strength mushroom had an average taste, prompting her to see what average truly meant. As she recorded one of the mushrooms, she picked up another strength mushroom and placed it in her mouth. Upon entry, a faint, earthy taste spread, and aside from that there was hardly any other flavor, causing Gu Ning to frown. The texture was acceptable, and the oven had perfectly controlled the cooking. After hastily chewing a few bites, she understood that the strength mushroom might taste better if prepared according to real-life methods. Eating it directly roasted without any seasoning made its already average flavor quite unpalatable. At this moment, the prompt indicated that recording was complete. Progress 1, a reaching 209,1000. With 2 strength mushrooms left, it wouldn't be unreasonable to consume them as they were. However, Gu Ning preferred to make them tastier before consumption. She took out a pack of braised beef noodles from her encyclopedia, tore open the packaging, and indeed found a powdered seasoning packet inside. She sprinkled some on the mushrooms, and upon eating, the flavor indeed improved somewhat. After finishing, she placed the opened instant noodles on the table, preparing to light a campfire to cook them. Having not eaten instant noodles for several days, she craved them, which is why she could suddenly think of its seasoning pack. It would take 20 minutes to roast all 10 ingredients. Gu Ning sat nearby waiting for the recording while browsing the trading market. Perhaps her luck had finally turned. After flipping through just a few pages, she spotted a manufacturing technique for hemp shoes green. The selling price was 2 wooden storage boxes green, and she exchanged without hesitation. Although it only required 3 hemp to manufacture a pair of hemp shoes, and it didn't matter if she used one material more or less with white quality materials, it was crucial to save even one material when using green or blue quality materials. Whether for personal use or sale, it provided a significant advantage. Upon obtaining the technique, Guning immediately learned it, reducing the material cost by 1/8, thus requiring only 2 hemp to manufacture a pair of hemp shoes. Speaking of which, what would happen if she repeatedly learned the techniques for hemp fabric tops and hemp fabric pants, which required only one material to manufacture? Surely it couldn't reduce 1 hemp cloth to 0. 5 hemp cloth. She pondered based on her gaming experience, feeling that manufacturing 2 products at once or increasing the durability of the products could be possible. She hoped to encounter more manufacturing techniques. Ideally, it would be for hemp fabric tops and pants, so she could determine if her guesses were correct. Continuing to browse the trading market. Pinewood pass. Hemp pass. Simple stone axe pass. Weight wooden shield. Let's take a look. Wooden shield, white, a simple defensive weapon, heavy in weight, only a strong man can lift it. Durability 30. Its heaviness was perfectly tailored for the stone puppet. The shield's selling price was 4 pine wood, quite cheap. Guning suspected that this price only added 1 extra pine wood on top of the manufacturing materials. After all, only a strong man could use it. And given modern people's physicality, even with strength-enhancing potions, there were probably not many who would dare to consider themselves strong. After the transaction was successful, she immediately placed the wooden shield out. Considering the prompt, she didn't attempt to pick it up herself, but placed it directly on the ground. This item appeared to be 1 meter tall and 0.5 meters wide, with an oval shape on top and a flat, slightly concave base. It had 2 handles in the middle of the concave side, and its overall thickness was similar to that of a palm. Once stood up, as long as Guning crouched down, it could completely block her, providing a great sense of security. She tried lifting it herself. With effort she could pick it up and even hold it for a few seconds. However, using it normally was completely impossible. Let's record it first, and let the stone puppet try it. Progress in the Encyclopedia 1, reaching 209-1000. The newly manufactured wooden puppet and stone puppet had not yet bloodbound to their owner, so Guning found a thorny plant and squeezed out 2 drops of blood. Considering that more puppets would be created, she assigned numbers to these puppets: wooden, white 1, wooden, white 2, stone, white 1, stone, white 2. Here wood and stone represent wooden and stone puppets, while white denotes quality. If she were to manufacture green or blue ones in the future, she'd name them wooden green 1, stone blue 1, and so on. Compared to the wooden puppet, the stone puppet's advantage was its strong carrying capacity. Guning had not previously felt this distinctly, but this time, it was a true. She gave a command, and stone white 2 easily lifted the wooden shield, showing no signs of strain when raising or swinging it. Trying to have wooden white 2 lift the shield, it could also manage it, even using it normally. However, its movements were noticeably slower and not as effortless as stone white 2. Guning decided to assign this shield to stone white 2 in the future. When night fell, she left wooden white 1 at the camp to make juice, while wooden white 2 equipped a white iron vegetable knife. Stone white 1 wielded a green beast bone club, and stone white 2 carried the shield. The combat power and safety of the 3 puppets would definitely increase significantly. After the test concluded, she had the 2 puppets stand at the edge of the camp and opened the trading interface again. Personal trading interface. 6 grass puppets. White had surprisingly sold 1. In return, she received 3 green quality items: 1 pine seed green, 1 raspberry seed green, and 1 hemp fabric top green. Guning instantly realized that there was a loophole in the trading conditions she set. Excluding the seeds, 3 hemp fabric tops required 9 hemp, but she had set it as 12 green quality materials for 1 puppet. Clearly the buyer had spotted this at once, using the least amount of resources to exchange for a grass puppet. They say buying isn't as savvy as selling, but in her case, it was the opposite. Of course, even with this exchange, she wouldn't be at a loss. It was merely a matter of earning less or more. However, since she had discovered a loophole, it was only natural to close it. Guning extracted the items and reset the price of the grass puppet. Nothing else changed except the ratio of green items was modified to 4:1. Among the 3 items exchanged, she already had raspberry seeds green and did not need to include them, while the other 2 could be recorded. Pine seed green, a seed of decent quality with a planting period of 10 days. Hemp top green, made from high-quality materials, it is comfortable to wear, breathable, and absorbs sweat, providing a faintly cool sensation. After recording the progress in the illustrated guide, increased by 2, reaching 211-1000. Guning realized that the hemp clothing set given during the novice phase was actually meant to cope with high temperatures. She believed that the hemp pants green would have the same special effect as the hemp top green, and the higher quality effect would certainly be better. She had 5 pieces of blue quality hemp, enough to make either a top or pants. But making it now would be too wasteful. Guning preferred to first collect the crafting recipes for the hemp top and pants. Reducing material consumption before crafting was the best choice. Moreover, the earlier the repetitive learning of recipes to reduce material consumption, the more cost-effective it would be, especially for basic recipes such as wooden planks and hemp ropes. If the manufacturing materials for wooden planks could be reduced to one, the profit would be enormous. Thinking of this, Gu Ning suddenly realized that although she had known the importance of crafting recipes from the very beginning, she still somewhat underestimated their value. She wondered if anyone else had noticed this. If they had, they would surely be making efforts to collect the most commonly used crafting recipes. With this thought in mind, a sense of urgency struck her, and she immediately took down the grass puppet white from the shelf. When she put it back up for trade, she changed the items to hemp top, hemp pants, hemp rope, hemp shoes, simple stone axe, simple stone pickaxe, simple slingshot wooden planks, and stone brick crafting recipes, allowing for the exchange of any one of them. She wasn't sure if she could trade for them, but trying wouldn't delay her. As long as she got one, it would be a huge profit. After setting everything up, Gu Ning noticed that the porcelain plate for releasing ingredients was already empty, and the automatic oven was roasting the last potato. So she walked over to start recording. Roasted corn, white; roasted red dates, white; roasted lettuce, white. The illustrated guide progressed, totaled 11, reaching 222,1000. After recording, she browsed the trading market while picking and eating roasted red dates and roasted corn. Items like roasted green onions, roasted tomatoes, and roasted lettuce were still on the plate waiting to be added when she cooked instant noodles later, which would likely taste better than eating them directly. She saved the roasted potatoes, roasted rabbit meat, and roasted chicken for later when she got hungry on the road. The fog had yet to appear. Before she knew it, it was already 2000. After lighting the campfire at the designated time, Gu Ning checked the quantity of fruit juice. There were 88 portions of raspberry juice. She had just obtained 2 stone bricks white from opening the box earlier, adding to the original 10, totaling 12, leaving her short by 88, and those 88 portions of juice were just right. She opened her personal trade preparing to take down the grass puppet, but was pleasantly surprised to find that one had sold. The other party was trading it for the hemp pants crafting recipe green. Great, just what she wanted. She immediately retrieved it to learn. You have learned the crafting recipe for hemp pants. When crafting hemp pants, additional durability will be added. As she suspected, it couldn't reduce materials, but could increase durability. After taking down the grass puppet and putting up the raspberry juice, she approached the simple workbench and crafted a new pair of hemp pants. The durability increased from the original 30 to 40, erasing it by a third. Not bad, not bad. Gu Ning was very satisfied. After putting away the hemp pants, she took out the iron pot preparing to cook the instant noodles. Without a stand, she placed 2 stone bricks beside the campfire just right to hold it. This iron pot had never been used, it was completely clean. Out of psychological reasons, Gu Ning poured a little water to rinse it. Then she placed it over the campfire and began to boil water. She preferred her instant noodles to have a strong flavor, so she didn't add much water, which quickly boiled. She didn't immediately put in the noodle cake, but added a bit of cold water to calm the surface before cracking a wild chicken egg into it. Then, using the hemp cloth as a cushion, she took the iron pot off the campfire and set it aside. This was a small trick for making a perfect poached egg. However, her proficiency was average, and she couldn't succeed every time. When it was almost set, Gu Ning placed the pot back over the fire. When the water boiled, she began to add the noodle cake and other ingredient packets. About 2 minutes later, she also tossed in the previously roasted side. After stirring a bit, it was ready to be served. Including both soup and noodles, it filled the wooden bowl about 80 full. Gu Ning didn't rush to eat. While the pot was still hot, she took a bit of ash from the campfire, would cut a small piece of hemp cloth with scissors, and used water to wash the pot. Only then did she take out a wooden chair and sit down at the table made of pine to eat. Although there was a table in the home, it was right next to the bed, and the smell of instant noodles was quite strong. She didn't want to stain the bedding with food odors. As she took a bite of the noodles that had a perfect balance of softness and firmness, the rich and authentic flavor of braised beef surprised Gu Ning greatly. Although there was no actual beef, this flavor was much better than that in reality. However, it would have been even more perfect with vinegar and chili oil. After a sigh of admiration, she ate while checking the trading market. Simple stone axe, white pass. Soil white, checking the price, wants 2 iron ingots, 2 high pass. Pine wood white, needed 2 branches, could trade for some. Most of the pine wood she gathered had been used to make wooden planks, so there wasn't much left, but she had plenty of branches, already over 100. This person only listed 5 pieces of pine wood, and Gu Ning immediately traded all of them. Just as Gu Ning finished eating all the noodles and was drinking the noodle soup, a conspicuous green item appeared on this page. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately put down the wooden bowl to click and check. Double fabric sofa green, a soft and comfortable sofa with excellent elasticity that can gradually relieve the fatigue and discomfort of the whole body when used. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately put down the wooden bowl to click and check. Double fabric sofa green, a soft and comfortable sofa with excellent elasticity that can gradually relieve the fatigue and not to mention, she didn't have 5 cool patches. Even if she did, she wouldn't trade. While green items were indeed valuable, it also depended on what in hot weather the value of cool patches was clearly higher than that. She continued to scroll. There were some selling stone bricks white, checking the price. One wooden plank required 2 pieces of wood to craft, and 1 stone brick should be 2 stones. This was being sold at double the price, so it was better to trade with. Taking a glance at her personal trade, she had already traded for 21 stone bricks. This efficiency was not bad. Gu Ning happily switched back to the trading market to continue browsing. 1 wooden swing chair white requires 1 bottle of water exchanged. 1 grass woven mat white requires 3 tree branches exchanged. 1 wooden wardrobe white requires 1 burlap backpack exchanged. 1 glass white requires 5 stones exchanged. By 2112, Gu Ning successfully traded several times. In addition to materials, she obtained a total of 8 new items, mostly furniture and daily necessities. These include 1 wooden swing chair white, 1 grass woven mat white, 1 wooden wardrobe white, 1 double leather sofa white, 1 grass woven mattress white, 2 wooden spoons white, 1 black neutral pen white, and 1 wooden basin white. The progress of the illustrated guide increased by 8, reaching 230-1000. During this time, she saw many good things, including a simple slingshot manufacturing blueprint. However, these items are expensive, and some of the required items she simply does not have. For instance, the simple slingshot manufacturing blueprint requires the exchange of any 1 skill fruit, which she immediately bypassed. While browsing the trading market, she also had to check how much juice had been sold from time to time. Until now, all 88 servings of raspberry juice had been exchanged for stone bricks. Gu Ning withdrew everything, and then listed all 71 servings of raspberry juice she had newly crafted, pricing them at 10 raspberries or blueberries per serving of juice. Then she directly entered her home and submitted the materials to upgrade the house. The time required for the upgrade is the same as construction, which is also 30 minutes. She did not continue to browse the trading market, but went to the camp to start controlling the puppets for exploration. Like yesterday, she equipped Mu by Air with a burlap backpack, and then let Mu by Air, Sure by E, and Sure by Air act together, exploring in circles around the camp. She opened the positioning map and kept a close watch. In the first circle there was no movement. In the second circle there was no movement. In the third circle there was a response. This circle was only about 30 meters from the camp. As soon as the icons of the 3 puppets changed on the positioning map, Gu Ning heard an unusual sound not far away. The sound was faint, muffled, and vaguely like a clash. She remained calm, watching the map, her mind racing with thoughts. During yesterday's exploration, she only encountered ferocious beasts at the edge of the map, but today she encountered them just 30 meters away. If this is not random, but rather a result of the danger level returning to normal after the novice period, then will the combat power of the ferocious beasts change? Besides, can the 3 puppets handle them? Watching the positioning map like this, aside from obtaining monster treasure chests, it was almost of no help to understand the darkness. Should she consume 1 point of mental link to have one of the puppets explore together? While she hesitated, the battle had already ended. A green dot of light flashed on the map. The 3 puppets quickly returned to the camp, bringing out 1 monster treasure chest green. Gu Ning opened the treasure chest with 1 hand, while instructing the puppets to continue circling outside. Inside the chest were 3 green dots of light and 3 white dots. 1 beast's essence green, 2 beast meats green, 2 beast skins white, 1 beast bone white. All materials had been recorded before. She roughly understood that the monster treasure chests at night contained the most common related materials, and items like beast bone clubs and antidotes could also appear, but with a lower probability. After dismantling the empty treasure chest, she obtained 1 black, dark stone green. Thinking that she had not made dried meat from beast meat, yet Gu Ning directly made 2 over the campfire, 1 of white quality and 1 of green quality. Beast dried meat, white dried meat made from beast meat, very filling. Beast dried meat, green dried meat made from high quality beast meat. Eating it can slightly enhance physical constitution. Since the weight of the beast meat is all 1 kilogram, the dried meat produced was also large. 1 piece was about the size of her face, and she feared it would be too much. After recording, the progress increased by 2, reaching 232-1000. After putting away these items, Gu Ning focused intently on the map. This circle did not reveal anything, and the puppets quickly returned. Setting out again. She ultimately decided not to control the puppets for exploration. The reason was simple: her mental energy was insufficient. Her maximum mental value is 18 points, and she now only has 4 points left, which made her feel quite unsafe. If another skill that consumes 10 points appears, she would need to save for 2 days to use it. This simply does not align with Gu Ning's character. Starting tomorrow, unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from manufacturing puppets, waiting until her mental value recovers fully after a good sleep before beginning to consume. Maintaining a balance between consumption and recovery is the ideal state in her mind. And during exploration, whether she goes or not, the outcome is essentially the same. At most, if she goes, she can see the scenery in the darkness and the appearance of the monsters. Compared to mental value, this is not so important. She can always look when her mental value is sufficient in the future. Gu Ning's attention was fixated on the map as the puppets seemed to have encountered monsters and stopped somewhere. There were no roars, and the unusual sounds were not prominent. Sometimes she suspected that this darkness had an effect of absorbing part of the volume, otherwise how could the sounds of battle be so faint at a distance of over 50 meters? 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. The three puppets occasionally moved, and occasionally paused, likely encountering formidable monsters. Gu Ning's heart sank as time passed. She had already envisioned the worst outcome. The puppets and their equipment would all be damaged, and the monsters would follow the trail to the outside of the camp. However, with the campfire present, it is unlikely they would break in, and at most they would linger without leaving. If by misfortune they did manage to break in, she could try hiding in her home. The home has a house. Even if it can break in, she can rely on the house and attempt to control the grass puppet to kill with the refined iron short crossbow blue. This is the only blue weapon she has seen so far. If it weren't so precious and she feared losing it, she would have equipped it to the puppet long ago. If that still does not work, then she could only leave it to fate. Just as she was lost in thought, a blue dot of light flashed on the positioning map. Gu Ning instantly cast aside her previous thoughts and looked expectantly outside the camp. Moments later, the three puppets returned, bringing out a black treasure chest that glowed with blue light. Gu Ning immediately checked and recorded it. Monster treasure chest blue, a chest dropped by killing monsters in the darkness, relatively rare, with a high probability of yielding special items. Recording takes 10 minutes, as she took the opportunity to check the condition of the puppets. They looked somewhat miserable. All three puppets bore various claw marks. Mu Bai Air had the most and deepest marks on its body. The wooden shield also had several scratches. The durability of the puppets and their weapons had decreased. Currently, Mu Bai Air's durability is 26, and the white iron vegetable knife's durability is 93. Shi Bai's durability is 25, and the green beast bone club's durability is 297. Shi Bai Air's durability is 28, and the white wooden shield's durability is 28. Gu Ning discovered that after a battle, those participating would generally lose 1 point of durability. Those who fought slowly or with difficulty might lose an additional 1 or 2 points depending on the situation. At this rate, she would need to replace a batch of puppets in about 10 days. After checking the condition of the puppets and confirming there were no major issues, Gu Ning sent them out to explore once again. Upon their return and another departure, the monster treasure chest blue was fully recorded. The progress of the illustrated guide increased by 1, reaching 233-1000. She offered a prayer as usual before opening the treasure chest. Inside were 1 blue orb, 2 green orbs, and 4 white orbs. Gu Ning was the first to pick up the blue orb for examination. Pet egg blue, a relatively rare high-quality pet egg that will begin to hatch after blood recognition, with the species being random. Can it hatch pets? She couldn't help but feel a little excited. She had always wanted to raise a cat or dog, but due to lack of time and fear of not being able to care for them properly, she had never acted on that desire. Now, having entered the path of survival, she unexpectedly had this opportunity, which was quite miraculous. She just didn't know what kind of animal would hatch. Hopefully, it would be beautiful, strong, and easy to raise. However, she decided to record it first before performing blood recognition. After starting to record with the illustrated guide, Gu Ning continued to examine the other orbs in the treasure chest. The 2 green orbs contained 1 beast skin green and 1 beast blood green. The 4 white orbs contained 1 beast skin white, 2 beast meat white, and 1 beast bone white. The empty treasure chest could be directly decomposed, yielding 1 black underworld stone blue. Since the beast skin green and black underworld stone blue had not been recorded before, she set them aside for later recording. After processing the treasure chest, Gu Ning shifted her attention back to the positioning map. The 3 puppets had completed their exploration of this area and were heading back to the camp. 1 minute later, the puppets set off once again. As they approached the edge of the map without any incidents, another idea popped into her mind. What if she had the puppets patrol around the camp in the forest while she slept at night? Surely over the course of a night, there couldn't be no monsters intruding within a 100-meter radius. However, there was a significant risk as well. The intelligence level of the puppets was not high, and if they encountered unexpected situations, they might not be able to handle them. If they faced monsters they couldn't defeat, it could lead to a total loss. Nevertheless, considering the potential benefits from nightly patrols in the future, a few puppets were not a major concern. Some loss in experiments was quite no pain, no gain. After coming to this conclusion, Gu Ning reset the instructions for the puppets. In simple terms, she instructed them to patrol around the camp, going out every 30 minutes for a lap, returning to the camp to drop off any findings before continuing. To prevent errors, she set a uniform distance of 60 meters this time. As long as they moved occasionally, any incoming monsters should find their way. The reason for setting it to once every 30 minutes was her concern over rapid stamina depletion. Starting at 2150 this way, she could recall the puppets directly by 600 the next morning without delaying their journey. This was the first arrangement. Regardless of its feasibility, adjustments would need to be made tomorrow night. After several trials, she would know which plan was more suitable. Once she arranged the 3 puppets, Gu Ning stopped focusing on the positioning map. With plans for them to patrol all night, there was no point in monitoring the positioning and checking the time. It was 2145. At this point the house should have been upgraded. She hurried into her home, and as expected the upgrade had been checking the information. Level 2 house, white a single-story wooden house that has been reinforced and expanded covering an area of 60 square meters. Durability 2000, can be repaired with corresponding materials after damage. Upgradable. Checking the upgrade requirements. Materials required for level 3 house, 500 wooden planks, 500 stone bricks, 50 metal ingots, 50 glass. Compared to the materials needed for upgrading to level 2, it had increased 5-fold. However, if she maintained today's harvest, she would be able to upgrade again in about 5 days. Gu Ning felt the difficulty was manageable, not too high. After reviewing the upgrade requirements, she entered the house. The windows of the level 2 house had transformed into larger glass windows. Under the shining stars and moonlight, everything appeared crystal clear. Gu Ning first checked the changes in the house. Aside from the windows, there was now a wooden door where the previous doorway had been. All the windows and doors had been fitted with metal bolts for locking. A small room with a door was added outside, featuring a slightly higher glass window suitable for a bathroom or kitchen. Naturally, she planned to use. After all, the toilet here didn't require plumbing. With a push after use, the contents would be flushed away. Nothing was visible nearby, and she had no idea where it went. Truly black technology. But it was very convenient to use. After setting up the wooden toilet, she stepped outside to collect all the furniture and decorations. Then she entered the inner room. Gu Ning prepared to use it as a bedroom. She placed a wooden wardrobe on the right side after entering. The head of the double bed was against the wall, with the left side closer to the wall and the right side further away. A straw mattress, cotton quilt, and cotton cloth were laid in order, and a buckwheat pillow and summer quilt were placed instantly, creating a sleeping atmosphere. Without a nightstand, she simply took out a small 4-leaf clover table and placed it on the left side of the bed, stacking 2 applewood logs against the wall on the right side, making it look like a bedside cabinet. A jellyfish lamp was placed on the table. A blackout curtain hung above the window. Plastic slippers were set by the bedside. A bamboo ink painting was pressed against the wardrobe with a stone. With all these arranged, the bedroom was almost ready. Of course, the main reason was that there weren't many more pieces of furniture. The shower head was supposed to be placed in the bathroom, but considering the rising temperatures, she might need a refreshing shower if it got too hot on the way, so she decided to take it. In the outer area, the puppet workbench was placed against the wall by the door, while the desk was set against the opposite wall with one wooden chair placed. She initially planned to place the coffee table and sofa here, but after thinking it over, she decided to carry them with her for now. Sitting on the sofa during breaks on the road would definitely be more comfortable than the wooden chair, though leaving it at home would be a waste. The same applied to the coffee table, which would be useful for meals on the road to avoid setting up a pine table each time. If she had the opportunity, she would like to get a single sofa and a small tea table for added convenience. She also had some thermos cups, scissors, towels, bath towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, which she carried with her for easy access. In the future, if she accumulated more and had duplicates, she would place some in her home. Finally, Gu Ning took out the iced jasmine potted plant and placed it on the desk. The flower buds were ready for harvesting. Still 5 in total, 4 of white quality and 1 of green quality. This was anticipated, and she was not surprised at all, just a bit disappointed. Checking the information. Iced jasmine bud, white, a flower bud of the iced jasmine possessing a hint of icy snow fragrance. Consuming it can maintain a cool state for 3 hours. Compared to the green quality, the duration was reduced by 3/4. However, the description was identical, so the effects should not differ. Gu Ning thought to herself that the white quality was actually more flexible to use. At this stage, the hottest time was noon. Mornings and evenings were not as hot. Using the green bud that lasted 12 hours felt a bit wasteful. The white quality was just right. She had previously hesitated to use the green quality for experimental purposes, but with the white quality available, she felt less heartache. She decided to try consuming a bud tomorrow to see what this cool state felt like. After picking the flower buds, the iced jasmine potted plant did not indicate a lack of water like the mushroom stump did, nor did it do so yesterday. Gu Ning originally wanted to try watering it with dew spring water, but after some hesitation she gave up. It's better to wait for a prompt before watering. The 30 square meters of space is already quite large, yet with the furniture arranged the room still feels quite empty. She thought for a moment and took out the refrigerator to place against the wall. The weather was getting hotter and it was time to use it. She pressed the switch on the refrigerator and took out the remaining bottled water, about 10 cups of blueberry juice, and a few drinks to put in the cooling compartment. Now she would have chilled drinks to cool off during hot days. Today she also acquired a wooden swing chair, which Gu Ning placed beside the house. There was nothing else that needed tidying up. She sat leisurely on the swing, swaying, gently gazing at the starry sky above and the house in front of her, suddenly feeling a sense of peace and happiness. In the future, this would be her home. It felt quite good. It was just a bit too quiet. Once she hatched her pet egg, it would be even more perfect. During the arrangement of the furniture, the pet egg blue had already been recorded, and now it was recording the level 2 house. During the recording, she could not stray too far from the house. Thus, she could not leave the camp to find spiky plants to draw blood for rec. However, Gu Ning had already thought of a plan. Once the house was fully recorded, she would dig up some spiky plants to keep for her home, so she wouldn't have to look for them each time. After getting off the swing, she took out a wooden basin, toothbrush, and other daily necessities, starting to wash up under the moonlight. Although there was a bathroom, it had no light and the window was small. Outside was still brighter. Moreover, perhaps having stayed in the city for too long, she preferred to engage in activities outdoors in such an open space. Brushing her teeth, washing her face, soaking her feet. After pouring the dirty water into the toilet, the house just indicated that the recording was complete. Then Gu Ning recorded the ice, jasmine flower bud white, and the beast skin green. The progress in the pictorial record increased by 4, reaching 2371000. There was still one black dark stone blue left, and she chose to go to the camp for recording. While recording, she completed the 3 things she needed to do before bedtime. The first thing was to find a spiky plant to draw some blood to recognize the pet egg blue. As soon as her blood dripped onto the pet egg, it was immediately absorbed. Then the pet egg obtained an additional status information. Hatching remaining time 715959. This means that at this time in 3 days the pet egg will hatch. Gu Ning tried it out, and like the mushroom stump, the pet egg could not be stored in her backpack or pictorial record. It had to be left outside for the hatching time. Then it would have to be placed in the home later. The second thing was to check the trading market. The 71 portions of raspberry juice listed for sale had all been sold, and she received 628 raspberries white and 82 blueberries white. Gu Ning extracted them all and placed them in the camp warehouse, waiting for the puppets to process them into juice. Then she listed the remaining 5 grass puppets white for trade with the same trading conditions as before, which were various basic manufacturing processes. The third thing was to place the discarded bird's nest green in the camp using 1 bamboo worm white as bait. These few tasks took less than 3 minutes, and she casually browsed the camp chat channel. Just like in reality at this time, people had basically not gone to sleep, and the speed at which chat messages were scrolling was quite fast. Has no one ever dared to leave the camp to see what the situation is? The night sky here is so beautiful. I've only seen so many stars in the sky. What is the purpose of that land deed? Does anyone know? If I leave the forest area for 7 days and do not complete the task, is there a punishment? The outside of the camp is terrifyingly dark. I wish I could form a team. I finally understand what that state is for. It can indicate if I am poisoned. Today I was bitten by a bug. I felt nothing and thought it was not serious, but I inadvertently saw my status change to poison, which scared me. Poison state. Gu Ning immediately perked up. Since the first day, her personal information status bar had always read normal and had not changed. She had always wanted to know what kind of situation would change it, and had speculated from various aspects, but without any information, she could not determine. Now realizing that it would change when poisoned, she immediately locked onto a direction. This status was very likely related to her physical condition. No, it should not be a simple physical condition, otherwise why wouldn't it change when she felt thirsty, hungry, or tired? Only poisoning caused a change. But what is the difference between poisoning and hunger or fatigue? She realized that poisoning would directly endanger life. Therefore, it should only prompt when life. Previously, a person had suffered internal injuries and bought dew spring water from her. At the time, she did not think much of it. But now reflecting on it, was that person also experiencing a change in their status that allowed them to know they had internal injuries? She opened her friend list, found that person, and directly messaged to inquire. Gu Ning, hello, I want to ask if your personal information status changed when you were Windwalker. Yes, my status changed to internal injury, and it returned to normal after drinking the spring water. Gu Ning, okay, got it, thank you. Windwalker, no need to thank me. Are you still trading dew spring water? I want to exchange for some more. This guy really knows how to climb the ladder. Gu Ning paused for a moment. However, this person answered her question straightforwardly before bringing up the trade, which indeed made her feel more. She checked the stock of spring water, 2 portions of 500 milliliters, and the remaining 35 milliliters in the plastic bottle. She decided to trade the 35 milliliters to him. The previous trading price was 50 milliliters for 3 green quality materials and 5 white quality materials. This time for 35 milliliters, she asked for 2 pine wood green and 4 pine wood white. Windwalker did not haggle and readily agreed, even sending an empty plastic bottle over. After the trade, Gu Ning continued her speculations. Poisoning, internal injury. The fact that the status only changes when life is in danger should be correct. If this speculation is accurate, then thirst and hunger should also be a type of status. After all, not drinking water or eating for a long time can also lead to death. However, it may need to reach a certain level before it shows up in the. For instance, her hunger from missing a meal had almost no impact on her life. Therefore, it would not be displayed. It is actually not difficult to verify this speculation. She just needs to persist without drinking water or eating. However, this thought was merely a passing idea. Gu Ning did not have a masochistic hobby. Having a rough guess was enough. She would gradually obtain more information in the future, so she was not in a hurry. After browsing the chat messages for a while, the black dark stone blue recording was completed. The pictorial record progress increased by 1A, reaching 238,1000. Guning put away the stone and took the pet egg blue into her home. This pet egg seemed not to require any special hatching environment. It should be fine wherever it was. However, considering that this would be her future pet, she placed a grass-woven mat in the corner of the bedroom and then set down the pet egg. She closed the door, lay down on the bed, and immediately felt drowsy. As her eyes closed, in no time she fell into a deep sleep. A restful sleep overnight. At 5:50 a.m., Guning woke up right on time. The first thing she did upon sitting up was to check the survival panel. In her personal information, her mental value had recovered to 9 points. She had fallen asleep at 2206 last night. From 2206 to 55:07, 7 hours and 44 minutes had passed, just shy of 8 hours. The night before, she went to bed a bit later, around 2230, but woke up at a similar time, having slept for about 7 hours and 20 minutes. For the past 2 days, her mental value had recovered 5 points. Previously, without any bonuses, it took 8 hours to recover 4 points, which is 0.5 points per hour. Calculating this way, the combination of the ink bamboo painting and the double bed probably added a bonus of 0.2 to the original rate, meaning 0.5. If she guessed correctly, the two items might have each contributed a bonus of 0.1. Therefore, 7 hours times 0.7 equals 4.9. This means that the 7 hours and 20 minutes of sleep perfectly restored 5 points of mental value. To recover 1 more point, she would need nearly 9 hours of sleep, so she should prepare to sleep after 2100. Guning calculated her nightly tasks and decided not to strive for that extra point of recovery content to maintain her daily recovery of 5 points of mental value. Though it sounded complicated, the calculations were quite simple and only took her 2 minutes. After that, she switched to the trading interface. In personal trading, one of the 5 grass puppets white she had listed was sold. In exchange, she received a crafting recipe for burlap that greatly surprised her green. It should be noted that burlap shirts, burlap pants, and burlap backpacks all required burlap as a material. If the material consumption for making burlap decreases, the consumption of these related items will naturally decrease, making their value significantly higher than other crafting recipes. Without wasting a second, she immediately extracted it to learn. In the future, she would only need 2 pieces of hemp to make burlap. Fortunately, she had made very little burlap previously, and after realizing that repeated learning could reduce material consumption, she made as much as she needed, otherwise she would have wasted materials. After checking the trade, Guning looked at the weather forecast displayed above the map in the upper right corner. On the second day of survival, it was 20 degrees Celsius. Today, sunny, 2038 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow, sunny, 2440 degrees Celsius. The day after tomorrow, sunny, 2542 degrees Celsius. It was still a sunny day, and the maximum temperature seemed to be increasing by 2 degrees each day. Growing up in a northern city and attending university in the central region, she had rarely experienced summer temperatures above 40 degrees, except when traveling. Thus, it was hard for her to imagine what it would feel like when the temperature reached 42 degrees. However, she knew it would not be pleasant. She hoped the cooling effect of the iced jasmine bud she consumed today would meet her expectations, otherwise her plan to advance 3 camps a day would be full. Guning sighed, closed the survival panel, and began her morning routine. Brushing her teeth, washing her face, using the restroom, and changing clothes. After completing these tasks, the time was exactly 6:00. She took a bottle of water that had been refrigerated overnight from the fridge. Checking the information, it read bottled water, white, clean drinking water, 500 milliliters. Refrigerated. The item information had not changed, but it now had a refrigerated status. She tried using the encyclopedia, but it could not be recorded again and remained stored on the bottled waters page. Checking the blueberry juice, the item information also had not changed, but added a refrigerated status. Apparently, the processing effects of the fridge and the oven were fundamentally different. Guning was not disappointed. She moved 10 bottles of water and 10 cups of blueberry juice from the refrigerated section to the freezer and took 3 bottles of water and 6 cups of juice to store in the encyclopedia, preparing to drink on the way. After collecting today's dew spring water, she left her home and arrived at the camp. 1 wooden puppet was at the makeshift workstation. The other 3 puppets stood motionless at the edge of the camp, visibly marked with some wear. However, they were still intact, and their equipment was still on. She collected the puppets and checked the harvest from last night, 3 monster treasure chests. She decided to collect them first and open them later when she had time. In the camp warehouse, there were 528 servings of raspberry juice white, plus 1 serving, just crafted at the workstation, totaling 529 servings. There were 134 unspent raspberries and 253 blueberries left. Unfortunately, there was no makeshift workstation in her home. Otherwise, the puppets could have stayed at home during the day to make juice. Guning sighed a bit regretfully in her heart and transferred everything from the camp warehouse. Finally, she checked the abandoned bird's nest, which contained 3 eggs, blue with white spots about the size of quail eggs. Checking the information, it read bird egg, white, an egg left by an unknown bird, small in size, but tasty. She directly recorded it, increasing her encyclopedia progress by 1 to 2391000. After putting away the abandoned bird's nest, she had completed all her morning tasks. She glanced at the camp bulletin board information and confirmed that she had not misremembered the distance to the next camp before jogging off. As for breakfast, she would eat when she got hungry on the way. At 6:07, the first white light appeared today. It was 1 stone mine white. Gu Ning controlled the grass puppet green to collect 5 stones white and 9 pieces of gravel white. At 6:10, the second white light appeared. It was 1 hemp stalk white. She collected 10 pieces of hemp white and 1 hemp seed white. At 6:14, the third white light appeared. At 6:18, she had traveled 96 kilometers. The fourth light appeared, and it was green. At 6:30, Gu Ning felt. She took out the beast jerky green she had made last night, leisurely walking while nibbling on the jerky. Although eating meat so early in the morning was not in line with her usual habits, she had previously decided that foods that could enhance her physique should be prioritized. Had she not been full last night, she would have eaten the jerky as soon as it was made. Compared to the previous rabbit and chicken jerky, this green-quality beast jerky was much tastier. Though it was tough and hard to chew, the more she chewed, the more fragrant it became, with a unique salty flavor that lingered on her palate. Moreover, it was quite filling. After eating a quarter of it, she felt 7/10 full. The remaining amount was enough for her to eat throughout the day. Thinking about the 5 monster treasure chests she had harvested last night, she felt she could eat freely in the future without worrying about food. After her meal, she walked for 10 minutes to aid digestion, then continued running forward. White lights, white lights. 7:12. Gu Ning encountered a peach tree glowing with white light. It was over 90 meters away from the road at the outer edge of the positioning map. The tree was lush with branches laden with pink peaches, looking extremely enticing. The only downside was that the peaches were a bit small, about the size of real-life nectarines. To record the peach tree, she had her puppets protect her as she ventured into the depths of the forest. However, just as she was about to reach the peach tree, a green light appeared at the edge of the positioning map. Oh no, it's a nested resource. Gu Ning's first reaction was this. Then she thought about how resources could spawn at such a distance, realizing she was mistaken in thinking she had cleaned out all the resources along the sides of the road. After the surprise, she immediately decided to check it out. However, she needed to harvest the peach tree first. Felling the peach trees consumed 2 simple stone axes. Obtained 11 peach wood white, 15 peach branches white, 188 peaches white, and 1 peach seed white. With the addition of the peach tree white, the progress in the illustrated guide increased by 5 points, reaching 2441000. After that, Gu Ning directly controlled the grass puppet to head towards the newly discovered green light spot. She left her body in place and had the puppet surround it. Although there was some risk, there was no other way. The displayed range of the positioning map and the activity range of the grass puppet were limited. Worried about the safety of her body, Gu Ning controlled the grass puppet to advance at an unprecedented speed, reaching the destination in just about 20 seconds. After a quick scan, she saw a white fruit, glowing green, growing among an unknown bush. According to her previous experience, such a shape could only belong to. Is this also a skill fruit? She picked the fruit, filled with expectation, and returned to her body. However, with her caution ingrained in her bones, Gu Ning did not immediately check it, but first returned to the road. Then she took out the fruit to check its information. Fishing green, a common skill fruit that grants the fishing skill when consumed. Indeed, it was another skill fruit. Recorded guide progress 1, reaching 2451000. After consuming the skill fruit, she opened the survival panel to check the skill information. Fishing level 0, skill quality green, skill description increases efficiency when fishing with a rod with a chance of obtaining additional catches. Level 0 bonus, none, experience 0, 10 increases efficiency when fishing with a chance of obtaining additional catches. This effect is similar to that of logging. However, she had only encountered a fishing spot once and had no idea when she would encounter one again. As of now, if she wanted to gain experience, she could only rely on the micro fish pond that refreshed daily in her home, and the leveling speed would definitely be much slower than logging. However, this was already quite good, much better than relying on luck. She closed the survival panel and continued on her way. Although she knew there were resources deeper inside, considering both safety and efficiency, Gu Ning had no intention of changing her collection map. 752 distance 102 kilometers, temperature 25 degrees. Encountered 1 iron or green. Collected 3 iron or green, 1 iron or white, and 10 gravel white. Both iron or green and iron or green were not recorded before guide progress 2, reaching 2471000. 905 distance 108 kilometers, temperature 27 degrees. Arrived at today's first campsite. After paying 3 gravel to enter the campsite, Gu Ning started replenishing her crafting tools while checking the campsite bulletin board and trading interface. The next campsite is in the forest area 15 kilometers from the current campsite. With her current speed of 4 kilometers per hour, she should arrive around 1300. It seems she can reach the third campsite a bit earlier this afternoon. Opening the personal trade, none of the remaining 4 grass puppets, white, had been sold. After thinking for a moment, she took down the grass puppets from the shelf. Next she listed 500 servings of raspberry juice, white still exchanging for 10 raspberries or blueberries. If all sold, 5,000 raspberries or blueberries would be enough to make 2,500 servings of juice. This was more than enough to exchange for materials to upgrade the house to level 3. After replenishing her tools, Guning took a couple of sips of Dewdrop's spring water and left the campsite again. White light spots, white light spots, white light spots. 1012 distance, 112 kilometers, temperature 31 degrees. 31 degrees isn't actually considered high, but continuous running made it feel very hot. She took the opportunity to stop and drink a cup of chilled blueberry juice. The icy sweet juice felt immediately refreshing. She then decided that when she reached the next campsite, she would fill the fridge in her home with juice. Although she had already stuffed all the drinks she could into the fridge last night, there was still quite a bit of juice collected this morning that needed to be chilled again before drinking, so as not to waste the durability consumed when opening the fridge. 1156 distance, 119 kilometers, temperature 36 degrees. Guning originally planned to follow yesterday's schedule and consume an iced jasmine bud white to see the effect. But at the last moment she hesitated a bit as the current temperature wasn't actually that high, as such weather often occurs in reality. After some thought, she took out a cooling patch white. Since this one had not been used before, she decided to try its effect today. The cooling patch is similar to the ones in reality, rectangular and light blue, and can be applied to a certain part of the body after being peeled off. The hottest part of her body was her head, so she applied it to her forehead. The moment it was applied, her forehead instantly cooled down. Then that coolness gradually spread to the surrounding areas, and in less than 2 minutes her shoulders felt pleasantly cool. The effect was immediate. Guning couldn't help but marvel. Although it wasn't effective all over her body with the current temperature, as long as her head wasn't hot her body wouldn't feel unbearably hot. The cooling patch lasts for 4 hours. After replenishing her sugar and salt water, adhering to the principle of not wasting, she quickly set off. 1303 distance, 123 kilometers, temperature 38 degrees. Arrived at the second campsite of the day. During this 15 kilometers journey, she discovered 36 light spots, 30 white light spots, and 6 green light spots. Thanks to the cooling patch, Guning didn't feel too hot, and it was much more comfortable than when she traveled yesterday. After paying 3 gravel to enter the campsite, she first checked the campsite bulletin board. The next campsite is in the forest area 14 kilometers from the current campsite. After that, she immediately entered her home and dumped the 29 servings of raspberry juice that were not listed into the fridge. The fridge had a large capacity, so this amount of stuff obviously wouldn't fill it up. She checked the personal trading interface. 312 servings of raspberry juice had already been sold. Received 2574 raspberries white and 546 blueberries white. Guning was not surprised at all. Although she couldn't see who purchased the juice, she could guess that anyone seeing this transaction would likely exchange their stock for juice. Despite the seemingly large number of over 3,000, there might only be 5 or 6 actual traders. She had collected about 500 by herself in just one day. Others might not gather as much in a single day, but accumulated over several days, it would only increase. The reason not all were sold was that most survivors were currently on the road. Guning originally planned to take down some juice for refrigeration, but after thinking it over she decided against it. Juice isn't sealed and would take a lot of time to store. And with the limited duration of the cooling patch, it was more important to hurry along while it was cool. She could do these things later in the evening. After clearing her mind, she arrived at the campsite, took the opportunity to eat some beef jerky green while crafting tools, and then set off once more. Having traveled continuously for so long, Guning was not a machine and naturally felt tired. However, every time she felt fatigued, she would drink some Dewdrop spring water, allowing her to maintain her energy. 1413 distance, 127 kilometers, temperature 38 degrees. The effect of the cooling patch had expired. At that moment, Guning had just controlled a grass puppet to finish cutting down a pine tree. After returning to her body, she realized that the coolness on her forehead had vanished. She immediately decided not to leave and to rest first. As for how long to rest, she calculated. The distance to the next campsite is 14 kilometers, and she has already walked 4 kilometers. The remaining 10 kilometers would take 2.5 hours, and there are nearly 4 hours until 1800. Time is sufficient. Resting for an hour is completely fine and would allow her to avoid the hottest part of the day. She took out a simple grass shed to place on the road and summoned 4 puppets to guard the area. Although she hadn't encountered any wild beasts today, and the road was quite safe, having the puppets there wouldn't consume their durability, so it was better to use them. It is essential to maintain a cautious habit to avoid carelessness that could lead to danger. Then Guning removed her hemp shoes, lay down on the grass mat, and fell directly asleep. I must say, ever since entering the survival path, her speed of falling asleep had reached the point where she could doze off as soon as she lay down, completely different from the past, when she would toss and turn before sleeping. Before sleeping, she issued an instruction to the puppet to wake her up in 45 minutes. However, before the 45 minutes were up, she woke up on. The current time was 1455. The temperature was still 38 degrees. Due to just waking up, Guning did not feel very hot. But she knew that once she started moving, this relatively comfortable feeling would disappear. She really didn't want to walk, but it was unavoidable. Looking at the puppets standing around her without feeling any heat, she suddenly had an idea. Why not have the puppets carry her? Upon careful thought, this was entirely feasible. Puppets are tireless and unbothered by heat, moving quickly with great strength. If they can lift such a heavy wooden shield, carrying her would be epic. However, Guning still had a concern. Did this comply with the rules of the survival path? Or would this pose any danger to her? Previously, she had complained that the survival path had no vehicles, only allowing for foot travel. But if walking has its unique purpose, would using puppets as transportation lead to some unseen loss? It's like certain settings in novels where one must walk certain paths to gain experience, and taking shortcuts may lead to a... Of course, her speculations might also be incorrect, merely a product of overthinking. But as long as there was a possibility, Guning could not completely. 3 minutes later, she came to a conclusion. Using puppets for transportation was not a problem. For now, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As for how she calculated this, it was quite simple. Most survivors could walk to a maximum of 2 campsites in a day, with some only reaching 1, and only a few minutes. She had already walked 2 campsites, placing her at an average level. If using puppets didn't affect her, that would be ideal. If it did have an effect, it would likely not count towards this distance, so it shouldn't hinder her own travel. In summary, the benefits were undoubtedly greater than the drawbacks. However, the premise is that she cannot rely entirely on puppets. Like now, she walks 2 campsites herself, and then uses the puppets to travel the next one, which is the most suitable. Moreover, if the puppets are fast enough, she could even travel 1 more campsite. After calculating, Guning tried to see how to be carried comfortably by the stone puppet. In the end, she found that having the stone puppet carry a wooden chair while she sat on it, extending her legs in front, was the most comfortable, not hindering the puppet's movement, nor blocking her own view. It resembled a little child riding on the head of an adult, only with a wooden chair for support. Once she determined the mode of travel, she packed away the simple grass shed and other puppets, put on a straw hat to shield herself from the sun, and commanded the stone puppet to carry her, and set off. Her instruction was to proceed at full speed along the road. Previously, she knew the stone puppet's speed was not slow, but experiencing it firsthand now revealed that it was quite fast. As it ran, Guning could feel a distinct breeze. After seeing a light spot appear on the edge of the positioning map, it took only a few seconds for it to reach the corresponding position on the road. After the grass puppet collected a light spot, it took only a few minutes before the next light spot appeared. She discovered that the compatibility between the positioning map and the puppets was extremely strong. With only the positioning map, she had to be very cautious while collecting, which hindered efficiency. With only the puppets, she didn't know where the resources were, and could only search slowly. However, with both combined, collecting resources became as easy as following a map, posing no difficulty. The only issue was that her own walking pace was relatively slow. Now that the speed had increased, collecting resources was almost like shopping with terrifying efficiency. At 1520, after collecting a green treasure chest, Guning, lost in excitement, finally remembered to check her mileage. 127 kilometers. It was exactly the same as when she set off, with no changes at all. It felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. She immediately felt fully awake. After speculating for a long time about whether using puppets for transportation would have subsequent effects, the answer was now clear. What subsequent effects? She had overthought it. There were simply no subsequent effects. It was just not valid now. After a moment of self-deprecation, Guning couldn't help but feel a bit of relief. Thankfully, she checked her mileage in time and discovered the problem. Otherwise, continuing further would surely lead to undesirable consequences. She felt a bit of fear and hurriedly packed away the puppets and wooden chair, starting to move forward on her own. While traveling, her mind began to ponder over this matter again. The unchanging mileage indicated that the distance traveled while using puppets didn't count. But what exactly did this non-counting entail? Moreover, she had indeed collected some resources. If the mileage doesn't count, what would happen to these resources? Additionally, her actions clearly did not align with the survival path. Would there be corresponding penalties? After thinking for a long time, she realized that the answers to these questions were not something she could ascertain at the moment. The more she thought, the more confused she became, and her head felt increasingly heavy. Running in hot weather was already uncomfortable. Guning couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then she stopped to wet her hemp cloth to wipe off her sweat, and drank a glass of chilled blueberry juice, feeling a bit more comfortable before continuing her journey. Even with her mind in chaos, she was clear on one point: reaching the next campsite before nightfall was the most important thing. For the rest of the journey, she would no longer dwell on things beyond her control and focused on traveling and collecting resources. Time passed second by second. Under this unknown pressure, Guning's speed increased a bit. At 1741, the mileage reached 137 kilometers, with the temperature at 30 degrees. The third campsite of the day had arrived. Practice is the best proof. Upon seeing the campsite, Gu Ning already knew the answers to the first question: how exactly does the mileage not count? The answer is simple. The distance she traveled using the puppets included extra distance. The distance from the last campsite to this one is 14 kilometers, but she walked a distance of 14 km. Where is the distance traversed using the puppets? The second question: what about those resources? The answer is that those resources were originally present on her path. When she traveled on foot, there was a stretch with almost no resources, which based on her experience over the past few days was impossible. Most likely they appeared along the route she took while using the puppets. If she hadn't discovered the mileage issue, she could have realized too late that the resources were gone and the campsite had vanished. Now only the last question remains unanswered. However, judging from the first two questions, it is highly likely there will be no punishment. After all, Gu Ning's previous actions did nothing but waste time without any benefits. Regardless of whether her speculation is correct or not, she decided to treat it as if it were true. She was already prepared to move on from this matter and would not dwell on it any further to avoid unnecessary troubles. After paying 3 spirit stones to enter the camp, she first checked the bulletin board. The next camp is located in a forest area 11 kilometers from the current camp. 11 kilometers still falls within the arbitrary range of 10 kilometers to 15 kilometers she had previously hypothesized. It seems that the current camp distances are likely within this range. Gu Ning then began to get busy. She opened the trading interface, and all 500 portions of raspberry juice white had already been sold. She collected a total of 4012 raspberries white and 988 blueberries white. After extraction, along with the blueberries and raspberries she collected along the way, she stored everything in the camp warehouse for Mubai to make juice. She listed 4 grass puppets white for trade, with the trade requirement still being the crafting technique. Given that the previous sales were too slow this time, there were no restrictions as long as it was a crafting technique. Entering her home, she chopped down the bamboo that had refreshed in the micro-bamboo forest, yielding 5 bamboo poles white, 12 bamboo leaves white, and 1 bamboo. Today the micro-fish pond refreshed with 1 fish, and she caught 1 mandarin fish white, gaining 1 fishing experience. In the fields the rice had grown to knee-height, lush and green, with no indication of water shortage. In her bedroom, the pet egg on the grass mat showed no changes apart from the remaining hatching time decreasing significantly. The mushroom stump and iced jasmine potted plant had not yet refreshed. After checking everything, a sense of accomplishment surged within her. Although Gu Ning did not frequently check the chat channel, she knew in her heart that her development speed was definitely among the leading group. However, she must not become complacent because of this. In the path of survival, everything is unknown. Caution and prudence are of utmost importance. After reminding herself, she headed to the camp. Originally, she planned to take a nice bath, but thinking that if fog appeared at dusk, she would have to explore again, and afterward, she would definitely need another bath. It would be too wasteful on the shower's durability. It was better to wait until after dusk to wash up. The current temperature is 30 degrees. Perhaps having adapted somewhat over the past 2 days, Gu Ning did not feel hot. Therefore, she did not set up the simple thatched shed that provided shade, but instead brought out a 2-person sofa and a wooden coffee table. After lying on the grass mat for several days, it was time for a change. The sofa was undoubtedly a great invention, and she comfortably leaned back on it, taking out today's collected treasure chest, preparing to open it. Today she traveled a total of 42 kilometers. In total, she discovered 101 light points with 88 white and 13 green. There were very few new resources, only a peach tree white, iron or green, and fishing green. The others had already been recorded. Among them there were 8 wooden treasure chests white and 4 wooden treasure chests green. Adding the 3 monster treasure chests green from the morning, there were a total of 15 treasure chests to be opened. After opening so many chests, the initial novelty had diminished considerably. After praying, as usual, Gu Ning directly opened the chest. This time she chose to start checking from the green quality treasure chests. Among the 3 monster treasure chests green, there were 12 white light orbs consisting of 5 beast skins white, 3 beast meats white, and 4 beast bones white. There were 9 green light orbs consisting of 2 beast skins green, 3 beast meats green, 2 beast essence green, 1 beast bone green, and 1 health potion green. Beast bones green and health potions green are both new resources. Beast bone green, a quality bone processed through special methods which can be used to craft weapons. Health potion green, consuming this quickly replenishes lost health and slightly enhances the boda's blood production ability. After recording the progress of her illustrated guide, increased by 2, reaching 2491000. Both the health potion and the antidote are strategic reserves, and she stored them away. After decomposing the 3 empty boxes, she obtained 3 black underworld stones green. Among the 4 wooden treasure chests green, there were a total of 31 white light orbs and 7 green light orbs. Among the 31 white light orbs, there were 6 food items consisting of 2 bowls of rice white, 2 beggars chickens white, 1 meat bun white, and 1 torn bread white. There were 7 beverages consisting of 5 bottled waters white, 1 apple soda white, and 1 mung bean soup white. There were 4 living supplies, which were 3 cooling patches white and 1 trash can white. The rest were materials she had already encountered. The 7 green light orbs consisted of 1 stone brick crafting technique green, 1 small air conditioning fan green, 1 cooling patch green, 1 glass green, 1 soil green, 1 pine wood green, and 1 hemp green. After recording all the new resources, the total progress of her illustrated guide increased by 9, reaching 258,1000. She immediately learned the stone brick crafting technique. Like wooden planks, 2 stones produce 1 stone brick, consuming 5 seconds of time. Additionally, she received 4 wooden storage boxes. As for the 8 wooden treasure chests white, there were only 2 green light orbs, 1 stone green, and 1 hemp cloth green. There were 75 white light orbs. Among them there were 11 food items consisting of 2 pork siomai white, 2 tea eggs white, 2 steamed buns white, 1 mung bean ice cake white, 1 chocolate bread white, 1 spicy dry tofu white, 1 scallion pancake white, and 1 brown sugar bun white. There were 10 beverages consisting of 8 bottled waters white, 1 beer white, and 1 bayberry juice white. Other living supplies included 5 items, 3 cooling patches white, 1 cutting board white, and 1 wooden shoe cabinet white. The rest were materials, or similar. After decomposing the 8 boxes, she also obtained 16 pine wood boards white. After recording the new resources, the total progress of her illustrated guide increased by 8, reaching 266,1000. These resources may seem abundant, but checking and recording them took no time at all. After finishing the processing, Guning was just about to open the survival panel to check the time when she saw a mass of gray fog silently appear outside the camp, as if it had always been there, but she just hadn't seen it before. The fog has come. Her heart skipped a beat. Then she straightened up, quickly put on her newly changed hemp shoes, and stepped forward to check the fog's info. Danger level level 2 fog type killing confrontation duration 1 hour number of people allowed in 1 will you enter the fog. Danger killing confrontation. She felt a pause in her breathing and instinctively took a step back. Once she realized it, she took a step forward again. There is nothing to fear, as she had known this day would come ever since she saw the bloodstains on the puppets. She had puppets for protection, healing from the dew spring, and a quality weapon like the fine iron short crossbow. It was merely a danger level of 2. The previous danger level of 1 in the bamboo forest posed almost no threat, so doubling that should not be too difficult. Calming her mind, Guning immediately began preparing to enter the fog. Mubai would not produce juice for now, the more puppets she had the greater the combat power, so she would take it in with her after storing it away. She packed the fine iron short crossbow, antidotes, health potions, dew spring water, and other items into her backpack for easy access. She would also craft a few more tools like stone axes and stone picks to ensure she had enough once she entered. 1805. After completing all the preparations she could think of, Guning finally chose to enter the mist. A few dozen steps later, her surroundings, unlike the previous bamboo forest, what appeared before her was an extremely modern living room. She quickly scanned her surroundings. The sofa, coffee table, television, and other furnishings were all present, with scattered bits of daily necessities indicating that someone had lived here, but it looked as if it had been ransacked in complete disarray. At that moment, she was standing on the balcony in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside were buildings of varying heights. The ground had roadways and green belts with a few cars parked haphazardly, but there was not a single person in sight. With the themes of slaughter and combat, a deserted city, and a messy room, a certain thought suddenly surfaced in Guning's mind. Could there be zombies in this mist? No. She silently screamed in her heart. Then she quickly released all 4 puppets and equipped them with weapons and shields. She then picked up the fine iron crossbow, blew, and disengaged the safety for immediate firing. Gaining a sense of safety, Guning cautiously checked the mist exit. Duration of the mist 5314 safe zone. Within 2 meters of the mist, each mist can only be explored once. After leaving, re-entry is not allowed. Mist task has been automatically accepted. Would you like to leave now? Good, just like before, there is a safe zone. If she encountered something she couldn't defeat, she could still run back. Wait, there's a mist task. And it's been accepted automatically. Guning hurriedly opened the task interface, and indeed a new task had appeared. Kill 10 corrupted corpses. Incomplete task description. Kill 10 corrupted corpses in the mist. Current progress 0-10. Reward 1 random combat skill green corrupted corpse. Seeing these 2 words, she couldn't help but grimace. What was it that was said before? Murphy's Law. Let's just say the likelihood of this thing applying to her is quite high. After a moment of complaint, Guning's expression grew serious. The name corrupted corpse sounded eerily similar to the zombies in TV dramas. Regardless of their combat strength, if they carried a contagious virus, that would be troublesome. However, based on her experience from novels and television, even if the corrupted corpses carried a contagious virus, it was unlikely to spread through the air. The probability of contact transmission was much higher. As long as her main body remained in the safe zone, controlling the grass puppet to kill monsters should not be a significant issue. She hoped there wouldn't be a situation where her real self had to go. And the damn Murphy's Law better not come into effect again. Guning silently prayed and focused her attention on the task. The task required killing 10 corrupted corpses with a reward of 1 random green quality combat skill. She wasn't sure how difficult it would be, but it didn't mention any penalties for failing the task. This was similar to the task she had completed before. Therefore, it was possible that not completing it wouldn't have any consequences, it would merely mean no reward. However, this was just her speculation, as she couldn't be sure, and the best choice would still be to complete the task as required. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, she opened the positioning map and prepared to take action. However, the positioning map surprised Guning once again. Various colored dots were flashing on it, densely distributed. She took a quick look and saw that there were the most white dots, followed by quite a few green ones and 2 blue ones. The closest to her was a white dot just a few steps away. She glanced at that location and found nothing but a white floor. As she walked over, the positioning map showed that the positions overlapped, yet she still didn't discover anything. Is there something under the floor? Or is it on the ceiling? Wait, could it be on another floor? Then it would be impossible to find. Not willing to give up, she swiped the map a couple of times, and suddenly saw the map rotate, slightly revealing a slanted surface. This is a 3-dimensional. Guning's eyes lit up as she continued to explore. Alright, she confirmed that the positioning map was indeed a spherical, 3-dimensional map. The positioning range of 100 meters refers to a radius of 100 meters, it's 3-dimensional, not flat. The reason it appeared flat previously was due to the default perspective. Resources on the paths were mostly on the same plane, and upon reaching a location, she could find them just by looking down or up, so she hadn't noticed anything unusual. It was also her fault for playing too many games directly applying a flat mini-map without properly studying it. However, discovering it now is not. By rotating the map, Guning had already figured out that the white dot was not on this level, but above her. As for how high it was, she couldn't confirm just by looking at the map. She would need to accumulate some experience before being able to judge accurately. Resolving the map issue, Guning took out a wooden chair and sat down, then shifted her consciousness to the grass puppet green, naturally equipping it with the fine iron crossbow blue. After commanding the 4 puppets to follow her, she left the room with the wide open door and entered the hallway. The buildings here had 2 apartments per staircase, and from above the elevator, she could see that there were 21 floors. The door to the other apartment was closed. She tried to push it, but it wouldn't budge, probably locked. Forcing the door open would waste too much time, so Guning decisively gave up and entered the safety passage. The 3-dimensional map was far less intuitive than a flat map, and the duration of the mist was also limited. To maximize her benefits, she planned to start collecting from the nearest blue dot. She would take what she could easily reach, and what was not convenient, she would simply give up. As for the corrupted corpses, they were not displayed on the map. However, she believed that even if she didn't specifically seek them out, she would encounter them on the way. The nearest blue dot was located on the lower floor, which should be about 4 to 5 stories down. Guning walked down the stairs. As she turned the 5th corner, the scene that greeted her made her stop instantly. The moment she halted, the 4 puppets behind her followed suit, and this not-sosmal commotion immediately stirred the corrupted corpses in the hallway. Yes, what Guning saw was indeed a corrupted corpse. It stood against the wall, its skin gray-black and cracked, with multiple areas rotten and decayed, exposing its stark white bones. It had no hair, and its face still bore features, but its mouth was filled with dark, sharp teeth, and its gray-white eyes lacked pupils, looking extremely unsettling. It had remained still, but upon hearing the noise it sprang to life, lunging at Guning with its dry, sharp claws. Following closely behind were 2 more corrupted corpses, one large and one small. These 2 were different from the first, both wearing sportswear. The larger one was yellow, while the smaller one was blue. Faced with the incoming danger, Guning reacted quickly. She turned to hide behind the puppets while commanding them to attack the corrupted corpses. The hallway was narrow, and the puppet in the lead behind her was sure by air, who held a wooden shield. It raised the shield and thrust it down, blocking the corrupted corpse. As it lunged again, it was pushed back once more. The other 2 corrupted corpses faced the same fate. The shield was large, the hallway was narrow, and sure by air's quick reactions prevented the corpses from breaking through. The 3 puppets behind, holding their respective weapons, also wanted to advance, but were stuck together and unable to move forward. It seemed that no matter how many puppets there were, this terrain was useless. She ordered Mu Bai E and Mu Bai Air to stop attacking and to fall back to protect the rear. Sure Bai E stood alongside Sure Bai Air on the steps, blocking the corrupted corpses from advancing. Then she raised the fine iron crossbow blue, aimed at the chest of the corrupted corpse, and started shooting. Whoosh! Thud, it hit. The crossbow bolt pierced through its chest. However, the corpse showed no sign of damage apart from the hole in its chest, moving with the same fluidity as before. It seemed that the only way to truly kill them was to strike at their heads, just as in the novels. Guning aimed at its forehead and pulled the trigger once more. With a whoosh, the black arrow struck the floor and was deflected. Missed. Despite the assistance of an aiming reticle, the corpse kept moving, its speed and movement differing greatly from the slow motions of the rabbits and wild chickens by the roadside. The larger body was easy to target, but hitting the forehead proved a challenge. Gu Ning took a breath, ignoring the surrounding noise, and continued to patiently aim. It lunged at her, but she pushed it away. It lunged again. At that moment she pulled the trigger with a snap. A soft thud sounded as the bolt struck true at its brow. The corpse fell back, twitching a few times before falling. Hearing the thud of the body hitting the ground, Gu Ning's right hand, holding the iron crossbow, trembled slightly. However, the other two dressed corpses were still relentlessly charging at her. She steadied her mind and continued to focus on aiming. 2 minutes later the stairwell fell completely silent. After one successful attempt, she had only missed once and successfully killed 2 corpses. It must be said, after adapting the aiming aid proved to be quite useful. 3 corpses lay haphazardly on the ground, and Gu Ning felt a surge of complex emotions. Fear, disgust, discomfort. She felt a bit of everything. But she knew this was something she had to do. Not wanting to look any longer, she shifted her focus back to her own body. Opening the task interface to check her mission. Kill corpses. Incomplete task description. Kill 10 corpses in the mist. Current progress, 310 progress, had increased, indicating that her control over the grass puppet killing the corpses counted. Gu Ning's previously tense heart finally relaxed. Having experienced the lack of progress while using puppets to travel during the day, she naturally developed concerns about using them to kill monsters, so she insisted on controlling the puppets herself to slay the creatures rather than letting them do the killing directly. Of course, another reason was that she wanted to take the opportunity to practice her shooting accuracy. Relying entirely on puppets was not feasible. Fortunately, the result was good and her progress had increased. With this as a safety net, she could advance or retreat as needed. Next, she could try letting the puppets kill the corpses on their own to see if that would also contribute to her progress. Closing the task interface, she glanced at the time and realized only 4 minutes had passed. Gu Ning then switched to the location map and returned to the grass puppet. After such a diversion, her mood had already recovered. So upon seeing the corpses on the ground again, a question that should have been noticed much earlier arose in her mind. Why did the corpses not disappear after dying, nor did they drop anything? Previously, when sending the puppets to explore outside the camp at night, they only brought back treasure chests with no monster bodies. Gu Ning had instructed them to bring back all their findings. Therefore, she thought that the corpses might have vanished like in games, and the materials like beast skins and meats obtained from the monster chests further supported this assumption. Yet now the corpses had not disappeared, nor had they dropped any chests or items. This did not align with her previous experiences. Could it be that the monsters in the mist were special? No drops from killing monsters. That seemed a bit excessive. Unwilling to accept this, she took the wooden spear in hand and prodded the corpse, but indeed found, well, whatever. No drops meant no drops. She decided to go find that blue light instead. Returning the spear to Mubai, Gu Ning continued down the stairs. Having only descended 2 steps, an idea struck her. Wait a minute. The fact that the corpses did not drop anything did not imply that their lair held nothing. Some game dungeons refresh treasure chests in special locations after defeating monsters. These 3 corpses clearly belonged to those residing on this floor. Perhaps their home would hold something valuable. With that thought, she immediately turned back and entered the hallway. Both doors appeared closed, but upon testing one, it indeed was unlocked, swinging open with a press. She knocked hard on the door, but heard no sound from within, then quickly began searching. The 3-dimensional map was far less convenient than a flat map, making it troublesome just to discern directions. The walls also made it difficult to determine whether the light was on this side or that side, so she chose to use the map as an aid while searching herself. Master bedroom, living room, bathroom, study. Nothing. In the kitchen, she found a packet of barbecue seasoning. In the children's room, upon pushing the door, she saw a gray treasure chest sitting on the floor. It was enveloped in a layer of green light. She guessed right, there really was something. Overjoyed, she quickly reached out and touched it, storing the treasure chest into her system backpack. The green light had disappeared, and the other light spots on the map were some distance away, indicating that there should be no resources left in this house. She hurried to find that. She and the puppets descended 2 more floors, confirming it was indeed on the 16th floor. The doors to both rooms were locked, and the blue light on the map seemed to be in room 1602. Breaking down this door was unavoidable. Gu Ning looked at the weapons held by the 4 puppets, feeling that the Beast Bone Club green seemed more reliable, so she ordered Shirbai to step up and smash the lock. Clang, clang, clang. Just as she waited for the door to open, familiar banging sounded from downstairs. There were corpses below. Gu Ning's heart instinctively jumped, but then she regained her composure. She glanced at Shirbai's progress. The quality of the security door was quite good, and it seemed it would take a while to break through. So she decided to take this opportunity to kill some corpses. 15th floor, no corpses. 14th floor, no corpses. 13th floor, 2 corpses. She still had Shirbayer hold the shield and Mu Bayer together to keep the corpses at bay, while she took out her iron crossbow to aim and kill. Time was short. Only 2 arrows had been restored, and Gu Ning did not dare to waste them easily. She would only shoot when she was confident. Hence, both of these corpses were killed with a single shot. The doors of both houses on this floor were wide open. She quickly entered to search and found a gray treasure chest with white light, a pair of winter cotton slippers, and a tube of hand cream. After storing them in her system backpack, she immediately led the puppets back. The banging on the door continued. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Gu Ning glanced and saw that the door had been deformed from being smashed. After a few more hits with a loud thud, the door finally opened. Just as she was about to enter, she heard a sound from inside. Were there more corpses? However, they should be trapped inside the room, otherwise with such loud banging the corpses would have been attracted and turned into an ambush. Although she considered this possibility, Gu Ning still had Sherbayer carry the shield in front as they entered the room. At a glance, there were indeed no corpses in the living room. The noise was coming from the bedroom. Gu Ning took a step back, allowing the puppets to block her in front as they smashed the door. The bedroom door was evidently not as sturdy as the main entrance, and it opened after just a few hits. Since it was an inward opening door, the decayed corpse was directly pushed behind it. By the time it turned around, the wooden shield of Sherbayer was already blocking the exit. However, the grass puppet was only half a person's height, which obstructed her view. She had no choice but to let one puppet step back and jumped onto its back to shoot. In fact, Gu Ning could have had the puppet restrain the decayed corpse before shooting, as the grass puppet was not afraid of viruses. Shooting it up close would pose no difficulty at all. But she did not want to develop such a habit. Otherwise, if she instinctively acted this way while fighting with her own body one day, it would be a trap for herself. Moments later, with a thud, the decayed corpse fell to the ground. The room fell silent. There should be no other decayed corpses left. The map indicated that the blue light point was right inside. Gu Ning avoided the decayed corpse and entered the bedroom. Before she could search, she immediately saw a string of bracelets on the bedside table, which was wrapped in several loops and enveloped by a faint blue glow. She picked it up and glanced at it. The beads were made of jade, white with a hint of green, smooth and translucent, clearly not inexpensive. After storing the item in her system backpack, she searched other rooms. No gray treasure chests were found, but in another room, she found a pack of sanitary napkins containing 10 pieces. Just before entering the survival route, Gu Ning's menstrual period had just concluded, so she wasn't worried about this issue for the time being, but now that she had a spare, her mood was quite good. After collecting the first blue light point, she began to head towards the second blue light point. Its location was at the edge of the high area on the map, likely in the adjacent apartment building. She had tried the elevator, but it was broken. However, even if it had been functioning, she wouldn't have dared to use it in this situation. This meant she needed to go down to the first floor and then climb up at least over 20 floors. Climbing stairs is absolutely the least favorite thing for modern people. Fortunately, she was controlling the grass puppet to climb, so she wouldn't. Gu Ning felt relieved as she quickly descended the stairs with the puppets. When she reached the second floor, she heard the sounds of decayed corpses again. Squatting down to look through the gap, she saw about 10 decayed corpses crowding the corridor on the first floor, swaying aimlessly, as if searching for something. No wonder she hadn't encountered any earlier. They had all come to the first floor. She checked the quiver of her iron short crossbow and found that only 3 bolts had replenished. When she first received this item, she thought the automatic replenishing of bolts was amazing. It only took a minute, very quick. However, after this practical experience, Gu Ning realized that the efficiency of the automatic replenishment was too slow, making it somewhat unsuitable as her main weapon. What she needed was a weapon that could sustain continuous attacks without interruption, such as knives or swords. These would be ideal. Bows and arrows could also work, but she needed to have enough arrows. She looked at the weapons the puppets were holding, quickly comparing their strengths and weaknesses in her mind. The wooden spear was long enough, but not sharp enough, making it difficult to pierce hard skulls. The iron kitchen knife was quite sharp, but its attacking range was too short, and the grass puppet's height made it difficult to directly attack the head of the decayed corpse. The beast bone club was very sturdy, over an arm's length long, of green quality, with a chance to stun when attacking the head, though it was relatively heavy. Considering everything, Gu Ning felt that the beast bone club was still more suitable for her. She took the beast bone club and swung it a few times, finding now it was time to start the fight. Her first step was to have Mu Bai E and Sherbayer block the corridor by going down the stairs. Mu Bai stayed behind to avoid any accidents. Then she stood on the steps and raised her iron short crossbow. The decayed corpses were crowded together with limited movement space. Her 3 shots hit their marks, every time directly taking down 3 decayed corpses at the back. Once the bolts were depleted and entered automatic replenishment mode, Gu Ning handed the short crossbow to Mu Bai and picked up the beast bone club to begin smashing like a whack-a-mole. It wasn't a joke, it was quite similar. She hadn't noticed before, but now that there were many decayed corpses, she felt that it might be due to the puppets not being flesh and blood. Even when attracted by noise, the corpses' attack instincts were not particularly strong. To verify this guess, after smashing 2 decayed corpses, Gu Ning tried not to make any noise. After quietly waiting for about 2 minutes, the remaining decayed corpses indeed calmed down and ceased their movements. 2 of them were rather dazed and turned around in place. Seizing the opportunity, she smashed the nearest decayed corpse with a club, causing the other corpses to crowd back toward her. With the experiment yielding results, Gu Ning wasted no more time and continued to eliminate the remaining decayed corpses as if playing whack-a-mole. When only one was left, she commanded the puppets to move forward and finish it off. Then she returned to her own body. She opened the task interface to check. Kill decayed corpses. Completed task description: kill 10 decayed corpses in the fog. Current progress 1710. Reward: random combat skill green 1 claimable. The task was completed. However, Gu Ning did not rush to claim the task reward, but instead looked at the progress. 17. She was very clear that she had controlled the grass puppets to kill 16. This meant that the one killed by the puppets also counted towards the task progress. That was fantastic. After the joy, Gu Ning quickly claimed the task reward. You have learned the skill precision shooting. What a concise reward. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, then immediately opened the skill interface. Precision shooting, level 0, skill quality green. Skill description: more precise and stronger attack when using bow and crossbow type weapons. Level 0 bonus, none. Experience 0, 10A shooting skill. If it had been earlier, having the iron short crossbow along with this skill, Gu Ning would have definitely been very satisfied. But she had just prepared to switch to a main weapon, and now receiving a shooting skill didn't make her as happy. However, it was a random skill. It was good enough to randomly obtain something useful. It was certainly better than something like a whip or dagger. Wait a minute, is this random skill really completely random? There are so many types of combat skills. How could it be so coincidental that the skill she received for using a crossbow was shooting? Or could it be that this randomness is actually generated based on the method she used to kill the decayed corpses? Gu Ning felt that this guess was likely. What a pity the discovery came too late. She had missed an opportunity that was almost a customized combat skill. If she had known this information earlier, she would have definitely chosen a more suitable weapon for combat in the trading market. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it. The past can't be changed, she should pay more attention to similar rewards in the future. After feeling regret for less than a minute, the forward-looking Gu Ning quickly reassured herself. After organizing her backpack, she returned to the grass puppet once again. The recently slain corpse at the blue light did not yield a treasure chest. After killing so many this time, it should at least reward a chest, right? Gu Ning thought. One of the two houses on the first floor had its door open. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw 2 gray treasure chests with a green glow placed side by side on the floor. After stowing away these 2 treasure chests, there were no other light spots on the map nearby. She crossed over the corpses scattered on the ground and reached the hallway door, noticing that the door was still functioning normally. There is electricity. This means that the corpses have not been here for long. She did not know what this implied, but subconsciously noted it in her mind. Stepping out the front door, the green lawn and trees came into view. Gu Ning looked around, but did not see any corpses. The blue light spot was on her right. She glanced up at her surroundings and noted that she came from Unit 5. As she walked while checking the map, she passed Units 4, 3, and 2, and finally reached Unit 1. The stairs leading to Unit 1 were right above her. Through the glass door, Gu Ning saw that the inside was empty and not crowded with corpses like Unit 5. She approached and pushed the door, but it did not open. It was still functioning normally. She would have to break the door. She muttered to herself and signaled the puppets to get to work. Bang, bang, bang. After about 10 attempts, the door finally. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, Gu Ning realized the problem. Climbing up and down was different. Although the corpses found it difficult to go upstairs, it was not hard for them to come down after hearing noise. It was dangerous to occupy the high ground. She adjusted her formation immediately with 2 stone puppets in front, herself in the middle, and 2 wooden puppets at the back. Having reached the 9th floor, a corpse suddenly fell down the stairs with a thud, crashing into the wall at the corner of the stairs. Gu Ning was startled, and before she could react, Sure by E and Sure by Air had already rushed forward to subdue the corpse. This command had been given when she adjusted the formation. After experiencing it firsthand, she found that the most powerful aspect of the puppets was actually their combat ability. In other words, they were inherently designed for battle, although they could also perform other tasks which were secondary functions and not very flexible. Moreover, even the simplest combat-related commands could be executed very well by them. Like now, her instruction was to protect her and subdue any corpses encountered without killing them, and the puppets understood it perfectly. Once she regained her composure, she raised her iron crossbow and aimed directly to kill the corpse. Although she prepared to switch weapons, the skill experience still needed. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Gu Ning checked the hallway. Both doors were locked. Killing corpses did not guarantee a treasure chest would appear. She already knew this from before, so she did not waste time breaking the door and turned around to continue climbing the stairs. 11th floor, 12th floor, 15th floor, 18th floor. As she approached the blue light spot, she could hear the movement of corpses above. However, this time they did not rush out. When she reached the 20th floor, she discovered that the safety door of the stairwell was locked with a metal chain, trapping the corpses inside. She glanced at it and decided to deal with it later. After climbing to the 28th floor, the markers for the grass puppets on the map were nearly parallel to the blue light spot. Gu Ning entered the hallway to check the doors on both sides. They were also locked. The light spot was slightly to the right, so she instructed the puppets to break the right side door first. It was unclear whether the puppets were more efficient due to experience, or if this door was of poor quality, but after about a minute the door opened. She then instructed the puppets to break the left side door, while she entered the room to search. Living room, bathroom, study. Right here by the bookshelf. Gu Ning opened the transparent bookshelf door, and glanced over a faint blue light, another design blueprint. No, the glow was not on the whole book. She pulled the book out and discovered that the glowing item was actually a bookmark sandwiched between the pages. The bookmark was long and seemed to be sprinkled with gold powder, shining brightly with the words "May all your wishes come true" inscribed on it, and a white tassel at the bottom. What kind of effect could this have? Curiously, Gu Ning stored the item in her backpack and immediately focused her mind back on her body. This was not a waste of time. She genuinely wanted to know the effect of the bookmark, but on the other hand, she wanted to check how much time was left for the mist. Touching the mist. Mist duration 2247 over 20 minutes. It seemed she would have to start heading back after dealing with the corpses downstairs. She took out the bookmark to check its information. Wishing bookmark blue, a special bookmark that can enhance the quality of any item by 1 level with a maximum limit of blue single-use item. Enhancing quality. A maximum of blue. This minute was best used on green quality items. Gu Ning pondered where to use it as she transferred her focus to the grass puppet. However, she did not dwell on it for long and returned her thoughts to the task at hand. There were no more light spots in this house, so she exited and walked over to the opposite side. The door had already been broken open by the puppets. The map displayed 1 green light spot and 1 white light spot here. After a quick search, she found a green quality comb and a white quality broom. Not very useful, but having them was better than not. The next task was to go downstairs and deal with those corpses. Originally, she could have left the corpses alone since the task was already complete, but there happened to be a green light spot on that floor, and Gu Ning wanted to gain some experience in precise shooting, so her final conclusion was that it was better to eliminate them. Making her way down, she quickly returned to the 20th floor. There were no unexpected situations. Under the iron crossbow, 3 corpses soon lay dead on the ground. Fortunately, both doors here were open. After a thorough search, she found 1 green quality gray treasure chest, 1 bottle of green quality floral water, and 1 piece of white quality, brand new women's underwear. After stowing these items, Gu Ning swiftly swept through the building according to the green light spots displayed on the map. 13th floor, 1 green light spot, 1 white light spot. The door was locked. She spent a minute breaking the door and found 1 green quality floor lamp and 1 bag of white quality rice. 11th floor, 1 green light spot. The door was open. Upon entering, she searched and found 1 green quality foldable bathtub. 4th floor, 1 green light spot, 1 white. The light spots were distributed in 2 rooms with 1 door locked. After breaking the door, which took about 2 minutes, she collected 1 green quality shoe cabinet and 1 white quality blanket. After exiting Unit 1 and entering Unit 5, she returned to her body to check the remaining time. Missed duration 0808. Not bad, the timing was just truly worthy of herself. Gu Ning praised herself in her heart and continued to control the grass puppet to climb the stairs. Along the way, she also broke another door, collecting 1 green light spot and 1 white light spot. She obtained 1 green quality kettle and 1 white quality clay pot. By the time she returned to the mist area, there were still 2 minutes left. There were still quite a few scattered white and green light spots on the 3D map, looking extremely enticing. But she knew it was time to leave. After returning to the camp, Gu Ning's first task was to release Mu Bai and let it continue making juice. She then began to tally the supplies she had obtained from the mist, recording them as she went. First, there were 5 treasure chests, 1 of white quality and 4 of green quality. Mist treasure chest white, a special chest dropped after defeating monsters in the mist containing a small amount of mist coins. Mist treasure chest green, a special chest dropped after defeating monsters in the mist containing a medium amount of mist coins. Mist is a currency for buying things. Will there be a shop in the game? What will they sell? Gu Ning instantly had several questions. She then did not rush to check the other supplies, and after recording them, immediately began to open the chests. Collection progress 2, reaching 268-1000. The first one she opened was naturally the only mist treasure chest white, which contained 1 white light sphere and several scattered silver gray coins. She looked puzzled. Nor does it make sense for such a big chest to hold so little. The previously opened chests had at least 5 or 6 lights. After subconsciously complaining for a moment, Gu Ning accepted reality and reached out to pick up the white light sphere to examine it. Longsword model white, a special model that can be refined into reality, a one-time item. Material requirements 3 related materials. A model refined into reality. She understood. This thing is essentially a one-time manufacturing process. But it also offers more freedom than fixed material manufacturing processes, allowing her to decide which materials to use as long as they are related. She just didn't know if the quality of the materials provided would change the quality of the longsword produced. In her understanding, it should. The white quality in the long sword model white should represent its rarity rather than indicating that the produced long sword can only be of white quality. Interesting. Gu Ning's eyes lit up. But she did not forget that this long sword model came from a white quality mist treasure chest, and there were still 4 green quality chests waiting for her to open. Feeling excited, she picked up the remaining 6 coins from the chest. Mist coin is special currency that can only be used in the mist. As expected, it is currency. It's normal for currency to not have quality. However, the fact that it can only be used in the mist is somewhat troublesome. She glanced at the camp's perimeter. The mist had already disappeared, and she would have to wait for the next encounter to find out what these mist coins could buy. Returning her gaze to the empty treasure chest, the decomposition option appeared again. After confirming the decomposition, 1 mist coin appeared on the spot. After collecting the mist coin and the long sword model white collection progressed too, reaching 270-1000. Before continuing to open chests, Gu Ning earnestly and sincerely prayed once again. Previously she hadn't prayed and only found 2 items, so now she had to make up for it. After her prayer, she opened all 4 chests at once and then checked them one by one. The first chest had 3 items, 21 mist coins, 1 white light sphere, and 1 green light sphere. Boots model white, a special model that can be refined into reality, a one-time item. Material requirements, 4 related materials. Quality workbench green, a workbench that can manufacture most items with a very small chance of improving the quality of the finished product. Durability, 400. The workbench she had been looking forward to for a long time finally appeared. Seeing it, Gu Ning almost immediately wanted to enter her home and place it down, arranging for a puppet to make juice. However, noticing the workbench's durability, she stopped her actions. No, she couldn't start making juice until she understood how durability consumes. What if making something consumes a bit? That would be wasteful. It's better to collect and store it first. The second treasure chest had 2 items, 17 mist coins and 1 green light sphere. Spirit crystal green, formed from pure spiritual power. Consuming it directly can immediately restore 5 points of mental value, and it can also be used as material to manufacture other items. Something that can directly restore mental value has appeared. Although Gu Ning associated this introduction with some not-so-pleasant thoughts, setting her speculations aside, the spirit crystal was quite useful for her, whether to use now or to keep as a reserve. She realized that while the items in the mist treasure chests may be few, each one was a good item that other chests did not have. She was also increasingly curious about what the mist coins could buy. Looking at the third treasure chest, there were 3 items, 42 mist coins, 2 white light spheres. Baseball bat model white, a special model that can be refined into reality, a one-time item. Material requirements, 3 related materials. Spirit crystal white, formed from a small amount of spiritual power. Consuming it directly can immediately restore 1 point of mental value, and it can also be used as material to manufacture other items. The fourth chest had 2 items, 24 mist coins and 1 green light sphere. Universal key green, a key that can open any lock, usable 5 times. Seeing the universal key in the last treasure chest, Gu Ning couldn't help but be stunned. If she had this earlier, she definitely could have collected more. However, despite her thoughts, she did not regret opening the chests now. After all, it could only be used 5 times, it wouldn't be used on simple. After taking out all the items, the empty treasure chest once again presented the decomposition option. The decomposition product was still mist coins, 5 coins for each chest. After storing all the mist coins in the collection, it indicated a total of 131 coins. At the same time, after collecting all of these, the total collection progress increased by 6, or reaching 276-1000. Then Gu Ning continued to organize the other supplies. This time she first took out the blue quality jade bracelet. When she used grass puppets before, the feeling wasn't obvious, but now that she was holding it, she found it really comfortable to touch, cool, smooth, and delicate. No wonder so many people like Hetian Jade. Seeing the real thing, she liked it too. Checking the information. Hetian Jade bracelet blue, a Hetian Jade bracelet strung with 108 beads. When worn, can protect the owner from fatal damage. Remaining uses 5. After reading the information, Gu Ning put it on her less frequently used left hand without hesitation. It wrapped around 4 times, fitting perfectly. She didn't plan to take it off even when bathing. After all, it had no durability, so she wasn't worried about daily wear consuming it. She did not collect this bracelet, but continued to look at other items. She planned to collect the blue quality one last. In addition to the treasure chests, there were 6 green items obtained from the mist: 1 sandalwood comb green, 1 flower water green, 1 simple floor lamp green, 1 folding bathtub green, 1 self-cleaning shoe cabinet green, and 1 electric kettle green. 9 white items were obtained: 1 barbecue seasoning white, 1 rice white, 1 cloud cotton slippers white, 1 hand cream white, 1 sanitary napkin white, 1 broom white, 1 women's briefs white, 1 coral fleece blanket white, and 1 clay pot white. After collection, the progress increased by 15, reaching 291-1000. 1910. Gu Ning was putting away the Hetian Jade bracelet in her hand, while while arranging the various daily necessities she had just acquired in her home. After finishing her busy tasks, she filled the foldable bathtub with hot water using the shower and began to soak herself. The bathtub was of green quality, and its special effect was simple. It could maintain the water temperature longer, making it more suitable for cold weather. But she didn't care about the slight consumption now as she wanted to use it. After washing her hair and comfortably soaking for over half an hour, Guning finally emerged from the water at 1958. After a quick wipe, she changed into clean linen clothes and slippers and went to light the campfire. During this time, both the Hatian Jade Bracelet Blue and the Wanchuri Bookmark Blue had been successfully recorded. Collection progress 2, reaching 293-1000. After arranging 3 puppets to patrol regularly like yesterday, she returned home to do laundry. With a tub of water, not washing clothes would be a waste. She washed her cotton pajamas underwear, and even if they weren't very dirty, she took the opportunity to give them a simple wash. Although the linen top and pants she wore during the day would soon be discarded, she preferred to take 2 minutes to wash them for cleanliness. The straw shoes didn't need washing. As long as she put them in the self-cleaning shoe cabinet green obtained from the mist, they would come out perfectly clean. Guning had never considered that the shoe cabinet had such a special effect before, but now that she knew, she could only wish for a self-cleaning wardrobe and kitchen cabinets. After hanging up her clothes, she entered the living room and turned on the floor lamp in the corner. The soft, bright light immediately illuminated the entire space. After several nights illuminated by moonlight and campfire, she finally had light today. The jellyfish lamp didn't count. It was similar to a regular lamp and had a very small illumination range. This floor lamp was also of green quality, and its special effect was a wide illumination range. Otherwise a typical floor lamp would only light up a corner nearby. Sitting in front of the desk, Guning relaxedly leaned back against the chair and began to eat her dinner, a small remaining piece of beast jerky green. In fact, she preferred to eat the delicious food from the treasure chests. After gnawing on beast jerky for 2 consecutive meals, she didn't want to eat it anymore, even if she wasn't sick of it yet. However, for the sake of the slight physical enhancement effect, she still chose to finish off the jerky. While eating, she opened various interfaces of the survival panel to check. Her mental value had decreased from 9 in the morning to 7, consuming 2 points. Puppet manufacturing skill, level 1, experience, 8,100. Precision shooting skill, level 0, experience, 410. Logging skill, level 1, experience, 28,100. Fishing skill, level 0, experience, 110. Among her 4 skills, logging had the fastest leveling speed. It would reach level 2 in less than 10 days. In the trading interface, she sold 2 of the 4 grass puppets white-listed, receiving the wooden bowl manufacturing technique green and the wooden chopsticks manufacturing technique green. They actually matched quite well. Guning felt a bit speechless, but the trading conditions were set by her. Who could she blame? She could only say she hadn't thought it through enough, while these survivors were too clever. Forget it, at least they were manufacturing techniques, so it wasn't a loss. Although she comforted herself this way, she still reset the trading conditions so that only the manufacturing techniques she needed could be exchanged. Then she recorded and learned these 2 manufacturing techniques. Collection progress 2, reaching 295-1000. Both required 1 wood as material and took 1 minute to craft. However, the wooden bowl could produce 4 at once, and the wooden chopsticks could produce 5 pairs at once. After that, Guning checked the trading market. After flipping through about 10 pages, she found no surprises. Most of the supplies were of white quality, with very few green ones. This was actually quite normal. Without the positioning map and puppets, she wouldn't be doing much better. She switched to the camp chat channel. It's really so boring at night, I want to go online. Is there really someone who only visits one camp every day? No way, no way. If that's true, just wait to be eliminated. It's time for dinner. Today, I'm having spicy crayfish. Wow, it's absolutely delicious, 100 times better than what I had at the barbecue stall before. Is Meng Jun here? Meng Jun, born on September 11th. Oh, please contact me if you see this. Seriously, is there no one among us to take the lead? Last night someone claimed to be the mayor and wanted to swindle people, but was silenced after being scolded. In situations like this, it's useless to have anyone come forward without benefits. I really want to go home. I entered the mist today and found an empty city with corpses similar to zombies. Do you think the real world will become like this? Do you think the real world will become like this? Upon reading this sentence, Guning's heart jolted. In fact, she had briefly wondered about this question while in the mist, but she hadn't thought deeply about it. Unwilling and scared. Even if the only close person she had was a foster mother, she still did not wish for such changes to occur in reality. It might sound a bit pretentious, but she truly loved her country and hoped for its everlasting prosperity. But now that someone had raised the same question, Guning had to think carefully. She hadn't specifically observed anything in the mist, but she could be sure that all the text signs she saw were in simplified Chinese. This meant that the mist was a city in her country. If everything in reality was fine, and there were no changes, then it could be a replica based on a certain city or possibly a city from a parallel universe. If there really was a problem in reality, then the city they entered could be a certain city in the country. If it were the former, it wouldn't matter. If it were the latter. Thinking of those corpses and spiritual crystals, Gu Ning's expression inevitably darkened. The path of survival. Survival path. What was the reason for its emergence? What purpose did it serve? She took out the announcement of the path of survival 1.0 stored in her collection and carefully read the first few lines of text over and over. The path of survival 1.0 has been activated with the current version trial having 1.0 participants. This is a trial of life and death fraught with danger and opportunity. Those who endure until the end will receive a surprise grand prize. Please strive to survive. Version trial. Those who endure until the end will receive a surprise grand prize. Could it be that reality would also turn into a game state like the path of survival, and that they were actually beta testers? If that were the case, then there should be no changes happening in reality. The beta test had only started for 5 days. How could there be a public test without completing the beta test? No, thinking this way is incorrect, it's too absolute. It could also be that they simply chose a region for the beta test. So did changes really occur in reality? Gu Ning felt that she still couldn't be certain. Perhaps only they, the survivors, had been pulled into the game like in the main god space, or something unrelated to reality. This was very likely. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. She put away the announcement, rubbing her temples in frustration. With her current mindset, she would only think negatively, so it's better not to guess wildly. After all, whether her guesses were right or wrong, what was meant to happen would happen. She currently lacked the ability to prevent change, so she just needed to take care of herself. The progress of the illustration has increased by 2, reaching 295.1000. She opened the camp chat channel again. Gu Ning looked at the number of people in the upper right corner, which was 9,417. There were a few less. After hesitating for a moment, she edited and sent a message in the chat channel. Under the lemon tree, the combat skills rewarded from the mist quest may not be random, but related to the method used when completing the task. Everyone can pay attention to. She actually thought of using this message to trade some resources, but the thought of having to communicate and negotiate with others felt too but doing nothing. That seemed a bit wasteful. Now it's good, just send it out directly without any entanglements. After refreshing it about 10 times, Gu Ning saw that another person who entered the mist and completed the task started to speak. Dawu, it does seem like that. The knife I used rewarded me with a basic knife skill. It seemed her guess was indeed correct. Having done this, she felt much more relaxed. She glanced at her private messages. Some asked about the details of the mist while others inquired about this. Naturally, there were also those looking to take advantage. She didn't reply to any of them, rejected all friend requests, and directly closed the survival. Arriving at the camp, the wooden puppet had already made 76 portions of raspberry juice white. Gu Ning took all these juices and arranged them in a staggered manner in the refrigerator's cooling section like a champagne tower. She also put the drinks and bottled water obtained from the treasure chest before entering the mist into the cooling section. She then checked the bottled water and blueberry juice in the freezing section. They had already frozen solid. The state changed from cooling to freezing. After collecting these into the illustration, the freezing section instantly looked empty. Recalling the crafting techniques for wooden bowls and chopsticks she had just learned, Gu Ning came up with an idea. Just right, she could also test the durability reduction of the quality workbench. Placing the quality workbench green beside the refrigerator, she first crafted 4 wooden bowls using 1 piece of pine, would then tried placing them in the freezer. The 4 bowls lying flat took up almost 1 layer of space, and another layer could be stacked on top. Any more would not fit, so 1 layer could hold 8 wooden bowls. The freezing section, like the cooling section, also had 5 layers, allowing for a total of 40 wooden bowls. Each wooden bowl contained 500 milliliters of stream water, requiring 40 portions of stream water. That was quite a lot. She continued making wooden bowls and filled them with stream water. After filling the bottom layer of the freezing section, she crafted chopsticks twice more. Then she placed the chopsticks into the wooden bowls to measure, and the length was just enough to stick out a bit, allowing her to hold them with her hand. Indeed, Gu Ning was going to make popsicles. Pure ice, no sugar added. Seeing that the weather was getting hotter, leaving such a large refrigerator empty was indeed wasteful. It would be better to utilize it and make some ice blocks with stream water, which could be sold or used later. 2034. The 40 wooden bowls filled with stream water and inserted with chopsticks were neatly placed in the freezing section. Gu Ning satisfiedly closed the refrigerator door and sat down at the quality workbench. After making it several times, the workbench's durability was still at 400. Although this indicated it was quite durable, the unchanged durability made her unable to determine how consumption was calculated, which left her perplexed about whether it was feasible to leave the puppet at home to make juice during the day. She tapped the wooden surface and compared the durability reduction situation of other furniture in her mind. The simple grass shed lost 1 durability point after 1 night's sleep. The ink bamboo painting lost 1 durability point after hanging for 1 night. The wooden double bed lost 1 durability point after 1 night's sleep. The refrigerator lost 2 durability points after being opened for a day. It seemed that the durability of these furniture was calculated based on actual usage time. Was the workbench also based on time? Did it lose one durability point after accumulating enough usage time? That seemed quite reasonable. Then let's test whether this guess is correct. Just as Gu Ning was about to retrieve another puppet, she remembered that all the puppets had already been assigned tasks. Should she call one back? That wouldn't be good. Oh, what if one less puppet couldn't handle the monsters at night? It would be better to create another one. Arriving at the puppet workbench, she opened the crafting page and considered for a moment, deciding to create a wooden puppet of green quality this time. She had over 30 pieces of pine wood green now, so it was time to use some. She submitted 6 pieces of pine wood green and clicked start. After 1 minute, the craft checked the information. Wooden puppet green, a puppet made from quality materials possessing a hint of spirituality. It can understand most of the owner's commands. After a drop of blood is given for recognition. Durability 400. After collecting it, the progress of the illustration increased by 1, reaching 296,1000. Compared to the wooden puppet white, the durability of the wooden puppet green quadrupled, and its understanding ability seemed to have significantly improved. She eagerly pricked her finger and squeezed a drop of blood onto it. The same linking sensation appeared. Gu Ning knew she could also possess and control this puppet herself. She experimented with various commands again and found its understanding ability was much stronger. The most straightforward one. She stood at the door of the house and commanded it to collect the mushroom stump. It found the mushroom stump on its own, then picked the mushrooms off it, and even understood to hold the mushrooms while coming back. Gu Ning carefully checked, and not a single one was damaged. With such strong understanding abilities, even if its combat power didn't change, she felt the material consumption was quite worthwhile. After collecting these 5 white mushrooms, the progress of the illustration increased by 1, reaching 297,1000. Back in the house, she placed a raw wood storage box green next to her and put some commonly used hemp pine wood stones and branches inside. Then she took half of the raspberries and blueberries from the camp warehouse. These would be left for the puppet to use for crafting. When arranging for the wooden puppet to start making juice, Gu Ning specifically noted the time. It was 2051. Next, she would wait until tomorrow to see the durability changes of the quality workbench. Feeling a bit thirsty, she drank some water and once again opened the survival panel. In personal transactions, a grass puppet was sold again. The other party offered the crafting technique for the simple stone pickaxe green. Gu Ning couldn't help but feel delighted. After extracting and learning, the simple stone pickaxe now consumed 1 less branch, requiring only 2 branches, 1 stone. There was only 1 grass puppet white left. She thought for a moment and decided to keep it up. After all, not much juice had been made, and she didn't have anything else with greater benefits. Turning off the trading market, a thought struck her as she took out several models and a Wansher Rui bookmark from the illustration. The longsword model required 3 relevant materials. The boots model required 4 relevant materials. The baseball bat model required 3 relevant materials. She picked up the longsword model to try. The method of turning fake into real was quite simple. Take out a piece of material, get close to the model. If it's relevant, a prompt will pop up. Would you like to add this material? If it's not relevant, there will be no response at all. Gu Ning tried various materials and found that wood, wooden planks, stone bricks, metal ores, metal ingots, beast bones, and bamboo poles could all be added. But it was obvious that the power of wooden swords and bamboo swords was certainly not as strong as iron swords. She felt that adding metal ores and metal ingots would also result in different powers. After all, metal ingots are refined. Currently, Gu Ning only has 2 green quality metal ingots, 1 copper ingot green, and 1 iron ingot green, which is not enough to make 3. The reason for this choice is that in reality, alloy materials are sturdier than single metals. Although she doesn't know if this holds true here, it's worth a try. After adding the materials, the palm-sized white sword model began to change instantly. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a silver-black long sword longer than her arm. Check the information. Metal long sword white, a long sword made from various metals, sharp and exceptionally durable. Durability 100. Recorded illustration progress 1, now at 298,1000. Gu Ning examined the long sword, which was similar in style to those seen in TV dramas. The hilt, guard, and blade had sharp edges on both sides, exuding a cold, beautiful aesthetic. With the sword in hand, Gu Ning stepped outside to a spacious area. She effortlessly swung the sword a few times with her right hand, finding it quite easy and not exhausting at all. The sword's weight was not light, indicating that the previous physical enhancement potion was indeed effective. With the long sword in hand, Gu Ning couldn't help but feel an interest in sword dancing. She had also learned Tai Chi swordplay during university. At that time, her interest was strong, and she studied diligently, able to perform it completely without a teacher's guidance. However, more than 3 years have passed, and as she strained to recall, she had to admit that the few moves she had learned were long forgotten. The only action she could remember was a thrusting motion. Forget it, she'll just have to ponder it slowly. However, on a different note, she has learned several skills, but apart from the changes on the panel, she has had no personal experience whatsoever. She has never felt anything akin to the legendary enlightenment or suddenly gaining knowledge. Why is that? It's normal for games to have only numerical changes since they are illusory. However, it's unlikely that this place is purely illusory, as her sensations after taking the physical enhancement potion were certainly real. Or perhaps skills only provide numerical bonuses, and to truly learn their usage one must practice gradually. Just like how she could chop wood even without the lumberjack skill. This seems to be a relatively reasonable explanation. However, it's a bit unfriendly. Without a teacher or instructional videos, relying solely on oneself to figure things out will take ages. Gu Ning shook her head and brought the long sword back inside. After placing the sword down, she picked up the boot model on her desk to start experimenting. Materials like hemp, linen, cotton cloth, rabbit fur, rabbit skin, bee skin, and even wood and metal ores could all be added. Initially she was a bit surprised, but it seemed reasonable upon reflection. After all, there are boots in reality that incorporate steel plates. However, those are made from a mixture of various materials. Perhaps she could also try adding different types of materials this time. For example, combinations of bee skin with metal and cotton cloth with rabbit fur. It requires 4 relevant materials. Gu Ning opened the illustration and took out 1 rabbit fur green, 2 bee skins green, and 1 iron ingot green. Based on her speculation, the combination of these 3 should yield boots with an iron-infused sole or lining. After adding the materials, a pair of brown high-top boots appeared on the table within seconds. Check the information. Bee skin iron boots green, a heavy boot composed of various materials offering excellent defense and warmth. While heavy, it feels lightweight when worn. Durability 400. Recorded illustration progress 1, now at 299-1000. She picked up one of the boots and inspected it inside and out. It was quite similar to her expectations. The inside was fluffy and the bottom had a layer of iron with patterns that resembled anti-slip features. The boots were good, but they were of no use for now, as she'd have to wait for the weather to turn cold before they could be put to use. After storing the boots in the illustration, Gu Ning picked up the baseball bat model. She initially thought about adding materials to it and crafting it in one go, but after some thought she decided to put it away. Including the one held by her puppet, she already had quite a few weapons, enough for her current needs. Missed encounters are not something one comes across every day, and even if she does, the type is uncertain, making it even more unpredictable whether she'd be able to obtain a model from within. She might as well save the last one for when she truly needs it. After putting it away, only one Sure bookmark blue was left on the desk. Gu Ning toyed with the bookmark, pondering where to use it. Mushroom tree stump. After upgrading the quality, it should have a chance to yield blue quality mushrooms. That seems feasible. Iced jasmine potted plant. Similar to the mushroom tree stump, it should also have a chance to yield blue quality iced jasmine buds. Ink bamboo painting or wood. After upgrading, it should enhance the efficiency of mental recovery. Premium workbench. The upgrade effect is uncertain, but its durability will undoubtedly increase significantly. After going through the more valuable green items one by one, Gu Ning realized that while all of these seemed fine, something was missing. Nothing felt more suitable. After some deliberation, she still couldn't decide where to use it. In the end, she had to abandon the idea of using it early to enjoy its benefits and stored the bookmark in the illustration. Let's keep it for now, and it would be more cost-effective to use it later when she encounters something more suitable. Thus, Gu Ning had processed all the resources she obtained from this mist. She stretched lazily and glanced at the time. 2128. There was still half an hour before she needed to sleep. Now she could refresh the survival page. Opening the personal trading interface, she noticed that the last grass puppet had not sold. Gu Ning speculated that more and more people were becoming aware of the value of manufacturing techniques. Then she began to aimlessly browse the trading market. Sand white for 1 exchange with branches white. She had plenty of branches, but only 4 pieces of sand which might come in handy. Then she began to aimlessly browse the trading market. Sand white for 1 exchange with branches white. She had plenty of branches, but only 4 pieces of sand which might come in handy later, so she could trade for some. After trading 30 branches for 30 servings of sand, she flipped through more than 10 pages and encountered something of interest again. A water purifier white. This item needs no explanation. Its name clearly indicates its purpose, making it an essential survival tool. Even though she had a decent amount of stored water, she was immediately attracted upon seeing it. The seller had set a considerable variety of exchange items. For materials, it required 15 servings of green quality. Other requirements included manufacturing techniques, green quality, weapons, skill fruits, etc. Additionally, 2 wooden storage boxes green could also be traded for 1. Gu Ning looked at her materials. While she had plenty of green quality items, parting with any of them felt painful. She had 5 wooden storage boxes in the illustration and none had been used. Exchanging like this did seem a bit of a loss, but the trading market refreshes at any moment, and she couldn't add items to a shopping cart or contact the seller. If she missed this opportunity, she might not encounter a water purifier again. Lost or not trading for one made her feel more secure. She retrieved 2 wooden storage boxes green and chose to trade. Extract. This is an inverted half-plastic bottle with the mouth facing down stuffed with several layers of materials, including gravel grass leaves, sand charcoal, and linen. Check the information. Water Purifier White, a simple and practical water purification tool that can purify 100 milliliters of drinkable water per hour. Durability 100. Recorded illustration. Progress 1 now at 300-1000. Upon seeing the description, Gu Ning felt a little happier. This water purifier was even better than expected. 100 milliliters per hour means it can purify 2 for L in 24 hours, which is sufficient for drinking. After purchasing the water purifier, Gu Ning continued to browse the trading market for a while, but found nothing worth buying, so she turned to check the materials in the illustrated guide. Hemp white 409 pieces, hemp green 73 pieces, hemp blue 5 pieces. Pine wood white 74 pieces, pine wood green 27 pieces, branches white 133 pieces. Stone white 171 pieces, stone green 22 pieces, gravel white 376 pieces. Soil white 26 pieces, soil green 7 pieces. Raspberry green 38 pieces, peach white 188 pieces. Alright, when she flipped to this page, she suddenly remembered that she had never made juice from the raspberry green before. It's no wonder she forgot it. Although this item is of green quality, it does not enhance physical attributes. Its item description is as follows: raspberry green, a small berry of decent quality. It tastes quite good when eaten. Similar to it are rabbit meat green and chicken leg green, which also do not enhance any physical attributes. Gu Ning previously did not notice. She just thought not all green foods had enhancement effects, which is quite normal. Looking back, it seems there is a certain pattern. She feels that the reason these 3 types of food have no special effects is that they are all common resources found along the road. In contrast, chicken oil mushroom green, strong mushroom green, and beast meat green do not belong to this category and are harder to obtain. Hence the latter has special effects while the former does not. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her guess was reasonable, so she decided to pay close attention to see if this hypothesis was correct. Subsequently, Gu Ning went to the campsite, took out the oven, and produced 1 raspberry juice green, 1 roasted raspberry green, 1 rabbit jerky green, 1 roasted chicken leg green, 1 peach juice white, and 1 roasted peach white. There were only 2 rabbit meats green, so after making jerky she ran out, and she could only roast more next time. Midway she remembered that she hadn't roasted beast meat white and beast meat green in the oven, so she roasted 1 of each. Today she also collected a pack of barbecue seasoning in the fog, which she directly opened and sprinkled on the meat. However, even though she added seasoning, the final product still resembled those she had made previously without it, and it shouldn't be recorded again. To completely put her mind at ease, Gu Ning really repeated roasting a portion of chicken with seasoning. The result, as expected, could not be recorded again. After recording all these, the illustrated guide progress increased by 8, reaching 308-1000. Meanwhile, the time was 2202. In the trading interface, all 60 portions of raspberry juice were sold, exchanging for 20 glass white. After extraction, Gu Ning listed the last 1 grass puppet white for sale, planning to sell it out before listing other items. As usual, she placed the abandoned bird's nest green with the added bamboo worm bait, and then brushed her teeth before going to sleep. The next day, 0554. Gu Ning woke up. The first thing she did was check the survival panel. Mental points restored to 10. Personal trade: the grass puppet had been sold, and she received the crafting recipe for the hemp clothing green. She directly extracted and learned it. Its effect was the same as the hemp pants, with unchanged material consumption and increased durability. Weather forecast. Day 3 of survival. Temperature 25 degrees, sunny. Today sunny, 2,440 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow sunny, 2,542 degrees Celsius. The day after tomorrow sunny, 2,744 degrees Celsius. The temperature on the 3rd day increased by 2 degrees from the previous day. As expected, Gu Ning was not surprised and immediately got out of bed to check the iced jasmine potted plant at her desk. She collected 3 iced jasmine buds white and 2 iced jasmine buds green. After putting away these 5 resources for dealing with high temperatures, she quickly finished her morning routine in the bathroom. After changing her clothes, Gu Ning began her busy day. She collected the 1 L of dew spring water for the day. The 2 puppets produced a total of 1,009 portions of raspberry juice white and 5 portions of raspberry juice green overnight. The green quality ones likely triggered the quality enhancement effect of the workbench with a probability of 1/0.05, which is indeed quite low. She listed 500 portions of raspberry juice white for trade at a 3-1 exchange for metal ingots and glass. If all of this quantity is exchanged, it would be more than enough to upgrade the house by 3 levels. She estimated that the house upgrade would require more later, so she decided to stock up. Next, Gu Ning checked the durability of the premium workbench, which had decreased from 400 to 398. The puppets had started producing juice at 2051 last night, meaning that after over 9 hours, it had dropped by 2 points in durability, averaging a reduction of 1 point every 4 hours. It seems she had been too optimistic in thinking that 8 hours or 12 hours would consume 1 point of durability. Calculating at 4 hours, continuous production for 24 hours would consume 6 points of durability, meaning 400 points could last for 66 days. 2 months is quite a long time. Gu Ning believed that during this period she would surely obtain other workbenches. After arranging for the wood-green puppet to continue producing blueberry juice, she went to collect the results from the 3 puppets overnight, obtaining 6 monster treasure chests. Finally, she also collected the abandoned bird's nest green, which contained 2 feathers white with no surprises. Although these tasks seemed numerous, they were actually quite simple and only took 2 minutes to handle. 603. Gu Ning left the campsite and set off on her journey for the day. It seemed that luck was on her side today. After running for less than 20 minutes, she encountered a water pool and a fishing spot wide in the woods. This was her first encounter with a water pool, which was only slightly larger than the miniature fish pond in her yard. After having the puppet escort her over, she immediately recorded the fishing spot white. Fishing spot white, a special resource point, where besides fish, there is a small chance of catching other items. Can fish 5 times. The illustrated guide progress increased by 1, reaching 309-1000. Previously, the green quality fishing spot allowed for 10 fishing attempts, whereas the white quality's fishing attempts were reduced by half. Gu Ning felt a bit disappointed. It would have been better if the order of appearance of the 2 fishing spots had been reversed. If that were the case, her fishing skill could have leveled up today. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. She then scooped up some water to inspect. Pond water white, it looks clear and bottomless, but it's not clean. Drinking it directly may cause diarrhea. Just after obtaining a water purifier, a water source that needed purification appeared. Gu Ning felt this was quite a coincidence. After recording the pond water, the illustrated guide progress increased again by 1, reaching 310-1000. A few minutes later, all the pond water was collected, and like stream water, its limit was also 100 L. Setting her body on the road, she began to control the grass puppet to fish. For the first attempt, she caught a fish. For the second attempt, she caught a shrimp. For the third attempt, she caught a fish. For the fourth attempt, she caught a water. For the fifth attempt, she caught a fish. Gu Ning wasn't very good at identifying fish. Even if some looked somewhat familiar, she couldn't fully determine the species. Only after returning to the road to check the information did she realize she had caught a grass carp white, a crucian carp white, a green shrimp white, and a water plant white. Among them, she had previously obtained the carp and the green shrimp. The grass carp, crucian carp, and water plant were new. After recording them, the illustrated guide progress increased by 3, reaching 313-1000. To be honest, when Gu Ning saw that the name of the green water plant was indeed water plant, she was quite surprised, as she remembered the earlier miniature fish pond, which required water plants for its production. At that time, she thought it was a general term for aquatic plants, and submitted water hyacinth and lotus for production, not expecting that real water plants would appear at this moment. 632. Gu Ning walked along the road, finishing her breakfast. This meal consisted of an egg pancake and roasted beast meat green. In order to enhance her physique, she had consumed beast meat jerky green all day yesterday. Although she didn't want to eat it again today, she understood that she had to, so she decided to pair it with other delicacies, thus not making it difficult for herself, while also not delaying her physical enhancement. After finishing her meal, she set out on her journey once more. After adapting over the past 2 days, Gu Ning's current speed was maintained at 4 kilometers per hour, and she could go even faster when in good condition. The next campsite was 11 kilometers away. Even though fishing and eating took a bit more time, she arrived at the campsite at 9. At this moment, the distance covered was 148 kilometers, and the temperature was 32 degrees. After paying 3 spirit stones to enter the campsite, Gu Ning was drenched in sweat, feeling extremely hot. To make herself more comfortable on the upcoming journey, she took a quick cool shower using a showerhead at her home, then changed into a newly crafted hemp shirt green and hemp pants green, and applied a cooling patch white on herself. The hemp pants green were made by her for the first time, and they had the same effect as the hemp shirt green, providing a cooler feeling when worn. After recording her progress, the collection log increased by 1, reaching 314-1000. After some operations, the effects were immediate. When she resumed her journey with the replenished tools, she felt comfortable, no longer experiencing the earlier heat. The distance between the 2 camps this time was 13 kilometers. Aside from collecting supplies and drinking water, Gu Ning hardly stopped, and in just 3 hours, she once again caught sight of the campsite. At 1211, the distance covered was 161 kilometers, and the temperature was 40 degrees. She had arrived at the second campsite of the day. The cooling patch's effect could last for about another 50 minutes. According to yesterday's situation, she should have continued on her journey until the cooling patch wore off, allowing her to have lunch and rest on the road before proceeding once the temperature dropped. However, today she decided not to do so. Resources should be used where they are needed. The reason she didn't use them yesterday was not just to avoid waste, as she also wanted to train her heat tolerance. After all, as the temperature rises, if she doesn't adapt, while it's still manageable, how will she endure later? Yet after experiencing the different journeys this morning, she changed her mindset. Heat tolerance cannot be developed in a day. Since there are items that can enhance physique and vision on the survival path, there might also be items in the future that can increase heat and cold resistance. Since she had cooling patches and ice jasmine buds as cooling supplies, she should use them wisely. Saving them would be the true waste. Thus this time she planned to have a good meal and rest at home. As for feeling hot while on the road, she could just use another cooling patch. There's a saying, it doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, or a cat that catches mice is a good cat. She felt the same way. Regardless of training or external factors, the right path is to comfortably and smoothly endure the heat. With this change in thought, Gu Ning felt that her previous self was somewhat torturing herself. However, now that she understood, she didn't dwell on it too much. She took out Mu Bai to let it make juice, then she entered her home. The distance to the next campsite was 14 kilometers, which she could complete in less than 4 hours. Thus she could have a good midday rest. Gu Ning's lunch consisted of a strawberry cake, half a mung bean ice cake, 2 cups of chilled juice of peach, and some roasted beast meat she hadn't finished in the morning. The strawberry cake and peach were her first experiences, and their flavors amazed her once again. The strawberry cake was shaped like a slanted triangle layered with 2 layers of strawberry jam, and the pink cream on top was also strawberry flavored, adorned with a cut strawberry. It was soft and fluffy, sweet and rich, with the jam being tangy, yet not overwhelming. The peach was much smaller than the common honey peach. In reality, its skin are ripe, pink, the flesh not overly soft, but firm without being crunchy, bursting with natural sweetness. After finishing one peach, she couldn't resist having another. She also placed a few in the refrigerator, preparing to try the taste of frozen peaches next time. Since she had opened the fridge, Gu Ning took a glance at the freezer section. After a night and half a morning, the stream water in the wooden bowl had completely frozen. She focused on examining the information of the ice block. Stream water, white, naturally clean, can be safely consumed directly. Frozen wooden chopsticks, white. She focused on examining the information of the ice block. Stream water, white, naturally clean, can be safely consumed directly. Frozen wooden chopsticks, white, chopsticks made of wood, sturdy and durable. Similar to bottled water and other beverages, besides being in a frozen state, their descriptions did not change. Gu Ning attempted to put it into her backpack, and it went in smoothly, occupying just 1 slot. As expected, items combined like this could be stored together. After processing the remaining frozen wooden bowl in the same way, she consumed 2 pine wood, white, to create 20 pairs of wooden chopsticks, white, then took out 40 portions of stream water, placing them one by one into the bowl before putting them in the refrigerator. Having completed these tasks, the time had already reached 1238. Gu Ning opened her personal trading interface and saw that 171 out of the 500 portions of raspberry juice she listed before leaving in the morning had been sold, earning her 18 copper ingots, white, 15 iron ingots, white, and 24 glass, white, with 329 raspberry juices, white, remaining. After thinking for a moment, she extracted the items and delisted the raspberry juice. The popsicles had been made, and she needed to test how well they sold. This time Gu Ning set the exchange rate to 1 portion of frozen stream water for 2 portions of 500 milliliters stream water, or bottled water, 2 green quality materials, excluding gravel. After listing all 40 portions, she glanced at the trading market, and finding nothing of interest, switched back to her listings, only to discover that one had already sold. What she received were 2 bottled water, white, and 2 stones, green. After refreshing again, another portion had sold. This time she obtained a wooden barrel containing 1 L of stream water and 2 hemp green. Gu Ning couldn't help but smile. She knew that people accustomed to modern comforts could not instantly become resilient and hardworking. Of course, the good sales were also due to her pricing not being too high, as there were always promising survivors willing to enjoy a bit. Having validated that her homemade popsicle method was indeed feasible, she no longer refreshed to check her personal trades and turned to the outdoors. The miniature bamboo forest and fish pond had already refreshed, and taking advantage of the free time, she directly harvested. 2 minutes later, she collected 4 bamboo poles, white, 10 bamboo leaves, white, 2 bamboo worms, white, and 1 lotus flower, white. Yesterday the fish pond did not refresh any fish, but a lotus flower instead. The lotus seems to be both a material and an ingredient. Gu Ning had one from before left over from manufacturing, and upon remembering it, she tried baking it in the oven, and it indeed worked. After recording the baked lotus, white, the progress in her collection increased by 1A, reaching 315,1000. After finishing these tasks, she felt her digestion had improved, so she returned to her bedroom. After taking out a puppet to use as an alarm clock, she went straight to bed and fell asleep. However, not long after falling asleep, she was awakened by heat. The cooling patch had expired. Experiencing the sensation of 40 degrees, Gu Ning did not conduct any further experiments, but obediently took out a new cooling patch, white, and applied it to her forehead. The cooling patch has a limited effective range, and could not immediately alleviate the heat all over her body. She tried lying down again, but felt an unbearable heat beneath her. Gu Ning looked at the double bed beneath her, lifted the cotton sheet, and put away the quilt underneath, then spread the sheet directly over the straw mattress. Lying down this time, it was indeed less hot. She took out a straw hat and fanned herself, and after cooling down she fell asleep again in less than half a minute. 1336. Without using the puppet's wake-up service, Gu Ning still woke up on time. She glanced at her personal trading interface, and all the ice pops had been sold out. Calculating the gains from the previous 2 transactions, she received a total of 14 pine, wood green, 38 hemp green, 20 stones green, 4 branches green, 2 flowers green, 1 hemp seed green, 1 vine green, and 26 bottles of water white, along with 11 wooden barrels containing 1 L of creek water, 12 plastic bottles containing 500 milliliters of creek water, and 20 wooden bowls containing 500 milliliters of creek water. Among them, the vine green was a new resource, and after recording it, her collection progress increased by 1A, reaching 316,1000. Gu Ning extracted the creek water and stored the containers separately in her collection, while the bottled water was stuffed into the refrigerator's cooling section. After processing these materials, she put away the puppets she had made at the camp and listed 300 portions of raspberry juice in exchange for metal ingots and glass. Having completed all her tasks, she put on her straw hat and left her home and the camp once again. 1454. Distance 166 kilometers, temperature 40 degrees. Gu Ning encountered a snake. This snake was as thick as her thigh, brown, all over resembling tree bark. She was originally controlling a grass puppet to collect a green light point located on the outer edge of the map. However, just as she was moving quickly, the snake suddenly slithered down from a large tree and appeared in front of her. It seemed that the puppet had no temperature and did not resemble a living being, so it did not immediately launch an attack. Gu Ning locked eyes with it for a few seconds, then turned and ran towards the road at her fastest speed. She was not trying to escape. On the contrary, she wanted to attempt to kill it, so she needed to return to fetch her weapon and puppets. Gu Ning was actually afraid of snakes, or rather many people are afraid of snakes, and she was one of them. However, after the battle in the mist yesterday, she no longer feared fighting monsters. Compared to rotting corpses, the snake was just a slightly larger monster. Back in her body, Gu Ning quickly took out 4 puppets, equipped them with their respective weapons, and also took a refined iron crossbow blue and a metal longsword white to place in the burlap backpack carried by the grass puppet. Then she shifted her consciousness to the grass puppet and headed straight to the location where she had encountered the snake. Fortunately, the snake was still there, just in a slightly different position. It seemed that the arrival of the puppets had startled it, and as soon as Gu Ning saw it, the serpent launched an attack. Mu Bai, wielding an iron vegetable knife, was positioned at the forefront, moving with remarkable speed. In a single encounter, a gash appeared on the serpent's body. Had it not dodged quickly, its head could have been severed. Then the other 3 puppets surrounded it. Bai wielded a beast bone club and struck the serpent on the head. Gu Ning, holding a fine iron crossbow, was about to find an opportunity to shoot when she noticed that the serpent was standing still with its head held high after the blow. This situation seemed to have triggered a daze effect. She immediately commanded the puppets to stop attacking and aimed an arrow at the serpent's head. The black crossbow bolt pierced through the serpent's head, causing its half-raised head to drop immediately, its entire body collapsing to the ground, yet it did not disappear nor drop a treasure chest. Gu Ning quickly adjusted her position and shot 2 more arrows into a spot about 7 inches away. This time it was truly dead, its corpse vanishing on the spot, and a green-quality wooden treasure chest appeared on the ground. At first glance, she thought she had misread. Shouldn't defeating a monster drop a monster treasure chest. However, upon checking the information, she realized she had not been mistaken. This was indeed a wooden treasure chest, green. She stowed away the treasure chest and walked along the path, pondering the implications behind this information. Monster treasure chests are dropped by monsters defeated in the dark. Wooden treasure chests, apart from this one, were all obtained along the path. Now, after defeating the serpent in the forest, it dropped a wooden treasure chest instead of a monster treasure chest. This likely hinted that the monsters in the dark and the creatures in the forest do not belong to the same type of entities. Therefore, the beings in the dark are probably not normal monsters. They could be mutated aberrations infected like corpses or some kind of demons or monsters. However, their combat power must not be strong, because during her first exploration at night, the 2 puppets could also defeat them. Could they be carrying some kind of virus? Thinking of the antidote obtained from the monster treasure chest, Gu Ning couldn't help but entertain this notion. However, even if they were poisonous, they should not be able to infect her at a distance. Otherwise, through her contact with the puppets, she would have already been infected. Having seen corpses and forest animals, now only the monsters in the dark remained mysterious. Thinking of this, her curiosity, which had been suppressed in her heart, grew even stronger. Perhaps she should find an opportunity to control the puppets for some exploration at night. Gu Ning calculated her supplies, weapons, healing items, protective gear, and a green-quality wooden puppet. With these as assurances, the danger of exploration was actually quite low. It was settled that night she would control the puppets to explore and see what the situation in the dark truly was. As she made her decision, Gu Ning had already returned to the path. The green light point she had seen earlier had been overlooked due to the serpent's appearance. She set aside her nighttime plans for now and directed the grass puppet to collect this pine tree green. Afterwards, she stopped thinking about the nighttime exploration and focused all her attention on traveling and gathering supplies. White light points, green light points. 1622. Gu Ning discovered the first blue light point of the day. It was a wooden treasure chest blue. In the outer ring of the map, nestled within the crown of a large tree, dense branches and leaves concealed it completely. Had it not been for the map's guidance, she would have never spotted it from below. 1716 distance, 175 kilometers, temperature 36 degrees. She had arrived at the last campsite of the day. The distance between the three camps adds up to 38 kilometers. During this time, Gu Ning encountered a total of 89 white light points, 6 green light points, and 1 blue light point. Among them, there are 4 wooden chests white, 3 wooden chests green, and 1 wooden chest blue. In addition to the fishing spot white encountered in the morning, there are 2 new resources, 1 white birch tree green and 1 blueberry bush green. Collecting the white birch tree green yields 3 white birch wood green, 4 white birch branches green, 3 white birch wood white, 5 white birch branches white, and 1 white birch seed white. Collecting the blueberry bush green yields 14 blueberries green and 19 blueberries white. After recording, the progress in the encyclopedia increased by 5, reaching 321-1000. Other resources have already been recorded, so there is no need to list them one by one. After paying 3 fragments of stone to enter the camp, Gu Ning immediately released Mu Bai Yi to make juice. Then she opened the trading interface to check the sales status of the raspberry juice. As expected, all 300 servings of juice were sold out, and she received 27 copper ingots white, 35 iron ingots white, 2 silver ingots white, and 36 glass white. After extracting all these and storing them in the encyclopedia, the number of copper ingots became 49, the number of iron ingots was 58, and the number of glass became 84. Upgrading to level 3 housing only requires 50 metal ingots and 50 glass, which is already more than sufficient. The appearance of 2 silver ingots surprised Gu Ning. Despite opening so many chests, she had only found 4 silver ingots, and she had never even seen silver ore. It seems that this item is quite rare, and being able to exchange it for juice was indeed unexpected. This indicates that other survivors are likely developing quite well as well. Gu Ning felt good about it, and after all, the better people develop, the easier it is for her goods to sell. In addition to metal ingots and glass, upgrading to level 3 housing also requires 500 wooden planks and 500 stone bricks. She currently has the manufacturing techniques for both, but the raw materials are still insufficient, so she needs to exchange juice for them. She checked the stock of her home and camp. The blueberries white were used up, and there were still some raspberries white. Currently, she has 653 servings of blueberry juice white, 183 servings of raspberry juice white, 6 servings of blueberry juice green, and 1 serving of raspberry juice green. The blueberry juice green is something she has not recorded before. After recording it, the encyclopedia progress increased by 1, reaching 322-1000. Excluding the green quality items along with the ones that were not listed or put in the fridge previously, she now has a total of 635 servings of blueberry juice white and 721 servings of raspberry juice white. With such a large quantity, a 1-1 exchange for wooden planks and stone bricks would be more than enough. However, since Gu Ning already has the manufacturing techniques, it is clearly more cost-effective to exchange for raw materials, so she would not do that. She listed 500 servings of raspberry juice for trade, setting the trade target as any type of wood with a ratio of 1:3. This price based on cost is 1 wood more than before, but wooden planks are obtained by deconstructing chests or manufacturing, while wood is a basic material that everyone possesses. Without needing to guess, she knew that the change in trading conditions would definitely lead to faster juice sales. In fact, it indeed went as she expected. Within just a few seconds of being listed, several servings of juice were sold. Gu Ning refreshed the page twice, and then stopped paying attention, returning home to prepare to open the chests. The first batch to open was naturally the 4 wooden chests white. After a customary prayer, she skillfully opened the 4 chests, counting and recording the light spheres inside one by one. There was 1 green light sphere, which is 1 soil green. There were 36 white light spheres. Among them there were 5 food items, specifically 2 steamed buns white, 1 mung bean ice cake white, 1 meat sandwich white, and 1 fried dough stick white. There were 4 beverage items, including 3 bottles of water white and 1 cola white. There were 4 life items, specifically 2 cooling patches white, 1 fan white, and 1 toothbrush white. The remaining 23 materials were all materials, and after deconstructing the chest, she also obtained 8 pine boards white. After reviewing all the supplies, Gu Ning felt a bit disheartened, because all the food and drinks this time were things she had opened before, which could not contribute to the encyclopedia's progress. Even among the life supplies, only 1 fan had not been recorded before. After opening the 4 chests, the encyclopedia only increased by 1 point, reaching 323-1000. She faintly sensed a bad premonition, but this guess was too unfavorable for her, so Guning really did not want to think about it. Suppressing her thoughts, she continued to open the 3 wooden chests green. The first one yielded 1 green light sphere and 7 white light spheres. Inside were 1 soil green, 1 braised pig's trotter white, 2 bottles of water white, 1 pine wood white, 2 hemp white, and 1 copper ingot white. Among them, the braised pig's trotter is a new resource. After recording it, the encyclopedia's progress increased by 1, reaching 324,1000. The second one yielded 2 green light spheres and 7 white light spheres. Inside were 1 wooden fishing rod manufacturing technique green, 1 hemp green, 2 honey glazed roasted chickens white, 1 bottle of water white, 1 cooling patch white, 1 vine white, 1 hemp rope white, and 1 stone white. The wooden fishing rod manufacturing technique is a new resource. After recording it, the encyclopedia's progress increased by 1, reaching 325,1000. After learning the manufacturing technique, she checked the requirements for making the wooden fishing rod, which are 1 wood, 1 hemp rope. Guning was very satisfied, since she had the fishing skill and could also make the rod herself. It would be much more convenient in the future. The third one yielded 1 green light sphere and 9 white light spheres. Inside were 1 cooling patch green, 2 pork and scallion dumplings white, 1 bottle of water white, 1 pineapple beer white, 1 cooling patch white, 1 iron ingot white, 2 soil white, and 1 hemp white. Among them, the dumplings and pineapple beer are new resources. After recording them, the encyclopedia's progress increased by 2, reaching 327,1000. The 3 empty chests turned into 3 wooden storage boxes green. After opening all these chests, the only ones left were 1 wooden chest blue and 6 monster chests green. Guning took a glance and decided to stick to her habit of leaving the blue quality chest for last. She opened all the monster chests and then counted and recorded again. From the 6 chests, she obtained a total of 14 green light spheres and 24 white light spheres. The green light spheres included 3 beast skins green, 4 beast meats green, 2 beast bones green, 3 beast blood green, 1 antidote green, and 1 beast skin coat green. The white light spheres included 9 beast skins white, 7 beast meats white, and 8 beast bones white. Among them, the beast skin coat is a new resource. After recording it, the encyclopedia's progress increased by 1, reaching 328,1000. Beast skin coat green, a coat made from high-quality beast skins that not only provides warmth, but also has special functions to resist wind, durability 400. Upon seeing its item description, Guning immediately thought of the disaster of blizzards. Regardless of whether this guess is accurate, for better survival, she should prepare for blizzards as a possibility. After noting this matter, she deconstructed all the empty chests, obtaining 6 black underworld stones green. Only 1 blue quality treasure chest remains. Guning clasped her hands once more in sincere prayer before carefully opening the chest. With a quick glance, she saw a blue orb, a green orb, and several white orbs inside. Filled with anticipation, she reached for the blue orb, discovering it was a pale red heart-shaped leaf. Is it some kind of crafting technique? Guning pondered as she focused her attention on the item information. Flower straw hat crafting technique. Blue records the method for crafting a flower straw hat can be learned. Indeed, it is a crafting technique. Her guess was correct. However, the flower straw hat seemed somewhat similar to the straw hat crafting technique she had obtained earlier. Could it also be a sun hat? It seems possible, but the qualities of the two are different, so their functions shouldn't be entirely the same. She made no further guesses and directly began to record it in her compendium, knowing that once she crafted a flower straw hat, the effects would become clear. Next, Guning examined the green orb, which contained 1 copper or green. It wasn't a new resource, so she put it away and proceeded to check the white orb. There were 7 white orbs in total: 1 cold noodle white, 2 bottled water white, 2 cooling patches white, 1 glass white, and 1 stone brick white. The cold noodle was a new item. She set it aside for recording while collecting the rest, including 1 wooden storage box blue that was converted from the empty chest. Checking the time, it was 1729. The juice had been on sale for a while, and when Guning switched to her personal trading interface, she found that 387 out of 500 juices had already sold. Surely within a few minutes they would all be sold out. She was not in a hurry to extract the wood, simply closing the panel to start checking the facilities in her home. Refrigerator green, durability 397. The stream water in the 40 wooden bowls had all frozen. She separated the bowls from the ice pops, as before, then added 40 portions of stream quality workbench green, durability 395. Mulvayu was currently using it to craft raspberry juice, requiring no effort from Guning. Pet egg blue, remaining incubation time 4.43. 4.5 hours, meaning the pet would hatch before she went to bed tonight. Filled with anticipation, Guning gently touched the pet egg, then prayed in her heart, hoping it would be a pet that was beautiful, easy to care for, and powerful enough. Although she would accept whatever hatched, expressing her wishes before it emerged shouldn't be too much to ask. After glancing at the pet egg, she went outside. In the field, blue, the rice she had planted had grown to her waist, its color yellowing, clearly matured. Checking the rice information, its status had indeed changed to mature. It was ready for harvest. Gu took out her iron sickle and swiftly cut down the rice ears, then watched as the unprocessed rice stalks simply vanished. Another setting just like in the game. However, this was better. It made planting a bit easier, she thought. Then she focused on checking the rice ears information. Rice ear white. After processing, it becomes a staple food. Due to the fullness of the rice ears, the yield of rice will be higher. This information, Gu took out the rice ears she had collected earlier in the mist and checked. Rice ear white. After processing, it becomes a staple food. Rice. Indeed, there was some difference. She understood that the former's change was due to the yield enhancement from the field blue, but she hadn't expected the yield enhancement to manifest in this way. After putting away these two rice ears, Gu took out one pine tree seed green to plant. She had already tested the white quality seeds, and this time she wanted to experiment with the green quality ones. The planting period for the pine tree seed green is 10 days. With the enhancement from the field blue, it was reduced by 2.5 days, taking only 7.5 days to grow. After planting the seed, a prompt about lack of water immediately appeared. Gu initially considered watering it with stream water as before, but then remembered she had collected 100 L of pond water today, so she decided to use that instead. Based on her experience and speculation, using pond water for planting should pose no issue. Stream water was better suited for drinking. Using it for planting felt a bit wasteful. After pouring in 2 L of pond water, the lack of water status in the field disappeared. She took out her notebook and pen, noting this down, while also recording the watering amount for the rice, which was 1 L of stream water. Previously, when she planted rice, she had only watered it once throughout the entire process, and every subsequent check showed it was in a growing state. Gu began to suspect that planting in the field might be like this. Watering sufficiently at the time of planting meant no further maintenance was needed afterward. Thus, she wanted to record this to see if it was indeed the case. Of course, noting the water requirements for different plants was also very important. After checking the field, Gu glanced over the other resources. She had collected everything that needed to be gathered. The rest were those that had not. Then this check should conclude. She had already recorded and learned the flower straw hat crafting technique, and the cold noodle white had also been recorded. If not for her preference to finish one task before starting another, she would have gone to craft the flower straw hat midway. Returning indoors, her first action was to approach the quality workbench, interrupting lavish juice crafting to begin crafting a flower straw hat herself. The crafting requirement for the flower straw hat was 5 flowers, 3 hemp, taking 1 minute. With sufficient materials, after waiting 1 minute, a hat adorned with flowers appeared on the workbench. This style has a touch of fairy tale charm reminiscent of fairies and elves. Unable to hold back, she made a remark while picking up the flower straw hat to check its information. Flower straw hat white, a beautiful straw hat decorated with flowers, not only excellent for sunshade, but also possessing a slight refreshing effect. Durability 50. A white quality hat has a refreshing effect. Gu felt a bit surprised, yet it seemed reasonable. After all, this was a blue quality crafting technique. If it didn't have any special effects, how could it live up to its quality? However, if the white quality item already has a slight refreshing effect, what effect might the green quality one have? Her curiosity was piqued. Of course, her curiosity was not without basis, as she had 6 flowers green stored in her compendium. Having the materials on hand, Gu naturally wanted to craft a green quality one to see. Besides, she hadn't discovered other uses for the flowers, so using them here was quite. After submitting 5 flowers green and 3 hemp green to begin crafting, she took the opportunity to record the flower straw hat white. With the previous 2, her compendium progress increased by 3, reaching 3311000. Soon the flower straw hat was crafted again. Gu immediately checked its information. Durability 200. Recorded and compendium progress 1, a reaching 3321000. Indeed, the refreshing effect was even better. In durability 200. Recorded and compendium progress 1, a reaching 3321000. Indeed, the refreshing effect was even better. Moreover, it allowed the wearer to maintain a certain level of alertness in any environment. This effect certainly goes beyond just being useful for traveling. Thinking of certain special monsters and environments, she could almost be certain that this item surely had other uses. The craftsmanship of the blue quality is truly remarkable, clearly distinguishing itself from the green quality. Not to mention tonight, while exploring, Gu has already prepared to equip the grass puppet with this flowered hat green. Previously, she hesitated to act, even with the puppet ready, worried about the lurking creatures in the darkness that could confuse the mind or create illusions. Although she had decided to explore even before obtaining the flowered hat, and had prepared herself for potential dangers, having it undoubtedly increased the safety of this exploration. Gu happily stored away both flowered hats, and then opened her personal trading interface. The 500 portions of raspberry juice had sold out, yielding 1,500 pieces of wood. Among them, 1466 portions were pine wood white, 32 portions were birch wood white, and 2 portions were pear wood white. The pear wood is a new resource, and its addition progressed the catalog by 1, now at 333, 1000. Next, she listed 500 portions of blueberry juice, white this time, at a rate of 1.3 for any stone. After setting the trading conditions, just as Gu Ning was about to let the wooden green one start making the pine wood planks, a sudden thought struck her. How could she have forgotten about this? After a moment of regret, she quickly moved to the quality workbench and opened the crafting page herself. She selected the wooden planks, submitted 2 applewood white, and clicked to start crafting. After 5 seconds, a differently colored wooden plank appeared on the workbench, which was indeed an applewood plank white. Indeed, this was what Gu Ning had suddenly recalled. Different types of wood can be used to craft different wooden planks. She had known this for a long time, but had consistently forgotten to craft and record them. If she hadn't thought of this due to the pair wood, she might not have remembered it for a long time. Birchwood planks white, peachwood planks white, jujube wood planks white, and pearwood planks white add up to 5 new types of planks in total, progressing the catalog by 5, now at 3381000. After collecting these planks, she used the marble white obtained from the chest to craft 1 marble brick white. This was also recorded, progressing the catalog by 1, now at 3391000. After completing these tasks, Gu Ning stored 1000 pine wood white in the nearby storage box, then returned the quality workbench to the puppet, allowing it to start crafting pine wood planks. The time was now 1752. Crafting 1 wooden plank takes 5 seconds. For 500 pieces, it would take approximately over 40 minutes. The same goes for stone bricks. This means if all goes well with the trades, she could upgrade her house to level 3 before nightfall. This speed is much faster than the expected 4 to 5 days. The reason for this acceleration is naturally the quality workbench. If it weren't for the puppet continuously crafting juice for 24 hours at home, how could she possibly gather enough materials so quickly? With this thought, Gu Ning couldn't help but make a decision. If before the durability of the quality workbench runs out, she still hasn't acquired a new workstation or come across more suitable materials to upgrade to blue quality, she would use the Wanchuri bookmark blue on the quality workbench. After all, at present the value of the workbench to her is evidently much greater. Watching the wooden green one start to work, Gu Ning turned and left. Dusk was approaching and she needed to stay at the camp to see if any fog would appear today. However, at this moment the sun had not yet set and the temperature remained at 35 degrees. To shield herself from the sun, she took out the simple grass hut white and placed it on the ground. As she lounged on the grass mat with her legs crossed after a busy day, Gu Ning finally felt a sense of comfort. She decisively cast aside her earlier thoughts and quietly closed her eyes to absorb her surroundings. The gentle breeze rustled the branches and leaves overhead, creating a faint whispering sound. The chirping of unknown insects filled her ears, crisp and loud, with each sound growing more urgent, as if urging something. The lively chirping of birds echoed from afar, vibrant and full of life. The air was filled with the scent of grass and soil, fresh and natural, making one want to take a deep breath. So comfortable. After lying quietly for 10 minutes, Gu Ning opened her eyes and scanned the area around the camp. No fog. Then she decided to lie down a bit longer and closed her eyes again. After repeating this several times, about 40 minutes later, she finally concluded this period of rest. Although she hadn't truly fallen asleep, Gu Ning still felt refreshed, as if she had just awakened. She stood up, stretched, and drank a cup of chilled raspberry juice before continuing her busy tasks. First, she checked her personal trading interface. The 500 portions of blueberry juice she listed had all sold out, trading for 1,500 pieces of stone white. These were real stones without any surprises like the pair would previously. After extracting all the stones, she listed 40 portions of freshly frozen popsicles, this time raising the price a bit. The trading conditions changed to 2 portions of 500 milliliters stream water or bottled water, 2 materials of green quality, 5 flowers, white excluding crushed stones green. Initially, Gu Ning wanted to set the green quality materials directly as flowers green. However, considering that she had only collected 6 flowers green with her positioning and others without positioning wouldn't gather much, she ultimately set it as any 2 portions of green quality materials. As for the flowers white, they are relatively common and should be easier to collect. After setting the trade, Gu Ning stored 1,000 pieces of stone white in the camp warehouse, allowing the wooden white one to craft stone bricks. Then she returned to her homestead to take a look. All 500 portions of pine wood planks white had been completed, and the wooden green one had already restarted crafting raspberry juice. She didn't touch the wooden planks directly exiting the homestead. Back in the grass hut, she opened the camp chat channel and started browsing casually. Selling water, 500 milliliters only requires 15 pieces of pine wood can be traded for. It's so hot today, I nearly fainted from heatstroke on the road. How did you all manage to travel? Is there anyone who has already left the forest area? Can you tell me how far it is? I'm exhausted from walking between 2 camps daily, though I can't stop, or am afraid I won't complete my tasks. I've been browsing the trading market until I'm about to throw up. This broken road, can we please add a search function? I'm a programmer, if you can I will. There's a scammer with the nickname Delivery Xiao Wu. He said he'd give me a free trade, but ran off with my stuff. If you see this nickname, don't trust him. Delivery Xiao Wu. A scammer. Gu Ning noted down this name. She had been scammed once before, though the loss was minimal. She remembered that the person's nickname was Ultraman. At that time, she didn't block that person, thinking she would have a chance to recoup her losses later. However, reflecting on it now, the future is the future. She should directly expose him now to prevent him from taking more advantage. Has someone already left the forest? The task deadline is 7 days, and it's only been 3 days since this person completed it. That's quite After her surprise, Gu Ning clicked on the informant's nickname, Xiao Li loves gossip, and added him as a friend. She certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to learn about the task situation in advance, especially at such a low price of just 2 materials. As for the possibility of being deceived, there is a chance, but it's not significant. After all, selling information is almost a no-cost business. The price of 2 materials also indicates that he aims for thin profit margins and high sales. In this case, if he were to deceive others, his reputation would immediately plummet, and no one would be foolish enough to do that. After waiting for over a minute, the friend request was approved. Gu Ning guessed that there were quite a few people buying information from him, so she said no more than a single line asking to buy information, then directly sent over 2 Ma White. Soon a large amount of information came back. Xiao Li loves gossip. According to the big shot who completed the task, he reached the 20th campsite when the campsite announcement showed that the next campsite was located in the grassland area. Once he arrived at the 21st campsite, the task was completed, and after receiving the reward deed, no new tasks were refreshed. It is estimated that new tasks will only refresh after everyone's tasks are completed. Besides this, I will also give you another piece of information for free. After using the deed, you can unlock the home system. A home is an independent space that can be planted in and constructed, so this task is quite important. Failing it would lead to significant losses. Xiao Li loves gossip. Thank you for your trust. If you ever want to sell information or buy information in the future, you can contact me. There can be a profit share or outright purchase. I shall guarantee with the luck of my remaining life that our cooperation will be honest and fair. Selling information. Indeed, there's no shortage of such clever people anywhere. This information transaction must be the first step in establishing his reputation. However, this method consumes a lot of time and requires constant communication with others. It's not something just anyone can do. At least Gu Ning herself can't do such things. She doesn't like it and isn't willing to. However, she decided to keep an eye on this information dealer, as she might obtain some useful information from him in the future. She then turned her attention back to the previous information. The 21st campsite is in the grassland area. Calculating, she realized that in the first 6 days, she only reached 1 campsite on the first day, 2 campsites on the second day, and 3 campsites each day for the last 4 days, totaling 15 campsites. If she continues to move forward 3 campsites each day, she would need 2 more days. That is to say, on the 5th day of survival after reaching the 3rd campsite, the task would be completed. This speed is just 2 days shorter than the task's specified deadline, and today is only the 3rd day of survival, yet someone has already completed the task. Gu Ning felt somewhat disheartened. She thought her speed was already fast, but it turned out she wasn't much faster than others. No wonder she had only received 3rd place in learning skills once, so everyone was striving harder than she imagined. After a moment of discouragement, Gu Ning's gaze became resolute once again. Isn't it just a competition? She can do it too. Starting tomorrow, she will aim to traverse 4 campsites each day, striving to complete the task by the 5th day of survival. Thus, even if she doesn't obtain the ranking reward, she won't fall behind too much. After making up her mind, she suddenly understood why she felt she had moved through many campsites, but didn't seem to be progressing quickly. The answer is simple. She walked too few campsites in the first 2 days. Once she falls behind at the beginning, she'll have to make up for it in double time later. Having realized this, the little self-satisfaction that Gu Ning had buried deep within, which was dashed by reality, instantly dissipated. She returned to the campsite chat channel and checked the time: 1922. It's time to light the campfire. Now that she didn't lack those 1 or 2 materials, there was no need to wait. She directly added 1 branch white and 5 pine woods white to the campsite campfire. Watching the red flames rise, Gu Ning turned and moved the simple thatched shed to the edge of the campsite. The temperature by the campfire was too uncomfortable, so it was better to keep some distance. Leaning against the thatched shed, she opened the trading interface again to check. The 40 servings of popsicles she had listed not long ago were sold out. In total, she exchanged for 32 stones green, 25 ma green, 17 pine woods green, 3 branches green, 3 sands green, 200 flowers white, 18 bottled waters white, and some creek water white, which amounted to 62 servings in her collection. The containers were still wooden bowls and barrels, and she set them aside for separate storage. Among them, sand green is a new resource. After being recorded, the collection progress increased by 1A, reaching 340-1000. After processing the materials, Gu Ning checked the juice stock and found that there was still plenty of raspberry juice. She then listed another 200 servings of raspberry juice white. This time she exchanged raspberries and blueberries, still at a ratio of 1:10. She needed to stock up on raw materials to avoid running out during puppet manufacturing. Having listed the juice, she opened the trading market to browse. Page 1, page 2. When she flipped to the 20th page, Gu Ning saw an item of green quality. It was a one wooden treasure chest green. Someone is actually selling a green quality treasure chest. This person can't be an unlucky player who can't get anything good from opening boxes, so they just sell the chest. She instinctively thought of this reason. Then Gu Ning clicked to check the trading conditions, 50 green quality items or materials excluding crushed stones. Alright, she understood. This person wasn't here to sell anything, he was just showing off. Indeed, there are all sorts of people. She shook her head in disbelief and continued to scroll down. Not long after she saw another green material. This time it was one clay green with a trading requirement of copper or green for a 1-1 exchange. Gu Ning decisively made the exchange. Although she didn't know what clay was used for copper or is a common resource, and a 1-1 exchange is very unlikely to incur a loss, not to mention it would also increase her collection progress. After recording the clay green, the collection progress increased by 1, reaching 341,1000. Then she continued to refresh the trading market. One wooden bedside table white requiring 4 pine woods white. It can be used and will also add to the collection progress, so she exchanged it. One wooden comb white requiring 2 branches white. The price isn't expensive, and even if it becomes redundant and unusable, adding to the collection progress is still worthwhile, so she exchanged it. After recording these 2 new resources, the collection progress increased by 2, reaching 343,1000. Then Gu Ning stopped refreshing the trading market. Because she saw that Mu Bai, who was originally making stone bricks in front of the simple workbench, had now started making juice. This means that 500 servings of stone bricks have been manufactured, and she can upgrade to a level 3 house. She couldn't wait to get up, go to the campsite warehouse, take out all the stone bricks, and then enter the home system, arriving in front of the house. After submitting 500 pine boards white, 500 stone bricks white, 25 copper ingots white, 25 iron ingots white, and 50 glasses white, the house began to upgrade. Gu Ning checked and found that this upgrade would take 1 hour, double the previous 30 minutes. I wonder what changes the level 3 house will bring. Will the area increase? Will the facilities inside be improved? Will the defensive capabilities be enhanced? I hope it becomes more practical. Living alone doesn't require too much space, but stronger functionality would be better. By the way, her refrigerator, workbench, and other puppets are still in the house. There shouldn't be any problems, right? It shouldn't be a problem. She recalled that when she chose to upgrade the house, there were no prompts or notifications, and it wouldn't make sense to have to rearrange all the furniture every time the house was upgraded. After calming her heart, she glanced at the time, 1944. It was time for dinner. She planned to finish her meal in the next 10 minutes, so that at 2:00, she could control the puppets to explore the night. By the time she explored the area within a 100-meter radius, the house would probably be upgraded. She would then rearrange it and enjoy a comfortable bath while waiting for her pets to arrive. This plan is perfect. Gu Ning nodded in satisfaction and then went to the campsite to set up the sofa and coffee table. Her dinner was quite simple: a small piece of roasted beast meat green from the previous meals, a portion of cold noodles white that had just been prepared today, and a glass of chilled blueberry juice white. Although it seemed like there were few types, the portion of cold noodles was quite large, definitely a generous serving in reality. The cold noodles were prepared in a Sichuan style, with chewy noodles coated in spicy red oil accompanied by shredded cucumber and peanuts, fragrant and spicy, making for an incredibly satisfying meal. The roasted beast meat was torn into shreds and mixed into the cold noodles, making it far tastier than eating it alone. After finishing her meal, Gu Ning felt she was about 70 full. After walking a few laps around the campsite to aid digestion, it was 2:00. She armed Mu by 1, Mu by 2, Sure by 1A and Sure by 2, putting a burlap backpack with a metal longsword on the grass puppet and wielding a fine iron crossbow blue, while wearing a floral grass hat green. She set off. Gu Ning did not bring any lighting tools like torches. There were 2 reasons for this. First, when controlling the grass puppets, she could see in the dark, although not as clear as during the day, it was more than sufficient. Second, during previous explorations with other puppets, they had returned safely without torches. If she brought a homemade torch, it might attract unwanted creatures. Aside from not bringing any lighting tools, Gu Ning's exploration process remained unchanged, still directing the puppets to circle around the campsite from near to far. She herself walked among the other puppets, controlling the grass puppet. The reason for this was that she wanted to replicate the situation when the puppets explored independently. If having her there did not affect the puppet's exploration, it would mean she was safe controlling the grass puppet. It would also imply that to the monsters in the dark, her control over the puppets was no different from their autonomous actions. If there were any effects, then it would prove that the monsters in the dark could distinguish between her and the puppets. In that case, she would need to rethink her plan for exploring the darkness. Lost in thought, the first lap was completed without any disturbances. Gu Ning immediately began her second lap. It was a clear night and the moonlight was exceptionally bright, not pitch black even in the woods. She was not timid, having walked a lap without feeling scared, but perhaps due to being further away from the campfire this time, she suddenly felt a bit anxious and uneasy. Unknowingly, Gu Ning's nerves tightened. Suddenly, a long, twisted black shadow lunged at her from the tree. She jumped in fright, instinctively closed her eyes, and waved her hand, feeling a sudden coolness on her head. When she opened her eyes again, there was no black shadow to be seen. It was clearly just the dancing shadows of the trees under the moonlight. Meanwhile, the 4 puppets that had been surrounding her had now opened a small distance. Gu Ning was startled, but she had no time to think. She hurriedly ran to the center of the puppets as fast as she could. Then she modified her instructions to prioritize the puppets' protection of her while they continued to circle around the campsite. Even so, she still felt a lack of security. Should she return to the campsite? Impossible. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Gu Ning immediately dismissed it. It was just an illusion. Aside from the scare, no harm was done. With the calming effect of the floral grass hat green, even if she encountered a similar situation again, she would be able to react in time. The current situation was certainly not enough to make her retreat. After making her decision, she stopped overthinking and focused her attention on patrolling with the puppets. Nothing else happened afterward, and soon the second lap came to an end. Looking at the burning campfire, Gu Ning finally relaxed. Although she had speculated that there might be things in the darkness that could induce illusions, and had prepared for it, when she truly faced it, she realized that knowing and dealing with it were 2 different matters. In the face of such sudden situations, her instinctive reaction had fully exposed her weaknesses. If she wanted to grow truly, she could not remain so cautious and afraid of getting hurt. She needed to continuously hone herself, and the first step was to face illusions. Of course, Gu Ning would not risk her own body. That was not honing, that was courting death. The body of the grass puppet was her best choice for training. Just like how she instinctively controlled the puppet to close its eyes in a crisis, she believed that the abilities developed through the grass puppet could also be applied to her own body. Having thought through the next steps, clearly Gu Ning set off again with the puppets for patrol. This time the illusions came even faster. Within just over 30 seconds of entering the forest, she saw a ghostly black shadow drifting towards her. At the moment she saw it, she struggled to control herself and did not instinctively close her eyes. Then a refreshing stream flowed from her head, and Gu Ning felt her vision clear, causing the shadow to disappear. So that's how it is. It's actually not that difficult. She looked at the fine iron crossbow in her hand, feeling a surge of excitement. In fact, the best defense is offense. What she should practice is to instinctively attack upon seeing a monster. With a target, Gu Ning's focus sharp. However, like the previous lap, nothing happened during the second half as she and the puppets successfully returned to the campsite. Without lingering for a moment, she quickly set off again. This time the illusions seemed to be organized, appearing one after another. From the grass trees behind her and above her, different bizarre black shadows emerged. Under the repeated trials of these illusions, Gu Ning quickly became accustomed to their sudden appearances. She could almost be certain that as long as she used the body of the grass puppet, these illusions could not harm her. No, as long as she remained alert and not deceived by the illusions, they couldn't harm her. The other 4 puppets seemed completely oblivious to these illusions, showing no reactions whatsoever. She speculated that her ability to see them was likely due to her spirit residing within the grass puppet's body, and the illusions only affected human spirits. No wonder puppet creation is a skill of purple quality, or just the ability to ignore illusions alone makes it significantly powerful. Considering its other capabilities, Gu Ning felt that purple quality might even be an understatement. Returning safely to the campsite this time, she did not set off immediately, but instead returned to her body and opened the catalog. She was ready to change her weapon. Previously, for safety reasons, she had taken her most powerful weapon. Now that she had confirmed the basic situation, it was only natural to choose a more suitable weapon. The stone dagger was her choice after consideration. Although its attack power was not strong, it didn't require much offensive capability to deal. Gu Ning had already tested the fine iron crossbow. The bolts shot at those black shadows were almost like shooting at air, having no effect whatsoever. It could be that the illusion itself could not be destroyed, or perhaps something with special attributes like a flower grass hat was required for an attack. In any case, it made no difference what weapon was used in the face of an illusion. Of course, the dangers lurking in the darkness would not only stem from illusions, but there were puppets, so she could leave other monsters to them. If the puppets were also unable to cope, she would simply run away. If she couldn't even escape, it would just mean losing a grass puppet. It was also a chance to test whether the damage to the grass puppet would affect her. If there was no impact, she could use it more boldly in the future. If there was an impact, she could prepare early to avoid problems at critical moments. As for the worst-case scenario where the damage to the puppet would lead to her own demise, Gu Ning had considered it, but she felt the probability of it happening was quite low. Including that in her considerations seemed a bit overly cautious. Since the attack power of the weapon was not important, the long-forgotten stone dagger naturally became the best choice. It could be easily crafted, so she did not worry about wasting durability by accident. Its length was similar to that of a dagger, making it suitable for the height of the grass puppet. It was lighter than other weapons, allowing for easy handling. The simple slingshot actually had these advantages as well. However, while ranged attacks were certainly safer, relying solely on the puppets was not enough. In a game, players could choose to focus solely on ranged attacks, but in reality, comprehensive development was the best approach. Gu Ning was reluctant to find herself utterly defenseless in close encounters. After switching to the stone dagger white and leaving the crossbow behind, she set off once more. No sooner had she left the campsite than the illusion appeared again. It felt as if the entity that had previously created the illusions had been following her, but was blocked outside the campsite by the campfire. The moment it saw her emerge again, it eagerly launched another attack. Seeing the familiar black shadow, Gu Ning immediately took the initiative to approach it, attempting to attack. However, this black shadow was of the slow, drifting type. Her movements were somewhat sluggish, but the effect of the flower grass hat activated first, causing the shadow to dissipate directly. Before she could react, further more black shadows appeared one after another. She quickly focused, holding the stone dagger in her right hand, treating these shadows as imagined enemies, and continuously swung her weapon to attack. At first, her attacks were chaotic and unfocused. But gradually she began to discern which targets she should prioritize based on the movement speed of the shadows. Her grip on the stone dagger also became more natural. The refreshing flow from the flower grass had kept her sufficiently alert, preventing her from falling further into the illusions. She did not know how much time had passed, but the shadows ceased to appear. Gu Ning left this place to continue her patrol, but until she returned to the campsite, no other shadows or monsters appeared. She returned to her body to check the durability of her equipment. The stone dagger white had decreased from 30 to 28. The flower grass hat green had decreased from 200 to 176. Clearly, attacking the shadows did not consume much durability, but eliminating the illusions took a significant toll. It seemed she would need to change her trading requirements to flowers green next. Thinking of trading, Gu Ning opened her personal trading interface and saw that 200 raspberry juices had already been sold, and she had received 1721 white raspberries and 279 white blueberries. After extracting the items, she listed another 100 white raspberry juices. This batch had been refrigerated. The trade condition was set as 2 juices for 1 flower green. She wasn't sure if this ratio would work, as green quality flowers were much rarer than pine wood and hemp. She could actually set a higher ratio since the cost of the juices was very low for her. Even with refrigeration, a 5-1 exchange wouldn't be a loss for her. However, she was worried that if she set the price too high, potential buyers might think the item was rare and be reluctant to purchase. So after some consideration, Gu Ning set this price. If she couldn't exchange it, she would adjust the price upwards. After setting up the trade, she switched screens to check the time. 2028. In another 20 minutes, the house would be upgraded. She needed to explore quickly. Gu Ning once again left the campsite with her puppets. This time, after a full circle, she encountered nothing. She felt a bit puzzled. The absence of illusions might mean that the entity responsible for creating them had some intelligence, realizing that its attacks were ineffective and simply leaving. But why hadn't any of the monsters the puppets had previously encountered appeared? It couldn't be that the presence of the illusion creator scared all the other monsters away. Wait, there might actually be a chance of that happening. Gu Ning recalled the territorial divisions among animals. If the entity creating the illusions was the strongest, it would make sense that other monsters would not dare to approach the area it had occupied for a while. So was it possible that she wouldn't find a single monster or treasure chest tonight? That couldn't be right. If she had known, she wouldn't have rushed to explore herself. Sitting at home, waiting for treasure chests was much more comfortable than venturing out herself. However, it seemed that without exploring herself, she would never know these things. Forget it, this encounter was bound to happen sooner or later. Since it was already like this today, she might as well go out one more time to finish the last round of exploration. Once again, everything was calm. Just as Gu Ning was preparing to head back toward the campsite, a black bird-like shadow descended from the sky, diving straight for her controlled grass puppet. The special training she had done earlier had indeed yielded some results. Instead of instinctively closing her eyes, she raised the stone dagger and lunged at the bird shadow. Fortunately, she hit her mark. However, the feedback she received took her by surprise. This was no illusion, it was a real bird-like monster. At that moment, the bird monster's claws had already grabbed one of her arms and was about to take off. She was startled, but before she could react further, the 4 puppets surrounding her launched their attacks. To counter the assault, the bird monster immediately released her. Gu Ning hurriedly ran back a few meters and took cover under a tree, retrieving a metal longsword from her burlap backpack. Don't misunderstand, she wasn't planning to fight. She just felt that facing a real monster with a stone dagger was inappropriate, and switching to a more powerful weapon would give her a greater sense of security. With the sword in hand, she quickly turned her attention back to the battle. She saw that the moderately sized bird monster had already been subdued by the puppets and was unable to fly. Then the wooden puppet by air swung its iron kitchen knife, striking the bird monster's neck. The bird's head flew off, and the entire bird monster vanished, leaving behind only a treasure chest. It was dealt with, and Gu Ning couldn't help but feel relieved. Just as she was about to approach to claim the treasure chest, several black vines came rushing toward her. She was startled again, unable to resist blinking, but at the same time she instinctively held her sword with both hands and swung it forward. A familiar, refreshing flow surged through her. This time it was yet another illusion. Moreover, it wasn't just this one. Looking at the continuous emergence of black shadowy figures around her, Gu Ning instinctively felt that something was amiss. She stopped attempting to enhance her reaction abilities and quickly merged with a puppet, commanding one puppet to protect her, while the other three would attack any monsters. As expected, when an animal-shaped black shadow appeared, the three puppets moved simultaneously. Another true monster. Watching the puppets engage in battle, Gu Ning confirmed that her suspicions were correct. The appearance of this true monster was related to the thing that created illusions, or rather it was that illusion-creating thing that had driven these real monsters to attack her. It even understood how to disguise these true monsters as illusionary shadows to deceive her. If it weren't for the puppet's assistance, the leading bird monster would have truly captured the grass puppet she controlled. Given how intelligent it was, could there possibly be a third, fourth, or even more real monsters hiding in the shadows? Thinking of this, even with a puppet protecting her, Gu Ning felt a chill in her body, even though the grass puppet couldn't actually sense temperature. She gripped the metal longsword tightly, her gaze fixed on the approaching shadows. However, no other real monsters appeared afterward, and the shadows quickly vanished again. Gu Ning noticed that the monster the puppets had attacked was already dead and had dropped a treasure chest. Was it over? Once she retrieved the chest and safely entered the camp, she finally confirmed that everything had truly ended. Back in her own body, she first opened her backpack to check her spoils. 2 monster chests, green. Compared to previous times, obtaining these 2 chests was indeed much more difficult. I must see what I can get from inside, Gu Ning thought. If there are no good items, she would pray even more sincerely. After a simple prayer, she reached out and opened the treasure chest. Inside the 2 chests there were a total of 5 green orbs and 8 white. Beast skins, beast meat, and beast bones are given, but what surprised Gu Ning was that there was a new green quality item inside, a feather earring. Feather earring, green, an earring made from carefully selected bird feathers. Wearing it can slightly increase the quantity of resources along the road. Durability, 400. This item clearly came from the treasure chest dropped by that bird monster. She felt fortunate as she recorded it. Fortunately, she had pierced ears before, otherwise she would have to find a way to pierce her ears after obtaining this earring. That's right, there's only one ear. It's a good thing it's a single piece. Otherwise after seeing its effects, Gu Ning would definitely want to try wearing just one. After successfully recording it, her collection progress increased by 1, reaching 3441000. After putting away the earring, she glanced at her mental value on the personal information interface, noting that the 10 points from the morning had dropped to 8. She had consumed 1 point during the day and another during exploration. It was really not easy to restore her mental value, Gu Ning sighed. She then switched to the trading interface to check. Out of 100 portions of refrigerated juice, only 2 cups had been sold, yielding 1 flower green. Such low efficiency, she didn't know if there were too few people with flowers green, or if the price was too low for anyone to trade. After some thought, she decided to leave it as is for now, since this price had already sold 1 order. If after a night it still hadn't sold much, she could adjust it later. Closing the trading interface, Gu Ning glanced at the time in the chat channel before she immediately vanished from the camp. 2053. The house upgrade was complete. Upon entering her home, her first glance fell on the upgraded house. The changes were significant. The most noticeable change was that the outer walls had all been transformed from wooden planks to stone bricks, and the roof now had a chimney. Upon closer inspection, she found that the foundation of the house had also been raised, with 3 steps added in front of the door. After pushing the door open, the sight inside made Gu Ning breathe a sigh of relief. The puppet's workbench, refrigerator, and other furniture were all intact, just as she had thought. Upgrading the house would not affect the items inside. Notably, the interior walls of the house remained wooden and had not changed to stone bricks like the outer walls. There was an additional room next to the bathroom featuring a metal faucet and a stone sink. It was likely the kitchen. Besides that, the bathroom also added a washstand and faucet. Gu Ning tried twisting the faucet. There was no water. After a quick tour, she focused on checking the house information. Level 3 house, wide, a relatively sturdy brickwood structure house with an area of 70 square meters. Durability 5000. It can be repaired by adding the corresponding materials when damaged. It can be upgraded. The characteristics of the current level house have been unlocked. Please choose one of the following characteristics. Sturdy white, the structure is more solid, increasing durability by 1000. Comfort white, living experience becomes more comfortable. You can adjust the indoor temperature with a maximum increase of 3 degrees and a minimum decrease of 3 degrees. Storage white, more space for storing materials, adding an extra 20 slot storage space. House characteristics. So the biggest change in a level 3 house was here. Gu Ning was surprised, and then seriously examined the 3 options: sturdy, comfortable, storage. Needless to say, she ruled out storage first. With the comprehensive collection index in hand, she was not lacking in storage space. 20 slots were not valuable at all. Comparing sturdy and comfortable, she decided to choose comfortable. It's not that she loves to indulge. While she does indeed enjoy it as a normal person who wouldn't want to enjoy. But the reason for choosing comfortable was not that she loved indulgence, but because she realized that the function of sturdiness could be replaced by repairs. The durability of the house could be restored by consuming corresponding materials. While the added durability of 1,000 for sturdiness looked considerable, if it were truly damaged, it would still require repairs. As long as she repaired it promptly, there would be no essential difference between 5000 and 6000 durability. In contrast, the temperature adjustment function brought by comfort was evidently more practical. Having decided which characteristic to choose, Gu Ning directly clicked to confirm. House temperature adjustment function has been activated. Where to adjust? It could at least provide some instructions. She flipped through the survival panel somewhat speechlessly and finally found the temperature adjustment option in the home interface. Its adjustment is automatic based on the current temperature. After selecting 3, the indoor temperature would always be 3 degrees lower than the outside. In high temperature weather, Gu Ning naturally set it to 3 without hesitation. After doing all this, she remembered that she hadn't recorded the level 3 house yet. So she immediately began recording collection progress 1, reaching 3451000. She then checked the upgrade requirements for level 4 house. Materials required for level 4 house: 1000 wooden planks, 1000 stone bricks, 100 metal ingots, 100 glass, 100 clay, 1 building blueprint, 1 energy core. As expected, the demand for wooden planks, stone bricks, metal ingots, and glass has increased once again, and 3 new resources have been added. The building design blueprints and energy cores have left her feeling quite perplexed. So far she has only seen 3 design blueprints: the miniature bamboo forest design, the miniature fish pond design, and the level 1 house design. If these building design blueprints refer to the aforementioned ones, then the direction is quite clear. She can exchange high-value items for them. If not, then she will have to experiment. As for the energy cores, there's no need to mention it. She has never seen one, and whether she can acquire it depends entirely on luck. After a brief calculation, Gu Ning decided to change the direction of her upcoming trades. Upgrading the house to level 4 will evidently take considerable time. Even if she collects all the wooden planks and stone bricks, it would be more effective to shift her trading focus to unrecorded resources to accelerate the progress of her collection. The currently activated functions of the collection are quite useful, and leveling up will undoubtedly make them even stronger. However, the trading market cannot identify which resources are unrecorded, so how should she set the trading conditions? Gu Ning opened the trading interface and conducted an experiment with refrigerated juice, only to find that there was no effective way to accurately acquire the new resource. It would be more appropriate to browse the trading market directly or post in the chat channel for acquisitions. Naturally, Gu Ning preferred to browse the trading market. However, it was clearly not the right time for that. She still hadn't rearranged her house after the upgrade. She opened her collection and placed items related to cooking, such as an iron pot, an oven, a cutting board, and a self-heating kettle into the kitchen. Then she also arranged the newly acquired wooden nightstand and trash can in suitable spots. Looking at how complete her house was becoming, Gu Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Once she finished these tasks, she checked the chat channel for the time. It was already 2114. There were still several things to do, and she needed to hurry. First, she approached the quality workbench and put the raspberries and blueberries she had previously exchanged into the log storage box. Just as she was about to take out the juice she had been making to refrigerate it, she suddenly thought of Mu Lve. Could she let it handle that? After a quick experiment, it turned out to be feasible. Therefore, she entrusted the entire task of refrigerating juice to Mu. From now on, every time it produced 100 portions of juice, it would pause to refrigerate the juice, and also take out the already refrigerated juice to store it in the storage box. This task was relatively complex, and was something the previous white quality puppet could never accomplish. Yet Mu Lve was capable of doing so. Gu Ning realized she should explore the functions of the green quality puppet more deeply. But what else could she have it do? Apart from manufacturing and combat, she really felt that other tasks were more suitable for her. Wait a moment, combat. The puppets excel in combat. Could she learn some combat techniques from them? The thought sparked excitement in Gu Ning's eyes. She looked at Mu Lve, which was currently placing juice into the refrigerator. For now, she would try using the idle Mu by air. Stepping outside to retrieve the puppet, she handed it a stone knife and commanded it to demonstrate combat techniques using the knife. Upon receiving the command, Mu by air immediately began to wield the knife. The movements were a bit too fast to make out clearly. Gu Ning instructed it to slow down, and indeed the pace became slower, although the movements remained fluid. After watching for a minute, she had no idea where to start learning. When she tried modifying the command to switch from demonstration to teaching, the puppet simply stopped moving. Clearly, the white quality puppet could not comprehend this command. She went back inside and saw that Mu Lve was still arranging the juice. This time, Gu Ning chose to directly interrupt its actions. Taking the puppet outside, she handed the stone knife to Mu Lve and repeated the teaching command. To her surprise, Mu held the stone knife in its right hand, executing the action at a moderate pace, then stopped and turned its head. Was this implying that she should follow along? No way was it this intelligent. Although she found it hard to believe, Gu Ning returned to the house and crafted a new stone knife at the workbench. After coming back outside, she stood opposite Mu and had it start the teaching again. Mu repeated the action it had just demonstrated. Gu Ning attempted to mimic the action. Naturally, her execution was far from perfect. Mu then performed another movement, and she followed along once. After repeating this for 8 movements, it completely ceased its motions. Gu Ning understood that the teaching session had concluded. She tried modifying the command to have the puppet teach and guide her movements simultaneously. It was no use. Mu continued to behave just as before, completing one action before stopping, and she would follow along to move to the next action. Regardless of whether her movements were correct or not, it showed no other response. In the end, Gu Ning tried once more. This time, instead of mimicking its movements, she conducted various experiments, such as performing actions without the knife or swinging the knife casually. As a result, she discovered that as long as she held the stone knife or any similarly shaped twig and moved it around Mu you would regard it as her completing the learning process and would proceed to the next action automatically. From this perspective, Mu teaching function resembled a video on repeat without any explanations. Gu Ning speculated that higher quality puppets might possess the ability to provide guidance. However, this was still better than figuring things out on her own. After some thought, she instructed Mu to continue its earlier task. While she approached the puppet workbench, submitted 6 stones green, and clicked to create a stone puppet. Since she had discovered a new use for the puppets, Gu Ning naturally wouldn't insist on waiting until her spiritual energy was fully restored before manufacturing more puppets. Taking advantage of this time, she also sent out the 3 puppets that she had forgotten to dispatch for patrol earlier. 1 minute later, the new puppet was completed. Stone Puppet Green. A puppet, made from high-quality stone materials possessing a hint of intelligence, can understand most commands after blood binding. Durability 400. Recorded collection progress 1, reaching 346,1000. After pricking her finger with a thorny weed to draw a drop of blood, Gu Ning eagerly handed the metal long sword to Sher instructing it to demonstrate some techniques. A quick and concise set of sword techniques concluded in under a minute. Unable to resist, she asked it to slow down for a repeat. While it didn't have the elegance and beauty of dramas, it still felt quite satisfying. After indulging her eyes, Gu Ning glanced at the time again. It was 2126. The pet would hatch around 2200, and it wouldn't be too late to bathe after checking. Thus, she had 30 minutes left to practice. For the first time, this amount of time was sufficient. She took out a twig and began to earnestly follow along with the puppet's teachings. She avoided using the metal long sword because it was too sharp, or she feared that practicing with it right away might injure herself, so she planned to practice with the twig first and switch to the real sword once she became a bit more skilled. She hadn't yet decided what weapon she wanted to use since she didn't know how to wield any of them. As the saying goes, one cannot voice an opinion without trying. She naturally wouldn't know which one suited her better. However, since she had the metal long sword, she would practice with the sword first. At least it was a bit more familiar to her than the other weapons. Thrusting, slashing, hooking, flicking, and reversing. After familiarizing herself with the basic techniques a few times, Gu Ning began to gradually adjust her movements, striving to align them more closely with the puppets. After practicing with full concentration for a while, Shirley's movements came to a halt. She knew that the 30-minute teaching time she had set for the puppet's emergence was about. Gu Ning put away the branches and the puppet, quickly stepping into the bedroom. The pet egg on the grass weaving mat had yet to hatch, but there was only 1 minute and 13 seconds of hatching time left. Watching the time decrease second by second, she couldn't help but fantasize uncontrollably. What would it be? A dog, a cat, a rabbit? Or perhaps some other more ferocious animal? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Just as the time reached 0, with a crisp cracking sound, the shell of the pet egg disappeared. A white-green mini turtle appeared on the mat. Before she could take a closer look, the survival panel popped up automatically. Congratulations, you have become the first survivor in this area to own a pet, receiving a reward: Pet Evolution Potion 1. Pet functions have been activated. First, Gu Ning felt a surge of joy in her heart, and she couldn't help but smile. She eagerly clicked to claim the reward. The name Pet Evolution Potion clearly indicated it was meant for pets. She opened her backpack to check the information. Pet Evolution Potion Gold, a potion specifically for pets, which can elevate a pet's quality by 1 level with a maximum of gold quality. Gold quality. She immediately wanted to record it in the illustrated guide, but thinking about the time it might consume, she decided to wait and observe the pet first. Gu Ning shifted her gaze back to the turtle. To be honest, she had never considered the option of a turtle before. However, she had no complaints. Turtles are great, they have strong vitality, are amphibious, and are easy to care for. She gently picked up the little turtle that was crawling and placed it in her palm. Suddenly a vague feeling emerged in her heart. Curiosity, closeness, and a hint of fear. This was probably the little turtle's current emotion. Gu Ning felt somewhat similar though with less fear and more joy. She carefully observed it. It was indeed very tiny, only slightly larger than a bottle cap. Its body was light green, extremely clean and smooth, while its shell and little claws were a white color resembling jade, giving off a warmth. Its head was slightly larger with little black eyes that were lively and bright. Perhaps because it had just been born and was curious, it was stretching its neck and looking around while moving. Sensing a unique feeling emanating from her palm, Gu Ning couldn't help but lift it high and bring it to her eyes, greeting it, "Hello, little turtle." To her surprise, the turtle seemed to understand, turning its head towards Gu Ning and nodding slightly. Is it really that smart? Curious, she focused on checking its information. Lingyu turtle blue, a relatively rare special turtle born with decent intelligence and strong learning ability. Innate intelligence and strong learning ability. I knew it. With such cleverness, it clearly isn't an ordinary animal. Moreover, it has the same blue quality as the pet egg, and if she used the pet evolution potion on it, it could directly evolve to purple quality. However, that's not urgent now, as she would record these two later. The Lingyu turtle is blue quality and only requires 10 minutes to record, so Gu Ning decided to record it first. Next, she scanned the survival panel and found the newly added pet function under the home button. Clicking it open, a new interface appeared before her. In the upper left corner was the little turtle's avatar, and on the right were various details. Name can be named: species Lingyu turtle, gender female, quality blue, talent water breathing, skills none, status normal. Other details were clear at a glance, but the talent was quite special. Gu Ning clicked on water breathing. Water breathing: when the Lingyu turtle is in water, it can slowly eliminate all negative statuses and this talent is impressive. After reading the description, she couldn't help but exclaim. As long as it stays in water, it can recover, which is clearly a universal. No wonder it has the talent of a blue quality pet. However, this skill clearly isn't needed right now. For such a tiny little creature, Gu Ning should be protecting it well, let alone worrying about any negative statuses. She extended her finger and gently poked the Lingyu turtle's little head, pondering what name to give it. Little turtle. Little white. Wealthy. No, those are too common. Thinking of her own name, she got inspired. Let's call it Mengming, the Meng from lemon. After modifying the name, Gu Ning looked down and spoke to it. From now on, you will be called Mengming. Remember that, Mengming. Mengming seemed to understand, nodding its head. Gu Ning couldn't help but poke Mengming's head again. Oh, it was so cute. Suddenly, another vague feeling surfaced in her heart. Hunger and thirst. Gu Ning immediately realized that Mengming had just been born and needed some food. She took a white porcelain plate from the kitchen, placed Mengming inside, and then poured a shallow layer of stream water. Mengming seemed really thirsty, immediately lowering its head to start drinking. She continued to retrieve more items. Not knowing what it could eat, Gu Ning brought out a variety of options: blueberries, raspberries, lettuce, beast, meat, roasted pine, nuts, steamed buns, and bamboo leaves, placing them on the table for it to choose. Perhaps sensing the smell of food after drinking a bit of water, Mengming began to move. Don't be fooled by its turtle identity. Its movements were quite swift, and soon it crawled to the edge of the plate. Then it found itself unable to climb up. There was no way, if the edge of the plate was not low and a bit slippery. Gu Ning couldn't help but chuckle as she reached out to lift Mengming out and placed it on the table. She saw its little head move, and it headed straight for the blueberry. A single blueberry was massive for it, and just as she was about to take out another one to crush for it, she saw Mengming already starting to eat it directly. Upon closer inspection, the blueberry had indeed been bitten through. It seemed that caring for Mengming was even simpler than she had thought. Gu Ning watched its eating for a few seconds before busying herself again. She needed to set up a little home for Mengming. It was so small that if she just placed it on the ground, it would be terrifying if she accidentally stepped on it. She had to keep it contained for a while to prevent any accidents. She had never raised a turtle before, but she had seen others keep turtles. They were kept in a glass aquarium with water at the bottom, and a small platform with a slope served as land, allowing the turtle to go into the water or come back on land as it pleased. Flipping through the illustrated guide, Gu Ning found a large glass jar. This was something she collected during her first exploration in the mist, and had never used, just right for Mengming to live in. Given its current size, living inside would definitely be spacious. After filling the glass jar with half a jar of clean stream water, she thought of the dew spring water. Since Mengming's talent was water-breathing, high-quality spring water should be better for it. However, adding it directly to other water would be a bit wasteful. She could use a plastic bottle cap for it to drink. Thinking of this, Gu Ning took out a plastic bottle, unscrewed the cap, and poured 3 milliliters of dew spring water into it. Before she could give it to Mengming, it seemed to have noticed the good stuff and came over after stopping its meal. She placed the bottle cap beside Mengming, and it immediately lowered its head to start drinking. Gu Ning continued to set up the glass jar. The water was ready, but it still lacked some land. For the land, she wanted something wooden, but whether it was pine blocks or wooden boards, they were too large to fit inside. Flipping through the illustrated guide, she remembered a long-forgotten item: bioluminescent moss. Bioluminescent moss is just like those decorative green mosses, just with an added glowing effect. She placed 2 copper ores at the bottom of the water, then placed the bioluminescent moss on top, tilting it slightly, so it occupied half of the water surface, making it easy for the turtle to crawl directly from the water surface to the moss. With everything set up, Gu Ning looked back at Ming Ming. The spring water, which had already been limited, was nearly finished, but it was still trying to drink the last. She added another 3 milliliters of dew spring water for Ming Ming. This time it left a little bit and stopped drinking. She rinsed the bottle cap in the glass jar and then set it aside. This would be Ming Ming's exclusive little water bowl from now on. After finishing the spring water, Ming Ming stopped eating blueberries and instead withdrew into its shell, seemingly wanting to rest. Gu Ning placed it on the moss in the glass jar, but it still did not react. Just in time, she also needed to take a shower and sleep. During her quick shower, the Lingyu turtle blue was successfully recorded. Illustrated Guide Progress 1, reaching 347-1000. Next, she began recording the pet evolution potion. The golden quality item would surely take more time, so it was best to record it slowly over. After washing up, she added the discarded bird nest with bamboo insects to the campsite, then placed the glass jar in the bedside cabinet of her bedroom, and Gu Ning went to bed. The next day, at 5:56 a.m., Gu Ning woke up to strange noises. Following the sound, she discovered that Ming Ming was climbing up the glass jar, seemingly trying to escape. What surprised her the most was that overnight its body had grown several sizes, now roughly the size of her fist. Was it normal for pets on the path of survival to grow this, or was it the effect of the dew spring water? Just a few milliliters shouldn't have such an impact. She took Ming Ming out, and a wave of affection surged in her heart, mingled with thoughts of hunger. This feeling was clearer than last night. It seemed that as its body grew, Ming Ming's intelligence also increased. Gu Ning smiled and patted its white, jade-like shell, saying, "Are you hungry again, Ming Ming? Don't worry, you'll get you something to eat." She took a porcelain plate from the kitchen, placed Ming Ming inside, and added a few blueberries and raspberries. Watching it eat, she took a wooden basin from the bathroom and transferred the porcelain plate into it. The plate was already a bit small for Ming Ming's current size, and it might crawl out on its own. To prevent it from escaping, she had to add another layer of protection. The glass jar was also becoming too cramped. She planned to rearrange the wooden basin today to make it a new home for Ming Ming. However, she would have to wait until evening. She had no time now. After settling Ming Ming, Gu Ning began her daily morning routine, starting with opening the survival panel to check various information. After a night of recovery, her mental points reached 11. The pet evolution potion gold was also recorded, and the progress of her collection increased by 1, now at 348-1000. In personal transactions, she sold 10 portions of the remaining 98 refrigerated raspberry juice for 5 flowers green. The trading efficiency was quite unsatisfactory. Gu Ning pondered for a moment and extracted the flowers green before changing the trade conditions to a 3-1 exchange. She planned to gradually increase the price to see if it would yield better results. If not, she would consider trading for something else, as juice had the lowest cost for her. Closing the trading interface, she checked today's weather forecast. On the 4th day of survival, it was 26 degrees Celsius and sunny. Today it was sunny with temperatures ranging from 25 to 42 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow it would be sunny with temperatures of 27 to 44 degrees Celsius. The day after tomorrow, sunny again with temperatures from 29 to 46 degrees. There wasn't much to say. The overall temperature for the day after tomorrow increased by 2 degrees, just as expected. Finally, Gu Ning glanced at the time, which read 5:59. Closing the survival panel, she looked at Ming Ming, who was still eating berries. She took 3 minutes to solve her grooming and bathroom needs. Next, she went to the dew spring and collected 1 liter of dew spring water. On the nearby mushroom stump, a somewhat familiar yellow mushroom had already grown. It should have sprouted last night. She had no time to examine it closely and quickly pulled it out, checking the information. It was 1 chicken oil mushroom green and 2 chicken oil mushrooms white. No wonder it looked familiar. It was a mushroom she had collected before, but she hadn't recorded the white quality one yet. After spending 5 seconds recording it, her collection progress increased by 1, now at 349-1000. Returning inside, the iced jasmine potted plant had also refreshed. Among the 5 flower buds, there were 2 green quality and 3 white quality, which she stored directly. Mu-Lve was still diligently producing juice. She checked the storage box and found 400 portions of refrigerated raspberry juice white, which meant a batch could be refrigerated in about 2 hours. There were still 313 unrefrigerated portions left, including 5 green quality ones. There were still quite a few blueberries and raspberries remaining, enough for daytime production. Transferring the refrigerated juice to her collection, Gu Ning left her home to check on the situation at the camp. There were 522 portions of raspberry juice white and 151 portions of blueberry juice white. The puppets had collected 2 monster treasure chests green. She gathered all of these, including 4 puppets. The abandoned bird's nest finally yielded green quality materials, which were 2 feathers green. After recording, her collection progress increased by 1, now at 350-1000. After completing these tasks, Gu Ning couldn't help but returned home to check on the little turtle again. Ming Ming was still eating. Worried it might not have enough to eat, she added a few more berries to the plate and topped up the wooden basin with some water, ensuring the water level was just below the edge of the plate. Ming Ming, take your time eating, I'm leaving now. After giving it a gentle nudge, Gu Ning turned and left the home and camp, setting off on her journey. Indeed, she had never considered bringing Ming Ming along on her journey, since it was too small and the outside was so hot, it was actually more suitable to leave it at home. Today's goal was to advance to 4 camps. If she maintained her previous speed, there would likely be little time for rest throughout the day. Thus, Gu Ning accelerated her pace from the very beginning. Before long, she felt a wave of heat enveloping her. To increase her travel efficiency, she generously consumed 1 iced jasmine flower bud white. As soon as the bud entered her mouth, it disintegrated like crushed ice, releasing a refreshing jasmine fragrance that instantly spread a cool sensation from within her body to the outside. This effect was even more miraculous than a cooling patch. No wonder while both were white quality items, the cooling patch could last for 4 hours, while the flower bud only lasted for 3 hours. Such a distinction made some sense. While pondering this, Gu Ning began to run, collecting various resources along the sides of the road. She gathered 1 pine tree, white, 1 hemp, white, 1 copper, or white. 642. The first green light spot of the day appeared. It was 1 cotton plant green. After collecting it, she obtained 4 cotton green, 2 cotton white, and 1 cotton seed white. Except for cotton white, the other 3 could be recorded successfully, increasing her collection progress by 3, now at 353,1000. After finishing with the cotton, Gu Ning found herself hungry, so she took the opportunity to resolve her breakfast. For breakfast, she had red bean paste buns, soy milk, and beef jerky green. After eating, she continued her journey. The distance to the first camp today was 13 kilometers. After accelerating her pace, she reached the camp in just over 2 hours and 40 minutes. Gu Ning checked the time, it was 8:46. At this point, her mileage was 188 kilometers, and the temperature was 36 degrees. Upon entering the camp, she immediately released a puppet to start making tools. She then entered her home. This was her first time raising a pet, and she found herself occasionally thinking about Ming Ming along the way, wondering what it would do on its own, and a bit worried that keeping it confined might make it uncomfortable. As it turned out, she was overthinking it. Ming Ming had fallen asleep again. It hadn't finished all the berries from the remaining amount. It had only eaten 3.5 blueberries and 2 raspberries. After eating its fill, it must have crawled out of the plate on its own. When Gu Ning saw it, it was curled up, its shell resting on the edge of the wooden basin. She didn't disturb it, taking the plate out and transferring the water and bioluminescent moss from the glass jar into the wooden basin. She then stored away the unused copper ore. Next, she placed the remaining raspberries and blueberries from the plate on the moss for it to eat when it woke up. After finishing these tasks, Gu Ning chopped down the refreshed bamboo and fished. Then she left her home. The tools had been completed, and she collected both them and the puppets, glanced at the camp announcement, and set off again. The distance to the second camp was 14 kilometers. At 9:14, her mileage was 190 kilometers. The cooling effect of the iced jasmine flower bud white had ended. Gu Ning immediately ate another one. She had to admit that the old saying was true. It was easy to fall from frugality to luxury, but difficult to return to frugality from luxury. After experiencing the refreshing effect of the flower bud, she didn't want to endure the high temperature at all. At 1023, her mileage reached 195 kilometers. She felt her steps beginning to grow heavy. Taking out the dew spring water, she drank a couple of sips, feeling her stamina restored, and continued forward. At 1105, her mileage was 198 kilometers. Gu Ning encountered the second new resource of the day, 1 marble mine white. Although she had already recorded the 5 marbles white and 12 gravel white collected, the marble mine white still increased her collection progress by 1 point, now at 354,1000. At 1153, her mileage was 202 kilometers, and the temperature was 40 degrees. She arrived at the second camp of the day. After paying 3 gravel to enter the camp, Gu Ning still released a puppet to make tools, glanced at the camp announcement, noted 11 kilometers, and then directly entered her home. Ming Ming was already awake. Just like in the morning, it had crawled onto the bioluminescent moss and was trying to dig its way out of the wooden basin. It really loved to escape. Should she let it roam free? She held Ming Ming in her palm, sensing its emotions. Joyful, affectionate, and a little confused. There was no sense of unhappiness from being confined. I see you have no idea what it means to be trapped. She felt relieved, however, it would be better to let it roam free. Once it grew a bit larger, she would let it out. The location map could show the pet's position, so she need not worry about it running away and getting lost. Gu Ning placed the little turtle back on the moss and poured a few milliliters of dew spring water into a plastic lid for it to drink. Regardless of whether its rapid growth is related to the spring water, it is undoubtedly beneficial, and since it cannot consume much now, she is naturally not stingy. The pet evolution potion gold is also prepared for Ming Ming. Although it cannot be maximally utilized, upgrading Ming Ming to purple quality is still quite good. After all, no one knows when she will get a pet of higher quality than blue. Such resources would be a waste if left unused. It's better to enjoy them early. However, due to the time constraints during the day, she plans to use them at night. Watching Ming Ming drink earnestly, Gu Ning couldn't help but smile. Then she began to busy herself with her own tasks. She opened her personal trading interface. The frozen raspberry juice sold 6 portions and exchanged for 2 fresh flowers green. This result was better than she expected. Because it was the time when everyone was on the move in the morning, almost no one was in the camp, and naturally, there were even fewer people browsing the trading. It should be noted that the trading market can only be used within the camp, just like the camp chat channel. It seems that raising the price has been somewhat effective, so she decided to keep it. She pulled over a wooden chair, sat at her desk, and opened her encyclopedia to take out her lunch. The first item was, of course, the indispensable beef jerky green, along with steamed buns and tomatoes. That's right, it's steamed buns with tomatoes. This was something she had eaten when visiting her grandparents as a child back then. The tomato skin was thin, flavorful, with a sandy texture and rich juice, making it particularly delicious with steamed buns. She hadn't eaten it like that since growing up. First, the tomatoes changed, and second, there were too many other delicious options. However, after eating jerky for several days, Gu Ning was craving something refreshing and vegetarian, which reminded her of this combination. Coincidentally, she had both tomatoes and steamed buns. She took out a tomato and took a bite. It was crunchy with a bit of sweetness amidst the acidity reminiscent of her memories. She took another bite of the steamed bun to complement it. Not bad, it was delicious. She decided to give some to Ming Ming and see if it would eat it. She broke off a small piece of steamed bun and some tomato flesh, placed them on the moss, and while watching Ming Ming drink water, she began to eat herself. In just a few minutes, the 2 tomatoes and 1 steamed bun were devoured. Gu Ning picked up the beef jerky again, took a bite, and felt completely full. Just as she was about to put away the remaining beef jerky, she remembered something and tore off a few strands to place on the moss. Although Ming Ming had previously chosen blueberries from among various foods, she vaguely remembered that turtles seemed to eat meat. Regardless, it would be best to prepare a few types of food for it to try. After finishing her lunch, Gu Ning began to work on the popsicles. She separated the frozen ones and stored them in her backpack, adding new stream water and chopsticks to the wooden bowl. After neatly placing all 40 portions in the refrigerator, Ming Ming had already fallen asleep again. She added a bit of dew spring water to the plastic bottle cap. After packing up the puppets and tools in the camp, Gu Ning set off, wearing a straw hat. The time was 1207 and the temperature had reached the highest point of the day, 42 degrees. However, with the cool state provided by the iced jasmine buds, she didn't feel too hot while jogging forward. White light spots, green light spots. Halfway through, the flower bud failed for the second time, so she took another one. Soon 2 hours passed like this. Just as the next camp came into view, Gu Ning noticed something strange. It was a large red-hot air balloon hanging in midair, clearly visible from afar. Seeing this obviously man-made object, she was startled, and her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. What's going on? Why is there a hot air balloon? Are there others around? It shouldn't be. The announcement stated that there would only be 1 survivor on each path of survival. Could it be that an NPC has appeared? Or is this camp special? Gu Ning wasn't sure if her guess was correct, but she knew she couldn't avoid the camp and could only face it. She began to move forward again. For minutes later, she could already see the situation at the camp. Just as she had seen in previous videos, there was a large basket for standing under the hot air balloon. At this moment, the large basket was landing on the outskirts of the camp, and she couldn't see what was inside. She walked a little further, feeling that the distance was about right, and stopped on the road, controlling the grass puppet to approach the camp. With a puppet present, Gu Ning naturally wanted to use it to probe the unknown situation. She quickly ran into the camp and was about to jump up to see what was inside the basket when a reddish-brown head poked out. Upon seeing the appearance of that creature, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Isn't that a red panda? Before Gu Ning could calm down, the red panda flashed a warm smile at her. Hello, survivor. I am the traveling merchant Yin Duo. Would you like to buy something? A traveling merchant. Buying things. Gu Ning immediately realized that this was a randomly appearing special NPC. She hurriedly responded, Hello, I'm glad to see you. I do want to buy something. Can I take a look at your goods first? Yin Duo smiled even more happily and nodded eagerly. Of course, here is my product list for you. As it spoke, it pulled out a large yellow leaf from the basket and handed it to Gu Ning. Gu Ning took it and saw rows of Chinese characters written on it. She carefully started reading from the top. Yin Duo's product list: limited products, mining green, price mileage 100 kilometers. The price is in mileage. She suddenly realized. No wonder she couldn't use puppets for transportation. In a sense, mileage is currency. It is still a relatively rare currency that can purchase limited products. Her method is no different from directly spending money, and the fact that it is allowed is incredible. Having clarified one of her doubts right from the start, Gu Ning's mood brightened a bit. She continued to look at the following contents. Collection green price mileage 120 kilometers. Planting green price mileage 150 kilometers. Wooden shield manufacturing technique green price mileage 100 kilometers. Sold out cotton top manufacturing technique green price mileage 120 kilometers. Simple workbench manufacturing technique green price mileage 200 kilometers. Seeing the words sold out, she knew she probably wasn't the first survivor to encounter the traveling merchant. However, a wooden shield. Could it be that the shield she bought earlier was made by someone who purchased this technique? After considering this, she continued to look at the list. Unlimited products hemp green price, 10 hemp white pine, wood green price 10 pine, wood white branches green price 10 branches, white stones green price, 10 stones, white iron or green price 10 iron or white. Basically all basic materials are exchanged at a rate of 10 white quality for 1 green quality. Guning didn't know if this price was reasonable and just kept reading down. Towards the end it wasn't materials anymore, but finished equipment props. Hemp backpack green price, 10 hemp green raw, wood storage box green price 10 pine, wood green iron axe green price 2, iron ingots green 6 branches green simple workbench green price 20 pine, wood green simple furnace green price 20 stones green. After reading all the products, Guning began to ponder what she should buy. First of all, limited edition items are definitely worth purchasing. Her current mileage has exceeded 200, which is enough to buy the most expensive simple workbench crafting technique. She intended to transfer her consciousness directly, but realizing that Cloud was still present, she refrained from doing so, and greeted it saying, "Please wait a moment, they'll be back." In her dilemma, Guning thought of something. Since it was confirmed that there was no danger, she should return to her own body, as she couldn't open her backpack to retrieve materials for trading while in the puppet's body. She intended to transfer her consciousness directly, but realizing that Cloud was still present, she refrained from doing so, and greeted it saying, "Please wait a moment, they'll be back shortly." Cloud's round bare face revealed an understanding expression. "It's alright, I was just about to remind you that you can't make payments while controlling a puppet." Indeed, the NPC was aware of the puppet's circumstances. Guning was not surprised at all that Cloud claimed to be a traveling merchant, but its true identity was likely related to the survival panel, making it understandable that it knew about its skills. "Thank you for the reminder, I understand now." She nodded, placing the list of items on the simple workbench and controlling the grass puppet to run out of the camp. In just a few seconds she returned to the camp. At this moment she noticed that the puppet hadn't prompted any material fees when entering the camp earlier. Although she didn't know what use this discovery would have, she still made a mental note of it. Using her own body, Guning realized that Cloud was only half her height, and the big basket reached just to her chest. With a glance she saw the contents of the basket clearly. It was simple: a small table, a small sofa, and a small box. There were also a cup, paper, and other small items. The back of the basket had a small door, presumably for entry and exit. An idea struck her as she took out the 2-person sofa and coffee table, placing 2 cups of chilled raspberry juice on the table. Then she picked up the item list and said, "All of your items are great, and I want them all, but my mileage isn't enough. I really don't know which one to choose. Can you help me introduce their pros and we can discuss while enjoying the juice?" Cloud glanced at the survivor in front of it and readily nodded. "Of course, it is my duty to introduce products." As it spoke, it opened the door and stepped out of the basket, comfortably sitting on the sofa and taking a sip of juice. With a few gulps, 1 cup of juice had already disappeared. Guning didn't sit on the sofa, but took out a cloth stool to sit on the side. Seeing that Cloud finished drinking, she directly pushed the other cup of juice to it. This time Cloud didn't drink, but took out another item list and placed it on the coffee table. "What you want to know should be the limited edition items, so let me briefly introduce them to you. Mining the skill requires a pickaxe, and it is quite common. Gathering has a broad range. Any action of collecting with your hands can basically increase its skill experience, making it a common skill. Planting requires seeds, and farmland. It can level up quickly or slowly depending on the amount of farmland you have. Compared to the first 2 skills, it is not as common. The crafting technique for wooden shields has already been sold, so I won't mention it. The crafting technique for cotton shirts requires cotton and is fairly common. The crafting technique for the simple workbench requires wood. The workbench created will be the same as the one in the camp, but with durability, and this technique is considered relatively rare." After the introduction, Cloud didn't recommend any further and resumed drinking juice. Guning listened while contemplating, and once Cloud finished, she made her decision. She chose the crafting technique for the simple workbench. Whether it was the highest price of 200 kilometers mileage or Cloud's evaluation that it was relatively rare, it indicated that it was the most valuable item among them. Since that was the case, she naturally no longer needed to hesitate. "I've decided. I want to buy the crafting technique for the simple workbench. How should I make the payment?" "Please wait a moment." Cloud lowered its head, seemingly operating something in thin air. Guning suddenly realized that it must also have something similar to a survival panel. Can everyone only see their own panel? This setting is quite good. The trade request has been sent to you. She opened her survival panel, and a pop-up immediately appeared. "The traveling merchant Cloud has initiated a trade request with you. Do you accept?" She clicked accept, and then saw a row of items. At the top was the crafting technique for the simple workbench green, and below it was a purchase button. Clicking on purchase brought up another confirmation pop. This item is priced at 200 kilometers mileage. Are you sure you want to purchase? Yes. Immediately a sold-out label appeared next to the crafting technique for the simple workbench green. Guning switched the panel to her personal information interface. Mileage 13 kilometers. It indeed decreased by 200. However, why did the historical mileage not display anymore? That can't be. She still wanted to check how far she had traveled any time. She tried clicking on the mileage, and there was indeed new information. Total mileage 213 kilometers, usable mileage 13 kilometers, quite good as long as there is a total. Guning happily switched to her backpack where the crafting technique for the simple workbench green was already in the slot. She didn't rush to take it out, but closed the panel and turned her gaze to Cloud. Cloud was waiting for her to finish checking, and once she was done it immediately cheerfully called out, "Would you like to take a look at other items? They are great value for money." Great value for money. Guning didn't believe it. Nevertheless, she still responded saying, "I'll take another look." After saying that, she picked up the item list again and looked at it carefully. She didn't understand the proportions of the materials, but she was clear about one trading cost. Hemp backpack green price 10 hemp green. She herself had the crafting technique for the hemp backpack requiring 1 hemp cloth, 1 hemp rope, while hemp cloth was made from 3 hemp and hemp rope from 2 hemp, totaling only 5 hemp. This means the price here was directly doubled. Not to mention the reduced material consumption after repeatedly learning the technique. Observing through a narrow tube, it was likely that the prices for other items were similar. However, even if it was expensive, necessary items still needed to be bought. After all, things like the simple furnace, if not bought now, who knows when she would encounter them again. Even if she didn't need them, immediately increasing the progress in the encyclopedia was also worthwhile. As for materials, if there were any that the encyclopedia hadn't recorded yet and were affordable, she would definitely buy one. Other items would remain unchanged. She felt it was unlikely to be worthwhile. The reason lay in the words unlimited edition. What does unlimited mean? It means she could exchange as much as she wanted. Would it really be a great deal to do that? Guning was skeptical. Perhaps she was being too cautious, but she felt that her reasoning was more convincing. Moreover, if a merchant can appear once, they can appear 2 or 3 times. If her speculation was wrong, she could exchange again next time. After all, even if she exchanged now, she wouldn't be able to obtain much. It was too much of a difference to use for upgrading houses. For other uses, what she currently had was sufficient. Using popsicles to exchange for green materials would be even better. With a plan in mind, Guning placed the item list down and tentatively spoke, "I feel the price is a bit high. Can you offer a discount?" "No, this is already the best price." Cloud smiled and refused, shaking its head decisively. "Alright," Guning didn't have high hopes anyway, "then let's start the transaction. It's fine to just buy it, right?" Cloud nodded yes. They re-entered the item list. Guning looked through each item. Most of them she had already seen. Pine boards green were unrecorded, but she could make them herself, as she just hadn't thought of it, so she didn't buy. Marble green was unrecorded, but she didn't have 10 white quality ones. After checking all the materials, Guning only bought 1 wild chicken. She then realized that she had already recorded the white and green quality materials commonly found in the forest. She began looking at finished product. Iron pickaxe green requires 2 iron ingots green, 6 branches green. There were enough branches, and she was just 1 iron ingot short. Luckily, she had 10 white quality ones, so she exchanged for 1 green one, and then for the iron pickaxe green. Iron axe green was too expensive, so she didn't look at it. Simple furnace green requires 20 stones green. The quantity was sufficient, so she exchanged for it. Wooden shield green requires 6 woods green. She exchanged it with pine wood green. Wooden spear green requires 4 woods green. She exchanged for it. There were still some items like cotton shirts green, but she didn't have the required green materials and couldn't afford them. Just as she realized she had recorded a lot of items, she also became aware that she was actually quite poor, which left Guning feeling quite That's all for now. After buying what she needed, she signaled to Yinduo. Yinduo nodded. "Alright, since the transaction is complete, I should take my leave." "Are you leaving already?" Guning still wanted to extract some more information. She quickly asked, "When will I be able to see you again?" "I still have many things I want to buy. I'm not sure about the timing, but I will come back again." Yinduo provided an answer. "Is there any way to contact you?" "Not at the moment," Guning asked again. "Not yet, not now," Yinduo replied. After saying that, it wasted no time returning to the large basket, and without any visible operation, the hot air balloon began to ascend. "Well then, see you next time." Guning suppressed her thoughts and waved at it. Watching the hot air balloon rise quickly into the sky, she repeatedly recalled Yinduo's words. "Now there isn't any. This implies that there will be in the future. Great, the juice wasn't a waste." She smiled, put away the sofa and coffee table, and turned to go. In the wooden basin, Meng Meng was still sleeping motionless. She sat down drinking water while beginning to check and catalog the items she had bought. Crafting recipe for simple workbench green records. The manufacturing method of the simple workbench can be learned. Wild chicken feather green, a high-quality feather from a wild chicken, can be used to craft some items. Iron pickaxe green, a pickaxe made of iron. Wellcraft using it for mining is more efficient and has a small chance of yielding extra gains. Durability 400 Simple furnace green. A furnace that can smelt most ores of decent quality requires fuel to use with a very small chance of enhancing the quality of the finished product. Durability 400 Wooden shield green. A defensive equipment, because of the good materials used in crafting, its defensive power is enhanced. While durability 100 Wooden spear green. A spear made from high quality wood. The spearhead is quite sharp and it feels better to use. After collecting everything, the progress of the catalog increased by 6, reaching 3601000. Guning then learned the crafting recipe for the simple workbench. It requires 10 pieces of wood and takes 1 minute to craft. With enough pine wood, she directly chose to craft a green quality workbench. Taking advantage of this 1 minute, she got up and placed the simple furnace in the empty space outside her house. This item requires fuel, and when smelting it could likely raise the surrounding temperature, so it can't be placed indoors. The simple furnace looked like a half-percent tall gray stone stove with a small opening on both sides at the top, and another at the bottom, likely for feeding materials, discharging products, and adding fuel. But these operations don't need her to manually handle. A slight focus would bring up the operation interface. The interface similarly had 3. Guning submitted ores and fuel for a test, and found that 2 ores could be smelted into 1 metal ingot, taking 1 minute. In terms of fuel, 1 piece of pine wood or pine board can burn for 5 minutes, while 1 twig or bamboo stalk can burn for 2 minutes. Birch wood and birch branches have the same burning time. The green quality ones burn for double the time. Calculating using pine wood as fuel is the most cost-effective. She directly submitted 70 copper ores and 7 pine woods for smelting. Immediately a wave of heat emanated from the furnace. Guning was hit by the heat wave, furrowing her brows, and immediately turned back into the house. The simple workbench had already been crafted. She checked the information. Simple workbench green. A basic workbench can only be used in the camp, can craft most items. Durability 200, can it only be used? Seeing these words, Guning couldn't help but look at the quality workbench. Its item information didn't mention such a restriction. Is this the difference between simple and quality? Can it actually be used on the road? No, she needed to try it out. After putting away the quality workbench and the simple workbench above, Guning went to the road. Placing the simple workbench down, she clicked on crafting, and the prompt appeared stating that this workbench cannot be used outside the camp. Not unexpectedly, she put it away and took out the quality workbench. Clicking to craft 1 simple stone axe. The workbench immediately began to operate. It really works. She was both surprised and it was all due to her habitual thinking. Previously items could only be crafted in the camp. Even with a workbench that could be placed anywhere, she hadn't thought to experiment if it could be used on the road. Moreover, after discovering that the puppet could use the workbench, she had been thinking about placing the workbench in her home, letting it produce juice continuously for 24 hours. The overlap of these two thoughts led Guning to never consider crafting on the road at all. However, it's not too late to discover this now. The timing is just right. After all, without obtaining the crafting recipe for the simple workbench, even if she discovered that the quality workbench could be used on the road, she would still choose to use it in her home. Of course, she didn't need to do that now. Guning put away the quality workbench and returned to her home. After cataloging the simple workbench green, the progress increased by 1, reaching 3611000. Then she clicked to craft another white quality simple workbench. This workbench would naturally be used for making juice. She planned to create a juice factory, with puppets involved. Even if others obtained the juice crafting recipe, they wouldn't be able to match her production. As long as not everyone has this recipe, exchanging juice for berries and materials would definitely be in high demand. As for the cost, aside from the consumption of creating puppets and workbenches, it could basically be considered negligible. Just as Guning fantasized about the scene of materials rolling in 1 minute was up, the new workbench was completed. It was exactly like the information in the camp, except that the durability changed to 50. She picked it up to place it next to the green quality workbench, only to receive a prompt again. A workbench already exists in the home, cannot place another one. What? Cannot place another one? Guning was astonished. Was her factory plan just aborted like that? Is this system really targeting her? She thought, feeling a bit defeated. Then she stubbornly took out the quality workbench to try. The same prompt appeared indicating that she couldn't place another one. Putting away the simple workbench green, she placed the simple workbench white, and this time it worked. After trying several times, even testing it in the camp, Guning had to give up. Whether in the camp or home, indeed, only one workbench could be placed. She hadn't discovered this earlier because once she got the quality workbench, she used it in her home. The puppet workbench is special and does not fall under such restrictions. Thinking about it, this system doesn't even allow bulk crafting functions, only permitting one item to be crafted at a time. If multiple workbenches could be placed, wouldn't that violate this rule? Such a setting does seem reasonable. Reasonable, my foot. Guning complained in frustration, cursing under her breath. The dream of getting rich was shattered. Even if she barely found a reason for it, she couldn't control her emotions. After venting a bit, she took several deep breaths, regaining her composure. But she couldn't stay in this home any longer. After letting the puppet continue to produce juice, she directly left the home. Having been delayed in this camp for so long, it was time to prepare to continue her journey. However, before leaving, she took one last look at her personal She sold another 12 cups of juice, receiving 4 flowers green. After extracting them, Gu Ning took a sip of the dew spring water and set off. The distance to the 4th camp today is 12 kilometers. The current time is 1503. If all goes well, she should reach the camp before 1800. White light spots, green light spots. As she collected while on the road, the emotions in her heart quickly dissipated. Rules are rules, and being angry about them is 1724. Distance 25 kilometers, temperature 41 degrees. Today they arrived at the last campsite. In total, Gu Ning traveled 50 kilometers across 4 camps, encountering 112 white light spots and 8 green light spots. Inside there are 7 white quality wooden treasure chests and 3 green quality wooden treasure chests. The rest consists of resources like pine trees, stone mines, raspberry bushes, and rabbits. After paying 3 spirit stones to enter the campsite, she arranged for the puppet to make juice and returned to her home. Meng Meng had already woken up and was swimming on the water's surface. Its body visibly grew larger. Gu Ning noticed that the food she had left on the moss had disappeared. It seems the Lingyu turtle is also an omnivore, able to eat anything, although it tends to pick what it likes. Mumming him back. She looked down and greeted it, curious to see how it would react to her voice. Meng Meng turned its light green little head following the sound, and its swimming movements quickened. It really can distinguish her voice. Gu Ning happily scooped up Meng Meng and held it in her palm, unable to resist giving its little head a kiss. Then she took out the pet evolution potion. With time to spare, it was time to enhance Meng Meng's quality. However, before using the potion, she gave Meng Meng a bit of dew spring water. This was based on her own experience when she took the physical enhancement potion. Although she wasn't sure if it would work on the turtle, it was worth a try. Watching Meng Meng finish the dew spring water in the bottle cap, Gu Ning pulled out the cork from the pet evolution potion and was about to pour the liquid when Meng Meng came over by itself. She was struck with inspiration, lifted Meng Meng up, and tilted the glass bottle of the potion slightly towards its head. As the golden liquid touched Meng Meng, it instantly transformed into flowing light and merged into its body. So contact is all it takes, Gu Ning thought to herself, and then she closely watched Meng Meng, observing its reaction. However, it showed no signs of the pain she expected. Instead, it fell asleep again. She tried to focus and check Meng Meng's information, only to be informed that the pet would complete its evolution in 1 hour. Then she would wait. Gu Ning placed the little turtle back in the wooden basin and opened the refrigerator to check the frozen section. The 40 portions of stream water placed in the afternoon were already frozen. It seems she wasn't making full use of the refrigerator. After thinking for a moment, she took out 4 wooden barrels with a capacity of 5L, filled them with stream water, then took out the puppet stone Shirlu E, and ordered it to separate the ice pops from the refrigerator and refill the barrels with stream water. It proved that handing this task to Shirlu E was completely fine. It didn't even need to use force like Gu Ning to knock the wooden bowl. It simply grabbed the chopsticks and lifted, separating the bowl from the ice. It was the same when adding stream water, just lifting the wooden barrel and pouring directly exactly the right amount of 500 milliliters. Gu Ning was thoroughly relieved she could let this task go in the future. However, since the stream water was stored in the encyclopedia, she still needed to fill the wooden barrels herself. She calculated that with each batch taking 6 hours to freeze, she could freeze 4 batches in 24 hours. That means as long as she prepared these 4 batches and placed them in the storage box, the puppets could operate on their own. But she couldn't be that punctual every day to add water, so to allow for some leeway, she decided to prepare 5 batches. Each batch required 40 portions of 500 milliliters stream water, totaling 20 L. For 5 batches, that would be 520100 L of stream water, requiring 20 wooden barrels. She already had 16, so she just needed 4 more to be sufficient. She had the wooden barrel manufacturing technique and completed it in 4 minutes. Then she filled all 20 wooden barrels with 5 L of stream water and stored them in the storage box. During this time, Shirlu had already separated all the ice and stored it in the storage box. She casually took it out. Together with the previous batch, there were a total of 80 ice pops. Gu Ning opened the panel to check the trading situation. Another 5 transactions were completed. After extracting 5 flowers green, she directly took down the remaining cold juice from the shelves and listed 80 ice pops. The trading conditions remained the same as before. 1 ice pop in exchange for 2 portions of water, 2 green materials, 5 flowers white. After setting up the trade, Gu Ning closed the panel and went to the simple furnace. 35 copper ingots had already been manufactured. She took them out, adding 60 iron ores and 6 pine woods. Watching the furnace start to operate, she returned to her room and took out the treasure chests. Everything that needed to be settled was settled, and now it was time to open the chests. 7 white wooden treasure chests, 3 green wooden treasure chests, and 2 monster treasure chests green were all the treasures she had collected today. This time she would start with the least number. After a prayer, the 2 monster treasure chests were opened. 5 green light balls and 7 white light balls. The green quality items were 1 beast skin, 1 beast meat, 2 beast bones, 1 beast essence, and 2 black underworld stones obtained from the decomposed treasure chests. No new materials were found, they were all previously recorded. Next she opened the 3 green wooden treasure chests. There were a total of 4 green light balls and 25 white light balls. The green items included 1 fruit pie manufacturing technique, 1 cooling patch, 1 copper ingot, and 1 hemp cloth. Seeing the manufacturing technique, Guning was extremely happy and immediately recorded it. Encyclopedia Progress 1, a reaching 362-1000. However, after learning it, she couldn't be happy. The manufacturing requirement for the fruit pie was 1 fruit, 1 wheat. Fruits were easy, but she had never seen wheat before. Thus this technique was completely useless for now and had to be set aside. Guning realized just how useful the jerky manufacturing technique and juice manufacturing technique she had obtained earlier were. Thank you, heavens. She sincerely bowed and then continued to count other white quality resources. Not mentioning recorded items, there were 4 new resources. They were 1 vegetable salad, 1 coconut juice, 1 bamboo woven pillow, and 1 aloe vera gel. After recording Encyclopedia Progress 4, reaching 366-1000. Guning had previously used a bamboo woven pillow in summer, and it indeed felt cooler, perfect for the current weather, so she directly switched to it. Aloe vera gel was quite interesting. Aloe vera gel white, made from aloe vera pulpit, can repair mild skin damage caused by sun exposure, 500g. If it weren't for the item information mentioning it, Guning wouldn't have noticed she hadn't been sunburned during her travels under the sun these past few days. She estimated that the reason she was fine was not only because she wore a straw hat, but also due to the effects of the cooling patch and the iced jasmine flower bud. Naturally, she raised the value of these 2 items in her mind. Then she thought if she should sell some straw hats. Although the juice sold very well, she didn't want to waste the manufacturing technique she had acquired. Moreover, Guning planned to sell green quality straw hats. Currently, she had 139 green quality hemp, enough to make 46 straw hats. Even if each hat only earned her 1 hemp, she would immediately make back 46, which is quite a good profit. She just didn't know how many people possessed this technique. If she made them and couldn't sell them, it would be awkward. Thinking of this, she hurriedly opened the remaining white treasure chests, organized her materials, and started browsing the trading market. From the 7 white quality wooden treasure chests, she obtained a total of 62 white light balls and 1 green light ball. The 1 green light ball was 1 hemp rope. Among the 62 white light balls, there were 5 new materials: 1 cream ice cream, 2 red oil noodles, 1 lemon green tea, 1 hair dryer, and 1 bath. After recording Encyclopedia Progress 5, reaching 371-1000. After wandering around the trading market for a while, Guning noticed that there were noticeably more green quality items. Previously, she had to flip through many pages to find 1 or 2 green quality items, but today she found 1 after flipping through just 5 or 6 pages. She clicked on 1 to check the trading requirements. To her surprise, most of them were asking for cooling pads to cope with the high temperatures. Indeed, everyone could see the weather for the next 3 days, and the temperature was rising day by day. If there were no tasks, it would be fine. Leaving at 6 and reaching the next camp would allow her to rest, as early morning was not so hot. A maximum of 3 hours of travel would not be unbearable. However, there was still a 7-day time task, with the reward being a deed to open a personal home. The allure of this was self-evident, and naturally, everyone had to make an effort. As such, she would inevitably have to travel during the hottest times, and naturally, she would be willing to offer more valuable items in exchange for cooling. Guning's ice pops could sell for a high price, and that's precisely because of this. Speaking of which, some people were indeed offering very high prices. She saw someone even offering a food manufacturing recipe in exchange for 2 white quality cooling pads. Although this manufacturing recipe, called Seafood Feast, clearly required difficult materials, just thinking about the fish she had never eaten before made her decide to exchange it after only a second of thought. After all, she had iced jasmine buds, which were clearly more useful than cooling pads. It was just right to exchange for a manufacturing recipe. Once she extracted and recorded the Seafood Feast manufacturing recipe, her collection progress increased by 1, reaching 372 out of 1,000. Then Guning learned it. When she clicked to see the required materials, she was taken aback. To manufacture a seafood feast, it actually required 4 different types of seafood and 4 different types of vegetables, which was 4 times the 2 materials needed for other foods. She wondered how big the finished product would be. If it were insufficient, that would be too much of a loss. While thinking, she opened her collection. She wanted to try if those fish counted as seafood. If they did, she could produce one right now. Guning took out a black fish, submitted it, and indeed it worked. She then tried other fish: carp, bass, perch, crucian carp, grass carp, and shrimp. The result was that all of them worked. Indeed, although it was called seafood, river fish could also qualify. That meant she had more than enough materials. Eagerly, she arrived at the camp and added a branch to ignite the campfire. That's right, to manufacture the seafood feast, a workbench was unnecessary, a campfire was required. Once the campfire was lit, she began submitting the ingredients. 1 black fish, 1 shrimp, 1 carp, 1 perch. These 4 were seafood. 1 small yellow fungus, 1 bamboo shoot, 1 potato, 1 lettuce. These were vegetables. After adding everything, she clicked to manufacture. The time consumption was still 1 minute. While waiting, Gu Ning took out a sofa and coffee table and casually set out chopsticks and water. She planned to eat this tonight. Although she didn't know what a seafood feast with 3 types of fish would taste like, thinking about the seafood feast she had eaten in reality and the delicious foods of the past few days, she felt it couldn't possibly taste bad. Soon 1 minute passed. Gu Ning quickly checked the information. Seafood feast, white, a delicious dish made from various seafood and vegetables, fragrant and spicy with ample portions. After recording it, her collection progress increased by 1, reaching 373 out of 1,000. She then placed the seafood feast, which came with its own container, on the coffee table. Before she even tasted it, a rich, spicy aroma wafted out reminiscent of Chongqing grilled fish. Moreover, it didn't just smell good, it also looked quite similar. At a glance, 3 nearly whole fish were arranged diagonally on a rectangular wooden tray, surrounded by shrimp, lettuce, potato slices, etc., all covered by a layer of bright red oil, with chili, garlic, and sesame seeds present. Looking at the portion that had shrunk little compared to the raw materials, Gu Ning felt that the exchange for this manufacturing recipe was incredibly worthwhile. Not to mention, just the accompanying red oil sauce alone with a few slices of meat or some noodles cooked in it would make for another delicious meal. After imagining the myriad uses of the broth, she took out a bowl of rice and officially began to eat. Fish, shrimp, bamboo shoots. After trying each ingredient, Gu Ning found that she couldn't say which one was the most delicious. The fish was tender and fresh, the shrimp was springy with a hint of spiciness that couldn't mask its sweetness, the potato slices were soft and glutinous, the bamboo shoots were crisp, the small yellow fungus carried a unique umami flavor, and the lettuce was both spicy and refreshing. Each was a unique taste. In less than 5 minutes, the effect of the iced jasmine buds she had consumed expired. Suddenly a wave of heat surged up. She glanced at the time and realized it was already 1813. Gu Ning drank a glass of chilled juice to alleviate it, but when she continued eating, she still began to sweat. Eating spicy food in 37-degree weather was indeed unusual, but she still hadn't had enough. She remembered she had received 2 fans earlier. One was a green quality air conditioning fan, and the other was a white quality ordinary fan. So she flipped through her collection, took out the white quality one, and pointed it at herself. Now that felt comfortable. Half an hour later, Gu Ning was full. The rice was finished, 1 of the 3 fish from the seafood feast was gone, 1 shrimp was eaten, and some vegetables were also gone, but what remained was still enough to make 2 more meals. That was truly a great value. If she were to sell this, the price would definitely not be low. Thinking about selling, she checked and found that the remaining fish and shrimp were just enough to produce 1 more portion, so she directly submitted the materials to start manufacturing. Once the manufacturing was completed, Gu Ning packed everything up and entered her personal home. During the meal, she had not been idle, continually browsing the trading market. She also bought 2 new daily necessities, a white quality carpet and a single wooden sofa, which increased her collection progress by 2, reaching 375 out of 1,000. At the same time, she confirmed that selling straw hats was feasible. There were indeed people selling them in the trading market, mostly white quality, and the only green quality one had just been listed and sold out. This meant that straw hats were welcomed. Although she hadn't seen what price the green quality straw hat was sold for, she felt that selling 4 green quality straw hats was the lowest price. It was hard to imagine it being lower. To be safe, she decided to let her puppet manufacture 10 straw hats to try. If they sold quickly, she would increase the quantity. Besides browsing the trading market, she also checked the sales situation of her ice pops. The results were not ideal. They were selling much slower than before. It was likely that at this temperature, simply eating ice pops was not very effective. If she were in Gu Ning's position, she would prioritize exchanging for cooling pads, as that was the more useful resource for traveling. Of course, ice pops wouldn't go unsold. It was just that the selling speed had slowed down. If she wanted to sell them faster, lowering the price would do. The current price was indeed relatively high. Gu Ning had already mentally prepared to lower the price. The ice pops she manufactured next would be more plentiful, totaling 160 portions in a day. If she wanted to sell them quickly, not lowering the price was impossible. After arranging the puppet's tasks, Gu Ning picked up Meng Meng and exited her personal home. At dusk, the fog appeared randomly. It was safer to stay in the camp. Taking out a makeshift straw shelter to shield herself from the sun, she held Meng Meng's shell in one hand and opened the camp chat channel with the other. High prices for cooling pads. Other cooling items are also acceptable. High prices offered. I'm finished. I've only reached 11 camps so far, and I definitely want to complete the task. Who has weapon manufacturing recipes? Contact me. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. I can complete the task tomorrow. The big boss said the deed can open a personal home. I never expected that I couldn't afford a house in reality, but here I could get one in just a few days. Be careful of the night. I have a friend who went out to explore last night and just disappeared. There were indeed people who ventured into the darkness, and they never returned. Gu Ning felt a chill in her heart, reminding herself not to become complacent just because of last night's smooth sailing. After scrolling through the chat information for less than 10 minutes, she felt a movement in her hand, and Meng Meng woke up. She quickly checked Meng Meng's changes. The basic information had not changed much, just that it had changed from blue to purple. The changes on the pet interface were significant. Name Meng Meng. Species spiritual jade turtle. Gender female. Quality purple. Abilities water breathing talent sharing. Skills treasure hunting in water. Status normal. Seeing the additional abilities and skills, Guning was extremely delighted, as she never expected that just upgrading to a higher quality would bring such significant changes. She immediately clicked to view the detailed information. Talent sharing, a special talent possessed only by pets of purple quality or above, allowing the pet's talents to be shared with the owner. This sharing becomes invalid upon the pet's death. So does this mean she now also possesses the talent for water breathing? Guning hurriedly switched to her personal information interface. Abilities comprehensive bestiary water breathing. Water breathing, a talent shared by the pet with effects identical to the pet's talent. It really is true. Thinking about how she could eliminate all negative statuses by coming into contact with water sources in the future, she couldn't help but smile. This is fantastic. She felt that her survival abilities were nearly maxed out. However, her own combat power was still vastly insufficient and needed significant improvement. As she contemplated the areas where she still lacked, Guning's joy was somewhat tempered. She switched back to the pet interface to check Meng Meng's new skill. Treasure hunting in water, level 0. Skill quality purple. Skill description: searches for hidden treasures in water areas, usable once per day. Level 0 bonus: 75 chance for white treasures, 20 for green treasures, 4 for blue treasures, and 1 for purple treasures. Experience 0:10. Treasures in water. Does the dewdrop spring and the miniature fish pond count as water areas? If she puts a basin of water in a wooden tub, does that count as a water area? Or if she digs a hole in the ground and fills it with water, does that count as a water area? Also, can a water area that has already been searched for treasures be searched again? Does the size and quality of the water area affect the quality of the treasures? A flurry of questions suddenly filled Guning's mind. Then she turned her gaze to Meng Meng, who was quietly resting in her palm. Meng Meng, can you use the treasure hunting and water skill now? Meng Meng nodded her small head, and simultaneously a thought came to Guning's mind. Yes. Guning asked again, then do you know what water areas can be used? This time Meng Meng did not nod, but the thought transmitted was clear. Must see. Does she need to see the water area to confirm? Guning understood. She stood up, entered her home, and began to experiment one by one. The first experimental subject was naturally the dewdrop spring. Meng Meng, can you use treasure hunting in water here? Yes, can use. Not right now, Guning replied, preparing to conduct her experiments before using the skill. Can this miniature fish pond be used for treasure hunting? Yes. What about this basin of water? No. How about this bathtub of water? Guning took out a folding bathtub and added the undrinkable pond water to it. No. It seems this method doesn't work. The volume of water doesn't matter. Finally, she decided to try digging a hole in the ground and adding water, pretending it was a natural water pit. She took out a shovel and handed it to Shirley, choosing a corner of her home for it to dig a hole. The hole doesn't need to be too big. After all, once she pours water in, it can't be reused, and even the water from the sprayer, she is unwilling to waste too much. While waiting for the hole to be dug, Guning collected the 10 green quality straw hats she had made. Then she opened her personal trading interface to take a look. She had sold 12 out of 80 popsicles, earning 24 pieces of green quality materials, mostly stones, hemp, and so on, along with 6 bottles of water, 16 portions of 500 milliliter stream water, and 1 L of filtered water. Filtered water, white water obtained through a water purifier, clean and sanitary, suitable for drinking. Upon recording, the bestiary progress increased by 1, reaching 376,1000. In fact, after Meng Meng became purple quality, it could be recorded again, but considering the recording time for purple quality was half an hour, she planned to do it before going. The filtered water was only 1 L, and when she stored it in the bestiary, she also fixed the storage unit to 1 L. After extracting these items, she took down the popsicles and listed the straw hats. The trading condition was 4 green quality hemp. After finishing these, Guning found that the hole was nearly finished. After having the soil packed down by the puppet, she took out the sprayer, opened the switch, and poured water into it. After pouring enough, she asked Meng Meng if it could use the treasure hunting skill. The answer was still no. It seems that the water area required by the skill cannot be artificially created. After reaching a preliminary conclusion, Guning took Meng Meng to the dewdrop spring. For the first use of treasure hunting in water, she naturally chose this blue quality water area. Meng Meng, let's use treasure hunting in water right here. After speaking, she focused intently on Meng Meng in her palm, eager to see how the skill would manifest. Good. The thought came through. The white jade shell on Meng Meng's back suddenly gleamed and flashed a golden symbol. Then a beam of golden light shot from the shell into the dewdrop spring, and a small treasure chest wrapped in a transparent water bubble floated up. Guning reached out to grab it. and the water bubble automatically dissipated, leaving only a palm-sized, exquisite treasure chest. It was truly exquisite, beautifully carved, and looked like white crystal shimmering in the sunlight, particularly beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the obvious blue glow just looking at the style of the treasure chest, she would have thought it was a golden quality treasure chest. She focused on checking the information. Water treasure blue, a hidden treasure that exists only in water areas, relatively rare, and can only be obtained by those with treasure hidden rare. As a former gamer, seeing these words filled Gu Ning with anticipation about what this treasure chest might contain. But no matter how much she anticipated, she had to record it in the bestiary before opening it. After selecting to record, she was about to leave her home with Meng Meng when an eager feeling came through. Want to stay here? Here. In the dewdrop spring. She squatted down holding Meng Meng's shell and tentatively let it touch the water's surface. Is it here? Yes, I like it. All right. Gu Ning let go of her hand and saw Meng Meng floating steadily on the water's surface, moving its limbs joyfully. She had actually thought about putting Meng Meng into the dewdrop spring while traveling during the day. But previously she had experimented and found that once she collected the 1L of dewdrop spring water each day, she couldn't scoop any more water out, just like the game textures. So she didn't think it would have any special effect on Meng Meng. It felt like the path of survival was not so generous as to allow her to take advantage of it. Anyway, giving Meng Meng spring water wouldn't hurt. However, since Meng Meng liked it so much, maybe it really does have special effects. Meng Meng, is there anything different about this water? Gu Ning asked while touching Meng Meng's head. Comfortable. What about compared to this water? Which do you prefer? She took out the plastic bottle containing the dewdrop spring water and leaned closer to Meng Meng, asking. Both are good. Want to drink? You can only choose one. This one. Without hesitation, Meng Meng pressed its head against the plastic bottle. Gu Ning understood. The collected dewdrop spring water was better, but the water in the spring wasn't ordinary either. Although it couldn't be taken out soaking in, it still had some special effects. After asking, she went back inside to get the cap of the plastic bottle and poured a little spring water onto a nearby stone. Meng Meng immediately swam over, but the water's surface was still a bit far from the stone, and it couldn't climb up by itself. This is actually why Gu Ning didn't directly let Meng Meng roam free. She was afraid it wouldn't be able to get out after entering the water. After giving it a boost, Gu Ning assessed the small stone pond. Now that she had the talent for water breathing, since the water inside had special qualities, wouldn't soaking in it also provide better recovery effects? It's very likely. Considering the area sitting cross-legged in, it should be fine. She just wasn't sure if the height would be sufficient. She thought for a moment and took out a clean wooden spear of green quality that had never been used and inserted it. The stone pond wasn't deep and the spear still had a small section above the water's surface. Then Gu Ning took out the spear and measured it. Was about 1 meter deep. This depth was completely enough for her to soak. Of course, she was only confirming whether it was feasible now, as she didn't plan to soak yet. She still needed to collect spring water to drink. She didn't want to pollute it until it was really necessary. As for Meng Meng, even though it had gone in, it was probably too small and of a different species, so Gu Ning didn't think it would cause any pollution. It was like how she wouldn't mind a strange cat from someone else's house kissing her, but a stranger would be different. Just as she was thinking, a plop sound echoed as something entered. It turned out to be Meng Meng, who had finished drinking the spring water and jumped into the stone pond by itself. Seeing Meng Meng so eager, Gu Ning began to think about how to make a slanted ramp for it to climb up by itself. How about placing a wooden board at an angle? Not long enough. What could be longer? Got it, bamboo poles. She took out 2 bamboo poles from the bestiary and placed them in the water at an angle, and indeed they were long enough, sticking out a bit. However, the end of the surface section was a bit high, and if Meng Meng fell off, it could end up on its back. It didn't look very aesthetic either, and it was easy to trip over. Gu Ning thought for a moment. After all, they were just 2 bamboo poles that could regenerate every day, so it wouldn't hurt to waste them. So she took out a metal longsword and carefully cut both bamboo poles to make them level with the stone surface. After pulling out some weeds to fill the hollow area, the ramp was completed. Afraid Meng Meng wouldn't find it herself, she casually moved the plastic bottle cap and placed Meng Meng on the bamboo pole, giving it a reminder. Meng Meng, remember this path. In the future, when you want to go on land, come this way, okay? Understood. Once you remember, just play by yourself. I've placed some food next to you. She then took a leaf and placed a little blueberry, raspberry, and torn beast meat on it. After settling Meng Meng, she was about to leave her home when she saw the miniature 1922. Gu Ning stepped out of the camp and checked the trading situation. All 10 straw hats had been sold. After deducting costs, she earned 10 pieces of green quality hemp. She instructed the puppets in the camp to manufacture 20 more and then listed popsicles for sale. No price drop. She felt that it was not yet. After casually browsing the chat channel for a few minutes, the water treasure collection was completed. The progress of the illustration increased by 1, reaching 3771000. After a serious prayer, Gu Ning opened the small crystal treasure chest. What greeted her was a frosty white fruit the size of a quail egg emanating a faint blue light. A blue quality skill fruit. Checking the information. Ice Blade Technique blew a rare skill fruit that grants the Ice Blade Technique skill when consumed. Ice Blade Technique. Isn't that a magical skill from games and novels? Eagerly beginning her collection, Gu Ning still felt a thrill at the thought of having magical skills in her survival journey ready to cast magic herself. It should be noted that based on her experiences over the past few days, her imagination of combat skills was realistic, such as swordsmanship, weaponry, and martial arts. Though she also possessed the less scientific purple skill of puppet creation, the combat style of the puppets still relied on martial arts and weaponry. Thus she thought that combat in the survival path would be like this. However, the Ice Blade Technique was clearly a different style. Absently scrolling through the chat channel for 10 minutes, the collection was finally completed. The progress of the illustration increased by 1, reaching 378,1000. Gu Ning swallowed the Ice Blade Technique skill fruit in one bite, and unlike other skill fruits, this one felt like consuming a block of ice, cold and penetrating. Then the prompts appeared. You have learned the skill Ice Blade Technique. Your mental limit 1 special attribute energy has been unlocked. Reading these brief lines of prompts, her excitement diminished slightly. The reason was simple. She had not received any ranking rewards. This indicated that at least 3 others had already unlocked the special attribute of energy. Indeed, the survivors were quite talented. After a moment of reflection, Gu Ning opened her personal information interface. Name: Gu Ning. Identity: Survivor. Talent: Illustrated Guide. Water breathing. Skills: Puppet creation. Ice Blade Technique. Precision: Shooting, Lumberjacking, Fishing. Mental: 10 maximum, 19 energy, 19 maximum, 19 mileage, 25 kilometers. Status: Normal. Among the new Ice Blade Technique skill and energy attribute, she chose to view the detailed information of the Ice Blade Technique first. Ice Blade Technique, Level 0. Skill quality: Blue. Skill description: Can consume energy to create ice blades for attack. Level 0. Bonus attack. Range 5 meters. Chance to freeze target 1. This skill's effect was nearly exactly as she had imagined. Moreover, Gu Ning noticed that the skill description did not limit the number of ice blades, indicating it could potentially be used for area attacks. However, a new question arose. Without enlightenment, how was she supposed to unleash the ice blades? Simply shouting the skill name, as some games suggested. That seemed too cliché. However, despite this internal critique, Gu Ning earnestly walked to the edge of the camp and quietly shouted at a tree a few steps into the forest. Ice Blade Technique. Instantly, she felt something diminish within her body. An ice blade radiating coldness appeared in front of her. At the same time, a feeling of connection similar to controlling a puppet arose in her heart. She sensed that with just a thought, this ice blade would fly to her chosen location. Not having to aim herself was wonderful. Gu Ning felt even more delighted. Then she carefully observed the ice blade. Its color was a translucent icy white with a hint of blue. Its overall shape was a sharp, elongated triangle slightly longer than her palm, with a thickness comparable to her pinky, thin and sharp on both sides. She reached out to touch it. The ice was piercingly cold. Would this ice blade melt if left for too long? If it could melt and be consumed, it would not merely be a combat skill, but a survival miracle. She must conduct an experiment later. After observing the ice blade, Gu Ning began testing its lethality. She focused, and the ice blade swiftly shot out, striking a knot on the tree trunk with a thud. Controlling the grass puppet to approach, she saw that it had penetrated at least halfway into the tree. This power was comparable to that of a blue-quality fine iron crossbow. However, it made sense. The Ice Blade Technique was also of blue quality, so its power was quite normal. Returning to the camp, Gu Ning checked her energy value, which had decreased from 19 to 18. This meant that using the Ice Blade Technique consumed 1 point of energy. As for the energy value, the mental limit had become 19, and it started with 19 points, clearly indicating that its limit was the same as the mental value. However, she was unsure about the recovery speed. If it were as slow as mental recovery, then using the Ice Blade Technique frequently as a primary attack skill would not be practical. Speaking of which, how could the skill experience of Ice Blade Technique increase? By defeating monsters. While pondering this, she opened the Ice Blade Technique skill details again. Experience 110. Seeing the change number, Gu Ning instantly understood, no need to guess. The experience of Ice Blade Technique increases by 1 point each time it is used. In a way, this was similar to the experience gain method of puppet creation. If that was the case, could she upgrade Ice Blade Technique to level 1 today? Perfect. She could use the skill a few more times while conducting her experiments. With a meticulous research mindset, Gu Ning took out paper and pen to begin testing and recording. First, she tested the method of using the skill. In addition to shouting it out, she tried silently chanting, gesturing, and other methods. In the end, she discovered that as long as she had a clear thought of activating the Ice Blade Technique in her mind, the skill could be released regardless of whether she shouted or not. This discovery made her very happy. Moreover, if she had a clear attack target in mind, when activating the skill, the Ice Blade would shoot out directly rather than lingering in front of her. Next, she tested the existence time of the Ice Blade. 5 minutes. After an ice blade was generated regardless of whether it attacked or not, it would directly dissipate after 5 minutes, not melting into water. This meant that the skill was purely a combat skill and could not be used to create water. There was also the attack range. The attack range of the ice blade technique at level 0 was 5 meters. Gu Ning tried to aim at a spot beyond 5 meters, and the ice blade fell directly after flying out 5 meters. However, a thoughtful feature was that she could sense how far 5 meters was. This perception naturally arose with the appearance of the ice blade. As long as she separated the generation of the ice blade and the launching into 2 phases, she was unlikely to miss her aim due to distance. Additionally, regarding the energy value, during her tests, she found that the energy value had actually recovered by 1 point. Then she waited a bit longer, calculated the time carefully, and confirmed that the energy value recovered at a rate of 1 point every 10 minutes. This speed was much faster than the recovery of mental value. With a limit of 19 points, it was sufficient to sustain a battle. Moreover, recovering fully only took 3 hours and 10 minutes, which would be more than enough unless she encountered continuous battles. With the prospect of becoming a magician, Gu Ning's mood immediately improved significantly. Then a sudden thought occurred to her. She focused and checked the information of the ice blade, and indeed she could view it. Ice blade, a limited-time product created by survivor Gu Ning using the skill sharp and cold. Then she subconsciously chose to collect it again. Result successful. The illustration progress successfully increased by 1, reaching 379,1000. A question suddenly popped into her mind. If she stored the ice blade created into the illustrated guide, would it not dissipate? Moreover, she needed to test it with the system backpack, camp warehouse, and log storage box. After waiting for 5 minutes, the answer arrived. After being stored in the illustrated guide, the ice blade would not dissipate. In other locations, the ice blade would indeed dissipate. Heavens! This was simply a leap in power. Gu Ning couldn't contain her ecstatic joy as she envisioned herself effortlessly launching ice blades like rain with just a thought. What does it matter to be a magician? In the future, she would be a sword immortal capable of summoning countless swords. After fantasizing for a few minutes, she thought of a new question. Was there a limit to the number of ice blades she could control simultaneously? Controlling 4 ice blades simultaneously had already been tested with no issues. However, more than that was uncertain. Gu Ning glanced at her energy value, which was still at 13 points. She might as well use it all up. With the ability to store ice blades in her illustrated guide, she could entirely expend her energy to create ice blades in advance, releasing them when needed, significantly increasing her attack speed compared to firing them one at a time. The recent experiment yielded a total of 6 experience points, and after she created 4 more ice blades, her experience value reached 1010, allowing her to upgrade her skill. She immediately chose to upgrade. Ice blade technique, level 1. Skill quality blue. Skill description: can consume energy to create ice blades for attack. Level 1 bonus attack range 10 meters, freeze, target probability 5. Experience 0-100. Seeing the upgraded attack range of 10 meters, Gu Ning was even more delighted. During her earlier test, she discovered that the power of the ice blades was also related to distance, much like building momentum while running. The farther the distance, the greater the penetration. With the attack range doubled, even if the strength of the ice blades remained unchanged, their lethality would undoubtedly increase. She found the tree she used for her experiment and launched an ice blade from a distance of 10 meters. This time the ice blade penetrated halfway. Previously it had only pierced a third. One could imagine that if she continued to upgrade, the power of the ice blades would only... Having validated the results, Gu Ning continued to create and store ice blades. As for those that had been launched, although they would dissipate after 5 minutes, the mental link between the ice blades and herself had already been severed, making them uncontrollable. Moreover, the used ice blades could no longer display item information and could not be stored. Otherwise, she would have planned to save them for future use. When her energy value dropped to just 1 point, Gu Ning hesitated for a moment. She wanted to test what it felt like when her energy value reached 0, yet feared the consequences could be severe. However, her hesitation was only momentary. After taking out some dew spring water for backup, she directly used her last point of energy to create an ice blade. In an instant, Gu Ning felt as if something within her body had been completely emptied, but it wasn't painful or uncomfortable. It leaned more towards emptiness. She took a sip of the dew spring water. Indeed, she wanted to test if drinking dew spring water could restore her energy value. This idea had arisen when she discovered that energy could recover at a rate of 1 point every 10 minutes. The description of the dew spring water mentioned that it was full of vitality, and isn't vitality a form of energy? It turned out Gu Ning's guess. After just 1 sip of the dew spring, in less than 2 seconds, her energy value directly restored by 1 point. After several repeated experiments, she was basically certain that 20 milliliters of dew spring water could restore 1 point of energy. This meant that 380 milliliters would completely refill her energy value. Thinking about the 1 L of spring water she harvested daily, she immediately felt a surge of confidence. Of course, the most important function of dew spring water was healing. She wouldn't use it to restore energy unless absolutely necessary. The automatically recovering energy was sufficient for now. After manufacturing ice blades with the restored energy points, she released all those stored in her illustrated guide. 17 translucent ice blades floated in front of her. Watching this scene, Gu Ning couldn't help but feel a wondrous urge, a desire to point and launch all these ice blades at once. That scene would surely be stunning. If only she could record a video to keep and relive it repeatedly, that would be perfect. Right, she couldn't record videos right now. Maybe it was better not to waste that. Gu Ning adjusted her mood and redirected her focus to each ice blade. She could feel that controlling 17 ice blades simultaneously was completely manageable, and she could direct the landing point of each blade. But it was only the landing point. She couldn't arbitrarily control their flight trajectories. Creating circles or anything like that was impossible. Moreover, Gu Ning couldn't command them to attack 2 or more targets at the same time. The term simultaneous referred to true synchronization where not a single second was out of place. This was because she lacked the ability to multitask. However, she could command these ice blades to attack a single target simultaneously, and she could direct one right after finishing with another. As she commanded them through her thoughts, the latency between commands was minimal. If the requirements weren't too high, it could barely be considered simultaneous attacks. There was also another point worth noting. Previously, when Gu Ning generated ice blades using the ice blade technique, the blades always appeared within 1 meter directly in front of her line. They couldn't be farther away. Closing her eyes made no difference either. But when retrieving from the illustrated guide, the range for placement expanded significantly. Centered on herself, she could place ice blades anywhere within a 3-meter radius where no objects existed, even behind her. This made things much more convenient. After retracting all the ice blades, the testing of her new skill truly came to an end. The 20 green quality straw hats had been crafted, and she directly extracted the remaining ice blocks and exchanged items from her personal trading interface to list the straw hats. 2000. Night fell. The campfire had been lit long ago while preparing the seafood feast. Gu Ning retrieved 3 idle puppets, equipped them with weapons, and sent them on patrol. She didn't plan to explore today. After yesterday's exploration, she had a rough understanding of the dangers lurking in the darkness, naturally becoming less enthusiastic. Of course, not wanting to affect the puppets' harvest was also an important reason for her to forego exploration. Collecting a few more monster treasure chests was more important than exploration. After arranging the puppets, Gu Ning returned to her home. Meng Meng was still soaking in the dew spring, and the food nearby had diminished considerably. She didn't disturb it, instead taking the dressing mirror from the house and placing it on the empty grass. Then she called Shirley to her, gave it the metal longsword, and activated the teaching mode. Watching the puppet move, she also began to practice with a branch. Although she had acquired the ice blade technique, it was still external power, and physical training couldn't cease. She practiced for an hour straight. For the first 30 minutes, she practiced each movement repeatedly alongside the puppet. In the last 30 minutes, she focused on repeatedly practicing the first movement, the thrust. Practicing in front of the mirror allowed her to clearly see her movements, and the effect was indeed much better than yesterday. By the end of her practice, she was drenched in sweat. After a thorough wash from head to toe, the time had already reached 2132. Meng Meng had fallen asleep hidden in the grass. Gu Ning only found it by checking. After placing Meng Meng back in the wooden basin, she lay down on the bed and summoned the survival panel to check it. She now treated this item like a phone, opening it to check whenever she had free time. Other people were probably the same. The 20 straw hats had sold out again. After extracting the exchanged hemp, she attempted to list the complete seafood feast. The trading condition was set for either 1 blue quality item or 3 blue quality materials. To be honest, this price was purely a haphazard setting, as she couldn't think of what else to exchange. Whether it would sell or not didn't matter, she would take it down before sleeping. After that, she switched to the camp chat channel and began to scroll. Just saw a fool in the trading market asking for 5 green quality materials for a bottle of water. Seriously, do they not know that in the past 7 days, I've encountered water sources 4 times, all of which are drinkable. There's no shortage of water. Who would trade for that? Selling straw hats, sunshade hats, processing fee only requires 1 hemp. Contact me if interested. Not long after, several friend messages came through. The sender was the little deer Bambi, with whom she had traded multiple times. Little deer Bambi, Ning Meng, are you there? Little deer Bambi, I want to exchange for another straw puppet. Little deer Bambi, you said before that 1 manufacturing technique could be exchanged for 1. Is that still a manufacturing technique? That should certainly be possible. Gu Ning replied immediately. Under the lemon tree, sure, what manufacturing technique do you have? Little deer Bambi, fence manufacturing technique, is that acceptable? A fence? This didn't seem very useful. However, even if it was useless, it was still a manufacturing technique, and it had no material restrictions. Just adding progress to the illustrated guide was worthwhile. She approached the puppet workbench, submitted materials to manufacture a white quality straw puppet, and replied. Under the lemon tree, this seems rather useless, but I'll think about it. After the straw puppet was crafted, Gu Ning waited an additional minute before indicating her agreement to exchange. Having completed the transaction, she immediately took out the craft leaf to examine it. Fence manufacturing technique green records the method of making a fence can be learned. Successful registration. The progress of the catalog increased by 1A, reaching 380-1000. Next is learning, checking the manufacturing requirements. Gu Ning was surprised to find that there were actually 3 materials to choose from for this fence. Wood, stone, bamboo poles. The required quantity is 2 units each with a consumption time of 5 seconds. This is at least 3 points of catalog progress. She hurried to the workbench and began manufacturing. Stone fence white, a fence made of stone relatively sturdy. Durability 100. Pine fence white, a fence made of pine with average defense. Durability 80. Bamboo fence white, a fence made of bamboo with low defense. Durability 60. While manufacturing, the registration was also completed. Catalog progress 3, reaching 383-1000. Then Gu Ning took out white birch wood to manufacture another one, successfully obtaining 1 white birch fence. She compared the 2 wooden fences. Their shapes were similar, but the colors and wood grain were different. The pine fence is light yellow while the white birch fence is white. Looking at the similarly light yellow wooden walls, she understood. If she were to build a house with white birch boards, the walls of the room would be white. Afterwards, Gu Ning began to manufacture fences of other materials. Apple wood fence light brown. Juju wood fence reddish brown. Peach wood fence yellow. Marble fence white with gray patterns. After completing the white quality manufacturing, she also made 1 piece each of green quality pine and stone. After registration, catalog progress 10A, reaching 393-1000. The exchange for this fence manufacturing technique was truly worthwhile. She smiled. Then she remembered that many green quality crafts had not yet been manufactured, including the simple stone axe, simple stone pick, simple slingshot, roll paper stone knife, wooden bucket, wooden bowl, wooden chopsticks, wooden fishing rod, and pine board. Mainly because she didn't have enough green quality materials before, she hadn't been willing to use them. Now, although there aren't many, it was enough to manufacture these items. As for materials that consume a lot, like the simple thatch shed and puppet workbench, she would wait until she had more materials to manufacture them. Just like the hemp shoes, tools of green quality also have slight special bonuses. For example, the simple stone axe and simple stone pick have the bonus of being sharper, improving collection efficiency. Durability also increased from 30 to 1. After registering all these green quality items, catalog progress increased by another 7, reaching 400-100. Then inspired, Gu Ning also tried to make wooden bowls and chopsticks from white birch, but the finished products were the same as those made from pine with no difference. She remembered when she had cut down the apple tree. At that time, she had made a simple stone axe from apple branches, and it still resulted in a simple stone axe, not an apple branch stone axe. It seems that only the manufacturing techniques for boards and fences result in different finished products due to the type of wood used. What do they have in common? Both are building materials. No, the fence is already a finished product and can't be counted as building materials. Could it be that they all belong to the category of home construction? Gu Ning thought of some building games she had played where there were many styles and colors to choose from just for a wooden wall. If it's similar here, it wouldn't be impossible. But the art style seems a bit off. In survival, what does decoration even mean? In any case, regardless of whether her guess is correct, whenever she encounters similar fence crafts in the future, she should try to exchange them, as it could significantly increase catalog progress. Having drawn a conclusion, the time was already 2152. She returned to the camp to add bait to the abandoned bird's nest, and used the 12 energy points recovered during this time to manufacture an ice blade for storage before lying back down in bed. Before falling asleep, she opened her personal trading interface one last time, ready to readjust. However, the result she saw left her extremely surprised. No way, the seafood feast actually sold. To use a blue quality item for just a meal is a bit too generous. If this person isn't among the best developing survivors, she absolutely wouldn't believe it. Wait, what is this? There are even such things in survival road. Looking at the contraceptive pill in the trading column, Gu Ning was stunned. Indeed, this person used a blue quality contraceptive pill to trade for the seafood feast. What kind of mood did this person have when they obtained this pill? She imagined for a moment. The first reaction must have been, wow, a blue quality pill, I hit the jackpot. But after seeing the name, what? Contraceptive pill? Are you kidding me? However, a blue quality item, even if it's a contraceptive pill, should have some other special effect. Reining in her runaway thoughts, she quickly extracted, checked, and registered. Magical contraceptive pill blue, a contraceptive pill that has undergone a wondrous transformation. After taking it, one will lose the desire and ability to reproduce for 2 years. Lose the desire and ability to reproduce. Gu Ning immediately thought of her monthly menstruation. If it could really prevent her from getting her period for 2 years, then this pill would be incredibly valuable. Unfortunately, her next period was in just over 10 days, and even if she took it immediately, she would have to wait patiently to verify the results. However, she could now be sure that the person who traded away the seafood feast was most likely a man. If it were a woman, she would definitely keep it for herself unless she was older and already menopausal. After relisting the ice pops, Gu Ning gave up on the idea of going to sleep immediately and started browsing the trading market again. There was no choice. After all, she still wanted to register the lemon that had turned into purple quality before going to bed. At this moment, the trading market was refreshing very quickly. Although she was already ready to sleep, it was actually peak activity time for everyone. Modern people, especially young ones, are few who can sleep before midnight. Most go to bed even when entering survival mode. Only a few managed to change that. Gu Ning was able to stick to going to bed early at first, because she was tired, or later it was mainly to restore a bit more stamina. Otherwise, with her habit of browsing online shopping, she could spend several hours just browsing the trading market. While browsing, she discovered several new items that were not expensive and could increase catalog progress. Disposable gloves, the kind with 2 in a small pack, required 2 branches. A white plastic hanger, only 1, required 2 hemp. Nail clippers requiring 3 stones. After exchanging the registration for the contraceptive pill just finished, and Gu Ning registered these catalog progress for, reaching 4041000. Now she could register the lemon. After starting the registration, she took out the contraceptive pill and popped it into her mouth. It was sweet and melted instantly upon entry. Very well, this time she was really going to sleep. She closed her eyes, and her breathing quickly began. In the dead of night, the collection of the purple quality Lingyu turtle was completed, increasing the progress of the illustrated guide by 1, now at 4051000. The next day, 557. Gu Ning woke up on time. Meng Meng was also awake. Its body had grown a bit larger, but the growth rate was noticeably slower than when it was first born. At this moment, Meng Meng was again attempting to escape. "Don't rush, he'll let you out soon," she comforted, then busied herself with her own tasks. After a night of recovery, her mental value reached 14 points, and her energy value hit the limit of 19 points. Therefore, as soon as she woke up, she began to create ice blades. In fact, 8 hours of sleep would be enough to fully recover her energy value twice. However, she was already busy enough during the day and truly did not want to wake up in the middle of the night to work. It is important to note that the difference between a full night's sleep and broken sleep is significant. Moreover, if poor sleep quality affects the recovery of her mental value, it would be quite counterproductive. After finishing the ice blades, Gu Ning checked the weather forecast. On the 5th day of survival, it was 28 degrees Celsius clear. Today, clear with temperatures ranging from 27 to 44 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow, clear with temperatures ranging from 29 to 46 degrees Celsius. The day after tomorrow, clear with temperatures ranging from 31 to 48 degrees Celsius. Then she methodically began her daily routine. Washing up, collecting the juice and ice pops she had made. Also the puppets and monster treasure chests. Without her influence, she had collected a total of 6 green quality monster treasure chests that night. Extracting the materials obtained from trading, she relisted the ice pops. She collected 1 liter of dew spring water for today. She gathered 5 iced jasmine buds, all of which were of white quality. Gathering mushrooms. Today's mushrooms were a new variety that had not been recorded before, commonly found in reality, consisting of 3 white quality shiitake mushrooms. Checking an abandoned bird's nest, she obtained 3 bird eggs, 1 green and 2 white. The green quality bird egg was the first she had acquired, with a special effect that slightly increased agility. After recording the shiitake mushrooms and bird eggs, the illustrated guide progress increased by 2, reaching 4071000. Gu Ning then directly baked all 3 bird eggs. In the gaps while the oven was working, she placed Meng Meng by the dew spring and set some berry meat strips and dew spring water on the stone platform. Before long, the bird eggs were done baking. The 2 qualities of baked bird eggs increased the illustrated guide progress by 2 points, reaching 4091000. After finishing all 3 baked bird eggs, Gu Ning typically put on her feather earrings and straw hat, consumed a white quality iced jasmine bud, and left the campsite. The next campsite was 13 kilometers away. Today's 3rd campsite was the grassland. She was eager to complete the task of leaving the forest. 638. Gu Ning harvested her first white quality log treasure chest. She had breakfast on the way, consisting of a red bean bun and green quality roasted beast meat. 752. She encountered a new resource, a green quality marble mine. After collecting with a green quality simple stone pick, she obtained 4 green marbles, 2 white marbles, and 12 white gravel. After recording, the illustrated guide progress increased by 2, reaching 4111000. At 8:35, the distance traveled was 38 kilometers with a temperature of 36 degrees. She arrived at today's first campsite. Gu Ning only checked the campsite bulletin board to confirm that the next campsite was 15 kilometers away before setting off again. 905. Her energy value was restored to 18 points. She made all of them into ice blades and consumed her second white quality ice jasmine bud. 1017. She discovered a green quality pine tree. After collecting, she obtained 16 green quality pine nuts. The probability of finding pine nuts was relatively low, and this was the first time a green quality appeared. After recording the illustrated guide, progress increased by 1, reaching 412-1000. At 1206, Guning consumed her third white quality ice jasmine bud. Not long after she arrived at today's second campsite. At this time, the distance traveled was 53 kilometers with a temperature of 44 degrees. The content of the campsite bulletin board was the same as what the previous informant had said, but it had changed from before. The next campsite is located in the grassland area 11 kilometers from the current campsite. 11 kilometers, just a little over 2 hours to reach. With the intention of reaching the grassland as soon as possible, she only stayed a few minutes to replenish her tools and drank a little dew spring water to restore her stamina before leaving again. 1242. A small stream appeared by the roadside. There was also a green quality fishing spot. Gu Ning's first reaction was regret. If she had known there would be a water area, she should have brought Meng Meng with her. She hadn't used her treasure hunting skill in the water today yet. She had a feeling that the treasures found in the stream with a green fishing spot would definitely be good. But after a moment of regret, she made a decision. No, she had to go back to bring Meng Meng with her. She couldn't miss this opportunity. The current distance was 55 kilometers, just over 2 kilometers from the last campsite. A round trip would be just over 4 kilometers, only an hour, nothing to worry about. Just as she was about to head back, Gu Ning remembered something. Since she would be returning soon, she could take the grass-woven fish basket and bamboo-woven fish basket she had swapped earlier and place them in the stream to see if she could catch some small fish or shrimp. Speaking of which, she had obtained these 2 fish baskets a long time ago. However, every time she came across a water source, she had never thought of using them. If it weren't for obtaining the crafting technique for the seafood feast yesterday and needing seafood urgently, she might still not have thought of it. After choosing 2 spots some distance apart to place the fish baskets, she added a small piece of white quality raw beast meat to one of them. This was mainly to test whether the bait would enhance the catch. Then she directly started heading back. At 1311, the distance traveled was 57 kilometers. Gu Ning returned to the last campsite. She entered her home to find Meng Meng only to discover that the little turtle had fallen asleep again. How could it sleep so much? But that was fine, it was more convenient to take it while it was asleep. She stuffed Meng Meng into the pocket of her burlap jacket and continued on her way. On the road, Gu Ning pondered another question. How could she conveniently carry Meng Meng with her? After this experience, she realized that with the skill of treasure hunting in water, it was not suitable to leave Meng Meng at home every time. However, there were many considerations to take into account when bringing Meng Meng along. Could it withstand high temperatures? What if it wanted to soak in water since it didn't sleep? As questions arose, answers also emerged in her mind. A burlap backpack. Though she had not yet experimented on whether living creatures could survive in a burlap backpack, Gu Ning had a strong intuition that the chances of success were high. Unfortunately, Meng Meng was still asleep and couldn't provide her feedback, otherwise she could have tested it right away. However, Meng Meng soon woke up. It was unclear whether it was discomfort from being jostled or if it had simply reached its waking time. Upon noticing, she immediately stopped and took Meng Meng out of her pocket, placing it in her palm. Meng Meng, you're awake. Meng Meng's little head moved, looking a bit confused. This is outside, I brought you out to play. I want water. Don't worry, I'll give you some right away. First I'll take you to a place. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know. Saying this, Gu Ning took out a white quality burlap backpack, pulled open the drawstring, and held Meng Meng as she reached inside. How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you feel like you can't breathe? No. It's more comfortable than outside. More comfortable than outside. She felt inside, and it was indeed a bit cooler. It seemed Meng Meng truly disliked high temperatures. Next, she needed to test whether the drawstring could be tightened. She informed Meng Meng and secured the backpack. After counting to 10 seconds, she hurriedly opened it to ask, how about now? Do you feel uncomfortable? No, it's dark. As long as you don't feel uncomfortable. Although the time was too short for an accurate result, it was enough to confirm that the air inside wouldn't disappear when the backpack was tightened. Anyway, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't pull the drawstring too tight, which would also help solve the issue of the darkness inside. After the experiment, Gu Ning took out a wooden bowl, filled it with a bit of water, and placed it in the burlap backpack, before putting Meng Meng back into the bowl. The storage space inside the burlap backpack would also sway, but the amplitude was much smaller than outside. As long as she didn't fill it too much, having settled Meng Meng, she shouldered the backpack and began to focus on her journey. At 1343, she arrived at the stream. Gu Ning quickly took out Meng Meng to let it use its treasure hunting skill in water. A golden symbol flashed, and an exquisite crystal treasure chest emerged, enveloped in bubbles. This time the treasure was of green quality. She was not disappointed at all. After all, the level 0 bonus was there, and having a green quality treasure was already quite good. However, she became more certain of her speculation that the quality of the water area would influence the quality of the treasure. After collecting the treasure, Meng Meng, Gu Ning gathered 100 liters of stream water and returned to the road. Only then did she begin to check her water treasure green, a hidden treasure that exists only in water areas of decent quality. Collection successful. Collection progress 1, now at 413-1000. Next she directly opened the treasure. A pink pearl lay quietly inside, shrouded in a faint green light. She picked it up and turned it around. The color was even lustrous and smooth, truly beautiful. Checking the information. Pink pearl green, a pink pearl produced by a pearl oyster, relatively rare, granting the ability to breathe underwater when held in the mouth with a remaining usable time of 24 hours. Collection completed. Collection progress 1, now at 414-1000. Underwater breathing. Guning was very surprised. She could swim, otherwise she wouldn't dare to bathe directly in the stream. However, she wouldn't say she was very skilled at swimming, she only knew the basics. After entering the survival path, she had been relieved that it wasn't a survival scenario at sea. Now that she had the ability to breathe underwater, she would be much more at ease when encountering rivers, lakes, or seas in the future. After putting away the pink pearl, Guning shifted her focus to the grass puppet by the stream and began to fish. This time she was using the green quality wooden fishing rod she had just made yesterday, which could slightly enhance fishing speed and provided a weak quality. After fishing twice, her fishing experience reached 1010. She immediately returned to her body to upgrade her skill. Fishing level 1 skill quality green skill description. When fishing with a rod, efficiency is higher and there is a probability of obtaining additional catch. Level 1 bonus hook speed increased by 10, additional catch probability 10, experience 0-100. After reading the level 1 fishing bonuses, Guning began to fish again. Not sure if it was because she had just upgraded her skill, but among the remaining 8 fishing attempts she indeed obtained an additional catch once. 1 river crab turned into 2. After 10 attempts, she harvested a total of 6 white and 5 green. The white quality catches included 2 river crabs, 1 fathead fish, 1 pond snail, 1 green shrimp, and 1 water grass. The green quality catches included 2 river crabs, 1 grass carp, 1 water grass, 1 white birch wood, and 1 wooden treasure chest. Among them, 6 had not been recorded before. After collection, the progress in her collection increased by 6, reaching 420-1000. Her fishing experience also reached 8,100. Then she carried the grass weaving fish basket and bamboo weaving fish basket back to the road. As her spirit returned to her body, Guning began to check the harvest in the fish baskets. She had already confirmed there was something inside when she had manipulated the grass puppet to lift them. In the grass weaving fish basket, there were 2 green shrimps, 2 pond snails, and 1 crucian carp, all of white quality. In the bamboo weaving fish basket, there were 2 carps, 2 river crabs, 1 green shrimp, and 1 pond snail, also all of white quality. The only difference between the 2 was 1 item, so she could not definitively determine whether it was the effect of raw meat bait. She decided to conduct several more experiments before reaching a conclusion. After collecting all these items, the time had already reached 1405. Guning set off on her journey again. 1444 distance, 62 kilometers, temperature 44 degrees. 1 blue light spot was discovered. Upon inspection, she saw a blue quality pine tree. To collect it, Guning had her puppet guard venture deep into the forest. However, halfway there they were ambushed by a tricolor leopard. It pounced from her side, attacking almost silently. Unfortunately, Guning had a puppet on each side, which quickly blocked its attack. Seeing the leopard, she instantly felt as if she had just dozed off, and was now jolted awake. She was eager to test the real power of her ice blade. She instructed the puppets to defend only and not to attack, while she stood at the back, beginning to use the ice blade technique. With only 1 enemy, there was no need to use what was stored in her guide. As the first ice blade formed, the leopard, which was in a defensive stance, seemed to sense danger and quietly began to retreat. But at this point it was already too late. She aimed for the leopard's hind leg joint, and with a thought the ice blade severed its left hind leg. It turned and fled limping. At the same time, Guning's second ice blade was already released. With a thud, its right hind leg was also severed. In an instant, the leopard fell to the ground, unable to rise. Watching it struggle for survival despite its condition, Guning couldn't help but close her eyes for a moment, but she didn't hesitate long as she took out a simple slingshot and fired. It hit, but the stones were deflected. After a few more attempts, it was still the same, causing virtually no damage. It seemed the simple slingshot could only be effective against rabbits and wild chickens, which were deemed resource animals by the survival panel. Having drawn her conclusion, Guning took out her fine iron crossbow, aimed for the eye socket, and shot. Her precision shooting skill gained 1 experience. This was why she didn't directly use the ice blade to attack the vital spots. Experience for the ice blade technique does not require a kill, but precision shooting does. In situations where conditions allow, she would try to kill with the fine iron crossbow. After the leopard's death, it dropped a green quality wooden treasure chest. She collected it and continued towards the pine tree. 10 minutes later, the collection of the pine tree blue was successful. After chopping it down with a green quality simple stone axe, she obtained 4 pieces of blue quality pine with 3 branches and 1 pine seed, with the rest being of white quality. Next, Gu Ning collected these 3 types of resources while on the move. It took her 30 minutes to complete the collection. Including the pine tree, the guide's progress increased by a total of 4, reaching 424-1000. During this time, she ate a bud of iced jasmine and used the recovered energy to create another ice blade. At 1543, the distance was 67 kilometers, and the temperature was 43 degrees. After making a turn, Gu Ning's field of vision suddenly widened. An endless expanse of green spread out before her, not just pure green, but dotted with various colored wildflowers, beautiful and vibrant. The sky was vast, cloudless for miles. This was the grassland. She couldn't help but cup her hands into a trumpet shape. This shout released not only her joy, but also the myriad of small emotions that had accumulated in her heart since she embarked on the survival journey. After her long yell ended, Gu Ning was slightly out of breath. Yet she felt extremely refreshed in her heart. Once she caught her breath, Gu Ning drank some water and began to observe the terrain of the grassland. The forest was situated at a high elevation, allowing her to see a considerable area. However, looking around, she could only make out the location of the next campsite, the undulating hills and sporadic trees. She found nothing else. So she began to make her way down the path. The slope wasn't steep, about 20 degrees, but Gu Ning did not continue to run. Instead, she switched to walking. Going downhill naturally provided acceleration, and once she started running, she couldn't stop. She also had to stop occasionally to gather resources, not wanting to come to sudden halts. Perhaps due to entering the grassland, the next white light spot indicated a new resource. It was right beside the road, looking no different from the surrounding weeds, and there were many identical plants nearby. If it weren't for the positioning map and the white light hovering above, Gu Ning would not have noticed that this particular plant was different. She checked the information and recorded it. Reed white, a common fibrous plant with many uses, can be collected. The item description was similar to hemp. However, unlike hemp, which only allowed for the collection of leaves, the entire reed plant could be harvested. She noticed that even the rhizome hidden in the soil at the bottom was glowing white. Should she dig up the whole plant? That seemed a bit difficult. After all, this wasn't a solitary plant. There was a bunch of grass growing beside it. Gu Ning thought for a moment and decided to try digging up a plant herself. If that didn't work, she would let the puppet handle it. Taking out an iron shovel, she forcefully inserted the tip into the soil and pried it upwards. Several glowing materials immediately fell to the ground. So it was this simple. She felt relieved. Next time she would try pulling it out by hand, it might work too. Putting away the shovel, Gu Ning bent down to pick up the materials and check the collection. Reed leaves white. The leaves of the reed can replace hemp in usage, also can be used to make other items. Reed seeds, white, can be planted, growth period 3 days. Reed roots, white, tinder and white grass roots with certain medicinal value. Brewing in water can reduce heat and alleviate summer heat. Reduce heat and alleviate summer heat. She understood that this was also a method prepared by the survival journey for survivors to cope with high temperatures. After collecting all the materials, she had a total of 4 pieces. Among them, there were 2 pieces of reed leaves and 1 piece each of reed seeds and reed roots. Including the reeds, the guide's progress increased by 4, reaching 428-1000. Afterward, Gu Ning continued towards the campsite. The next campsite was not far below. She could already see it from above. At 1558, the distance was 68 kilometers, and the temperature was 43 degrees. She arrived at the first campsite in the grassland area. After paying 3 spirit stones to enter the campsite, a task completion prompt popped up. Congratulations, survivor, for completing the task. Cross the forest 2 days in advance. Your task reward has been upgraded. Please claim it yourself. The task reward can actually be upgraded. Does that mean? Gu Ning quickly clicked to check the task interface. Reward land deed green 1 available for claim. Indeed, it is a green quality land deed. This is simply wonderful. She hurriedly claimed the green quality land deed and began the recording process. After 30 seconds, the recording was complete and the progress of the illustrated guide increased by 1, reaching 429-1000. Then she took out an item. A wishful bookmark, blue. That's right, Gu Ning was going to upgrade the land deed to blue quality. When she first got this bookmark, she thought of using it on the land deed, but at that time the task interface displayed a reward of a white quality land deed, which could only be upgraded to green quality. Clearly an unwise choice. Now the task reward has been upgraded and the land deed has become green quality. This is simply tailor-made, hitting the nail on the head. The process of upgrading the quality was quick. As she confirmed, the bookmark transformed into a beam of light and merged into the land deed. In less than a few seconds, the green light turned blue. Gu Ning focused her attention to check the information. Land deed blue unlocks 500 square meters of homestead territory and grants a type of blue-level resource. Can be used. It is identical to the previous land deed. A blue-level resource. I wonder what the next one will be. Hopefully it won't be worse than the dew spring. After a moment of prayer, she entered her homestead and chose to use it. You have used the land deed blue homestead area increased by 500 square meters territory resource randomly generated 1 piece. With the prompt, Gu Ning saw the space begin to silently expand and a 2-meter-tall colorful little tree appeared on the newly expanded grass. She didn't rush to check it and first opened the homestead interface. Homestead territory, blue territory area 1,000 square meters, territory height 10 meters, territory buildings, level 3 house, 1 territory resources, dew spring blue 1, rainbow tree blue, a mini bamboo grove, white 1, mini fish pond white 1, so it is called the rainbow tree. Watching the space no longer change, Gu Ning walked to the tree and began to check the recording. Rainbow tree blue, a magical tree formed from a rainbow capable of condensing 1 random color fruit each day. A tree formed from a rainbow. She carefully observed the tree and found that its trunk, branches, and even leaves were composed of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple. Interestingly, the trunk and branches were a fusion of the 7 colors. The heart-shaped leaves, however, each had only 1 color, totaling 7 different colored leaves. Strangely, despite the vibrant colors, it looked remarkably harmonious and natural. And most importantly, Gu Ning also spotted the fruit. It was red, glowing with a layer of blue light. Its position was at the highest point of the branches. Clearly, reaching out to pick it would be impossible. She fetched a wooden chair, stood on it, and picked the fruit. Checking the information, crimson fruit blue, one of the 7 colors of magical fruit, will explode upon impact, not edible. Explode. Gu Ning was startled, and her hand holding the fruit suddenly felt a bit hot. Isn't this just a grenade or explosive pack? What kind of thing is this that doesn't give a heads up? Thankfully, it only explodes upon impact, otherwise she would have put it down immediately. Of course, while she thought so, she instinctively stored it in her system backpack. The definition of impact is subjective. It is better to be cautious. Confirming the fruit's function, the next step was to wait for the recording to complete. Taking advantage of the downtime, Gu Ning took Meng Meng out of the burlap backpack. It had been in the backpack all the way, and out of boredom it had fallen asleep again. To make it up to her, she didn't put Meng Meng in the wooden basin, but instead settled it on the grass by the dew spring, so it could freely play in the water as soon as it woke up. Then she noticed that the berry she had placed earlier in the morning, which hadn't been finished, had withered and spoiled due to the heat. This was the first time Gu Ning discovered that food in the survival path could spoil. After all, she had previously stored them in the illustrated guide, and only took them out when needed. She stored the food away, preparing to throw it away later. As for putting in more, that was definitely not going to happen. If they spoiled again, it would be a waste. Waiting a few hours without food wouldn't affect anything, as she would feed it when it wakes up and feels hungry. Next, Gu Ning checked the transactions. 80 popsicles had sold 52, leaving some remaining. So she decided to continue selling. After waiting a few more minutes, the recording of the rainbow tree was complete. The progress of the illustrated guide increased by 1A, reaching 430-1000. While recording the crimson fruit, she left the homestead and arrived at the campsite. She wanted to check the distance to the next campsite. If there was still enough time, she would continue onward. However, the information on the campsite bulletin board had increased. In addition to the information about the next campsite, there was also an additional purchase notice. The next campsite is in the grassland area 10 kilometers from the current campsite. Purchase 100 bundles of straw roots. Reward is the process of making herbal tea. Traveler Merchant Yin Duo. The task of the traveling merchant Yin Duo. It turns out that the special tasks mentioned in the camp bulletin board occasionally refer to this. However, collecting 100 bundles of straw roots is no small feat. Gu Ning glanced at her inventory, which only had 2 bundles, and decided to check if there was a time limit for the acquisition task. She tried clicking to view it. Traveling Merchant Yun Duo's acquisition task description: submit 100 bundles of straw roots. Task reward: herbal tea manufacturing technique. Green 1. Task deadline 7 days. Accept task 7 days to collect 100 bundles of straw roots. She calculated briefly and confirmed that the difficulty was not high. She could complete it entirely on her own, without even considering the trade. After accepting the task, Gu Ning continued on her journey. The next camp was only 10 kilometers away. It was 1611, and if she hurried, she could arrive before 1800. The next stretch was downhill. As she walked, she unconsciously began to jog. Even more delightfully, new resources kept appearing. Blackberries, white quality, about the size of raspberries with a black color. When she discovered them, the information on the cheesy fruit had not yet been. Gu Ning waited a few minutes before it could be recorded. She gathered 42 blackberries and 1 blackberry seed. Coal mine, white quality, similar to stone mines, but with a dark black color. She collected 5 pieces of coal and 13 pieces of rubble. Clay pile, white quality, similar to soil, requires a shovel to collect. She obtained 3 pieces of clay and 2 earthworms. Straw, green quality. She gathered 1 straw leaf, 1 straw root, and 1 straw seed, all of which were of green quality. Taro plant. She collected 2 taros and 1 taro seed. There was also a treasure chest. She initially thought that the treasure chests collected on the road would all be wooden chests, but this time it turned out to be a grass chest. White quality. Woven from tender green grass, it was entirely emerald green. Although it was larger in size, it blended almost perfectly into the dense grass, making it nearly invisible at a glance. Gu Ning originally thought that the open grassland would make it easier for others to collect resources. It turned out she was overly optimistic. Although the grass here was not tall enough to reach over her head, it was still chest high, and her line of sight was not clear enough to see everything. Apart from the more obvious coal mines and berry bushes, she still had to carefully sift through the grass to find other resources, especially the straw, which was numerous, but only a few were harvestable. Without a locator, searching just by the white light was akin to playing a different kind of mini-game. It would strain the eyes of anyone watching. She was grateful for the locator function in her illustrated guide. Otherwise, she would have been squinting in frustration. Collecting along the way, the 10 kilometers distance was quickly covered. Including the Chi fruit, the progress in her illustrated guide totaled 16, reaching 446,1000. This efficiency, the new map, is indeed remarkable. Guning couldn't help but exclaim. By the time she arrived at the camp, it was already 1808. The distance covered was 78 kilometers, and the temperature was 38 degrees. At first glance, she saw the gray mist surrounding the perimeter of the camp. No wonder she hadn't noticed it earlier. This camp happened to be situated at a turn on the downhill, making it a blind spot. Looking at the mist, a thought flashed through her mind. What had she mentioned before? Murphy's Law. It truly is annoyingly accurate. After a brief complaint, Guning quickly drank a couple of sips of dew spring water to recover her stamina, then approached to check the situation of the mist. Danger level 2 mist type, free exploration duration 2 hours, number of participants 5, 4 have entered, enter the mist, 4 have entered. Looking at these words, Guning was not surprised, only feeling a sense that it had finally arrived. From the first time she saw the entry number in the mist information, she had guessed that it would eventually change from one to something else. Now that her prediction had come true, she immediately began to think. The mist lasts for 2 hours, indicating that it appeared right at 18. With 5 slots available, 4 have already entered. The last slot is likely reserved for her. After all, with 8 minutes left, if others could enter, this means that even if the mist allows multiple entrants, each person's slot is exclusive to them. And it's not the case that the same mist appears in many camps, allowing the first person to enter to claim it. The mist type is free exploration, so there should be no tasks involved. With a danger level of 2, it should be similar to the previous corrupt corpses, and given her current abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult to handle. The most troublesome aspect is actually the other 4 people. In the mist, can survivors attack each other? Will survivors drop items upon being killed? These are all unknowns. But Guning would not overestimate human nature. She believes that humanity has a bright side as well as a dark side. In this environment, if the mist does not allow survivors to attack each other, they might manage to coexist. But if attacks are allowed, the outcome could be unpredictable. As of today, she is confident that she won't be easily killed, but to kill other survivors. Guning admits that she still finds it a bit hard to do. It's a shame that the country's education has been too successful. Of course, if others really attacked her, she wouldn't hold back when counterattacking. What was that saying? Not to attack first, but if others attack, she won't give them a second chance. Having prepared herself mentally, over a minute passed. She checked her supplies and found nothing much to prepare, since aside from daily necessities, all her possessions were stored in the illustrated guide. After entering her home to retrieve the 2 green quality puppets, she directly entered the mist. She didn't bring Ming Ming. It was too small, and she would have to take care of it. Anyway, the skill for treasure hunting in water had already been used once today, and couldn't be used again, so bringing it along would be pointless. After walking several steps in the gray mist, Guning finally saw the true nature of the fog. It was a park or scenic area with neatly arranged greenery, cobblestone paths, street lamps, cartoon-shaped trash bins, and wooden benches. Except for her, the other 4 who entered the mist were not here. It was unclear whether their entry points were different, or if they had the same entrance, but chose to explore and gather supplies without waiting for all 5 to regroup. This was actually fine. She didn't have to worry about others, and could explore on her own. Guning really liked this way of doing things. However, before exploring, she needed to check the mist that served as the exit. What if the rules of the mist for multiple people were different, and she didn't notice? Mist duration 014837. The area within 2 meters of the mist is a safe zone. Any mist can only be explored once. Once you leave, you cannot re-enter. Friendly reminder: the current mist is a multi-person mist. Please be cautious of other survivors. Do you want to leave now? After reading the newly added friendly reminder, she confirmed. Survivors could attack each other. Otherwise, what would she need to be careful about? It was bound to be a fight among themselves. Guning couldn't help but sigh. Then she began to browse the survival panel. She remembered the mist coins obtained from the previous fog, which could only be used in the mist. However, despite looking around, the imagined mist shop did not appear. Did she need to find a physical store in the mist? That seemed a bit excessive. Or perhaps the activation conditions had not been met. Did she need more mist coins, or a specific time? Guning didn't know. But time in the mist could not be wasted. She tidied her spirits and opened the positioning map. A solitary white dot. She knew it. Not to mention that 4 people had entered before her to gather supplies. Just by looking at this spacious area, she guessed that the resources this time wouldn't be as dense as the last. Thus, placing her body in a safe area and controlling the grass puppet to explore was no longer feasible. She had to go herself. Gu Ning checked the temperature 37 degrees, quite hot, and it would get even hotter when running, so she decisively took out an iced jasmine bud and swallowed it. Then she took out 2 green quality puppets. Shirlu 1 was equipped with a green quality wooden shield tasked with gathering resources and protecting. Moliu 1, just like in the last experiment, carried her as she sat on the wooden chair. The mist also calculated distance. But for more efficient resource collection, she chose to forego the distance count. Before setting off, Gu Ning checked the map on the system panel. This map could only guide the path's location. She hadn't used it much before, but now it was different. The positioning of the All Things illustration could only display a range of 100 meters, and once exceeded, she couldn't see the mist location. Navigating by herself was also possible, but that would certainly reduce efficiency. So she naturally thought of the map on the panel. As expected, the map could indeed point out the exit of the mist. Gu Ning felt relieved. Then she commanded the puppets to begin their actions. After collecting this, the positioning map went blank. Running forward along the path for dozens of meters, a dot appeared again. This time there was 1 white dot and 1 green dot with 1 to the north. After collecting this, the positioning map went blank. Running forward along the path for dozens of meters, a dot appeared again. This time there was 1 white dot and 1 green dot with 1 to the north and 1 to the south. Gu Ning chose to head towards the green dot. It was a dark chocolate still located within the greenery buried in the grass. Dark chocolate, green chocolate, made from pure cocoa powder, bitter but delicious, restores stamina immediately upon consumption. After recording, the illustration progress increased by 1, reaching 448,1000. After collecting, the positioning map displayed another white dot. She continued to move forward. Upon arrival, she saw a very noticeable wooden bench. If someone passed by here, it would be impossible not to see it. Does this mean that no one has come from this direction? Very likely, but it couldn't be confirmed with 100% certainty. Nevertheless, even so, Gu Ning decided to head this way, unless necessary. She did not want to conflict with others. After recording the wooden bench, the illustration progress increased again by 1, reaching 449,1000. Then she discovered another white dot and a green dot. The white dot was a simple street lamp. The green dot was a willow tree. The willow tree was thick enough for a person to embrace. For speed, she recorded it and chose to directly instruct the puppet to chop it down. As the sound of chopping echoed, Gu Ning suddenly felt a scorching gaze. Someone was coming. She quickly turned to scan the surroundings. Sitting on top of the puppet, her perspective was higher, and she easily spotted a middle-aged man trying to hide behind a patch of greenery. After meeting Gu Ning's gaze for a moment, he realized he had been discovered, so he stood up, adjusted his clothes, and walked over. "Hey little girl, I mean no harm. I just heard some noise and came to take a look," he explained with an honest face. "You came in late and might not know, but we 4 agreed earlier to coexist peacefully, with each choosing a direction to explore on their own." "Oh, so does that mean this direction is yours?" Gu Ning responded without politeness as she stepped down from the puppet. Though he appeared honest, now his previous actions were far from upright. Hearing the retort, the middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hands. No, I just wanted to see who came this way." Saying this, he revealed a bitter smile. "Little girl, you might not know, but in this mist there are not only resources, but also mutated rats that can attack people. I just discovered this willow tree and was about to chop it down when I startled the rats. It took me a lot of effort to lure them away and kill them, and then I came back to see you here. Are there mutated rats?" Gu Ning believed this should be true, but the other details remained to be verified. She did not question anything, but instead retorted, "So you mean to say that this willow tree was discovered by you first, so it belongs to you, eh?" The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, his expression showing a hint of helplessness. "You think too much, little girl. I didn't mean that. Although I found this tree first, since you chopped it down first, it naturally belongs to you. You are the same age as my daughter. Seeing you reminds me of her. How could I possibly compete with you for anything?" he added. Gu Ning listened quietly while trying to check the middle-aged man's information. In reality, in the game, everyone could click to view each other's information, and she wondered if it would work here. However, the result appeared in the next second. No information. Just like when she checked her own. She felt a bit disappointed. Without the ability to check, she couldn't gather any information. Rarely, a sudden inspiration struck her about a new way to increase her progress in the illustrated guide, but she soon found that this path was blocked. Sigh. After a silent sigh, she saw that the puppet had just cut down the willow tree, dropping a number of materials, so she began to collect them. 2 puppets stood guard by her side. Once the materials were collected, the middle-aged man had also finished speaking for a while. Gu Ning made no acknowledgement of his words and decisively expressed her intent. "Then I'll search independently as per your earlier division." "Wait." Seeing Gu Ning surveying her surroundings to choose a direction to set off, the middle-aged man hurriedly spoke. "Little girl, we discovered the monsters only after separating. Otherwise we would definitely act together. Resources are of no value compared to life, right? It's really unsafe for you to be alone. How about we pair up instead? Don't worry, Uncle has no ill intentions. I just don't want to see a girl the same age as my daughter get into trouble. We can split the resources equally." No need, I prefer to be alone. Gu Ning shook her head to refuse. Although she appeared to be surveying her surroundings, she had quietly opened the survival panel. Previously, when trading with the traveling merchant Yun Duo, she discovered that she couldn't see his survival panel, leading her to suspect that each person's survival panel could only be seen by themselves. However, the existence of survival panels among survivors had not been verified until now, so she naturally wanted to experiment upon encountering someone. It turned out her suspicion was correct. Having reached a conclusion, Gu Ning no longer hesitated. Glancing at the green dot's position on the location map, she began to move. The middle-aged man ignored to the side wore a somewhat unsightly expression. Seeing Gu Ning really leave without hesitation, he couldn't help but say, "Little girl, isn't it inappropriate for you to just walk away like this?" "What's inappropriate?" Gu Ning paused and looked back at him. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands, but when he spoke he sounded very justified. "I've shared so much information with you, don't you think you should reciprocate? I don't even want your materials, just tell me how these 2 wooden and stone puppets were obtained." Reciprocate. The information he shared was utterly irrelevant to Gu Ning. She felt a bit speechless, but upon hearing about the wooden and stone puppets, she understood he wanted information about the puppets. Naturally, it was impossible to tell him the truth. However, she could tell him a lie. After all, she had prepared for inquiries about the puppets when using them in this multiplayer fog. "I bought them at the trading market," she replied. "Bought them? The trading market sells such items?" The middle-aged man seemed a bit incredulous and continued to question, "What did you use to buy them? Don't tell me you have more." "I just bought them when I came across them. I'm leaving now," Gu Ning replied casually, then turned to leave. It was sufficient to attribute the puppet's origin to the trading market. There was no need to disclose any other information. Just as she walked less than 10 steps, a sharp sound of piercing air came from behind. Then came a dull thud. She turned back to see the stone puppet holding a wooden shield deflecting the arrow. As if not expecting his ambush to be so easily blocked, the middle-aged man's fierce expression instantly turned to panic. He quickly reacted, putting away his bow and arrow, and began to kneel and plead for mercy. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please just let me go as if I didn't exist, given that I didn't harm you. I swear I won't dare to do it again." Gu Ning, maintaining her composure, walked a few steps forward, standing silently 5 meters away from him. She had never had a good impression of this person, so her attitude was indeed somewhat cold. However, being ambushed, she would never think it was due to her attitude. One could only say that this person was indeed, as she felt, harboring malicious intent from the beginning. Gu Ning didn't understand where he found the courage to make a move. Did he look down on young women? Underestimate the reaction speed of the puppets? Or did he think they weren't that agile? All of these were possible. But to beg for mercy immediately after a failed attack was indeed quite adaptable. So how should she handle it? First, she needed to demand compensation. The bow he used was something Gu Ning had not yet recorded. "Let's have some compensation. I take out that bow, as well as anything else you have on you." The middle-aged man's body immediately stiffened, then he Of course, I'll get it right away." He hurriedly took out items from his backpack, with the first item being the bow that Gu Ning specifically mentioned. Then a pile of random pine wood appeared in the space between the two, and not only that, but also a heap of stones piling higher and higher. Gu Ning couldn't help but smile. She had actually thought of this method too. However, not for escape, but to kill monsters. As expected, once he felt the obstacles were in place, the middle-aged man turned and ran without a word. His speed could be described as beyond limits. But the speed of the ice blade was even faster. After just 3 steps, a semi-transparent ice blade pierced directly through his heart. In less than 10 seconds, he completely lost his breath. Throughout the encounter, she had never known his name. Looking at the corpse on the ground, she felt a bit uncomfortable, but not at all regretful. Gu Ning always believed there was a saying that made a lot of sense: one who provokes others first is the one who suffers the consequences. Regardless of the retaliation they endure, they have only themselves to blame. Even if he only slapped someone, if that person were to chop off his hand in retaliation, it would still be his own fault. After all, he was the one who took the initiative to provoke others. A slap may seem fair, but how should the one who was slapped seek compensation for the grievances of being attacked for no reason? The one who struck first would not suffer any mental harm from it. On the contrary, he might even feel proud of it. The same principle applies here. Regardless of Gu Ning not being harmed, this person's intention in attacking her was to kill her. His failure was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of capability. After taking a few deep breaths, her low spirits lifted a bit, so she began to collect the materials on the ground. The bow was a simple longbow of green quality, and upon recording it, the progress in her illustrated guide increased by 1, reaching 450-1000. Then she checked the corpse. The one who acted could not have been her, but the puppet. This person was also dressed in a set of burlap clothing. The trousers and top were of white quality with low durability. The shoes were of green quality with over 70 durability remaining. Gu Ning instructed the puppet to take the shoes directly and store them in a new green quality wooden storage box. She wouldn't wear these herself, as she would just sell them once she got out. She didn't take the top and trousers, but in the pocket of the burlap top, she discovered a lighter of white quality. After recording the lighter, she conveniently recorded the materials obtained from chopping the willow tree as well. The materials dropped by the willow tree included 5 willow wood green, 4 willow branches green, 4 willow wood white, 9 willow branches white, and 1 willow seed white. Including the willow tree, the total progress in the illustrated guide amounted to 7, reaching 457,1000. Then Gu Ning found the wooden arrow that had been blocked by the wooden puppet earlier. It was also of green quality, sharper in effect, and had a durability of 3 points, indicating it could be reused. After recording it, the progress of the illustration increased by 1, reaching 458,1000. Through this experience, her previous doubts were answered. Survivors do not drop supplies upon death, and their bodies do not respawn. The only thing that can be collected is what the opponent carried on them. Gu Ning felt that she could spread this news. If everyone knew about it, the chances of killing and robbing in the mist would surely decrease. Of course, she wouldn't naively believe it would have a significant impact. There were many ways to commit robbery, and the reasons for killing were not limited to simply getting loot. However, as long as it could have even a little effect, that would be enough. After searching for items and having the puppet move the body to the green belt, the time had already reached 1832. Gu Ning sat on a wooden chair carried by the puppet and began to continue collecting resources. The first destination was the green light point previously indicated. Located in the lawn, it was an unopened band-aid, effective for stopping bleeding and alleviating pain, promoting quick healing of wounds. After recording it, the illustration progress increased by 1, reaching 459,1000. Then 2 adjacent light points appeared at the edge of the map, 1 white and 1 green. Upon arrival, she discovered it was a trash can shaped like a tree stump. Next to it were a stone table and a stone stool, suggesting that many people came here to rest, thus there was a lot of litter. The light point was inside. Gu Ning had the puppet dump out the contents, and after rummaging for a while, she found 2 glowing resources. The white one was a cartoon fan made of plastic. The green one was an unopened bubble tea straw. Bubble tea straw green, a straw for drinking bubble tea. Using it to drink anything, even a cup of cold water, will turn it into warm bubble. Durability 100. After recording it, the illustration progress increased by 2, reaching 461,1000. Upon seeing the description of this item, her first thought was that it was suitable for use in cold weather. Then she immediately thought of something else. If it were a cup of unclean water like that from a pond, would drinking it with the straw also turn it into clean bubble tea? If so, wouldn't this item be equivalent to a water purifier? She decided to experiment with it when she returned tonight. Gu Ning then continued towards the newly appeared white light point. But before she reached her destination, several gray-black rats rushed over. They were far larger than ordinary mice, each the size of a medium dog, with sharp teeth and eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, which was quite terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying they were, they could not withstand the ice blade technique. Just as they surrounded her, Gu Ning, sitting on the back of the wooden puppet, swiftly unleashed 4 ice blades, piercing through the foreheads of 4 rats, killing them instantly. One of them even triggered the freezing effect for the first time, its entire body turning into an ice block. The remaining 3 seemed to realize the danger and hesitated to charge forward, but for some reason, they did not flee, instead circling around her. Gu Ning seized the opportunity, took out her fine iron crossbow, and began shooting. Thud thud. After 4 sounds, all the rats were dead. Of course, the reason it was 4 sounds was that she had missed her aim once. Successful experience in precise shooting 3. Just 2 more points of experience were needed to upgrade the skill. Then Gu Ning began to collect the dropped treasure chests. Unlike the previous rotting corpse in the mist, these mutated rats had respawned their bodies upon death and dropped 2 mist treasure chests. One was of white quality and the other of green quality. Although she did not know why the corpses of the same type of monster in the mist had different outcomes, she vaguely felt there must be some deeper meaning to it. Perhaps it was related to her previous speculations about the situation in reality. After taking out paper and pen to record this point, Gu Ning set up. The next white light point was located at the edge of a lake, and it was still a willow tree. After recording it, the illustration progress increased by 1, reaching 462,1000. She collected 7 willow wood and 15 willow branches. After that, there were no more light points on the map, so Gu Ning simply directed the puppet to move along the lake. However, before she could find any resources, the mutated rats came again. This time there were 5. She killed 2 with the ice blade technique and 3 with the cross. The drop was a white quality mist treasure chest. In fact, she wanted to earn more experience, but unfortunately too little time had passed since the last battle, and the fine iron crossbow had only recovered to 3 arrows. However, she now had enough experience to level up. Precise shooting, level 1. Skill quality green. Skill description: increases accuracy and attack power when using bow and crossbow type weapons. Level 1 bonus accuracy increases by 10, critical hit rate increases by 10, critical hit multiplier 200. Experience 1100. After viewing the bonus effects, Gu Ning was fairly satisfied. A 10 accuracy boost was quite substantial. This was not a probability, it was a direct addition. Next it seemed as if she had poked a rat's nest, as every few minutes several mutated rats appeared to attack her. Seeing her energy value was nearly depleted, she refrained from using Ice Blade, and directly commanded the 2 green quality puppets to begin their assault. As for the 4 white quality puppets, Guning did not take them out. She was afraid of being seen by others. 2 puppets bought from the trading market seemed more reasonable, while 6 would be too many, easily leading people to believe she was the one capable of creating puppets. If someone saw and spread the word, the risks would be too great. Anyway, the green quality puppets had stronger combat power, and even 2 would be enough to handle these rats. Of course, Guning did not remain idle. To avoid hindering the puppets, she had already gotten off the puppets' back. The rats would also attack her. Or rather, the rats' desire to attack her was the strongest. She originally wanted to try the effects of her recent training with a metal longsword, but considering that ordinary rats carry a lot of viruses, mutated rats would likely be worse. She decided against it. There would be plenty of opportunities to train, and she didn't have to specifically look for rats. In the end, she built a high platform that the rats couldn't climb, and as soon as the fine iron crossbow's arrows were restored, she would shoot directly. With the addition of accuracy and her built-in assistive aiming, she hardly missed. Each time she pulled the trigger, she could kill 1 rat. After killing about 10 waves of rats, they stopped appearing. It was unclear whether they had been scared off, or if there were simply no more rats nearby. At this point, her experience in precise shooting had become 31,100. Including what she had earned previously, Guning had collected a total of 6 green quality mist treasure chests and 12 white quality mist treasure chests. In addition, she discovered 3 white light points and 1 green light point, which were a stone table, a stone stool, a willow tree, and a tread. After recording them, the illustration progress increased by 3, reaching 465,1000. Among them, the treadmill was of green quality. It was not like those in gyms, but a common fitness device in parks with steel pipes as the running area. Its special effect was that exercising on it could continuously increase endurance. Guning planned to try it out when she returned tonight. She then checked the time. It was 1912. Less than 50 minutes of mist duration remained. She began to head back along another path. Just after walking less than 300 meters, a dazzling purple light point appeared at the edge of the map. This was the first time she had seen a purple resource in the mist. Guning quickly rushed towards the light point and found a rolling lawn, but after searching, she found nothing. She recalled her previous experiences in the mist and spun the positioning map. As expected, the light point was underground with a depth of nearly 80 meters.